Kill. Boom. The attacks of the ancient golems were strong enough to sunder heaven and earth, and they came at Ning from all directions. As Ning walked forwards, his yin-yang sword domain formed a region of wild, dark chaos around him. One could vaguely see the flickering of lightning and water within this region, and the region itself stretched out to be more than 10,000 kilometers wide. All enemies who sought to move close to Ning had to be able to first withstand the assaults of the yin-yang sword domain. Break. Go. Ning's swords were sometimes ephemeral and unpredictable, sometimes as heavy and weighty as a mountain. However, the speed at which he walked began to slow down. Clearly, the pressure was starting to increase. 690. 695. 696. Lord Woodflower had a look of delight on his face. He broke through level 700. Ning continued to advance, albeit with great difficulty as he began to move slower and slower. Even though the yin-yang sword domain was helping him out, he was finding it harder and harder to deal with the increasingly powerful golems. Boom! Ning's sword arts were finally breached on level 705. Although they came out in a perfect, flawless cycle, they still crumbled when faced with the overwhelming power that had been brought to bear upon them. Outside the Tao Lord Cloud World, a white-robed, rather bedraggled-looking Ning suddenly appeared, a look of worry in his eyes. I wonder if I made it into the top 4, but... However, I have to say that my performance was better than I expected. I actually ended up developing a defensive Tao. Ning felt both content and worried. His sword arts had reached an extremely high level, but his opponents were the greatest world-level geniuses of the 12 palaces. He couldn't help but think back to that time when he had sparred against Berchalu. Only now did realize what a truly profound level Berchalu had reached. This was because Berchalu was at a level of insight that was most likely one level higher than the current Ning's. Only when Ning himself improved did he truly understand how great the distance had been between the two of them. Back when he had been at the Astral Islands, Ning only had the vague sense that the man had a higher level of understanding than he did. As to how much higher, exactly? He couldn't say for sure. Berchalu hadn't even used his true form, after all, he had merely used his human form to spar against Ning. However, now, even if Berchalu was to attack me with all his power, I would not need to be afraid of him, Ning mused. His yin-yang sword domain was an extremely defensive skill. Even if Ning faced opponents who were stronger than him, he would still be able to defend against them. Dark North. Suddenly, a voice rang out within Ning's mind. Eh? Ning turned to look towards the direction of Lord Woodflower's estate. Come here immediately, Lord Woodflower sent. Yes. Ning immediately transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the estate. Soon, he reached Lord Woodflower's estate, and Lord Woodflower himself was standing at the entrance, a smile on his face as he looked at Ning. Come in, Dark North. What is it, senior apprentice brother? Ning was a bit nervous. He didn't know if he had made it into the top 4 or not. Damned impressive. The almighty Hegemon and the others all saw you use that sword intent domain of yours. Lord Woodflower was in such a delightful mood that he was positively beaming. For his sword palace to completely crush the saber palace in such a way was absolutely wonderful. The two palaces had been at loggerheads and competing against each other since time immemorial. That was something I just came up with it. I call it the yin-yang sword domain. Ning laughed. I was just lucky. I had already prepared 7 types of Tao lightning and Tao water, and I was able to use them to create my yin-yang sword domain. If I had been using any other types of treasures, the power of my domain would have been much weaker. The Tao lightning and the Tao water aren't that impressive. It is your sword intent which truly impresses. Lord Woodflower couldn't help but praise Ning. Ning chuckled. Even if he merely used a single, ordinary flying sword, his yin-yang sword domain would still cause it to naturally emanate an aura of sword force. The power of the domain would still have 20 to 30% of the power of a domain formed through using Dao lightning and Dao water. At this level, even if he merely used his immortal energy to manifest a sword and sword force, he would still be able to create an extremely powerful domain with it. Without the Dao water and the Dao lightning, I probably wouldn't have been able to make it much farther past level 690, Ning said. He couldn't help but ask, "Senior apprentice brother, do I have a shot at the top 4? Only the top 4 would be granted the opportunity." "You do." Lord Woodflower nodded. "A very good shot, in fact. But of course, the 3 days haven't ended and there are still world-level cultivators challenging the Dao Lord Cloud World. Nothing is certain until the final cultivator concludes his attempts." "Oh." Ning nodded. "Then how is my ranking, dot?" "Right now, you are ranked 2nd, Lord Woodflower said. Prince Greatjoy is ranked 1st, and he made it to floor 719. Heartlord Soulwind is ranked 3rd, and he made it to floor 692. 4th is Saberlord Redsnow, who stopped on floor 680. Redsnow? Ning stared. Something wrong? Lord Woodflower asked. Nothing. Ning immediately shook his head. I just thought of an old friend, that's all. Daiwas Threeliv's most powerful general had been Redsnow. Redsnow had eventually chosen to follow Ning as well, then had become apprenticed to Subhoodie as well. He shared the exact same Daiwas title as this Saberlord Redsnow. Still, it was quite common to encounter cultivators with the same or similar nicknames. There were countless people in every Chaos world who shared the same name, and for a few of the more powerful cultivators to also share the same Daiwas title wasn't that surprising. Wasn't the Saber Palace bragging a lot about how well they would do? Ning asked. Their boasting skills were quite profound, yes. Lord Woodflower let out a laugh, but then he couldn't help but sigh as well. To be honest, they were qualified to boast. The 4th, 5th, and 6th ranked experts all belonged to the Saber Palace. We all knew that Heartlord Soulwind would be formidable, but you and Prince Greatjoy caught everyone off guard. Prince Greatjoy? Ning listened attentively. He was quite curious about this man who had made it even farther within the Silver Cloud world than he himself had. He's also been improving quite rapidly. He actually managed to come up with 2 Supreme Daos. Lord Woodflower let out a sigh. If he can link his 2 Supreme Daos, he'll probably be on par with Eastcult and Birchaloo. Ning nodded. It was necessary to fuse Supreme Daos together in some manner. For example, the 5 stances of Ning's Bright Moon sword art were all linked together thanks to his reincarnation sword intent. If you weren't able to perfectly join your sword arts together, you would have flaws when you fought in battle. True experts had to have powerful defenses. Only then would they be able to survive for a long time. But of course, their attacks had to be strong as well, only then would they be able to slay foes. If Ning's attacks had been just a bit stronger, he would have been able to advance quite a bit further up the altar within the Silver Cloud world. A look of shock suddenly appeared on Lord Woodflower's face. What's wrong? Ning looked at Lord Woodflower. I'll tell you in a moment. Lord Woodflower didn't explain in detail. Clearly, his incarnation was watching something happen within the Imperial Palace. Ning was incredibly curious as to what Lord Woodflower was watching, but he had no choice but to tamp down his curiosity. A long while later, Lord Woodflower suddenly began to laugh. Ha. Pride really does cometh before a fall. Senior apprentice brother? Ning was puzzled. A world-level cultivator belonging to the Palace of Kind Water, a fellow named Waterlord Firesurge, actually made it all the way to level 687, Lord Woodflower said. In other words, even farther than Saberlord Redsnow? Ning stared. Right. The Saber Palace didn't get a single slot in the top 4. Lord Woodflower roared with laughter. Oh, this is just wonderful. When I saw that ugly look on Yinwen's ugly face, oh, that was simply delightful. Ha! That fellow usually loves to strut about and put on airs in front of me. Ning felt amazed as well. In the end, the most famous Saber Palace had actually been completely defeated. Then again, the geniuses of the 12 palaces couldn't be evaluated using common measures. Greatjoy, Dark North, and Fire Surge, these three had only displayed their true brilliance during this competition. He's a member of the Kind Water Palace. Why is his Taoist title Fire Surge? Ning was puzzled. He's another person who started off as a mortal cultivator. I heard that he originally was primarily a cultivator in the Tao of Fire. However, due to some trouble he apparently ran into within the sect he was in as Immortal, he ended up choosing the Tao of Water instead. However, by then his Taoist title had already been chosen, and so he simply continued to use it, Lord Woodflower explained. The 12 palaces didn't have that many world-level cultivators, and so he obviously was familiar with the vast majority of them. Ning nodded. Some cultivators would change their Taoist titles once they reached a certain level of power. Ning was another example of a person who had chosen his Taoist title, Dark North, a long time ago. He had never changed it. Let's wait for just another moment. There is one final world-level cultivator attempting the trials, Lord Woodflower said. A short while later. All right, all done. The results are in. Prince Greatjoy, yourself, Heart Lord Soulwind, and Water Lord Fire Surge will be the ones to partake in this opportunity, Lord Woodflower said. And what opportunity is this, exactly? Although Ning felt quite excited, he also felt quite curious as to what this was all about. All he knew was that this was an incredible opportunity, one which no one seemed to know much about. Don't ask. When you meet the almighty Hegemon, you'll know, Lord Woodflower said. Meet the almighty Hegemon? Ning was stunned. Right. The almighty Hegemon has already issued a summons to the four of you. Hurry over to the place where the Imperials reside, Lord Woodflower said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 24, The First Meeting. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 24, The First Meeting. The 12 palaces were tightly connected to the Brightshore Imperials, and so there were space-time transfer arrays linking the palaces to the territory of the Imperials. Rumble. Space-time twisted around Ning. Once everything went still, he swept the area with his gaze. So this is the Imperial Palace? Although all 12 of the palaces of the Brightshore Kingdom were extremely large and covered with many formations, the true center of the kingdom remained the Imperial Palace. Before Ning was an utterly, breathtakingly large palace that was as white as snow, with gold, black, and blue accents covering parts of it. Just looking at the Imperial Palace, Ning sensed an aura of incredible presence and might. He felt as though he was looking up at the stars themselves. I heard that the Imperials generally live here in the Imperial Palace. I wonder how many defenses the almighty Hegemon had placed around his headquarters, Ning mused. Ning emerged from the array and began to walk towards the palace gates of the enormous Imperial Palace. There were no people before the palace at all, just two gray statues. One was of a humanoid wielding a spear, the second was of a dragon-like creature that was coiled around itself. Halt! The humanoid statue suddenly spoke out in a grating voice as it stared at Ning. What? Ning was badly startled. It's alive? He could now be considered a powerful expert. After unleashing his yin-yang sword domain, he was a match for most Tao Lords of the second step, and thus he had extremely keen senses towards life and the aura of life. He would be able to easily detect the aura of a tiny mosquito from 1,000,000 kilometers away. However, his senses were clearly telling him that this statue before him was nothing more than an ordinary statue, an inert hunk of rock. How, then, was it speaking? Have you come to see the Hegemon? The gray humanoid statue was almost as tall as the palace gates, and it stared down at Ning.
Yes. Ning nodded.
Although his senses were still telling him that this statue was an inert hunk of rock, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable hint of fear.
Enter after all four have arrived, the gray humanoid statue said coldly.
Ning had no choice but to stand there and wait quietly. After enough time passed to brew a kettle of tea, the nearby space-time transfer array once more lit up. Once the light subsided, a skinny bald youth dressed in loose red robes had appeared within it. The youth's face was covered with strange divine red tattoos that seemed to extrude an aura of special charm. Ning only had to glance at them to feel that they were exerting an effect upon him.
I am Soulwind.
The bald, red-robed youth strolled forwards, then smiled.
Greetings, Sword Lord Dark North. Heart Lord Soulwind. Ning greeted the man.
The Heart Force Palace had very few cultivators, and the only world-level cultivator acknowledged by the ancient pagodas was Heart Lord Soulwind. Ning had heard of this man long ago. This was no dabbler like Birchaloo, this was a man who had truly poured all of his effort into being a Heart Force cultivator, and his abilities were truly unfathomable.
Sword Lord Dark North, you actually made it farther into the Silver Cloud World's great altar than I did.
Heart Lord Soulwind smiled in a gentle, warm fashion. I heard that you were abducted by the almighty Hegemon to our Brightshore Kingdom roughly 2,000 years ago. For you to reach such a level of power in such a short period of time, Soulwind truly admires you.
Ning was instantly speechless. The man even knew about him having been abducted by the almighty Hegemon 2,000 years ago?
News had certainly spread quite fast.
No need to feel surprised, Sword Lord Dark North.
It was one of my elder brothers in the Heart Force Palace who informed me of this, Heart Lord Soulwind said with a laugh. The Heart Force Palace has very few cultivators within it, and we all treat each other as we would our actual siblings. We hold nothing back from each other. Ning suddenly remembered that the entire Heart Force Palace held less than 10 Samsara Downlords. Most of those Samsara Downlords were out wandering the primordial chaos, leaving no more than 2 or 3 who actually resided within the palace itself. Compared to the other 11 palaces, the Heart Force Palace really did have pitifully few members. Ning could fully understand how this would result in them treating each other as they would actual siblings.
Sword Lord Dark North, if you wish you can simply address me as Soulwind.
Heart Lord Soulwind smiled. Then you can address me as Dark North, Brother Soulwind, Ning said. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Why was it that a simple smile from Soulwind caused Ning to have such a good impression of him? His voice alone was enough to make it impossible for others to hate him.
Rumble.
The space-time transfer array once more lit up, and moments later a youth dressed in deep blue robes emerged. He had a cold, forbidding face, and he emanated an aura of baleful energy. As soon as he emerged he saw Ning and Soulwind, and he immediately called out, Greetings, Heart Lord Soulwind and Sword Lord Dark North.
Are you Water Lord Fire Surge?
No need to stand on such ceremony. You can simply address us as Soulwind and Dark North, Heart Lord Soulwind said, and Ning nodded. I was lucky enough to be ranked number 4, but I fear I'll need your help in the future. Although the blue-robed youth had a cold and foreboding aura, his words were quite courteous and respectful. Both Soulwind and Ning felt quite kindly disposed towards him. No matter what, they were all members of the 12 palaces who had sworn lifeblood oaths not to attack each other. Given that they were ranked in the top 4, all of them would clearly be extraordinary figures in the future. So long as they were able to survive, they would all become major powers who would shock the rest of the primordial chaos. It was natural for them to wish to befriend each other. The three chatted idly for a time, slowly growing more familiar with each other's personalities and traits. Finally, the last member arrived. This was a man dressed in black imperial robes who wore a royal crown. His skin was as clear as jade, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss between the stars.
Even the likes of Ning, Fire Surge, and Soulwind couldn't help but mentally sigh in amazement.
In terms of appearance and aura, at least, this Prince Greatjoy was definitely number one amongst the four.
So the three of you have already arrived?
Please pardon me for having arrived late.
Greatjoy feels quite ashamed at having made you wait.
Prince Greatjoy was as courteous as the stories said he was, but of course the stories also said that deep down, he was actually quite a berserk fellow.
We just arrived a short while ago.
Brother Greatjoy, you ranked number one in this trial.
I imagine that you are probably on par with Birchaloo and Eastcult.
The four began to casually chat amongst themselves. Although they were all quite relaxed, none of them dared to underestimate any of the other three, as they were all quite close in power. They belonged to the same general level of strength, even though there were differences with regards to how far they had made it in the Silver Cloud world. If they were to get into an actual fight, it was hard to say who would win. In addition, the trial of the Silver Cloud world was a trial where many sources of outside help were banned, such as Dao Seals or Golems. Given how extraordinary they all were, all of them had clearly experienced tremendous strokes of karmic luck in the past.
The hegemon has summoned the four of you. Go on inside. The giant humanoid statue stared down at the four tiny dots below it as it spoke in a cold voice.
The two statues standing in front of the Imperial Palace are the two great guardians of the Imperial Palace, Heartlord Soulwind sent mentally. I heard that long ago, during the era when the almighty hegemon was first establishing his reputation, he led these two great guardians into battle and slew countless major powers with them.
Oh?
Ning, Greatjoy, and Fire Surge both listened attentively. The members of the Heartforce Palace shared a particularly close relationship with each other, and so Heartlord Soulwind knew many more secrets than most members of the other palaces. Although Ning was quite intrigued about the history of these two giant statues, he didn't pay them too much mind as he entered the Imperial Palace. Once they stepped past the gates and saw the towering palace, the four of them could sense spacetime twisting around them as they were teleported away once more. They had been brought to a region filled with empty space with a few chaos stars sprinkled throughout it. Ning and the others all stared at their surroundings as they appeared in this place.
What is this place?
All four of them were rather puzzled. This region was simply too silent, as still as a pool of water. The primordial chaos should generally be filled with many types of voidstorms and chaos waves, and it would generally be filled with boundless amounts of chaos energy.
However, the empty region they were in was utterly enormous and completely devoid of primordial chaos.
Whoosh! The void before them suddenly parted like a curtain of water as an incomparably massive behemoth suddenly appeared. This behemoth had two enormous eyes that were like blazing stars, but it gazed towards Ning and the other three in a very gentle manner. When it spoke, its voice was similarly gentle, but it echoed throughout every single inch of this region.
Greetings, my four young fellows.
Greatjoy, Soulwind, Fire Surge, and Ning were all shocked. Ning couldn't help but think back to the scene of him and the other world-level cultivators being swallowed up by the head of an enormous behemoth, then being teleported to the Brightshore Kingdom.
Greetings, hegemon.
Ning and the other three all bowed respectfully. There was no need to kneel or kowtow. The hegemon generally treated the members of the 12 palaces quite well. You four young fellows have earned a rare opportunity for yourselves, the towering behemoth said. You shall head out alongside a member of my Imperials known as Skyfire Brightshore, and then you shall enter the Arceus region of an alternate universe. This region is one of the most legendary locations of this alternate universe, and it is filled with many dangers. It is also, however, filled with many opportunities. I've chosen the four of you because I hope that you will help my young clansman, Skyfire Brightshore, as much as you can and give him a better chance at surviving. But of course, I will reward you heavily for the services you have rendered to myself and Skyfire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 27, Chapter 25, Following Master.
Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 25, Following Master. Ning and the others were all intrigued. In truth, They had all suspected long ago that the reason why the almighty Hegemon had chosen the 4 of them from the 12 palaces was to have them assist Skyfire Brightshore. However, the reason why the 12 palaces had been on such good terms with the Brightshore Imperials for so long was precisely because they treated each other as equals. Ning and the others were all extraordinary figures, and they wouldn't be expected to risk their lives for the Imperials without being compensated at all. Once you return from the alternate universe, I'll speak with Skyfire Brightshore. The more assistance you provided to him, the greater our gratitude shall be, the towering behemoth said. Do not worry, Hegemon. We will definitely do everything we can. Since we are traveling together, we shall definitely do our best to support each other. All of them spoke out in unison. They all knew that since the Hegemon said he would reward them heavily, the rewards for this mission would definitely be extraordinary. The Hegemon was someone who had stood at the very top of the endless territories for countless years, after all. He had existed for even longer than the Brightshore Kingdom itself had existed. A heavy reward from someone like him was indeed more than enough to convince Ning and the others to do their absolute utmost in protecting Skyfire Brightshore in his journey to the alternate universe. Good. The towering behemoth nodded slightly. Rumble. Yet another space-time vortex appeared next to Ning's group. Moments later, a strange beast bathed in blazing flames suddenly emerged. Skyfire. The towering behemoth nodded. Hegemon. The blazing beast immediately transformed into the shape of a fiery-haired youth who wore a suit of azure armor. It shall be the 5 of you who will travel to the alternate universe, the towering behemoth said. The fiery-haired youth swept the 4 with his gaze, closely scrutinizing them. He then cracked a smile. My name is Skyfire Brightshore, but you can just call me Skyfire. I heard from the Hegemon that none of the 4 chosen ones are weaker than I am. Once we go to the alternate universe, I'll have to trouble you to help me out. Although Skyfire Brightshore was an incredibly talented member of the race of Brightshore Imperials, he was still just a new member who had been brought back just a short while ago. Ning and the others had all developed at least one supreme Dao and were comparable to Dao Lords of the second step. Indeed, all of them were somewhat more powerful than Skyfire Brightshore. But of course, this was only true if they factored in their normal combat power. There was no way to calculate the power of any trump cards or single-use items which they were keeping hidden up their sleeves. Hegemon, where is this Arceus region and what is this alternate universe? Prince Greatjoy asked. He was nothing more than an honorary disciple of the almighty Hegemon, and he wasn't truly qualified to address the Hegemon as master. According to the almighty Hegemon's rules, only his personal disciples were qualified to call him master. The alternate universe? The towering behemoth smiled as it saw the looks of eagerness appear on the faces of Ning and the others. By now, all of you should have sensed that the endless territories have certain prime essences within it. There is a prime essence of fire, a prime essence of water, a prime essence of the sword, a prime essence of space, a prime essence of time. Ning and the others nodded. Everyone could sense the prime essences. However, attuning to the prime essences was only able to help one advance to the level of full mastery as a world-level cultivator. As for the more profound mysteries, the prime essences kept them bottled up internally and emanated none of them at all. Supposedly, not even eternal emperors could enter the prime essences and train in those mysteries. Thus, Samsara Dao Lords had to find and develop a Dao which suited themselves, one slow step at a time. The vast region which is covered by the power of the prime essences is known as a universe, the almighty Hegemon said. An alternate universe naturally refers to a place which has completely different prime essences. What? Ning and the others were all stunned. Different prime essences, The 3 realms, the Badlands territory, the Brightshore Kingdom. Ning had been able to sense the prime essence of the sword in all these places. The prime essence of the sword was unchanging, and the vast endless territories were nothing more than a part of an enormous universe. But now, it seemed as though he was going to head off into a completely different universe? Do not worry. The outermost layers of the prime essences of this alternate universe, such as the prime essence of water, the prime essence of time, the prime essence of the sword, etc., are all the same as ours.
Only the inner layers differ, the almighty hegemon said.
Thus, your power shall not be impacted whatsoever.
Has anyone ever been to this place? Waterlord Firesurge couldn't help but ask.
None.
The almighty hegemon shook his head.
Ning and the others were instantly rendered speechless. Long ago, as I attuned myself to the nature of spacetime, I was able to dimly sense the traces of an alternate universe that was quite close to our own universe, and so I opened a transversal conduit between our two universes, the towering behemoth said. However, the transversal conduit is rather weak, because it is constantly being disrupted by the differing laws of our two universes. Thus, only those below the Downlord level of power are able to enter it. Thus, once you head off into this alternate universe, you absolutely must not allow yourselves to break through to the Downlord level.
If you do break through, you will never be able to return.
You will have to forever stay within that alternate universe, the towering behemoth instructed.
Ning and the others nodded.
So due to the different laws of the two universes, there was no way for Downlords to pass through this transversal conduit. However, world-level cultivators can pass through this conduit with no danger whatsoever, the towering behemoth said. Just a few days ago, I sent one of my world-level servants through the dimension conduit to do some exploring, then brought him back safely. Over the course of countless years, I've also managed to capture quite a few world-level cultivators of the alternate universe and bring them to ours.
Capture?
Ning and the others were secretly speechless.
The almighty hegemon was unable to go personally, but was still able to capture people?
Thus, this transversal conduit is completely safe, the towering behemoth said. Given how strong you are, I trust that you will not encounter much danger when you journey through the territories of the alternate universe. The true trial will begin once you reach their Arceus region. Ning and the other four listened attentively. Not even Skyfire Brightshore knew much about this Arceus region.
The Arceus region is the most mysterious region in this alternate universe.
It takes up an extremely vast region of space, so vast that I imagine there are very few cultivators who even know how large it truly is. Supposedly, there are many Downlords and even eternal emperors who seclude themselves throughout the Arceus region.
The towering behemoth laughed.
This Arceus region is so vast that it is most likely as large as our entire endless territories.
What?
Ning and the others were all speechless. They had originally thought that this Arceus region would be some sort of secret world or location. Now, it seemed, it was a place that was almost as vast as their entire endless territories. That place is the core of that entire alternate universe, the place where the alternate universe sprang from. Countless cultivators in that universe dream of entering the Arceus region, because everyone who manages to survive their journey through it will return completely transformed, the towering behemoth said. However, if you barge into the Arceus region, you will immediately be assaulted and annihilated by the full force of the entire Arceus region itself. You'll be instantly reduced to dust and your true soul vaporized. Ning and the others were truly at a loss for words. If the entire region was the size of the endless territories, how terrifying would an attack launched with the full might of that region be? That place is the core of the entire alternate universe, after all. The towering behemoth continued, everyone who wishes to enter the place has to first bind an Arceus medallion. After doing so, you'll be able to enter it safely and won't be expelled by the power of the region.
Arceus medallions are extremely rare.
I sent my will into the alternate universe and spread it across an extremely wide area, then kidnapped the world-level cultivators who pass through the area.
It took me countless years to accumulate just a few Arceus medallions, the towering behemoth said. Here are the 5 Arceus medallions. Take them and bind them.
Swoosh. 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 5 streaks of light appeared out of nowhere and flew towards Ning and the other 4. The Arceus medallions were dark red disc-shaped medallions that were covered with ancient, complicated runes. Ning and the others didn't understand the runes, but could sense that they came from a long time ago, in a universe that was far, far away. They all bound the medallions.
Hegemon. Ning spoke out. Will we be permitted to bring our retainers and servants into the alternate universe? Are they allowed to enter the Arceus region?
The others all looked at the hegemon, because they all had retainers and servants as well.
Anyone below the Downlord level can make use of the transversal conduit, the almighty hegemon said.
As for the Arceus region, they will have to perpetually hide within your estate world treasures, and they can't let any of their auras leak out at all. If they reveal themselves within the Arceus region, they'll suffer an immediate attack from the power of the region. However, if they continuously hide without coming out, they will be safe.
Ning and the others now understood.
They would not be able to leave the estate worlds or even send out their aura or god sense. If that was the case, there was no real point to bringing them. But of course, if you were able to acquire more Arceus medallions, you could gift them to your retainers and servants. They would then be qualified to enter the Arceus region as well, the almighty hegemon suddenly said. Still, I urge you to be more low-key when you enter the Arceus region, as it holds quite a few truly powerful downlords.
Here is a star map of the alternate universe.
It includes all the markers you need to travel from the transversal conduit's exit to the Arceus region, as well as some information regarding this universe. Remember, you are not to reveal this to others. As the almighty hegemon spoke, he bestowed 5 sets of star maps upon them.
Understood.
Ning and the other 4 accepted the maps.
Make your preparations.
3 days from now, we shall meet again outside the Imperial Palace, the almighty hegemon instructed.
Ning returned to the Sword Palace, then met with World God Pilsaint and Su Yuji.
A tremendous opportunity has been made available to me. I'll be heading to an extremely dangerous place. If you follow me, there's a slim chance that you'll gain some karmic fortune from it as well. But of course, when I die you will die as well, Ning said.
Shall you follow me or will you remain here in the Sword Palace?
I'll follow you, Master.
Su Yuji didn't hesitate at all.
I'm not allowed to learn any of the techniques or secret arts of the 12 palaces.
Of course I'll follow you, Master.
Pilsaint agreed.
Ning nodded slowly upon seeing this. He couldn't promise them anything. He hadn't even visited this alternate universe before, after all.
3 days later, Ning, Soulwind, Firesurge, Greatjoy, and Skyfire Brightjoy all gathered together before the gates of the Imperial Palace.
Everyone. The gray humanoid statue suddenly walked towards Ning and the other 4.
I shall escort the 5 of you to the transversal conduit. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 27, Chapter 26, Entering the Alternate Universe. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 26, Entering the Alternate Universe.
The grayish humanoid statue first made some slight alterations to the spacetime transfer array in front of the Imperial Palace, then activated it. Ning, Soulwind, Firesurge, Greatjoy, and Skyfire could sense spacetime twisting around them.
Soon, everything went silent. Ning and the others stared at their new surroundings.
They were at the peak of a towering mountain that was levitating in empty space. At the very apex of the mountain peak sat a white-bearded old man dressed in snowy robes who had 6 curved horns on his head. Ning and the others had seen the almighty hegemon's true form before, and they immediately recognized the old man's aura as that of the hegemons. They immediately bowed respectfully.
Hegemon. This place here is the transversal conduit.
The white-bearded old man pointed at a place halfway up the mountain. At first glance it seemed quite ordinary, but a more careful examination revealed a series of faint, concentric spacetime ripples emanating an aura of incredible power. If the transversal conduit was to collapse with them inside, they would probably all perish. Once you enter the alternate universe, even items like true soul towers and heart lamps will no longer be able to detect whether or not you are still alive, to say nothing of ordinary life tablets, the white-bearded elder said. These are two completely separate universes, after all. But of course, if you have trained in some sort of cloning technique, you can leave a clone behind in this universe. If the other clones all perish, you can rebuild them with your backup clone. That's one way to tell if you are alive or not. All right. Ning and the others all nodded. Heart lamps and true soul towers were attuned directly to one's true soul. Even if one entered the most deadly of locations, they would still be able to sense the presence of your true soul. Alas, if you entered an alternate universe, they would be useless. Life tablets were the most simple and common items used to determine if someone was alive or not. Many special locations were able to completely block the effect of life tablets. In fact, a sufficiently great distance would also be enough to make it impossible for a life tablet to function. No one will be able to assist you on this journey to this alternate universe. Everything will all be up to yourselves, the white-bearded elder said. Go in. After you enter the conduit, make sure you remember to only go forwards and follow the flow. Understood, Ning and the other four acknowledged. They then all turned to walk towards the seemingly ordinary, concentric spacetime ripples. As the five moved closer to the ripples, they quickly began to feel as though they had been dragged into a powerful spacetime whirlpool. The journey through the transversal conduit started off quite calm and peaceful. Soon, however, Ning and the others could sense how space and time were twisting and distorting around them, as were many of the laws they had taken for granted. This was quite a miserable feeling, even their true souls felt stifled and choked. Let's move faster, Prince Greatjoy growled. Forwards, Ning urged. They all suppressed the nauseous feelings they had as they hurriedly flew forwards. In front of them was a dark tunnel which had been formed by rings of spacetime vortices. The black tunnel seemingly had no exit, and the laws of both universes were in force throughout the tunnel. Thankfully, Ning and the others had not yet reached the Downlord level, and so the disturbance they created was fairly minor. If a true Downlord had dared to make use of this transversal conduit, it was very likely that the two differing laws of the two universes would have crushed him to death. Whoosh! Ning and the others continued to fly forwards at high speed. Why is this tunnel so long? How long is this transversal conduit? There seems to be no end to it. Ning and the others had been flying for more than 2 hours by now, but they were still stuck within that tunnel of darkness. They all felt quite nauseous, but at least they weren't at risk of losing their lives. They were all able to resist the uncomfortable feelings. Heartlord Soulwind sent mentally to the others. The hegemon told us to just keep pressing onwards after we enter the tunnel. Let's just keep flying like this. Sooner or later, we'll reach the exit. Right. Waterlord Firesurge nodded as well. A transversal conduit which links two universes. Today, I've finally seen such a thing with my own eyes. Prince Greatjoy laughed loudly. The five of them chatted as they continued to fly forwards, but they soon ran out of topics to talk about and so just continued to fly in silence. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. Ning had never imagined that this transversal conduit would be so long. If this was normal flying, he wouldn't have minded, but this was a place where the laws of two universes were clashing against each other. Every second here felt like an entire miserable year. Why hadn't the almighty hegemon warned them about this? Most likely, he wanted to use it to temper their hearts and wills. In the blink of an eye, 3 full years went by. Wait, what's that? Is that the exit? I think that's the exit. Ning and the others had been flying silently when suddenly, they all revealed looks of great joy. They saw some light sparkling up ahead, breaking up the monotonous darkness of the transversal conduit. It didn't seem as though there was anything past those sparkles of light. It seemed as though they had reached the end. Keep flying. they had no other options but to fly straight towards the light. Whoosh! 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 The 5 of them all flew out of the darkness. What is this place? The 5 of them found themselves within a region of drifting primordial chaos. In front of them was an enormous chaos star that blazed like a giant ball of fire. Due to its close proximity, the surrounding area was illuminated quite brightly by this chaos star. Ning and the others turned to look behind them, only to see an enormous spatial vortex. I imagine there aren't many who would dare to enter this spatial vortex, Heartlord Soulwind laughed. Ning nodded. He himself had arrived in the Badlands territory by leaving the 3 realms through a spatial vortex. There were quite a few such vortices in the endless territories, but because most were naturally formed, they often contained unknown dangers. Generally speaking, cultivators wouldn't dare to risk their lives within one of them. But of course, there were always those like Old Man Yuan or Godfiend Witherspike who would enter the vortices because they were being chased and had nowhere else to flee. They had no choice but to flee into the most dangerous of places. Even if they made it through and were lucky enough to survive, on the other side is the hegemon himself. Prince Greatjoy sent a mental chuckle as well. Can you sense it, everyone? Skyfire Brightshore's eyes were closed as he sent out his senses. It is true. Many of the prime essences in this place are different from ours. Ning was attuning himself to the local prime essences as well. This place was similar to the Endless Territories in that both had a prime essence of the sword, a prince essence of fire, a prime essence of water, a prime essence of lightning, a prime essence of space, and many other types of prime essence. These prime essences were like giant stone pillars that were holding up the entire universe they were in, and the outermost ripples of these prime essences could be sensed and attuned to by cultivators. In this respect, things were exactly the same as they were in the Endless Territories. Thus, cultivation was a similar process as well. However, inside the prime essences things were very different. In the Endless Territories, the prime essence of the sword is more all-encompassing and massive. In this alternate universe, the prime essence of the sword seems to be more reserved but also more savage, Ning mused. The 5 of them were all curiously attuning themselves to the local prime essences. According to our star maps, our current location is quite a long ways off from the Arceus region. Let us head off, gentlemen, Waterlord Firesurge said. Yes, time to head off. Our journey is a long one. Our most important mission right now is to reach the Arceus region safely. Let's go. Although the 5 were all very confident, and although their chances of reaching the Arceus region were quite high, they didn't dare to be reckless. The distance between their location and the Arceus region truly was quite great, as the Arceus region was the core of this entire alternate universe and was truly, indescribably vast. According to their star maps, it would take Ning's group at least 1,500 years to go from the transversal conduit to the Arceus region. They would have go through more than 3,000 territories. World-level cultivators would almost never be willing to take on a journey of such distances, as it would be simply far too dangerous. Who knew when they would perish? It took them 2 months to go to the nearest space-time transfer array. The space-time transfer arrays here were quite similar to the ones in the Endless Territories. Clearly, the 2 universes had very similar systems of cultivation. Be it by flying, teleporting, or using space-time transfer arrays, the group advanced through the alternate universe for more than 100 years. Finally, they reached a specific chaos planet that was the core of a space-time transfer array they had to pass through. Deep within a gorge on this planet, there were a series of estates where other world-level cultivators resided. Crackle! Pop! A figure was seated in the lotus position by the banks of a lake, his entire body wreathed in flames that didn't cause any damage to the nearby mud or grass at all. Swoosh! A streak of light flew towards him from afar. It was a green-haired world god who was carrying a great axe on his back and radiated an aura of great strength. 5 world-level cultivators arrived, the green-haired world god growled. Oh?
5 dared to trespass in our territory? Do they have extraordinary backgrounds?
The flaming figure asked.
They should be outsiders.
I've never seen them before, the green-haired world god said.
Never seen them before?
We should know all of the world-level cultivators in the 10 or so territories around us.
If we don't know them, they must have come from very far away.
The flaming figure let out a hoarse chuckle.
Inform the other leaders.
Begin our preparations for killing these outsiders.
We discovered them, so I insist on getting a full share.
Understood, the green-haired world god said respectfully. By now, we've killed more than 300 world-level cultivators.
Still, that's not enough.
We aren't even close to our quota of 1,000, the flaming figure mused softly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 27, Ambushed. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 27, Ambushed.
Ning's squad of 5 descended upon this chaos planet.
They were able to see the heart of the space-time transfer array far off in the distance.
Here in this alternate universe, cultivators also used chaos nectar and chaos jewels for bartering.
Halt! An elder god standing in front of a beautiful palace suddenly bellowed at them. Although the 5 before him were all world-level cultivators, and although he was merely an elder god, he was a representative of a universe-wide organization which dominated this entire universe, the Church of Annihilation. Every single space-time transfer array in this alternate universe was governed by the Church of Annihilation. No major powers would dare to challenge the might and prestige of the Church of Annihilation.
In this universe, the Church of Annihilation was an utterly exalted and supreme organization.
We are going to the Star of Cricket, Heartlord Soulwind said with a smile. Here in the alternate universe, it was usually Soulwind's responsibility to meet and speak with the locals.
The space-time transfer array is currently under maintenance. It'll be half a month before it can be activated, the elder god said. Half a month?
Ning and the others looked at each other, feeling quite helpless.
Space-time transfer arrays did indeed require maintenance and repairs.
If they were not given the proper maintenance, these ancient devices would slowly begin to break down.
Ning's group had no choice but to leave for now.
They traveled a few hundred kilometers away and landed within a beautiful mountain valley.
Let's wait here for half a month, Heartlord Soulwind said.
The Church of Annihilation truly is incredible.
It was actually able to take complete control over this entire alternate universe.
The endless territories is just one part of our own universe, but it's still divided up into many different organizations, Prince Greatjoy sent mentally.
He couldn't help but sigh.
In the endless territories, more than 99% of the people belong to the Tao Alliance, but the Tao Alliance is dispersed into many different locations. Everyone operates independently, with some training and some fighting. As for the space-time transfer arrays, the local schools and sects are allowed to run them.
Ning chuckled as well.
The Tao Alliance was quite relaxed, but that was why Ning liked it. It granted freedom and governed on a principle of non-governance. Cultivators, by our very nature, wish for freedom, Soulwind said. The reason why the Brightshore Kingdom is so unified is because the almighty hegemon is so strong as to completely overpower everyone else.
The reason why the Ionians are so unified is because if they aren't unified, they'll be wiped out as a race. The Tao Alliance is simply too strong, forcing them to be unified if they wish to survive.
The reason why those other top-tier organizations are unified is also because they are few in number.
They can't not be unified. And this alternate universe? Fire Surge asked. Ning was curious as well. For this universe to be completely unified is truly inconceivable. Absolutely. The 5 of them were all extraordinary figures.
In the future, if they worked hard in their cultivation, they would become truly monstrous Tao Lords. They were all very proud individuals, but they felt the utmost of admiration and awe towards this organization which had dominated and unified an entire universe. The five of them continued to wait there quietly, drinking while chatting. But of course, when they discussed sensitive matters, they sent mental messages to each other. Their faces tightened at the exact same instant. Boom! The world around them changed as countless roaring waves came crashing out towards them in an apocalyptic scene. The waves swept straight towards the five of them, and at the edges of the endless waves there were a number of world-level cultivators who were riding the waves forward. They stared at Ning's group of five, their eyes filled with murderous intentions.
We've just been waylaid. Ning's group knew what was happening.
Elder brothers, let me handle these waves.
Fire Surge was dressed in deep blue robes and his face was grim and cold.
He was quite humble when speaking to Ning and the other three, but he was filled with nothing besides icy contempt towards these attacking cultivators.
He waved his hand.
Boom! A ring of seemingly ordinary black water began to spread out in every direction around him. The ring of black water was able to easily defend against the roaring waves.
What? The Empyrean Divine Water Formation we set up using 109 world-level cultivators was blocked with such ease?
The attackers were all horrified and shocked.
Break!
Fire Surge let out a cold snort, and the roaring waves of water suddenly were pushed backwards, causing the entire formation to collapse.
It was only meant to bind and capture them anyhow. If we can't capture them, we will just kill them.
A golden-winged world god issued mental orders to the others. Although he could tell that Fire Surge wasn't an easy person to deal with, he was very confident in his group's abilities. Given their overwhelming advantage in numbers, he truly felt no concern whatsoever. The awe-inspiring horde of world-level cultivators suddenly switched to a different formation, causing blurry light to spread out amongst their ranks. All of them were now reinforced by the formation they were using, and they charged towards Ning's group.
They really are courting death.
Prince Greatjoy let out a cold laugh as he slapped out with his left hand. His left palm instantly expanded to become 30,000 meters in size, and it emanated an aura of dazzling golden light.
This dazzling golden palm moved terrifyingly fast as space-time twisted and distorted in front of it.
It was clearly quite far away from the attackers, but it somehow appeared directly in front of them in an instant.
Boom! 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 Every single world-level cultivator touched by the golden palm was reduced to dust. Is that a Dao Lord? That has to be a Dao Lord. What the hell is going on? He clearly has the aura of a world god. He's actually a Dao Lord pretending to be a world god.
The attackers were instantly scared silly.
Skyfire Brightshore let out a laugh.
There are quite a few attackers.
Let me handle them. Gwar! Skyfire opened his mouth and let out a loud, furious roar as flames began to belch forth. The flames instantly covered the entire area and began blasting out in every direction.
It must be understood that although Prince Greatjoy was very strong, each of his palm strikes was only able to kill roughly 10 or so world-level cultivators at once. This ring of fire, however, spread out in every direction.
There was no way for anyone to run at all. Aha! Some of the weaker Chaos Immortals were instantly burnt into dust.
Even the world gods with weaker bodies were burnt to ashes.
Run away immediately.
These 5 world-level cultivators are way too strong, but
they are probably all transcendent world gods. Why is our luck such shit?
Some of the strongest world gods, along with ones who had access to decent protective divine abilities, were able to endure the roaring flames. Just over 20 of them were able to survive and quickly began to flee in every direction. Although some of them were incredibly strong, they no longer wished to continue this fight against Ning's group.
Ning nodded as he watched.
The flames which Skyfire Brightshore had unleashed seemed to be slightly more powerful than his Chaos level, Novescence Thunder, technique had been.
Skyfire, let me give you a hand. Ning let out a chuckle. Whoosh!
7 streaks of Tao lightning and 7 streams of Tao water instantly spread out to cover an area of 1,000,000 kilometers, catching all of the fleeing world gods within their area of effect. The Tao lightning and the Tao water were simply too fast, there was no way for them to escape. The lightning and water all transformed into enormous greatswords that danced through the skies. The entire region of 1,000,000 kilometers became transformed into an enormous domain of chaotic might. The terrifyingly powerful sword intent filling this domain tore at the bodies of every single world god, resulting in many of them ground to dust by the clashing and grinding power of the lightning sword intent and water sword intent. It was like an enormous millstone had ground them to bits. The yin-yang sword domain, at maximum power, was something which quickly caused even Tao lords of the first step to perish. Even if Ning expanded the zone to cover an area of 1,000,000 kilometers, Tao lords of the first step would still suffer very heavy injuries, to say nothing of these world-level cultivators. Brother Dark North, your domain truly is formidable. Let me finish the stragglers. Heartlord Soulwind let out a laugh, then turned his gaze to the 2 world gods who had made it very far away and were still struggling to flee. Why are they this powerful? Even our transcendent world gods were wiped out? But where the hell did these 5 come from? The 2 world gods who had managed to survive the yin-yang sword domain were terrified senseless by now. Of the 2, one was a transcendent world god while the other was merely a supreme world god. The one thing they shared in common was that both had incredibly powerful protective divine abilities. There was no way for them to actually escape the domain itself, but their bodies were tough enough to let them survive for a moment longer. What is going? Death, sweet death. Once I die, I'll have no more worries. Boom! Boom! The 2 world gods simultaneously fell to the ground, completely lifeless. Heartlord Soulwind's lips curved upwards slightly. Those 2 were both elite world gods, but you were able to make them both commit suicide, Soulwind. Admirable, admirable. Ning nodded. They were utterly terrified and driven to the brink of despair by your attacks, my friends. That's why it was so easy for me to deal with them. Heartlord Soulwind smiled. Ning and the other 3, however, were still shocked by what had happened. The ability to force a world god to commit suicide? Although the 4 of them were impressive, none of them were capable of such a thing. True Heartforce cultivators really were terrifying. The 5 of them quickly cleaned up the battlefield, getting rid of the corpses and dividing up the spoils. These world-level cultivators weren't bad. They were fairly strong. Prince Greatjoy frowned. There were actually more than 10 supreme world gods and 3 or 4 transcendent world gods. It doesn't really make sense for there to have been that many transcendent world gods, does it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 28, The Reason. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 28, The Reason. The alternate universe is fairly similar to our own. Ning also felt that something was off. Logically speaking, less than 1 in 1,000 world gods would have reached a transcendent level of power. For this group of 100 world-level cultivators to have so many supreme world gods and 3 or 4 transcendent world gods doesn't make sense. Where the hell did they come from? Ning and the other 4 had effortlessly dominated the group, not giving them any chance to fight back before perishing. Thus, Ning's group was only able to come to a general approximation regarding how strong they were. Let me take a look. Skyfire Brightshore immediately soared into the skies, then cast his gaze down upon the entire Chaos Planet as his eyes blazed with fire. Let me take a look on the other side of the Chaos Planet. The Chaos Planet was a sphere, and on the other side of the planet they ended up finding a large number of estates. They should be residing in that place. Soulwind cast his gaze downwards. And I see quite a few restrictive formations. There's no way to use Godsense to scan the place.
We killed 126 world-level cultivators, but there are nearly 150 estates there. Ning frowned. Are there still others? Even if there are, they would have fled, Prince Greatjoy said. This guess was correct. A group of 19 world-level cultivators were hiding within an empty part of the primordial chaos. All of them had ugly looks on their faces as they traded glances. In their eyes could be seen both terror and joy. Thank goodness we were responsible for keeping watch over the headquarters. That was terrifying. All those life tablets went poof in an instant. None of them survived. When they thought back to the sight of all those life tablets shattering at the same instant, they couldn't help but be seized by terror once more. The world-level cultivators had all left behind life tablets so that the others would know if they were alive or not. Just now, when this group had been convening in their headquarters, they realized to their astonishment that a total of 126 life tablets had shattered apart in the same instant. Even the life tablets of the terrifyingly strong transcendent world gods who they had dreaded were quickly shattered. It had been a complete massacre. Although they didn't personally witness the battle, the wholesale annihilation of the life tablets was enough for them to guess at what had happened. They had been so terrified that they immediately fled from their headquarters and used a spatial teleportation to escape. Some of them had extremely powerful protective divine abilities. Logically speaking, even if they were attacked by Dowlords, they would have merely been captured and drawn into magic treasures to be slowly ground down. But all those life tablets shattered in almost the blink of an eye. What the hell did they run into? Those 5 world-level cultivators, was a major power hiding amongst their ranks? The lucky survivors speculated wildly, but were unable to go beyond speculation. They would never dare to return to that place. And so, just like that, this formidable local organization disappeared, never to be heard of again. This group of world-level cultivators truly had been quite powerful. Unfortunately, they had run into Ning's group of 5. These 5 were the most freakishly talented of the freakishly talented. Anyone besides the 5 of them would have found it extremely difficult to deal with this group. For fear that this matter might have unexpected repercussions, Ning's group decided to temporarily hide within a vacant region of primordial chaos as Prince Greatjoy stealthily investigated the matter. Given my abilities, not even Dowlords would be able to detect my actions unless they are even stronger than I am in the Tao of spacetime. In terms of mastery over spacetime, Prince Greatjoy's level of expertise was superior to even that of many Dowlords of the second step who specialized in the Tao of spacetime. As for those who weren't particularly skilled, not even Dowlords of the fourth step would be able to discover any traces of him. This was why the Tao of spacetime was such a terrifying Tao. Nothing seems to be happening whatsoever. It seems as though that was nothing more than an ordinary robbery attempt. Bandits were common in every universe, and there were many within the Brightshore Kingdom as well. Even in the Endless Territories, there were world-level cultivators who delighted in waylaying and robbing others. This was the fastest way of acquiring treasures, a way far faster and safer than adventuring in ruins left behind by Dowlords. A sufficiently prepared ambush was far safer than adventuring in unexplored regions. Time slowly flowed on. Ning's group continued to advance, behaving even more cautiously than before as they moved through one territory after another. Despite that, they still suffered yet another ambush. Even though they were moving with extreme caution, they had suffered 2 consecutive ambushes in a row. As for the results there were no surprises whatsoever. Anyone who dared to ambush Ning's group was absolutely courting death. Rumble. 3 world gods were swept away by an enormous wave of water and smashed violently upon the ground. The earth shuddered and split apart from the force of the collision. The 3 world gods hurriedly rose to their feet, then stared in terror at the 5 world-level cultivators who were slowly descending upon them from the skies. They are terrifyingly strong. Way too strong. How can world gods be this strong? The eyes of the 3 world gods were filled with terror. They would never forget what they had just seen. That terrifying finger art, every single wave of the finger had caused world-level cultivators to perish. That terrifying wave, it had crushed more than half of them to death in an instant. As for the ones who wanted to flee, they were slain by crashing bolts of lightning. In the end, only the 3 of them had managed to survive, and only because their foes let them live. Only now did they realize that it was possible for world-level cultivators to reach such a level of power. "You can continue to live," Prince Greatjoy said coldly, "but you have to do as I say." Why yes. The 3 world gods hurriedly nodded. "Swear a lifeblood oath that you will never divulge what happened today to anyone. In addition, swear that you will honestly answer any questions we ask you," Prince Greatjoy ordered grimly. Yes. The 3 world gods didn't even think about fighting back or arguing as they all obediently swore the lifeblood oaths. All 3 of them were dressed in gray armored robes. Normally, these gray-robed cultivators were viewed as nightmares by other cultivators, but today they were filled with the utmost of reverence towards their captors. They put away their gray armored robes and lowered their heads, for fear of offending the 5 before them. "Why did you attempt to waylay us?" Prince Greatjoy asked as Ning and the others watched. "There were only 5 of you, and all of you were world-level cultivators. We thought you'd be easy to deal with." A skinny man with a long beard hurried to be the first to respond. "No other reasons? You were going to kill us just because we were easy targets?" Prince Greatjoy was puzzled, and he swept his gaze across the other 2. "Right. That is the case." The 3 all immediately nodded. Ning and the others exchanged a glance. This was the 3rd time they had been ambushed in the past month. It must be understood that it would take them roughly 1,000 years to travel from the transversal conduit to the Arceus region. It would make sense for them to be ambushed once every decade, but for them to be ambushed 3 times in 1 month made no sense. And yet, apparently this was nothing more than a normal attempt at highway robbery. "We were ambushed 3 times in 1 month." Prince Greatjoy frowned. "Do you know why?" "You don't know?" The skinny, bearded world god looked at him. "Speak." Prince Greatjoy's eyes lit up, as did the eyes of Ning and the others. "Because of 9 god stars," the prisoner said hurriedly. 9 god stars has already formally announced its criteria for accepting new disciples. Ning and the others exchanged a glance. 9 god stars was an extremely large organization. They only accept world-level cultivators as new members, and you have to have personally slain at least 1,000 other world-level cultivators before you are qualified to join them, the bearded man said. Once news of this spread, not only did this cause an enormous stir in the 18 territories next to 9 godstars, it also caused a stir in hundreds of nearby territories. Many extremely powerful world-level cultivators began to furiously hunt down and kill down other world-level cultivators. It has been an absolute massacre. Weaker cultivators like us have nowhere to hide, and so we have to join together in large numbers to stay safe. What? You have to kill 1,000 world-level cultivators in order to become a member of the sect? Skyfire Brightshore was shocked. That's a bit crazy. Heartlord Soulwind frowned. This entrance requirement, Ning shook his head. To kill 1,000 world-level cultivators was an extremely difficult. Even enslaved, oathbound world-level slaves were only willing to serve because it gave them a chance to stay alive. If a master insisted on slaying his slaves, the slave would probably go all out in fighting back. If the slave was going to die no matter what, he would generally prefer to die fighting. When Dowlord Windsource was about to die, his slaves would often curse and berate him as they no longer had anything to fear. Even if you were an extremely powerful cultivator, after many battles, some unexpected variables might occur. You might have worked hard to kill several hundred cultivators, only to end up dead in ditch for some reason. To actually kill 1,000 would be very, very difficult. 9 Godstars is the #1 sect within hundreds of territories, after all. Next to the bearded man was an extremely muscular world god dressed in scale armor. He said hurriedly, 9 Godstars has 9 major branches, and each branch is led by a major power who is at the verge of the downmerge. As for its most powerful expert, that person is ranked as one of the elite paladins of the Church of Annihilation. Ning's group knew all this. The Church of Annihilation was in control of this entire alternate universe and was an utterly enormous organization. The paladins of the Church of Annihilation held high positions and were extremely respected. 9 Godstars will only be accepting 18 disciples this time, the Scaled World God said hurriedly. They'll stop once the final slot is taken. I hear that the top 3 will be given Arceus medallions and be sent to the legendary Arceus region. Arceus medallions? Ning and the others were all intrigued. Arceus medallions were extremely valuable. The almighty Hegemon had sent his will through the transversal conduit and used many schemes but had only been able to accumulate a few of those medallions over the course of countless years. That's why everyone in the surrounding territories has gone mad. Not only will they have a chance of becoming a disciple, they'll even have a chance of gaining a legendary Arceus medallion. All of the transcendent world-level cultivators in the nearby territories have all hastened over here. There's nowhere for weaker world gods like us to run. The bearded man shook his head. That's why you'll encounter ambushes throughout these territories. Most likely, it'll only come to an end after 9 Godstars accepts its 18th and final disciple. Finally, Ning's group had an answer as to why there was such a high concentration of powerful cultivators. It was because the weaker ones had all been killed. The ones still alive were fairly strong, and some had actually hastened to this place from other territories. If they knew that all 5 of us each hold an Arceus medallion, I can't even imagine how many world gods would come to surround and attack us. There might even be Dowlords coming for us. Skyfire Brightshore sent an amused mental message to the others. We definitely can't let them find out. Now that they knew the reason behind this, they still felt some pressure, but they also felt much more relaxed. It seems as though we will often be attacked over the next century or so, Prince Greatjoy sent. Everyone, let's not be too reckless. The mighty 9 Godstars sect is behind this matter. If we attract the attention of their experts, we will be doomed. Right. Ning and the others all nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 27, Chapter 29, Adventures. Book 27, 12 Palaces, Chapter 29, Adventures. Ning and the others were very careful. However, the 9 Godstars sect had sent out dozens of Dowlords of the first step to keep watch over the place, with the goal of preventing some truly dazzlingly talented world-level cultivators from being surrounded, trapped, and killed. These Dowlords had all broken through via usage of pseudo-samsara pills. These Dowlords of the first step were scattered across the local territories, keeping a secret lookout for particularly dazzling and talented world-level cultivators. If they found one, they would be permitted to return to the sect in advance. When roaming, they would actively emanate their samsara Dowlord auras, making it so that the world-level cultivators would not dare to act against them. There was a significant difference in power between them and samsara Dowlords, after all. Ning, for example, would probably be merely a match for Dowlords of the first step if he was relying solely on his sword arts. It was thanks to the Azure Flower Mist energy strengthening his body and making it comparable to a Daelord's that he was able to rise above them in power. Fire Surge, Greatjoy, and the others had their own divine abilities and secret arts as well. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to rely on mere divine abilities to defeat those at a completely different level. The Fogstone Apocalypse was a very good example of a divine ability that didn't qualify. Only some truly, devastatingly powerful divine abilities would do the trick, such as the 5 Seals Sword Dao of Emperor Mirrors now. Alas, there was no way for Ning to use it. Mighty divine abilities, secret arts, powerful innate gifts like Skyfire's, supportive techniques like Ning's Azure Flower Mist energy, this was what was needed, along with ridiculously profound insights into the Dao, for a world-level cultivator to be able to slay a downlord of the first step. And of course, not even the likes of Birchelu would be able to slay a downlord of the second step. Thus, it was generally quite safe for downlords of the first step to be used to patrol most territories. But of course, the 9 Godstars sect naturally would keep this type of mission a secret. Those world-level cultivators all believed that the only way to succeed was by killing 1,000 of their peers, which was why they remained as berserk as ever. Damn. 16 years after they entered the sphere of influence of the 9 Godstars sect, Ning and the others were in an empty part of space. They exchanged glances with each other, their faces grim. Greatjoy, you were a bit rash this time. Heartlord Soulwind had a rather ugly look on his face as he stared at the magic treasures and suits of armor floating in front of them. We had no other options. When we refused to follow that downlord of the first step, he tried to abduct us by force. You know that we cannot reveal our true identities. Prince Greatjoy had an ugly look on his face as well as he spoke mentally to the other 4. We lied to him and told him that we are members of other sects, but he completely ignored us. We had no choice but to kill him. We killed a downlord of the 9 Godstars sect, even though he was merely a downlord of the first step. I'm sure that the 9 Godstars sect has already found out and is sending people to investigate. Fire Surge was worried as well. Ning and Skyfire both had solemn looks on their faces as well. What were they to do? The actual killing had been quite enjoyable. That downlord of the first step had been courting death, acting and speaking in such a dominating manner towards them. Any of the 5 were capable of slaughtering that downlord. But in the end, it had been Prince Greatjoy who punched out with a fist and completely crushed him to death. We had no other options, but don't worry, Prince Greatjoy sent. Although the 9 Godstars sect would immediately be notified of his death, it'll take them some time for their investigators to be sent out and to arrive at this place. And they can forget about discovering anything. Prince Greatjoy's eyes were as cold as ice. Give me 1 hour. I will completely scramble spacetime here and make it impossible for them to invert the flow of time, unless they bring someone who is 10 times more skilled than myself in the Tao of spacetime. All right. Ning and the others felt stunned. Right. Greatjoy had reached a tremendously high level of skill in the Tao of spacetime. If he was to scramble spacetime in the surrounding area, it would be difficult for even the 9 Godstars sect to find out what had happened here. At the very least, it would buy them some time. Ugh. They had been doing their best to be low-key, but it was impossible for them to completely avoid showing at least part of their true power when they had to deal with so many ambushes. In addition, they had no idea that there were downlords patrolling about in secret. In the end, one of them actually chased the 5 of them down. The 5 didn't dare to actually go visit the 9 Godstars sect, as once their identities were revealed they would quite possibly face annihilation. Ning's group destroyed all the evidence at the scene and scrambled spacetime, then transformed into different appearances. They even summoned quite a few world-level retainers and servants from their estate worlds, then continued to venture forth in a 9 cultivator squad. Things happened just as they had predicted. Roughly 2 years later, a downlord of the third step from the 9 Godstars sect arrived in the place where they had slain the first downlord. Given how powerful the 9 Godstars sect was, for them to calculate where their downlord had died was an easy task. But of course, to actually divine the identity of the killer was virtually impossible. When World God Northrest had died, there had been no way for Vast Heaven Palace to divine who had done it. They had to have more variables to work with in order to lower the difficulty of the numeracy divination. Spacetime has been scrambled here. When the downlord of the third step sought to reverse the flow of time and see what had happened, all he saw was a field of completely distorted and chaotic spacetime. There was no way to investigate at all. Did that servant of mine offend a major power who was skilled in the Tao of spacetime? The downlord murmured to himself, perhaps my servant offended him, resulting in my servant being killed, and yet, that major power did not wish to become an enemy of our 9 Godstars sect, and so he scrambled spacetime here? Tao lords who walked the Tao of spacetime were notoriously tough to deal with. When this Tao lord of the third step realized that spacetime had been completely scrambled here, he couldn't help but feel sour about this matter. In the end, the Nine Godstars sect was still the most dominating force in the hundreds of nearby territories. How could they possibly just let this matter come to an end? However, if they wanted to get to the bottom of this matter, they would have to invite a true master of the Tao of spacetime to head out from their headquarters and investigate in person. The entire sect, however, only had 2 Tao lords who were skilled in the Tao of spacetime. One was a Tao lord of the second step, while the other was a venerable figure who had reached the verge of the Tao merge and was the third most respected figure of the entire sect. The Tao lord of the second step wasn't willing to take the risk, whereas there was no one capable of giving orders to the verge-level Tao lord. Thus, more than 100 years passed before the latter finally decided to head out and take a look. What's this? When this mighty Tao lord unscrambled spacetime, he was immediately shocked and stunned by what he discovered. 5 world-level cultivators? One of them attacked and slew a Tao lord of the first step with a single blow? This Tao lord was stunned. Where the hell did these freaks come from? Although I wasn't able to see how strong the other 4 were, this one is incredibly strong. And, judging from how he scrambled spacetime, he has to be an extremely skilled master of the Tao of spacetime. Where the hell did they come from? Not even the entire Nine Godstars sect had a single disciple who was this freakishly talented. There was no way for him to know, of course, that this man was an honorary disciple of an almighty hegemon in a different universe and one of the most elite members of the Brightshore Kingdom. The Nine Godstars sect was nothing compared to the Brightshore Kingdom. It must be understood that the Brightshore Kingdom had entire squads of freakishly strong Tao lords who were comparable to eternal emperors. We have to find and recruit this person into our Nine Godstars sect. I'll chase him down. He gave the order, and the entire Nine Godstars sect sprang into action. He truly would have loved to take on such a freakishly talented disciple. He himself walked the Tao of spacetime, and it was incredibly rare for him to encounter someone of such talent who walked his Tao. Alas, by this point in time Ning's group of 5 had long ago escaped from the Nine Godstars sect's sphere of influence. The Nine Godstars sect was extremely influential in their local cluster of several hundred territories, but beyond that their influence and power dropped rapidly. Aside from their slaying of that Tao lord of the first step, Ning's group encountered another extremely dangerous situation during their journey. Ning's group accidentally ran into a nation of special lifeforms that was wandering the primordial chaos. That nation of special lifeforms was actually established atop the shell of an utterly enormous turtle, and the turtle-like creature was clearly in a state of hibernation, slumbering as it drifted through the void of space. This part of the journey should have been a safe one. Who would have thought that they'd run into such an unusual nation? Ning's group ran into this nation by accident, and they were immediately attacked by one of those special lifeforms which sought to eat them alive. Ning's group was forced to fight back, which only attracted the attention of even more of those special lifeforms. Fortunately, that giant slumbering turtle did not wake up. Ning and the others all had the feeling that the turtle's aura was utterly terrifying. Once it woke up, it would be incredibly easy for it to kill all 5 of them. No matter what they would have tried, they still probably wouldn't have been able to survive the slumbering turtle's attack. In the end, Ning and the others joined forces and managed to just barely escape. From start to finish, they didn't dare to actually kill so much as a single one of those special lifeforms, for fear of stirring the hornet's nest and waking that giant turtle. Aside from the Nine Godstars sect and the Titanic turtle, the other problems they encountered were largely irrelevant. The Arceus region. We've finally arrived. Ning's group of 5 stood in the air, staring off into the distance. In front of them was a region filled with countless roiling clouds that flickered with violet light. This gigantic region covered by clouds was the Arceus region. But of course, this was nothing more than the tip of the iceberg, a minuscule part of the massive, actual region. None of them even knew exactly how far off the Arceus region stretched. After journeying for 1,605 years,
Ning's group had finally reached the Arceus region. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 1, The World Within the Arceus Region. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 1, The World Within the Arceus Region. The Arceus region was the core of this entire alternate universe. According to legend, it was the place where this universe itself had originated from, and it was filled with both danger and opportunity. Every single world-level cultivator would be berserk for the chance to enter it, and even Dowlords would vie for the chance. Whoosh! 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 5 streaks of light flew into the cloudy mists at the borders of the Arceus region, delving deeper and deeper inside. Can you sense it? Skyfire Brightshore sent a rather excited mental message. Yes. Fire Surge nodded. What a unique sensation. Heartlord Soulwind nodded as well. It truly is quite marvelous. Prince Greatjoy sighed in amazement. Ning was amazed as well as he carefully attuned himself to these sensations. Ever since he had flown into the Arceus region, he had been able to sense an invisible aura of power which completely covered the entire region. This power was the power of the Arceus region itself. If the 5 of them didn't have access to an Arceus medallion, they probably would have been instantaneously crushed into dust. They could sense that this mighty power originated from some place at the very heart of the vast Arceus region. That direction, there. Skyfire Brightshore pointed towards the distance. That's the place we need to go to. The heart of the Arceus region. Ning and the others all nodded. The star maps had included a detailed path from the transversal conduit to the Arceus region. However, after they actually entered the Arceus region, they would have to depend on their own senses to advance towards the heart of the region. The center of the Arceus region was a place which every cultivator dreamed of entering. Perhaps the journey would result in some adventures that would test them and allow them to grow more powerful and evolve, but the center, that was the place where the true transformation would occur. Gentlemen, same rules as always. I'll be the one to teleport us, Prince Greatjoy sent mentally. All right. Sorry to trouble you, Brother Greatjoy. Ning and the others did not decline. It must be understood that the Arceus region was most likely as large as the entire Endless Territories. To go from the border regions to its heart would probably take trillions of years if one wished to physically fly through it. It must be remembered that Ning had long ago sworn a lifeblood oath to reach Vast Heaven Palace within a single chaos cycle. Chaos cycles, however, were extremely long and were calculated in the trillions of years. Thus, Ning still had plenty of time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Prince Greatjoy produced a flying vessel which Ning and the others then entered. Prince Greatjoy took personal control over the vessel, sending it hurtling through the Arceus region at high speeds as he teleported again and again. Every single spatial teleportation allowed them to cover an extremely great distance. Given Prince Greatjoy's mastery over the Tao of spacetime, roughly 100 teleportations would be enough to allow them to traverse a single territory. In the normal universe, territories were located extremely far away from each other. The distance between 2 territories could be 100 times greater than the size of each territory. Based on what my senses are telling me, the heart of the Arceus region is quite far away from us. If we keep teleporting like this, it'll take us at least 10,000 years to reach it, Prince Greatjoy said. That is assuming, of course, that we don't encounter any dangers. In reality, this place will be full of danger. Let's just keep advancing step by step, Soulwind said. We'll fight fire with fire, Ning laughed. Whoosh! The second day after they entered the Arceus region. They had just performed yet another spatial teleportation. When the shuttle came to a halt. Quick, look! Prince Greatjoy's face tightened. Eh? Ning and the others looked over. Ning stared past a faint layer of mist and was able to see an utterly enormous continent floating in space. Although there was a barrier of mist between them, Ning was still able to see out to a distance of 1,000,000,000 kilometers. He instantly saw that this continent had a few figures residing within it. He was able to make out a few dozen figures in total. Cultivators? Ning frowned. Dozens of them? Why are there so many? Prince Greatjoy was surprised as well. Based on what they knew, one had to have an Arceus medallion in order to enter the Arceus region. This was true even for weaker cultivators like Elder Gods, Ancestral Immortals, True Gods, or True Immortals. Anyone who didn't have a medallion would be crushed by the power of the Arceus region. There were very, very few Arceus medallions. They had spent 1,000 years traveling through many different territories, and as a result they had come to understand just how rare these items were. Logically speaking, it should have been almost impossible for them to encounter large numbers of cultivators bearing Arceus medallions because of how rare those things were and how vast the Arceus region was. They had only expected to encounter other cultivators after they actually entered the heart of the Arceus region. Something doesn't make sense. They give me an odd feeling. Heartlord Soulwind shook his head slowly. It feels as though the invisible power of the Arceus region is protecting them, rather than oppressing them. Right. That really does seem to be the case. The others quickly noticed this as well. They had entered bearing Arceus medallions, and so the Arceus region did not harm them. However, those dozens of distant figures were actually being supported and protected by the power of the Arceus region. They are moving very slowly, Ning said mentally. In fact, they are flying at ridiculously slow speeds. Most likely, even average Empyrean gods and celestial immortals would fly much faster than them. Whoosh! The vessel slowly advanced towards the borders of that vast, levitating continent. Ning and the others all flew out of the vessel. Let me take a look. Heartlord Soulwind stared hard at a nearby figure who was nearly 300 million kilometers away. He sent an invisible wave of heart force out to completely cover that figure. He is very weak. He's an ordinary mortal who hasn't even undergone the celestial tribulation. Strictly speaking, he would be considered at the Wanxian level, Heartlord Soulwind said. A mortal? Ning and the others were all surprised. In the three realms, it was said that after surviving the celestial tribulation, one would be no longer subject to the rules of the three realms and the fetters of the five elements. Prior to overcoming the tribulation, one would be constrained by the rules of that world. These people were referred to as mortals by powerful cultivators. Are there actually mortals who live here in the Arceus region? Ning and the others were all puzzled. Let's take a look and see, Heartlord Soulwind said. He took a single step forwards, causing the space around him to shimmer as he teleported 300 million kilometers and moved close to that distant mortal lifeform. Let's take a look as well. The others all teleported forwards as well. Daoist Rainskill was riding on a magic treasure as she engaged in careful exploration. She could be considered a beautiful woman who was quite famous. In just 100 short years, she had reached the core formation stage. I'm now in the deep rest reaches of the Western Wastes. Daoist Rainskill was extremely cautious. I hear that at the end of the Western Wastes lies the endless chaos storms. I've never seen the chaos storms before. I was lucky enough to be teleported deep into the Western Wastes. I can't waste this chance to check it out. Suddenly, a bald man dressed in fiery robes suddenly appeared in the air directly above the marsh in front of Daoist Rainskill. Moments later, several other figures appeared as well. There was a youth dressed in deep blue robes, a white-robed youth carrying a sword on his back, a black-robed man who wore a crown on his head, and a youth with long, crimson hair. All of them looked extraordinary. What? They can actually teleport straight into the Western Wastes? Daoist Rainskill was badly startled. The Western Wastes was a chaotic place that was quite close to the endless chaos storms.
space was extremely unstable here. Only the grand cultivators were able to teleport in places like this. Rainskill pays her respects to you all, seniors. Taoist Rainskill was extremely respectful. We wish to ask you some questions. Solwind smiled. Without even realizing it, Taoist Rainskill began to relax. In her heart, she began to view this man as person who she completely trusted. Ask away, senior. How large is this continent? How many living beings does it hold? Solwind asked. This place is the North Spring continent. It is unimaginably vast and holds countless living beings, Taoist Rainskill said. The number of cultivators and monsters in this place is numerous beyond count, much less mortals and ordinary beasts. Ning and the others exchanged looks, all rather surprised. There were actually countless living beings here? But this place here is the Western Wastes. Space is distorted here, making it impossible for mortals to survive in such a place. Only cultivators would dare to delve deep into this place, Taoist Rainskill said. What is the highest level of cultivation in this continent? Solwind asked. First, you have the Qi condensation stage. Then, you have the foundation stage. Next comes the core formation stage, and the highest stage is the tribulation stage, Taoist Rainskill said. The highest stage is the tribulation stage? Solwind followed up on this. There are none stronger than the tribulation stage? What happens after the tribulation? After the tribulation, you ascend, of course. Taoist Rainskill said, you ascend to the immortal realm. There's no way back from there. Are there any continents aside from the North Spring continent? Solwind asked. There are. If you go through the ancient transfer arrays, you can reach some other continents, Taoist Rainskill said. From our North Spring continent, we can reach an incredibly distant continent known as the Black Fiend continent as well as a place known as the Astral Ocean. I don't know about any other locations. All right. Heartlord Solwind nodded slowly, then looked at the others. Let's go. Ning and the others nodded, quickly disappearing as they left this place. Taoist Rainskill felt her mind go blurry for a moment. What the hell? I actually started to daydream in a place like this? She had no recollection of her meeting with Ning's group at all. But I feel very comfortable right now. Taoist Rainskill felt a very comfortable feeling permeate through her entire body. What? I've reached the peak of the core formation stage? And why does it seem as though my body has been completely transformed? Taoist Rainskill was now truly stunned. What she didn't know was that Heartlord Solwind had given her a glance as he left, bestowing a small parting gift upon her. As for Ning's group, they now stood once more at the margins of this vast continent. I never would have thought that the Arceus region can give birth to living creatures as well, Ning mused softly. Any environment can potentially give birth to living beings, Solwind sent back. The almighty Hegemon captured quite a few cultivators from this universe but was only able to learn a few things about the Arceus region. It makes sense that there is a great deal of information we were unaware of. Ning and the others nodded. Just now, they tested out the process of teleporting some people from the estate worlds they held. They had all brought out people who had committed tremendous sins and were viledoers. Unexpectedly, all of them were able to survive here in the Arceus region. Just now, that young lady spoke of ascending to the immortal realm after the tribulation. Prince Greatjoy's eyes narrowed. As you all know, once you overcome the tribulation you'll escape the rules and confines of a world. That means you will no longer be protected by the Arceus region itself. Without an Arceus medallion, you'd be instantly crushed to death. Most likely, those ascendants all ascended to certain estate worlds which are probably under the control of major powers who live here in the Arceus region. In other words, it is very likely that behind this continent is a Dao Lord. A Dao Lord? Ning and the others nodded.
In the three realms or other chaos worlds, those who ascended and became immortals or gods would still be able to come and visit the mortal lands. However, here in the Arceus region there was no coming back from ascension. Clearly, this was all due to the power of the Arceus region, which ensured there was no way for them to return. If they wished to survive, they would only be able to do so by living in estate world treasures. Ning's group naturally wouldn't worry about them, but downlords were definitely worthy of their attention and concern. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 2, Spatial Tempests. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 2, Spatial Tempests. It's also possible that I'm just overthinking things, Solwind said with a laugh. There may be many things in the Arceus region unknown to us. None of them dared claim they knew everything about this place. Did the mortals of the Arceus region go to a Daelord's estate world after ascending, or did they go into some other special place? None of them were certain. Still, they had to remain vigilant. Given their current level of power, battles against Daelords were still quite risky for them. Let's go, Prince Greatjoy sent. Ning and the others re-entered his flying vessel, then quietly and stealthily departed from this enormous continent and continued their journey via teleportation through the Arceus region. 1 year. 10 years. 100 years. The 5 of them continued to advance carefully. The Arceus region truly was the core of this entire alternate universe, the place from which everything had first arisen. This place was filled with countless marvels and dangers as well as quite a few precious treasures. Ning's group, however, didn't dare to be too greedy. They did their best to avoid as many danger zones as they could, but they still encountered trouble on quite a few occasions. Roughly 1,308 years after they had entered the Arceus region, they encountered an extremely powerful Daelord. They had come incredibly close to dying that time. They had been teleporting through space using their flying vessel when all of a sudden, they discovered a green-robed Daelord had suddenly appeared a few billion kilometers up ahead of them. This Daelord was quite ugly, with white eyebrows hanging down all the way to his chest. He was leisurely strolling through the emptiness of space, but when he saw Ning's flying vessel appear, a look of murder appeared in his eyes. That glare alone gave all 5 of them a sensation of tremendous danger. Leave right away. Flee. Quick. All 5 of them could sense death impending. Ah! Prince Greatjoy furiously sent his vessel into an immediate teleport. Swoosh! Right after his vessel disappeared, a sharp thread-like streak of light lashed through the empty space where the vessel had been. Humph! The green-robed Daelord's gaze was cold as he relished his godsense to inspect the surrounding area of 1 trillion kilometers. They ran quite quickly. I wonder which master they are apprenticed to. The green-robed Daelord let out a cold snort, then walked away and disappeared from the scene. Although that interaction had been a very brief one, Ning's group remained terrified by the memory of it. That Daelord was definitely at the verge of the downmerge. Although Daelords are quite rare here in the Arceus region, there's still more of them than world-level cultivators. Many world-level cultivators have entered then exited the Arceus region, with almost none of them actually staying here for an extended period of time. Given how vast the Arceus region is, we have a much higher chance of running into Daelords than into other world-level cultivators. Solwind shook his head. Still, I never would have thought we would run into a Daelord just 1,000 years after entering the Arceus region. Worse, it was a shameless Daelord who immediately moved to attack us and steal our Arceus medallions. Thank goodness Brother Greatjoy was here. That old bastard was very powerful. If I had been just a bit slower, we wouldn't have been able to escape. Prince Greatjoy also felt fear at what had nearly happened. It was all thanks to you, Brother Greatjoy. Ning was still petrified as well. If they had actually been forced to fight, even though Ning had those 4 guardian golems protecting him, there was no way he would have been able to defeat a Verge-level Daelord.
That near brush with death had caused their souls and true souls to all quiver with terror. To be in a relaxed state or to be in a tense state where you straddled the line between life and death were two completely separate concepts. You might spend multiple chaos cycles in a relaxed state without making any improvements, but just one or two life and death adventures might be enough to result in dramatic gains in strength. To live a peaceful life for countless years, or to straddle the line between life and death as you reached for greater glory and greater heights? Clearly, the majority of cultivators chose the latter. More than 2,800 years had passed since Ning's group had entered the Arceus region. Boom! Charge! Let's charge through! Ning's group of 5 were all aboard their flying vessel, using all their power to resist. They were surrounded by countless spatial tempests, and their flying vessel was being tossed about by the spatial storms like an ordinary vessel might be tossed about by giant waves. They were completely unable to fight back as the spatial tempests pressed them forwards non-stop. Ning's group was still trying their best to resist, and Ning himself sent out an enormous streak of swordlight to tear a spatial tempest apart. Fire Surge sent out enormous waves of water to crash out against those spatial tempests. Skyfire Brightshore had been growing noticeably more powerful ever since he had entered this alternate universe. He was now working alongside Fire Surge, and the two were combining their skills in fire and water. Greatjoy and Soul Wind were doing their best as well. Boom! 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 The flying vessel was still being buffeted and tossed about by the spatial tempests. Won't work. We can't charge through. Prince Greatjoy shook his head. The difference in power between us and these spatial tempests is too great. These spatial tempests are simply too violent. Even my control over spacetime won't be enough to calm them. Ugh. Fire Surge frowned. Let's just go with the flow, then. Soul Wind chuckled. This isn't exactly the first time we ran into something like this. Ning nodded as well, then laughed. These spatial tempests won't always maintain such a high level of strength. If we just follow the flows, eventually we'll reach a spot where things calm down, but the Arceus region was filled with many dangers, and they had encountered spatial tempests on quite a few occasions by now. Although Ning, Soul Wind, and the others all had certain trump cards they could use, these naturally occurring phenomena really weren't worth the cost. They ended up following the flows of the spatial tempests for 9 more months. The spatial tempests are actually growing stronger and stronger. Prince Greatjoy continued to helm the flying vessel through the storms, seeking a relatively easier path for them to traverse. Everyone, look over there! Prince Greatjoy suddenly called out. Land! Ning and the others turned to stare as well, only to see an utterly enormous continent hanging in the void just past the spatial tempests. There's actually land here? Hopefully this continent will have actual people living on it. Ning and the others revealed looks of delight. A short while later, Ning and the others all descended upon the great continent. The edges of this continent were surrounded by strange whirlpools of power that continuously weakened the spatial storms that swept towards the continent. By the time they made it a few billion kilometers into the heart of the continent, things were completely calm. An ancient, major power has passed by this continent before. Ning's group advanced through a desolate desert. This place was still considered as being part of the border regions of this continent. The environs were quite harsh and not suitable for life. Heartlord Soulwind raised his head and stared off into the distance. I can dimly sense that this entire continent is covered by an enormous formation which is diverting the power of those spatial tempests. This formation must have been left behind by a major power. Yes, a major power has been here. Prince Greatjoy stared towards a place roughly 1 billion kilometers away. This continent is filled with countless living beings. It is very likely that this continent holds a spacetime transfer array. Ha, it'll be much easier for us to leave if we can move through a spacetime transfer array. Ning laughed. Remember that time from 500 years ago, when we were trapped in that sea of fire and unable to escape? In the end,
we discovered that there was actually a continent located deep within the Sea of Fire.
Skyfire Brightshore couldn't help but reminisce about this.
That continent was also filled with many living beings, and it also had a space-time transfer array.
It even had an estate left behind by a Dowlord.
Thankfully, that Dowlord had left long ago, and so we were able to easily enter the space-time transfer array and reach a different area.
It actually shortened our journey considerably. Ning and the others all nodded.
By now, they had spent nearly 3,000 years in the Arceus region, and they had accumulated a great deal of experience. The Arceus region was filled with countless continents that were in turn filled with many living beings. Small continents were generally 10 billion kilometers in size, while larger ones could be 1 trillion kilometers in size. There were often traces of ancient major powers having passed through these places, albeit very few of them would actually set up residence. There was no point in living alongside ordinary mortals, after all. However, virtually every single continent with living beings on it had a space-time transfer array. Ning's group, however, didn't dare to randomly use those arrays without doing some careful investigations. They'd rather continuously teleport through the Arceus region than accidentally run into a reclusive Dowlord who was residing within one of those continents.
I hope things work out this time, Ning said mentally. Don't worry, Dark North. Even if there are Dowlords residing in this continent, Dowlords often go into closed-door meditation sessions that last 1,000,000 years or more. We'll move in and depart immediately.
There's no way we'll be unlucky enough to run into one, Greatjoy chortled.
Just be careful, everyone.
Don't randomly send out your godsense to search this place, Solwind warned. If you swept a region with godsense, you might be able to discover a Dowlord, but that Dowlord would also discover you. Ning's group of 5 advanced through the continent, quickly reaching a place which was bustling with life and activity. This place was a city known as Thousand Mountains, a place where the 8 major sects of the region all recruited disciples from. In the city of Thousand Mountains resided an old freak known as Old Demon Shisho. He truly was the #1 expert of this region, superior to all others in the 8 major sections. However, he was a very low-key figure who very few people knew about. Patriarch. As the old demon walked out of his room and through his estate, quite a few servants and retainers would call out to him with respect when they saw him. Ugh! This world places enormous restrictions on my power. The old demon's gaze drifted off into the distance as he stared at the mountain ranges outside the city of Thousand Mountains. And yet, I really just can't bear to leave. Eh? The old demon's face suddenly turned pale. 5 figures had suddenly appeared next to the lake nearby him. They were Ning, Solwind, and the others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 28, Chapter 3, Transfer Array. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 3, Transfer Array.
Upon seeing the 5, old demon Shisho could sense that his very soul was beginning to shudder. He swallowed hard, then bowed and said respectfully, "Greetings, 5 seniors, that."
Good heavens!
He stood at the very peak of power in this world.
By all rights, he should have been invincible, and yet, why was it that these 5 were unfathomably more powerful than him?
I have a few questions for you, Heartlord Solwind said with a smile.
Please ask, senior.
The old demon was quite cautious, but even he himself didn't realize that deep within his heart, a seed of trust was beginning to blossom towards this bald, red-robed youth.
What is the name of this continent? Solwind asked. This continent is quite vast, stretching hundreds of billions of kilometers, the old demon said. Because there are so many mortals living here, we refer to this continent as the mortal realm.
Solwind nodded slowly.
Has anyone ever left this mortal realm and ventured off into other continents? There's only one way to do that.
You'd have to activate the ancient transfer array and head to the sacred immortal realm, the old demon said.
Sacred immortal realm? Solwind asked. Upon hearing this, Ning, Greatjoy, Fire Surge, and Skyfire all revealed smiles. They were going to be able to leave this place. This entire continent was surrounded by spatial tempests, making it impossible for them to leave. Only by using a spatial transfer array to go to another continent would they be able to escape. This entire continent holds just a single transfer array within it, the old demon said. Supposedly, an incredibly long period of time ago there was a major power from the sacred immortal realm who descended upon this continent who personally set up the array. There's no way for the cultivators of our mortal realm to come up with such a complicated array. Ning and the others all laughed. Most likely, this spacetime transfer array leading to the sacred immortal realm was something which had been personally established by an extremely powerful Downlord. Here in our mortal realm, the elemental energy of heaven and earth is very sparse. It is incredible if you can even reach the nascent soul stage. To reach the apotheosis stage is even more difficult. The old demon continued, thus, countless nascent soul cultivators and apotheosis cultivators shall gather from throughout the continent and travel through the array towards the sacred immortal realm. According to the apotheosis cultivators who came back from that place, the elemental energy there is far denser than it is here in our mortal realm, making it easier to cultivate and easier to overcome the tribulation. Nascent soul, apotheosis, these were different terms for key refiners. In the three realms, the mortal ranks were Zifu disciple, Wanshang adept, primal Taoists, and void-level cultivator. This represented what the most perfect key refining systems in the three realms could accomplish. However, in the endless territories and in this alternate universe there were many different mortal races that used different key refining techniques which had different terms and titles. Where is the transfer array? Soulwind asked. Here is a map. The old demon immediately took out his treasured map. Soulwind glanced at it while simultaneously flipping through the old demon's memories, wiping away all traces of this encounter. Time to leave, Soulwind said. The five immediately vanished. What just happened? Old demon Shishio stared at his surroundings. Why do I have the feeling that something is off? The old demon frowned but wasn't able to comprehend what had just happened. Afterwards, Ning's group chatted with two other apotheosis cultivators who were considered extremely powerful in this continent. Everything they said was roughly the same as what the old demon had said. The five of them rode atop a cloud, staring down at the lands below. It is true that the elemental energy in this continent is quite sparse. Ning nodded. It is true that mortal cultivators would find it very hard to train here. If there was no elemental energy at all, there would be no way to cultivate whatsoever. The elemental energy in this continent was only enough for someone to just barely reach the primal Taoist stage. If you wished to reach the void level and become an earth immortal, it would be extremely difficult. The old demon which Ning's group had questioned would have been considered a void level earth immortal in the three realms. It is because of the formation which covers this entire place, Soulwind said. This formation covers everything, drawing power from the entire continent. That's why the elemental energy in this continent is so sparse. Still, the reason this continent is protected from the spatial tempests is because of this formation. The sacred immortal realm should be a continent where the density of elemental energy is normal, Fire Surge said. However, as a result, the living creatures here refer to it as the sacred immortal realm. When there's a difference in density of elemental energy, it's only normal that their one realm is viewed as higher and one realm is viewed as lower. Ning and the others chatted as they advanced through the clouds and moved towards the ancient transfer array. They stared at it from afar. The ancient transfer array took up an extremely wide amount of space. The entire formation itself covered hundreds of millions of kilometers, and its core components were extremely complicated and exquisite. It really is a spacetime transfer array. Ning and the others were able to recognize it at one glance. Aha! Quite lively here. Prince Greatjoy glanced downwards, then let out a surprised sigh. These so-called nascent soul cultivators and apotheosis cultivators really are frighteningly numerous. Soulwind let out a laugh. This was the only space-time transfer array within the entire continent. As a result, this place naturally attracted countless nascent soul cultivators and apotheosis cultivators from throughout the continent, making it very bustling. In fact, an enormous city had been erected here. This city was filled to the brim with nascent soul cultivators and apotheosis cultivators. There had to be hundreds of millions of them. Ning couldn't help feel secretly amazed. This continent was hundreds of billions of kilometers in size, making it much vaster than the entirety of the three realms. Although in quality of elemental energy it was inferior to the three realms, its vastness resulted in the existence of hundreds of millions of nascent soul cultivators and apotheosis cultivators. Any one of them would be considered a local hegemon when scattered in any of the other places in this continent. Let's enter the city. Let's go take a look. Ning and the others walked through the city, moving directly towards the transfer array. I've been trapped at the nascent soul level for far too long. The density of elemental energy in heaven and earth is simply too low. I failed both of my attempts at reaching apotheosis. Once I enter the sacred immortal realm, I'll be able to reach apotheosis. I might even have a chance at overcoming my tribulation and reaching ascension. The various cultivators in the city were chatting amongst themselves. I'd become an early-stage apotheosis cultivator, but I'm not able to improve any further. There just isn't enough elemental energy here. Perhaps I'll be able to become a celestial immortal once I go to the sacred immortal realm. This array only activates once every 100 years. I have to wait 61 more years. This really does make me impatient. We've waited thousands of years, my brother. What's another few decades? The eyes of the countless cultivators in the city were filled with eagerness. They had already reached the end of the path they could traverse here within the mortal realm. Only in the sacred immortal realm would they have a chance to continue their path. But none of them realized that those 5 seemingly ordinary men who just walked past them were major powers who were truly capable of virtually anything. Even those celestial immortals they dreamed of becoming would be wiped out in the billions by these 5 cultivators. Once every century? Skyfire Brightshore frowned. This space-time transfer array only activates once every century? Each activation uses up some energy. When this space-time transfer array was created by that ancient power, only a few chaos jewels were left behind to guide it in gathering the surrounding natural energy into itself. It takes a century for it to accumulate enough energy to be activated, Heartlord Soulwind said. My guess is that the sacred immortal realm is located extremely close to this continent, which is why the activation can be as frequent as once every century. If it was farther away, it would probably be once every 1,000 years. Ning and the others nodded. This was different from the space-time transfer arrays of the endless territories. If you were willing to pay enough chaos nectar, it could be activated for you whenever you wished. This array here in the alternate universe had been created by a major power, apparently out of an act of selflessness. Of course, it was also possible that this was done by the Church of Annihilation. Let's go. We'll first find a place to wait it out. 61 years from now, we'll come back, Soulwind said. We have no other choices. Skyfire felt quite resigned. It was possible for them to pour energy into the formation and activate it by force, but, once they did so and the transfer array became active, any reclusive Dowlord in either this continent or the sacred immortal realm would immediately realize that something was wrong. For the array to suddenly fire off before the 100-year mark had to mean that something had happened. Thus, they had no choice but to wait patiently. In this continent, there was a place known as Wintermount. Ning's group of 5 secluded themselves here within the mountain's forests, occasionally sipping wine, fishing, and sparring. Life was quite relaxing as they waited for the space-time transfer array to activate. Whoosh! A fishing pole flicked upwards, followed by a fat fish being yanked out of the surface of the water. It fell down onto the bank, still flopping furiously. Haha, we'll have fish soup tonight.
Ning put the fishing pole on his back as he walked through the forests. For the past 30+ years, he had lived the life of an ordinary mortal. Rumble. 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 A series of sounds rang out from afar. Curious, Ning walked in that direction. A young man dressed in simple clothes whose temples were graying was seated there, using a wooden drill to drill into a piece of wood. As the wooden drill ground away, those grinding, rumbling sounds could be heard. "I've never met you before." Ning laughed. "You knew? I just moved here." The gray-templed youth raised his head to smile towards Ning. "At such a young age, you've chosen to live by yourself in a desolate mountain wilderness, rather than in a city or a mountain village. How odd." Ning hefted his fishing pole. "Sometimes, being by yourself is better," the young man said. Ning couldn't help but laugh. How intriguing. He could tell that this youth was less than 30 years of age, but his eyes were as calm and as deep as the sea. He clearly had an extraordinary heart that was far more formidable than that of many nascent soul cultivators or even apotheosis cultivators. This gave Ning a completely different way of viewing him. "My name is Dark North. I live just a few kilometers away from here. What's your name?" Ning smiled. "My name is Green Bamboo," the youth said, continuing to use his wooden drill. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 28, Chapter 4, Bright Moon Sword Art, Blood Drop Sword Intent. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 4, Bright Moon Sword Art, Blood Drop Sword Intent. The young man continued to spin his wooden drill across that piece of wood, leaving behind one hole after another as bits of wooden detritus went flying about. Ning held his fish bucket in one hand and his fishing pole in the other. His gaze was focused on that spinning wooden drill, and he stared at it as though time itself had stood still for him. "Eh?" The young man glanced at Ning in puzzlement. Was this simple tool of his really that interesting? Still, he didn't say anything. "The faster you rush, the slower you go?" As Ning stared at that wooden drill, a look of reflection was in his gaze. "Perhaps I should try something else." Swordlight began to shimmer within Ning's eyes. Ever since he had left the Brightshore Kingdom 4,000 years ago and entered this alternate universe, he had experienced countless dangers. Skyfire Brightshore's level of power had been increasing quite rapidly and noticeably, while Ning and the others were improving much more slowly. Ever since Ning had gained insight into his yin-yang sword domain, he had been meditating on his other 4 stances. Alas, he hadn't been able to make a fundamental breakthrough. Rumble. Rumble. The wooden drill continued to bore holes into that piece of wood. He's nothing more than an ordinary mortal. If he wanted to use a knife to cut a hole in that piece of wood, he wouldn't be able to do it. But by using the wooden drill in such a fashion, he's able to easily drill straight through it. Thousands on thousands of scenes suddenly flashed through Ning's mind. In his past life on Earth, there were some ordinary mortals who used electric power drills to drill holes in walls. To ordinary mortals, concrete was incredibly hard and tough, and yet, a power drill was able to easily pierce through it. Ning thought back to the time he had spent wandering the 3 realms, where he had seen ordinary mortals battling in close combat, using their fists to punch out like flood dragons suddenly bursting forth from the waves, or perhaps cultivators who used the spear. "I always thought that the blood drop stance should be the fastest stance I have. If you want to be fast, you should take the shortest route and move as quickly as you can." Sword arts were flickering through Ning's eyes. Perhaps I was wrong. Ning continuously mentally mapped out one sword art after another. When one reached Ning's level of sword arts, what one truly needed was inspiration. A single inspiration could allow his many years of accumulated insights to suddenly burst forth and be transformed. During his past life on Earth, there had been a scientist who saw an apple fall to the ground. As a result, he was suddenly inspired and came up with the law of universal gravitation.
And yet, ordinary people might see the same thing happen a billion times without coming up with this idea. The reason why this scientist could was because he had a deep background and numerous past insights. All he needed was that spark of inspiration. Ning needed a spark as well. The reason he had been able to come up with his yin-yang sword domain was similarly because he had a moment of epiphany, allowing him to understand where his future direction lay. Within the estate world which Ning carried on him at all times. Su Yuji, World God Pilsaint, Elder God Wild Dog, and the others were all present here, as were the World God servants who had been captured in the Blue-Grace sect. Master? Su Yuji had been meditating by the seashore, but she suddenly saw the white-robed Ji Ning appear off in the distance. This was a divine power incarnation which Ning had created. Strike! Ning stabbed outwards with his sword. Boom! Swordlight flashed and a few cracks could be seen. Again! Ning stabbed out once more. This time, his swordlight actually became a spinning, draconic vortex. Roar! The stabbing sound caused the space around him to tremble. Slash! Bang! Boom! Dot! Ning struck out repeatedly with his sword, using actual practice to verify the many ideas he had come up with. In truth, there were many different paths to train in the sword, and every single path could theoretically lead to incredibly profound heights. In the past, although Ning had been able to see sword arts which were similar to the ones he theorized about, he had never paid much attention to them. Those were sword arts which belonged to others. Now, however, he had accumulated enough experience that he was able to naturally advance to this new level. Only one's own sword arts would allow one to have deeper levels of insights. For one who trained in the sword, only those sword arts you yourself created would allow you to reach the greatest heights of all. Why are masters' sword art changing repeatedly? But these sword arts are all so powerful. Su Yuji watched in a spellbound fashion. She was truly stunned. Whoa! What terrifying sword arts! Everyone on this island, including Elder God Wild Dog and World God Pilsaint, were all drawn to and intrigued by the sight of Ning training with the sword. They all came over to watch, and all of them were stunned by what they saw. These were all techniques which Ning had mentally visualized and theorized. Although he felt they were failures, every single one of these sword arts was enough to allow a cultivator to become a truly, freakishly powerful Dowlord. Most likely, if you used one of those sword arts to become a Dowlord, you would instantly be a match for peak Dowlords of the second step. However, this wasn't what Ning wanted. Ning completely ignored him, absorbed in his own sword arts. One sword stabbed out after another. Slowly, his sword arts began to transform, becoming very silent. Only in the final instant would they roar forth with an explosion. Boom! When the swordlight stabbed out, there was no sound. Only when it came to a halt did it release that odd explosion. Boom! Boom! Those strange explosions were growing louder and louder. They started to sound like thunder, and anyone within tens of thousands of kilometers would probably be able to hear them. Ning struck out once again. This stab was as silent as the others, but in that final instant, there was just an extremely odd and extremely soft sound. The sound was incredibly soft and subdued, but it filled the hearts of everyone present with terror. Boom! Such a tiny sound. When Ning's sword stabbed forwards, a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. Swish! Ning stepped forwards, walking into that pitch-black hole. Within that hole, there was a gleaming, rainbow-like tunnel. Ning could sense that this tunnel was leading him to many other places. A spatial passageway? Ning advanced forwards through the spatial passageway. Come out! Ning stabbed out with his sword, and another hole suddenly appeared in the rainbow light next to him. Ning stepped into this new hole. When Ning emerged, he realized that he was now in a desert. It seems as though I went around the estate world quite a few times in the blink of an eye, Ning chuckled. I didn't expect that I would be able to use the Tao of the sword to break through the bonds of space and enter a different spatial dimension. Space was divided up into many different dimensions. Prince Greatjoy had reached an extremely high level of skill in the Tao of spacetime, which was why he could bring Ning and the others along with him when teleporting through spacetime. This sort of escaping ability was incredibly formidable. Ning himself was at most able to engage in spatial teleportation, which was nothing more than teleporting to a different place within the same spatial dimension. His sword, however, was able to shatter through the spatial laws of a small area around it, allowing one to pass through into a different spatial dimension. In other words, through his Tao of the sword, Ning was now able to damage the Tao of space and force his way into a different spatial dimension. According to the legends, any Tao, when trained to the ultimate apex, allows for mastery over all things, Ning murmured softly. At this point in time, my Tao of the sword has reached a level where I can enter a different spatial dimension. This stance has finally been completed. Ning smiled. This sword stance allowed him to forcibly destroy the Tao of space in a localized region. Being able to enter a different dimension? That was nothing more than a side effect. In the end, the power of this stance was what truly mattered. I really have to thank that green bamboo kid. Ning revealed a smile. I just changed my way of thinking slightly and was able to finally finish my path. Swish! Ning stood there in the desert, sending out yet another stabbing strike. In the instant in which his stab came to a halt, the sword light around Ning's sword twisted just slightly. This twisting represented the true, marvelous nature of the new blood drop stance. The reason why a wooden drill was able to drill through a wooden board was because it had to pass through the resistance of the wood. Actually, it had to pass through the resistance of the air itself. Even in the emptiness of the space, there were forms of energy that would pose a degree of resistance, and even in true emptiness of the void, there would be the ripples of energy that came from the various prime essences of the universe, such as the prime essence of the sword, the prime essence of metal, the prime essence of wood, or the prime essence of space. Every single place was filled with traces of the Tao. All of them served as barriers or forms of resistance that laid countless invisible strands around you. So long as any trace of the Tao existed in a place, Ning's sword would have to go through those layers of resistance. There was no way it could ever reach an infinitely fast speed. Thus, Ning's current stance was a stance of destruction, of piercing through anything which sought to bar his path. His sword was like that wooden drill which forcibly drilled through that wooden board. In fact, Ning's stance even had the effect of destroying the Tao itself. It was capable of destroying the Tao of space, allowing him to enter a separate spatial dimension. When my sword strikes out, nothing can bar its path. After I am able to strengthen it so that nothing can stop it, not the five elements, yin and yang, or even spacetime, then that is when this stance of mine should be comparable to the strongest stance which Emperor Mirrors now left behind. Ning still remembered the image of his master, Emperor Mirrors now, displaying the most powerful stance of the Heart Seal, sword art. That, too, was a strike that completely surpassed the limits of space and time. Emperor Mirrors now had relied on that stance to gain eternity. The faster you rush, the slower you go. In the past, all I wanted to do was strike faster and faster, but that isn't real speed. Many thoughts flickered through Ning's mind. Many cultivators and many mortals try to seize every moment of every day, but they still end up failing. Sometimes, if you slow down and catch your breath, then explode with full power, you might be more successful. The Tao can be found in life itself. It can be found in all things. Ning smiled. In comprehending the Tao, one had to fully understand life in all its myriad forms, to understand the essence of all things. If you did so, then when the moment came you would be able to see through to the true nature of things. This sword stance Ning had created destroyed all other Taoists that barred its path. It seemed slow, but in reality it was now faster than ever before. My blood drop stance is the fastest of all swords, a sword of destruction, a sword that annihilates all other Taoists. It is a stance that seeks to raise the sword to the ultimate level. Nin nodded slowly. Now, of the 5 stances of Bright Moon, my yin-yang sword intent and my blood drop sword intent have taken form. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 5, Ning's Second Disciple. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 5, Ning's Second Disciple. Within the mountainous forest. That gray-templed youth continued to work on his simple tools, while Ning continued to stare at him while holding his fish bucket in one hand and his fishing rod in the other. How odd. He looks like a youth, but he speaks in such a grandiose manner. I'm just here working on some furniture for myself, and he's been staring at me for more than an hour, the young man muttered to himself. Still, from the looks of him, he probably isn't an ordinary mortal. How could an ordinary mortal youth be fishing by himself in the deep mountains? His demeanor seems quite extraordinary as well. Ning just continued to stare, and the young man didn't say anything about it. Suddenly, Ning let out a laugh as the swordlight in his eyes completely faded away. In truth, no ordinary mortal would even be able to see the swordlight generated from the visualizations he had just performed. I just came here out of curiosity on my way home from fishing. Who would have thought that I would have mastered yet another stance of Bright Moon as a result? Ning laughed and shook his head, his gaze still focused on the young man. Although he doesn't realize it, the drilling he did earlier helped inspire me to master this stance. I have to repay him for that. Ning had already taken a liking to the man due to his extraordinary heart. Now that the young man had also helped him comprehend the Tao, Ning decided to bless him with some transformative luck. First, I'll take a look at his history and see what he experienced. Only then will I know what he truly needs. Ning's gaze rested on the young man's figure as he began to visualize all of the young man's past experiences. Although he wanted to thank and reward this young mortal, he had to first know what the man wanted. After seeing the man's history, Ning couldn't help but shake his head. This young man's true name was Yang Xuting, and he came from an excellent family background. His mother had died when he was young, resulting in his father doting on him. Ever since he was young, he had been covered in brocade cloth and jade treasures. He was the son of a rich merchant, after all. He was born with great cleverness, and his father had once wanted to come up with a way for him to become an immortal cultivator. Alas, Yang Xuting didn't have a so-called spiritual root. Ning, however, knew that the so-called spiritual root was actually linked to one's affinity for the natural energy of heaven and earth. The greater an affinity you had for that natural energy, the easier it would be for you to absorb it. Ever since Ning was young, for example, he always had a close affinity for water. But of course, after he trained in the 9-horn lightning serpent, his body gained a high affinity towards lightning. Alas, Yang Xuting had absolutely terrible elemental affinity. If you were only able to absorb 1% of how much others could absorb, it would naturally be far more difficult for you to engage in cultivation. Even worse, this continent possessed very sparse elemental energy to begin with, making cultivation difficult for all. For someone in a place like this to absorb elemental energy at such a ridiculously low rate, the chances of becoming a successful cultivator were incredibly poor. For the sake of allowing his son to become an immortal cultivator, Yang Xuting's father had paid an enormous price. In the end, he had perished while escorting a shipment of valuables. This had been a tremendous blow to Yang Xuting. After failing to become an immortal cultivator, Yang Xuting focused all of his efforts on continuing his father's legacy as a merchant. He was quite clever and capable, and in just a few short years he had become a huge tycoon. In fact, he even employed 2 foundation cultivators as well as several weaker chi condensation cultivators. He eventually married a woman as well. But then, one day, a young, evil man entered the city which Yang Xuting was in. He took a fancy to Yang Xuting's wife, and desired to kidnap her and make her his concubine. However, Yang Xuting wasn't an easy person to deal with. He had foundation cultivators by his side, and he was able to bring a stop to this. The problem was that this evil man had an extraordinary background.
When Yang Xuting looked into this man's background, he immediately befriended a core formation elder of a major sect, giving him many precious treasures and eventually becoming that core formation elder's adopted son. But of course, this was only in name. What really mattered was that with this protector of a father, his opponent wouldn't dare to be too rash. Alas, that evil man played some tricks in secret, forcing Yang Xuting's wife's family to bow their heads before him. In the end, even Yang Xuting's wife had chosen to follow the evil man and leave him. His parents had died long ago. Yang Xuting had no family of his own, and so his love for his wife was deep and intense. And yet, his wife had actually betrayed him and left to follow another man. When she left, she had said, "Xuting, you are able to protect me, but can you protect my mother and father? Don't blame me." He had suffered a severe mental blow, but he had no desire to take revenge. Instead, he had just sat there dully every day. Eventually, he dispersed his family's savings and entered this mountainous forest, giving himself the name Green Bamboo. Now, let me take a look at his future. Ning's gaze was still affixed upon Yang Xuting's figure. Yang Xuting's future was a bit cloudy. As soon as he had met Ning, it was guaranteed that his destiny would change. Ning was strong enough to annihilate this entire continent with ease, after all. If Ning chose not to interfere with his life, Yang Xuting would stay by himself within this mountain forest for more than 60 years. After 60 plus years, he would encounter a nascent soul cultivator of the Nirvana sect. The two would chat together, resulting in the nascent soul cultivator feeling tremendous admiration towards Yang Xuting. The nascent soul cultivator would pay an enormous price to help him to become an immortal cultivator. Alas, due to his great age and his poor spiritual root, he was still only able to become a foundation cultivator. However, he had reached an extremely high level of enlightenment. As a foundation cultivator, he was capable of slaying core formation Taoists. He was also a good man with a virtuous reputation, and he was incredibly skilled in the illusions of nirvana, a skill which allowed him to trap foes in myriad illusions which would cause them to feel regret, then repent and change their ways. He even ended up slaying that vile man who had taken his wife from him. Although he was merely a foundation cultivator, he was respectfully addressed as Taoist Green Bamboo by others. In the end, due to his allotted time being used up, he passed away peacefully. His heart has already reached such a profound level that he is even more formidable than nascent soul cultivators and apotheosis cultivators in this regard. After he becomes an immortal cultivator, that illusions of nirvana technique is a classic example of something which major powers who belong to the Buddhist paths would use. Nin nodded slowly. Given his heart, he truly is well suited to become an immortal cultivator. Go! Two streaks of swordlight suddenly shot out from Ning's eyes, and they landed upon the body of the furniture-making man. The swordlight quickly covered his entire body, rapidly transforming and overhauling it. The young man's body quickly began to completely transform, with his muscles and tendons reaching a level of perfection and strength. His physical strength alone was stronger than even Xiantian-level fiend gods of the three realms. With a body like this, it could be said that Yang Xuting's spiritual result was unquestionably number one in this entire continent. Whoosh! Ning waved a finger, tapping Yang Xuting on the forehead. A surge of divine will surged outwards and was transmitted straight into his sea of consciousness. Yang Xuting was just an ordinary mortal, after all. Even though his body had been completely transformed, he still couldn't withstand the power of the memories which Ning wished to give him. Thus, Ning could only choose to leave a stream of his own divine will within Yang Xuting's mind, much like how Emperor Mirrors now had left some of his own divine will behind. However, the reason why Emperor Mirrors now had done this was because he had left long ago and wished to be able to pass something on to his disciples. Ning had done this because his disciple was too weak and wouldn't be able to endure a normal transmission. Right now, you are too weak. You are only able to endure me passing on to you sword arts and techniques which are at the Empyrean God or Celestial Immortal level, Ning mused to himself. That stream of divine will contained complete cultivation systems, including both of Ning's proudest accomplishments,
the yin-yang sword art and the blood drop sword art. These were Ning's most impressive techniques to date. As the young man grew stronger, he would naturally gain more and more information from this legacy. When his soul became sufficiently powerful, he would finally be able to endure and receive it all. You are the first person I've truly transmitted my sword arts unto. Ning laughed. Ning's first disciple was Bluecliff Xiaoyu, but that was because of the rules of Mount Innerheart. Ning had to choose a person of great karmic virtue as his disciple. His primal twin stood guard over the three realms and would often provide Bluecliff Xiaoyu with some advice, but alas, she simply wasn't that talented. Green Bamboo, also known as Yang Xuting, was Ning's second disciple. Ning only left behind a cultivation method and his sword arts. As for divine abilities and whatnot, he didn't leave any of those. Emperor Mirrors now had left behind 4 Daelord level golems, but Ning didn't leave a single protective measure behind at all. This was because these fairly weaker protective measures wouldn't really be that useful. Given Green Bamboo's talent, it wouldn't be hard for him to rise to prominence in this mortal realm. As for those excessively powerful protective measures, they might actually result in some unnecessary trouble. Guiding and nurturing a mortal was completely different from guiding and nurturing a world-level cultivator. Emperor Mirrors now required his potential disciples to be world-level cultivators who had passed multiple trials. Yang Xuting, however, was still just an ordinary mortal. What did I just? Yang Xuting felt as though he had just awoken from a dream. When he came to his senses, he saw a youth carrying a fishing bucket and a fishing rod walk far off into the distance. Disciple, if fate wills it, the two of us shall meet again, ah! And just like that, Ning vanished into thin air. Disciple? Yang Xuting was stunned. Moments later, a large amount of information flooded into his mind. There were detailed instructions on how to go from being an ordinary mortal to a celestial immortal or Empyrean god. There were also 2 inconceivably powerful sword arts known as the yin-yang sword arts and the blood drop sword arts. Only part of the information was available to him for now. When his soul grew stronger, he'd naturally be able to gain even more of this legacy. Ning had set down restrictive spells on his memories, preventing him from teaching these things to any others. But Yang Xuting was stunned. He wasn't someone who knew nothing of cultivation at all. He knew what the major impediments to immortal cultivation were, but today he had just gained techniques which would actually lead him past tribulation and reach the legendary level of celestial immortals and Empyrean gods? And this was just a portion of the true technique? And those infinitely powerful sword arts. Yang Xuting instantly understood that from this day forth, his life would be changed. If a major power was to scry his destiny, he would discover that this man's life had been completely changed. His future would actually become extremely fuzzy, and the farther one gazed, the more difficult it would be to divine. Master. Yang Xuting immediately knelt down and kowtowed towards the direction in which Ning left. He remembered that Ning had addressed himself as Dark North. He's in an alternate universe, while I must return to the endless territories. I wonder if we'll ever meet again, Ning mused. He had been seized by the sudden impulse to teach a disciple. He really was an absolutely irresponsible master. Brother Dark North. Dark North. Prince Greatjoy, Heartlord Soulwind, Waterlord Firesurge, and Skyfire Brightshore were seated next to each other, drinking some wine. I just caught a big fish. Ning grinned as he lifted up his fish bucket. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 6, Sacred Immortal Realm. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 6, Sacred Immortal Realm. Ning, Prince Greatjoy, Soulwind, and the others lived a life of leisure here at Wintermount. Although they were 10 billion kilometers away, their gazes were still often turned towards what was happening at the spacetime transfer array. This disciple of mine actually has some talent for the sword after all. Ning paid quite a bit of attention to his disciple. Although Yang Xuting lived on Wintermount as well, nobody here was able to detect Ning's presence unless he wished it. Brother Dark North, this kid's sword arts seem quite similar to your own Yin-Yang sword domain. Prince Greatjoy sat nearby, watching as Yang Xuting trained in swordplay 10 kilometers away. He trains by himself within the deep mountains, neither impatient nor hasty, and his heart is as calm as water. I have to say, his heart is quite impressive. He can be considered my disciple, Ning said with a laugh. Disciple? Prince Greatjoy was shocked. You accepted an ordinary mortal as a disciple? Although he had a good impression of Yang Xuting, the man was still nothing more than an ordinary mortal. The 5 of them were amongst the most truly, freakishly talented figures of the entire Endless Territories. Even Skyfire Brightshore, who was currently still the weakest of the 5, was a dazzling genius of the Brightshore Imperials. As for the other 4, they all wielded their own supreme Daos. Any of them could break through into the Downlord level at any moment, and they would be extraordinary ones at that. Given Ning's status, if he wanted to choose a disciple, virtually all world-level cultivators would be crying and begging for a chance to be chosen. And yet, he instead chose an ordinary mortal as his disciple? Your disciple? The nearby Soul Wind laughed. We're just passing through this place. Why'd you accept a disciple? And is this how you treat your disciples? You just completely ignore them? Even if I wanted to mentor him, I wouldn't be able to do so for long. Better to just let him grow naturally. Ning took a slow sip of wine. Brother Darknorth certainly takes it easy, Waterlord Firesurge said. In the blink of an eye, more than 61 years went past. The space-time transfer array was almost ready once more. Time to leave. Greatjoy rose to his feet. Time to head out, Dark North. Stop staring at your disciple, Soulwind teased. Ning had just glanced off into the distance. His second disciple, Green Bamboo Yang Xuting, had long ago departed from Wintermount and was out adventuring through the world. He was already quite famous for millions of kilometers around, and was venerated as Sword Immortal Green Bamboo. Time to go. Nin nodded. Once he left, the 2 of them truly would have parted from each other. Once Ning returned to the Endless Territories, the 2 would be located within 2 separate universes. It truly was hard to say if they would ever meet again. It would all be up to fate. Although the core of the space-time transfer array was quite large, it was still completely packed with hundreds of millions of nascent soul cultivators and apotheosis cultivators who had gathered here throughout this utterly massive continent. Fellow Doists, the ancient transfer array shall only be activated once every 100 years. A middle-ranked apotheosis cultivator was standing in midair and speaking in a sonorous voice. Our mortal realm is unfathomably vast and filled with countless cultivators. Thus, I would like to invite all fellow Taoists interested in going to the sacred immortal realm to first enter this estate world. This estate world is a very simple and crude one which is quite weak. Any apotheosis cultivator can easily tear it apart from within. All of us will enter this estate world, and then the ancient transfer array will teleport it to the other side. This will be much easier. Agreed. Makes sense. This has been the standard method for many years. Countless nascent soul cultivators and apotheosis cultivators nodded in agreement. This was a custom that had been established many years ago. Otherwise, how was the array supposed to be able to accommodate hundreds of millions of cultivators? The estate treasure before them was quite crude and simple. They were able to see through it to know what was going on outside, and were also able to tear through it at a moment's notice. As for Ning's group of 5, they were mixed into the enormous group of cultivators. No one paid them any heed. Fellow Taoists, let us go inside together. The tall middle-aged man in midair was the first to fly towards the entrance of the estate world, which was placed at the very center of the ancient transfer array. This estate world was shaped like an actual immortal estate, and it had a normal gate. Swoosh. 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 Countless streaks of light flew towards the entrance as well. Let's go. Ning's group of 5 followed the crowd into the estate as well. It really is weak. The 5 found a corner within the estate world, and no other cultivators were able to notice their presence. Ning laughed as he said mentally, I feel like the slightest vibration would be enough to cause it to completely collapse. Let me stabilize it a bit. I actually am worried about it splintering, Solwyn said. Rumble. A cultivator on the outside had just activated the spacetime transfer array. Because it had already stored up enough energy, it now was able to completely activate. The hundreds of millions of nascent soul cultivators and apotheosis cultivators gathered inside were all incredibly excited. The sacred immortal realm. We're finally going to arrive at the sacred immortal realm. All the elders of my school are in the sacred immortal realm. According to the legends, there are far more cultivators in the sacred immortal realm than there are in our world. They were all incredibly excited by this. Ever since they had embarked upon the path of cultivation, they had dreamed of one day reaching the apex of power in the mortal realm and then heading to the sacred immortal realm. Those qualified to head into the sacred immortal realm were all major figures of the mortal realm. A short while later, the teleportation effect came to an end. The estate world had been sent to the sacred immortal realm. Ning's group had been relaxing in their little corner. Now, all of their faces tightened. Something's wrong. Prince Greatjoy sent mentally, everyone, let us hide ourselves for now and watch what happens. Right. Ning and the others all nodded. This feeble estate world had virtually no impact on them at all. They were able to see through it to the outside world and knew what was happening outside. We've arrived. We've arrived at the sacred immortal realm. The hundreds of millions of nascent soul cultivators and apotheosis cultivators were all incredibly excited. Rumble. The shoddily made estate treasure blew apart with a boom. The countless nascent soul cultivators and apotheosis cultivators all suddenly appeared in midair, covering the skies and blocking out the sun like a horde of locusts. Such dense elemental energy. The elemental energy here is far denser than it is in our mortal realm, but... So this is the sacred immortal realm? The countless cultivators all stared excitedly, but suddenly, they saw a large number of stone pillars off in the distance. The stone pillars all had cultivators bound to them. Some were humanoid, some were monsters, and some were beasts. Although they looked different, all of them were covered with blood, wounds, and scars. Many of them had eyes filled with furious hatred. Deathly silence. The hundreds of millions of nascent soul cultivators and apotheosis cultivators who had just arrived were all deathly silent. Those cultivators bound to the stone pillars had clearly suffered countless types of torture. What was going on? Another batch has arrived. One of the many bound and tormented cultivators let out a low mutter. One batch after another. There's never an end. Who can send a message to the people of the mortal realm? Tell them not to come to this sacred immortal realm. Do not come. I truly shouldn't have come here. I regret it so much. Don't come to the sacred immortal realm. The countless bound cultivators all mumbled and moaned in broken, pained voices. As for the hundreds of millions of nascent soul cultivators and apotheosis cultivators who had just arrived, they all knew that something was wrong. Their hearts were as cold as ice. Ah ha ha ha. Suddenly, the vast land began to tremble as a deep laugh rang out from the depths of the earth. Slowly, one mountain-like figure after another began to emerge from underground. There was over 100 of these figures, and each one was 30,000 meters tall. An aura of darkness spread out to cover the skies as they stared at the countless cultivators with their blood-red eyes. 100 towering figures, and every single one of them possessed an aura that caused the cultivators to quiver in terror. Where are we? A golden-robed man amidst the crowd tamped down his horror enough to say, "This isn't the sacred immortal Ray-. This is the sacred immortal realm.
One of the towering forms spoke out in a thundering voice that shook heaven and earth. As he waved his hand, he caused an enormous cloth sack to appear. Whoosh! The cloth sack gave birth to an utterly, incredibly powerful sucking force. The hundreds of millions of nascent soul cultivators and apotheosis cultivators tried to resist, but they were still forcibly sucked into the cloth sack. After all the cultivators were sucked away, the cloth sack shrank in size and flew back into the towering figure's hands. A few more toys. The towering figure looked at the cloth sack, then let out a low laugh. Master shall be excited by this. I will go deliver him his toys. As for the rest of you, stay here and deal with the disobedient ones. All right. The other towering figures all nodded. Whoosh! The bag-holding figure quickly flew off into the distance. Ning's group of 5 was standing there in midair. Given Prince Greatjoy's mastery over spacetime, the towering figures were completely unable to see them. Ning's group just watched silently as this all happened. 100 elder god-level golems. Ning narrowed his eyes as he sent mentally, and they spoke of a master. His master is most likely a Tao Lord. Agreed. This sacred immortal realm most likely has a Tao Lord standing behind it. Soulwind had a solemn look on his face as well. This will be trouble. Let's be careful as we investigate this matter, Prince Greatjoy said somberly. Agreed. Let's go. The 5 of them left the area silently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 7, The Enormous Prison. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 7, The Enormous Prison. Ning and the others didn't dare to cause the slightest disturbance, for fear of drawing the attention of the Tao Lord they suspected of being behind this sacred immortal realm. Right now, they had the advantage of stealth. Once they were discovered, things would become difficult. This sacred immortal realm was someone else's territory, after all. There had to be many formations protecting it. For example, that local branch of the Bluegrass sect in the Brightshore Kingdom was only staffed with weak world-level cultivators, but they were still able to trap Ning thanks to the Grand Protective Formation. A Daelord's lair was an incredibly dangerous place. There was no such thing as being too careful. But of course, Ning's group was fairly confident. Generally speaking, they wouldn't be worried about weaker Tao Lords at all. Swoosh! Ning's group of 5 silently teleported through space to move to the margins of this great continent, the sacred immortal realm. Given Prince Greatjoy's mastery over spacetime, a spatial teleportation caused no spatial ripples at all. Ning's group stood next to some boulders at the rather ragged edges of this continent. When they looked at the chaotic space up in front of them, they saw countless streaks of golden runes flickering and flashing. An enormous, ethereal formation was covering this entire continent. What a powerful formation, Heartlord Soulwind said softly. This formation is so profound that even I find it difficult to fathom. There's no way an ordinary Tao Lord was capable of creating it. I wonder if this formation was purchased by this Tao Lord or if he created it himself. Hopefully, he bought it. Prince Greatjoy looked as solemn as the others had ever seen him. Nin nodded as well. Anyone capable of developing this formation was a Tao Lord of the 3rd step, at the very least. In fact, it might even be a Verge-level Tao Lord of the 4th step. Given this Tao Lord also had the advantage of being on familiar terrain, they were going to be in serious trouble. Then how should we leave this place? Waterlord Firesurge asked. You all saw that spatial transfer array. It'll only allow us to return to the mortal realm. Once we activate it to go back to the mortal realm, that Tao Lord will definitely find out and might chase us all the way back. We'll have nowhere to run. Return to the mortal realm through the formation? Prince Greatjoy shook his head. Those golems would probably notice as soon as we did anything, which means their master would know as well.
Given how powerful Downlords are, this one would probably be able to send his will to span the entire sacred immortal realm in an instant. He would be able to disrupt the transference process. We probably won't have any chance of going back to the mortal realm. Ning, Soulwind, Skyfire, and Firesurge all had heavy looks on their faces. A Downlord definitely was an opponent who could prove to be a huge threat to them. We're not going to be able to defeat this formation. Soulwind raised his head to glance at the great formation covering the entire sacred immortal realm. Even if we go back to the mortal realm, it won't be of any use. Once we go back, we won't be able to escape. Let's keep looking, Ning advised. Perhaps we might find something useful. No other options. The five of them began to stealthily search the entire sacred immortal realm. The sacred immortal realm was much smaller than the mortal realm, covering just a few tens of billions of kilometers. The entire continent was covered by this enormous formation, and in the very center of the continent there was a dim, faint green mist. Deep within that mist, there was a towering estate that could vaguely be seen. This was the only place in the entire continent which Ning's group did not dare to enter. It was highly likely that this estate was the place where the Downlord lived. What a terrifying aura of resentment and hatred. Ning's group was standing atop a barren, black land as they stared towards the enormous black edifice off in the distance. Above that enormous black edifice was an aura of hatred which was so strong that it had actually become corporeal. Some of the hatred was tinged with red light, while others glowed with a black aura. However, the hatred located at the highest parts of the edifice were transformed into a deep green color, a deep green which was formed as a result of the condensed hatred of countless cultivators over the course of countless years. Every so often, furious faces could be seen appearing within the aura of hatred. Even if I destroyed 100 Chaos World, the hatred and resentment wouldn't be as strong as it is here. Greatjoy frowned. I can sense that there are countless cultivators imprisoned within. This aura of hatred should be generated by them, Soulwind said. The reason why it is so dense is possibly because these cultivators are suffering unspeakable torments. We saw early on how many cultivators were lashed to those stone pillars. Let's go inside, Skyfire Brightshore urged. Let's go. They needed more information. None of them dared to be arrogant in dealing with the Downlord that might be living in seclusion within this continent. The enormous black edifice was a jail of utterly titanic proportions, and countless cultivators were imprisoned within it. It must be understood that the mortal realm's formation would activate once every century. It was only natural that many cultivators had been imprisoned here. This place, Waterlord Firesurge's face paled as he continued to walk forwards. This place is even more terrifying than the terrible nightmare lands which the legends of my homeland spoke of. And more terrifying than the 18 hells of my own homeland. Ning was equally somber. This enormous prison was filled with various implements of torture and punishment. This entire prison was in reality designed strictly for the torture of cultivators. It must be understood that the 18 hells of the three realms were designed to punish great sinners, but this place had only one purpose: to torture and torment as much as possible. This made it 1,000 times as frightening, causing even the faces of these five to turn pale. Ah! All of you will die one day. You demons! You devils! All of you will die. No! Spare me! Spare me! Spare me! No begging. Begging is pointless. All sorts of voices could be heard. Some were filled with hatred, some rambled, some were frenzied, some were screaming. The entire prison was being used to furiously torment all of the hundreds of millions of newly imprisoned nascent soul and apotheosis cultivators. Some of the new abductees were still begging for mercy, but they soon realized that this was completely pointless. Whoosh! Ning's group of five continued their journey through the prison. Nobody was able to see them, not even the golems responsible for torturing the prisoners. Most of these golems were at least at the elder god level. Some were at the true god level,
and a few were even at the Empyrean god level. There had to be millions of golems within this prison. Who would have thought that the sacred immortal realm so many dreamed of was actually a hell such as this? Ning murmured softly. Indeed. However, there are very few elder god-level golems. Most are weaker. Perhaps the Tao Lord of this land is fairly weak as well, Solwind said. Hopefully. A murderous look was in Greatjoy's eyes. If the Tao Lord was a weak one, the 5 of them would join forces to kill him. That would end all their worries at one go. Whoosh. Although there were restrictive formations scattered throughout the prison, they were meant for weaker cultivators and were completely ineffective against Ning's group. Ning's group was able to easily enter one of the jail cells. This jail cell held over 100 cultivators, all shackled in chains. One of them was a skinny old man who was seated silently in the lotus position, a terrifying look in his eyes. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The skinny old man growled mentally, I have to ascend and escape. If I can escape, in the future I'll come back and kill these devils. To this very day, he had yet to realize that his tormentors were actually golems. Eh? The skinny old man suddenly felt that something was off. 5 figures had suddenly appeared before him. The old man was stunned. This was absolutely bizarre. These 5 figures were simply too clean and pristine, and none of them were wearing shackles. What's more, the doors to the prison hadn't even opened. I have some questions for you, the skinny, bald, red-robed youth said. Yes, the skinny old man said obediently. He felt a sense of absolute devotion to the man before him. If the man ordered him to commit suicide, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. As for other manacled cultivators in the jail cell, they weren't able to see a thing. As Ning's group infiltrated the enormous prison, a figure suddenly flew out of an ancient, towering estate which was surrounded by faint green mist that was located in the very core of the sacred immortal realm. This figure was dressed in light green robes, had a stooped form, and just a few green scales on his forehead. His eyes looked quite cold and insidious, and his ancient face was covered in wrinkles. Master! An elder god golem standing outside the estate, waiting respectfully. The stooped old man nodded. The new batch of cultivators have arrived? Yes, they just arrived. We've already sent them all into the prison, the elder god golem said respectfully. Golems were a type of magic treasures, but when they gained sentience they would be just as intelligent as actually living beings. The difference was, they would be unswervingly loyal and would do whatever their master ordered them to do. Let's go take a look. The stooped figure nodded slowly. The elder god golem followed behind him respectfully, and the two quickly flew into the skies. In the blink of an eye, they moved more than 10 billion kilometers and arrived at the enormous prison, wreathed in an aura of baleful energy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 8, The Hope of the Cultivators. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 8, The Hope of the Cultivators. The enormous prison was divided into many different regions. Within a jail cell located in one particular corner of the prison, Ning's group of 5 was staring at that skinny, elderly prisoner. I was captured and brought to this place 600 years ago, after I traveled through the space-time transfer array and arrived at the sacred immortal realm. The skinny old man's eyes were filled with a reminiscent look as he said softly, ever since then, I've been imprisoned here. I've suffered countless torments. Some cultivators chose to self-detonate because they were unable to endure the misery. Ugh. I really wish I could go back to the mortal realm. Ning's group all frowned. Solwind asked, do you know nothing about the rest of this sacred immortal realm? The skinny old man shook his head. I know very little. We've been trapped here this entire time. Do you know about the master which these devils who torture you serve? Solwind asked.
The skinny man trembled as a look of terror appeared in his eyes. He's the master of the devils. He's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. After I was imprisoned here, I saw him visit the prison on 2 separate occasions. He used a terrifying spell to personally torture us. Countless cultivators were simultaneously tortured at the same time. He was simply too powerful, too terrifying. Twice? He visited the prison twice in the past 600 years? Solwyn's face tightened slightly. He comes quite frequently, Prince Greatjoy growled. We have to be careful. Who knows when this Tao Lord will appear again? Ning said solemnly. He didn't dare to spread out his own god sense, as once he did that it would be very easy for their foe to detect them. Prince Greatjoy suddenly frowned. I ask you this. The ancient transfer array activates once every century, which means that an utter flood of cultivators has been sent over here over the course of many years. If the torment never comes to an end, why are so many of you still alive? If you know that life will be worse than death, and that you will be subject to perpetual agony with no way of fighting back, why are you still enduring? Ning and the others were intrigued. Right. When faced with overwhelming power, overwhelming despair, and the prospect of never-ending torture, why wouldn't they choose to die? Logically speaking, most would rather commit suicide than to continue like this. Because we are going to get revenge, the skinny old man growled, his eyes filled with fury and hate. You? How? Prince Greatjoy was puzzled. If we can ascend, we can leave this place. The skinny old man ground his teeth. After ascending, I will become a celestial immortal and will be able to continue to cultivate. In the future, after I grow stronger, I'll definitely come back and get my revenge. Heartlord Solwind asked, Ascend? If you ascend, you'll be able to escape the sacred immortal realm? Ning and the others were all puzzled. Logically speaking, ascension should represent ascending into an estate world of a Tao Lord. Those who ascend can indeed escape, the skinny old man said immediately. Long ago, before our mortal realm even had that ancient transfer array, it was somewhat easier for cultivators to train to the late apotheosis stage. In the mortal realm, there were some who were occasionally able to reach that stage, and once they did, the celestial tribulation would soon descend upon them. After the tribulation, they would ascend to a land of immortals. Later, cultivation in the mortal realm became more difficult. However, the ancient transfer array then appeared, and some of our ancient predecessors chose to travel through it and go to the sacred immortal realm. Some of them even came back and then told their descendants and juniors that the sacred immortal realm was a holy place for cultivation with incredibly dense elemental energy. As a result, successive generations of cultivators have come to this place. Only after entering did we realize that it was all just a trick. The skinny old man gritted his teeth. Ning and the other 4 were all extraordinary figures. They immediately understood what had happened. Long ago, before the mortal realm was discovered by that Tao Lord, cultivation was a much simpler path. When the enormous protective formation sprang up to protect the continent from the spatial storms around it, it naturally caused the elemental energy in the continent to grow sparse, making cultivation much more difficult. The ancient transfer array then appeared, followed by some cultivators who were so compelled to return from this sacred immortal realm and widely spread rumors of how wonderful it was. It was only natural that more and more cultivators would be drawn to enter it. It was all a plot. In truth, in the mortal realm it is still possible for outstandingly talented geniuses to reach the late-stage apotheosis level, then successfully overcome their tribulations and ascend. The skinny elder continued, but it truly is very, very difficult. The mortal realm is unfathomably vast, but only a handful of people each century can achieve their goals and ascend. That is why we all entered this sacred immortal realm. The skinny elder shook his head. Although we are imprisoned here, it is still true that elemental energy in this world is far denser than it was in ours. It isn't too hard to reach the late stage of the apotheosis level. However, once those devils notice us reaching that stage, they'll immediately strike and kill us. Thus, we have to accumulate as much power as possible. We need to build up so much power that as soon as we reach the late stage of the apotheosis level, the celestial tribulation will immediately descend. By then, those devils won't be able to do anything to us. Ning and the others were quite curious. So as long as you cause a celestial tribulation, you'll be out of danger. Once the celestial tribulation comes, they would never dare to interfere. All they would do is stand off to one side and watch. Even if that devil lord came himself, he would just watch from afar. Anyone who succeeds in the tribulation would immediately ascend to the legendary immortal lands, the skinny elder said. As Ning and the others questioned him, they continued to discuss this matter amongst themselves. Generally speaking, in places like the three realms, the so-called celestial tribulation might pose a threat to ordinary cultivators, but it definitely wouldn't be able to threaten a world-level cultivator. A world-level cultivator would be capable of annihilating the entire three realms. How could a mere tribulation be able to do anything to him? By the same principle, it was impossible for a celestial tribulation to threaten a Tao Lord. Even if a celestial tribulation did descend, a Tao Lord could forcibly intervene and completely destroy the tribulation. I have a possible answer, Fire Surge whispered. Ever since we entered the Arceus region, we've been hearing stories of ascension from the continents that we visit. Do you think it's possible that there's a Tao Lord in every single continent? That they will all go so far as to spend time and effort setting up an estate world to protect them? What are you saying? Soulwind looked at him. I imagine you've all noticed this by now as well. After we entered the Arceus region, we've been able to sense that its power permeates every inch of this region, Firesurge said. The only reason we aren't crushed by it is because we bear Arceus medallions. Ning and the others nodded. It was true that the power of the Arceus region was omnipresent here. Then, it is entirely possible that the celestial tribulation sent down upon the countless living creatures of the many continents here were all sent down by the Arceus region itself, Firesurge said. Right. Right, that has to be it. Their eyes all instantly lit up as they came to understand this matter. The celestial tribulation, it only came about as a result of the natural laws of heaven and earth. In a chaos world such as the Three Realms, the laws in question were the laws of the Chao world itself, and thus it was the chaos world itself which sent down the celestial tribulations. But here in the Arceus region, those vast continents did not have any natural laws that belonged to the continents themselves. Logically speaking, there was no way for the continents themselves to send down celestial tribulations. Which meant, it had to be the entire Arceus region which sent down the tribulations. Because the tribulations are sent by the Arceus region itself, not even Tao Lords would dare to interfere. If they did, they would be punished by the power of the entire Arceus region, Firesurge said. The reason why someone like Ning would be able to destroy the celestial tribulation of the Three Realms was because he wasn't afraid of any reprisal from the Three Realms. But a reprisal from the Arceus region, even eternal emperors would fear such a thing. The Arceus region was the very core of this entire alternate universe. A strike from it would essentially represent a strike from the entire universe itself. Who would dare to withstand such a blow? It makes perfect sense. Skyfire Brightshore nodded. There is a high probability that you are correct. I'd say the chances are at least 80%. But there's another 20% probability as well. Perhaps all this talk of ascension is nothing more than a cruel lie meant to give these cultivators hope. Once they lose all hope, they probably won't be able to keep on living, Soulwind said. Whoosh! Ning and the other four silently emerged from that small jail cell. They continued to walk through the enormous prison, with no one able to detect them. Greetings, Master. Suddenly, every inch of the prison exploded with raucous chants. Every single one of the million-plus golems obediently knelt down, and the sound of their knees hitting the ground echoed throughout the prison. He's coming. The Lord of the Devils is coming. And no. He's come again.
When the prisoners trapped within those countless jail cells within the prison heard the noise, they instantly became filled with terror. Each time this lord of the devils arrived, he would bring them nightmarish torment that was even worse than what the devils were able to dispense. Everyone's breathing became ragged and chaotic, and even the aura of hatred, resentment, and madness which permeated the place became much stronger than before. Ning's face turned pale, as did that of the other four. Humph! The cold snort rang out, followed by an awe-inspiringly powerful surge of heart force that swept out and covered the entire prison. At the same time, some faint green mist began to seep towards every single cell. But suddenly, the green mist came to an immediate halt. Even that wave of heart force trembled. "Who are the 5 of you?" A furious and stunned mental query rang out. Ning's group of 5 was standing there in the hallways. They were able to easily ensure the golems were unable to detect them, but there was no way for them to avoid the heart force scan of a downlord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 9, Slaying a Downlord. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 9, Slaying a Downlord. Ning and the other 4 felt a bit frantic. All this was happening too fast. Senior Heartlord Soulwind sent mentally, "We came on the command of our master to enter the Arceus region and test ourselves here. Alas, we accidentally entered the mortal realm, then rode the space-time transfer array in preparing to depart from this place. We never imagined that the sacred immortal realm was a place which we could not exit, and so we began to search for a way which would allow us to leave this place. We have no intentions of being your enemy, Senior. I'd like to ask you to permit us to leave the sacred immortal realm." "Oh? 5 world-level cultivators and 5 Arceus medallions, such wealth." The stooped downlord who stood at the entrance of the prison sent his voice out echoing with the ears of the 5. "Letting you leave isn't completely out of the question. However, you have to agree to one of my conditions." "Pray tell, Senior," Soulwind immediately said. Without actually fighting them, no one would be able to tell how strong Ning's group was. In the Arceus region, there were some downlords who would slay any world-level cultivators they saw and steal their Arceus medallions. However, the majority of downlords were unwilling to lower themselves and rob juniors, nor were they willing to offend the sect standing behind those world-level cultivators. Generally speaking, world-level cultivators within the Arceus region all had significant backgrounds. "I need you to swear a lifeblood oath that once you leave this place, you will never let anyone else learn a single thing about what you experienced in the mortal realm and the sacred immortal realm. If you accept, I'll let you leave this place," the stooped downlord said. "A lifeblood oath?" Soulwind immediately smiled. "That's simple." "Careful." The nearby Prince Greatjoy's face tightened as light suddenly shot out of his eyes. Moments later, the faces of Soulwind, Ning, Skyfire Brightshore, and Fire Surge all changed. They, too, could sense a terrifying strong surge of power descend from the heavens towards the prison. For this surge of power to descend from the heavens was a clear sign that it came from the grand formation which protected the entire sacred immortal realm. "Kill." Fire Surge had an ugly look on his face. "Kill." Prince Greatjoy bellowed out the same word. The 5 of them attacked simultaneously. The stooped downlord was at the entrance to the enormous prison, and his eyes were unspeakably cold and grim. The skies above him suddenly lit up as the previously ethereal-looking formation was activated, causing an enormous black serpent to appear out of nowhere and descend from the heavens at tremendous speeds as it shot towards the prison. Just now, the stooped downlord had intentionally been wasting some time chatting with them to buy himself enough time to unleash the power of the formation. All those who discover the existence of the sacred immortal realm must perish. A murderous look was in the stooped downlord's eyes, and the enormous serpent moved so quickly that it appeared before him in a flash. However, immediately afterwards, the stooped downlord's face turned pale. "What?" His god sense was showing him what those 5 world-level cultivators were doing, and they were absolutely terrifying. Of the 5, Ning and Heartlord Soulwind were the fastest to attack. Heartworld, descend! Soulwind's red robes fluttered as he glared towards the stooped Dowlord coldly, and he showed no mercy at all when he attacked. Boom! 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 His Heartworld projection instantly descended upon this area, causing the entire prison to boom violently. It was as though something incredibly heavy had smashed down upon it, and it was smashed apart as easily as a piece of tofu. This enormous prison was capable of holding countless cultivators prisoner, but for people on Ning's level it was incredibly fragile. Previously, they had been deep within the prison while the Dowlord had been at the entrance, which meant they were separated by many different gates. It was simpler to just destroy the entire damn thing. What? But. Countless cultivators gawked in amazement at this scene. The jail cells they had been trapped in were all crushed into tiny pieces, but they themselves were left completely unscathed. This was a testament to how precise and masterful Heartlord Soulwind was. Boom! 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 Dot. The million-plus golems were all knocked flat onto the ground under the crushing pressure of the Heartworld projection. They weren't able to resist in the slightest. An exalted immortal. A grand immortal. The heavens have finally come to our aid. Countless cultivators stared at the red-robed Heartlord Soulwind, who stood there like a veritable god. Heartlord Soulwind seemed to have become the center of this entire world, and he stared at that distant, stooped Dowlord as he sent the full weight of his Heartworld projection crashing downwards. A Heartforce cultivator? The stooped figure was stunned. Break! Next to Heartlord Soulwind was the white-robed Ning, and his eyes were equally cold. Rumble! A terrifying mixture of electric light and watery light appeared around him. The 7 types of Dao lightning and 7 types of Dao water transformed into a series of divine swords. The many divine swords moved incredibly fast, quickly sweeping towards the distant stooped Dowlord and forming a terrifying domain that was like a vortex of darkness which ground away at his form. This was the Yin-Yang sword domain. A sword cultivator? How could he be as terrifying as this? The stooped Dowlord was now completely flabbergasted, and he hurriedly controlled his black serpent and used it to protect himself. The black serpent howled furiously as it struggled to survive. The surrounding yin-yang sword domain was like a deadly fishing net that had been tightly wrapped around the serpent's form and furiously tearing away at it. Great annihilation! Prince Greatjoy had a similarly icy look on his face as he immediately unleashed his most powerful killer attack. His twin palms suddenly glittered with dazzling golden light as they instantly pierced through the skies, striking with invincible and deadly intent towards the stooped Dowlord. Boom! When the enormous golden palms struck down upon the black serpent tried to endure the power, but with a rumble, it began to shake and then crack apart. Ah! The stooped Dowlord let out a furious, terrified scream. Kill him! Die! Skyfire Brightshore and Waterlord Firesurge simultaneously struck out. The former struck out with a blazing red tail while the latter sent out 2 enormous entwined water dragons that shot out. The black serpent was already at the brink of collapse due to Ning's yin-yang sword intent and Prince Greatjoy's attack. Now, it completely broke apart, and the power of the yin-yang sword domain and the other attacks all simultaneously thundered down upon the Dowlord's body. The Dowlord did have other treasures he could use to defend himself, but he was completely unable to do so. Boom! He was completely, totally annihilated. Utter silence. The countless cultivators all just stared in a dazed fashion. That invincibly powerful and utterly terrifying Lord of Devils, a man so strong that he made their souls quiver when they looked at him, had been instantly killed? It really had been just an instant. The 5 of them had only struck out a single time each. Ning had only made use of his yin-yang sword domain. He wasn't even given enough time to launch a second attack before the Dowlord had died. The countless cultivators stared at Ning's group. Bind them!
Heartlord's soul wind swept the area with his gaze. His heart world projection had the appearance of an endless range of blazing mountains. As for the million-plus golems that were being suppressed by it, the death of their master had resulted in them instantly becoming ownerless. Thus, Heartlord's soul wind was able to bind them all right away. Although these golems are fairly low level, there's certainly a great deal of them. Let's split them up into 5 portions, Heartlord's soul wind sent. The other 4 didn't really care that much and so just waved their hands to accept it. This Dowlord was really quite weak. I felt as though he was merely an ordinary Dowlord of the first step. Prince Greatjoy shook his head. If it wasn't for the formation itself being incredibly powerful, Brother Darknorth's sword intent domain alone probably would have wiped him out. Ning and the others all nodded. This Dowlord had been very weak. When Ning, Soulwind, and Greatjoy had attacked, their attacks had been blocked by the Black Serpent. In the end, it had been the attacks of Skyfire Brightshore and Fire Surge which had caused the Black Serpent to collapse. As for the Dowlord himself, he wasn't able to resist them in the slightest. I wonder, is there perhaps a second Dowlord here in the sacred immortal realm? Prince Greatjoy was worried. This one was far too weak, while the formation itself was rather strong. It's quite rare for there to be a Dowlord assigned to watch guard over a continent. Do you really think there would be a second one? Soulwind shook his head. As for the power of the formation, perhaps this Dowlord purchased it from somewhere else. Truly powerful Dowlords generally wouldn't deign to do things like torture and torment mortal cultivators. Only the weaker Dowlords would generally do such a thing. If there really was another Dowlord here, he probably would have sent his godsense over to investigate long ago. If he did so, there's no way it would have been able to avoid interacting with my heart world projection. Fire Surge nodded in agreement. These golems all belong to the Dowlord we just defeated. I think there probably was just one. It doesn't matter if there was 1 or 2, Ning said. Either way, we still need to go into the Dowlord's estate in the very center of the continent. The formation remains active, after all, and the core of the formation is probably located within the Dowlord's estate. Only if we go there will we be able to disrupt the formation and leave this place. Let's go to the Dowlord's estate. Prince Greatjoy nodded. If there are no other Dowlords, things will be much simpler. If there is another Dowlord, then we'll just have to give him a fight. There's no other options for us. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 10, Karmic Virtue. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 10, Karmic Virtue. If they wished to leave the sacred immortal realm, they had to first enter the Dowlord's estate. Swoosh! Ning and the rest of the 5 transformed into streaks of light that flew into the air. Space rippled around them as they then disappeared. Only now did these countless cultivators who had just been freed from torture, from their doom of eternal torment, finally come back to their senses. They had been too stunned by the death of that Lord of the Devils. Thank you, 5 exalted Immortals, for sparing our lives. Thank you, Grand Immortals, for saving us from an eternity of suffering. Thank you, Seniors. Countless cultivators fell to their knees in gratitude. Tears streamed down their faces as they cried out their praises. Aside from the hundreds of millions of cultivators who had just recently been taken prisoner, there were the countless cultivators who had been imprisoned here long ago. They had suffered endless torment, and only the hope of ascension and escape had kept them alive. However, whenever those million-plus golems noticed anyone breaking through to the late apotheosis stage, they would immediately kill that person. Thus, every century there was just a very small number of cultivators who managed to overcome their tribulations and ascend. The rest all died miserable, tormented deaths. Now, they finally had release. They would all be able to survive. The boundless hatred and rage which had built up over the course of countless years began to transform into gratitude towards Ning and the rest of the 5. Ning's group of 5 void blinked straight to the location of the spacetime transfer array. These golems. Heartlord Soulwind waved his hand, easily binding the 100+ Elder God golems present here, then split them into 5 lots and gave each person a lot. What? What's going? Does this mean? The tens of millions of cultivators who were bound to the stone pillars all raised their heads towards the skies, staring at Ning's group of 5. Those terrifying devils had been dealt with, as easily as that? From this day forth. Heartlord Soulwind swept them with his gaze as he summoned his Heartworld projection, smashing apart all the chains on every single cultivator. You are no longer prisoners. You and the countless cultivators who were imprisoned in that jail were all free now. I hope you will all train hard and build up this sacred immortal realm into a place which is truly worthy of that name. Freedom? The tens of millions of cultivators were all stunned for a moment. Then, they began to tremble in excitement. Let's go. Ning's group of 5 quickly departed. As far as they were concerned, helping out these mortal cultivators was nothing more than a casual act in passing. They naturally weren't opposed to helping out. The tens of millions of cultivators watched as those 5 airborne figures all disappeared. Only then did they come back to their senses and hurriedly kowtow, pressing their foreheads against the ground. Thank you, exalted Immortals. Thank you for rescuing us, exalted Immortals. Finally, Immortals from the heavens have come to deliver us. The cultivators cried out with hoarse sobs of excitement and gratitude. The towering Daelord's estate emanated an aura of faint green energy, and the estate itself seemed ethereal as well, as though it didn't quite exist at all. Ning's group of 5 stared at it from afar quite cautiously. Suddenly, a surge of strange power swept through the air and descended upon the bodies of Ning and the others. Apparently, faint layers of golden light were continuously descending upon them. What's this? Ning and the others exchanged glances. Karmic merit, Soulwind said softly. What an enormous amount of karmic merit. All the karmic merit I've ever gained since I started cultivation isn't as much as this, but this really is a lot of karmic merit, Prince Greatjoy said. I once battled against an evil cult and rescued more than 300 chaos worlds from their grasp, but I still didn't get as much karmic merit as I am right now. Ning was quite shocked as well. At their level of power, the effect of karmic merit was negligible, just icing on the cake. They might have slightly better luck while adventuring, but that was it. Still, this amount of karmic merit was simply ridiculous in size and scope. If others knew that rescuing these cultivators would result in such a reward of karmic merit, it was likely that many Daelords would run around seeking opportunities to rescue people. Once your karmic merit reached a certain level, your luck would become better and better. Although it wouldn't be of much use to you in the downmerge, it would still be of assistance when adventuring. In truth, however, you could run around rescuing Chaos World after Chaos World and you generally wouldn't gain as much as 1,000th as much karmic merit as right now. Earlier, we all saw how the aura of hatred above in the prison had reached utterly shocking proportions, Soulwind said. This place had a simply ridiculous amount of hatred. It makes sense that the reward for rescuing them is a similarly ridiculous amount of karmic merit. It goes without saying that the number of cultivators who were tortured to death by them over the years was simply unimaginable. Even though they died, their echoes sent down karmic merit to us. Ning nodded. The cultivators they had saved were mostly captured within the past few thousand years. The earlier cultivators had almost all been tortured to death. Compared to the number of cultivators they had saved, the number that had perished was far higher. The Daelord's estate, Prince Greatjoy stared at the towering estate, hidden deep within the shadows of the faint green mist. I feel as though it won't be an easy place to go through. Let us first try and see if we can destroy it. Worth a shot. If we can destroy it, we can then hopefully destroy the core of the formation which covers this entire sacred immortal realm. That would be perfect. Ning and the others were all hoping for this outcome.
An estate which was being controlled by its master would possess incredibly strong defensive powers, but now the Tao Lord was dead.
Ning's group did indeed stand a good chance of destroying it.
I'll go first.
Ning smiled as he walked through the air towards the distant Tao Lord's estate.
As he moved forwards, his 7 mighty streaks of Tao lightning and Tao water all flooded out as well, forming an enormous yin-yang sword domain. A dark and terrifyingly powerful domain appeared around him, completely annihilating all of the faint green mist as it furiously swept towards the estate world.
Break for me.
Heartlord Soulwind immediately summoned his Heart World projection, causing an entire world to come crashing down upon the estate.
Shatter.
Prince Greatjoy flew over as well as he stretched out his giant golden palms. His palms were capable of unleashing the most savage attacks amongst the 5. Although Ning's own blood drop sword intent was also a supreme Tao, its advantage lay in its penetrating power. Prince Greatjoy, however, specialized in overwhelming, brutalizing power.
Boom! Boom!
2 enormous, heaven-covering golden palms came crashing down like a pair of titanic golden clouds. The golden palms came crashing downwards repeatedly, striking heavily upon the Tao Lord's estate.
The air pressure generated by the blows was so great that an enormous palm-size imprint appeared in the ground around the estate.
Grar-air!
Skyfire Brightshore transformed into his true form of a flame-bathed beast.
His hooves kicked at the ground as his fiery tail lashed out in an aura of absolutely power. As for Water Lord Fire Surge, he charged forwards and launched attacks from all around the estate as well. The entrance to the Tao Lord's estate was open, and so Ning's Tao Lightning and Tao Thunder flooded straight through it, smashing through all obstacles in their path. After causing absolute havoc for a brief period of time, it finally came to a halt. But the door to the estate is clearing open. The blazing beast once more transformed into a fiery-haired youth. Brother Darknorth's lightning and water, as well as my lifeblood fire, and that Heartworld projection of Brother Soul Wind, it all flooded into the estate to cause damage.
Why, then, is the formation covering this realm completely undisturbed?
Ning raised his head to stare into the skies as well. Golden runes could still be vaguely seen high up in the air.
Clearly, the enormous formation hadn't been impacted at all. We probably haven't destroyed the core of the formation yet, Ning said.
Perhaps the core of the formation is located in some secret, hidden location inside the estate.
Then what should we do now?
Soulwind swept the area with his gaze.
What can we do? Go inside.
Prince Greatjoy said coldly. A murderous look flashed through Firesurge's eyes as well.
Ning and the others all felt quite cautious about this Tao Lord's estate. An estate was essentially a foe's lair.
If there really was another Tao Lord inside, fighting within the estate would be incredibly disadvantageous to Ning and the others. But right now, there really was no way to tell whether or not there was a Tao Lord inside. If a Tao Lord truly decided to hide inside there and refused to come out, then Ning's group would still have to go inside the estate and wreck the formation's core in order to leave this sacred immortal realm. Brother Darknorth, let us join forces to set up a defensive perimeter, Soulwind said.
All right. Ning nodded. Soulwind's Heartworld projection was an excellent detection and warning system, whereas Ning's yin-yang sword domain was a supreme Tao of defense.
For now, the group of 5 was guarded by a chaotic domain of sword intent as well as countless world shadows.
Whoosh! Ning's group went straight to the entrance of the Tao Lord's estate.
Although they had hammered against the estate for quite some time, it remained completely undamaged. They entered the estate through the main gate. The estate was actually quite large inside, and its internal layout was quite complicated. There were quite a few dismembered and shattered golems located inside of it as well, all destroyed by the water, lightning, flames, and other attacks which the group had unleashed. What a large estate! It was built almost like a maze. Ning's group spent a full hour wandering inside of it, jointly defeating the various formations and restrictive spells as they extensively searched the place. At the deepest reaches of the Tao Lord's estate, there was hovering passageway that was lined with fiery red stones. Whoosh! A blazing wind howled through the air above the hovering passageway. There was a cave entrance located amongst the many boulders present in this place. Within this cave there was a black-robed Dowlord who was seated in the lotus position. His aura was incredibly ancient, and he was unfathomably more powerful than the Dowlord which Ning's group had just slain. Images of Ning and the others wandering through the estate could be seen reflected off his eyes. So these 5 world-level cultivators really did enter my estate. For world-level cultivators to be comparable to Dowlords of the second step, and for 5 of them to appear at once, they have to have a truly incredible school behind them. Their master might be an extremely important member of the Church of Annihilation. Although they killed one of my retainers, I'd really rather not fight them unless absolutely necessary. But Master's orders were clear. I am to guard this place diligently, and I am to slay any outsiders who invade this place. The black-robed Dowlord slowly shook his head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 11, Moksha. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 11, Moksha. The black-robed Dowlord sat within that fiery stone cave. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards that levitating passageway. Deep within it, a bulky and muscular creature was crawling across the fiery stones. The creature was brandishing an enormous great axe, chopping downwards with it time and time again. Just looking at this muscular creature, one would easily be able to tell what tremendous power this great axe held within it. However, the great axe was just barely able to split the blazing stones apart, and it took dozens of blows from the great axe in order to harvest a single piece. Boom! 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 The reverberations were quite weak by the time they made it to the black-robed Dowlord. Moksha! The black-robed Dowlord called out to the creature. Come here. Yes, master. A rumbling voice rang out from below. Whoosh! A streak of light flew out from the depths of that levitating passageway, then landed within the fiery stone cave. This was a strange, incredibly muscular thing whose unclad body radiated a metallic light. Clearly, this was not a normal living creature. The creature held a black great axe in its hands that was almost as long as he was tall, and upon entering he immediately knelt down respectfully. Master, what is your bidding? The black-robed Dowlord nodded. 5 world-level children have entered the sacred immortal realm. Although they were merely at the world level, all of them can be said to have reached a level of power comparable to that of Dowlords of the second step. The 5 of them have already entered my estate, and they are continuously advancing in this direction. I order you to go and wipe them out. Remember, no matter what, do not let them damage my prismatic kilo leaf flower. Masca understands, the towering creature said respectfully. Then go, the black-robed Dowlord ordered. The muscular creature instantly departed through the passageway as he continuously flew upwards. Soon, he reached the entry point to the bottommost layer of the estate. The black-robed Dowlord nodded slightly. He really didn't care much about the death of that retainer, as the retainer had been someone who had only been able to break through thanks to a pseudo-samsara pill. His only real job was to assist the black-robed Dowlord in torturing those mortal cultivators. Someone like the black-robed Dowlord wouldn't want to lower himself or waste his energy on tormenting mortals. He would simply order his subordinates to do it for him. 5 absolutely incredible world-level cultivators. They most likely stand a good chance of becoming absolutely incredible Dowlords. A pity. The black-robed Dowlord let out a soft sigh. Why did you have to come here? Deep within the Dowlord's estate, Ning and the rest of the 5 were still advancing forwards. There has to be a tremendous secret deep hidden within this path, Prince Greatjoy said. We've already encountered 8 different restrictive seals on this path, and it took us tremendous amounts of effort to break through them. Why would they put this many seals here if this wasn't an important place? We've broken quite a few seals in the estate,
but no foes have emerged to face us. There probably really aren't any Dao Lords here, Soulwind laughed. I hope everything will continue to be this easy. That would be just wonderful. I hope that is the case as well. They advanced through the passageway, delving deeper and deeper through the various layers of the estate. Suddenly, an enormous stone door appeared at the end of the path before them. This stone door was covered by strange carvings which emanated a dark, sinful aura. Just looking at it made the five of them uncomfortable. In truth, they had all noticed that it seemed as though the entire estate was filled with the aura of hatred and sin, with the aura being especially pronounced in certain areas. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Soulwind's heart world projection and Ning's sword intent domain both slammed into the stone door. Golden runes immediately appeared on the surface of the stone door and began to flow across it. The runes were incredibly powerful, and they weren't damaged in the slightest by the attacks. Heartlord Soulwind carefully inspected the formation which had just appeared atop the stone door. Of the five, Heartlord Soulwind possessed the highest level of skill in the Tao of formations. He spent quite a bit of time, head upraised, as he stared at the stone door. Do as I say, Heartlord Soulwind instructed. Brother Ning, strike out with your sword using maximum force and destroy the runes over here. His heart world projection immediately caused a particular part of the runes to light up. Brothers Fire Surge and Skyfire, the two of you shall attack these two places. Heartlord Soulwind once more left behind sparkles of light atop the stone door, this time pointing out two areas with runes at the very top and very bottom of the stone door. Brother Greatjoy, all you need to do is to launch full-strength blows against this door, Soulwind laughed. Leave the rest to me, To use raw, brute force to breach the formations would be incredibly difficult. If you were skilled in the art of formations, things would be much easier. Even if you weren't able to overcome the formation by yourself, if you could point out certain critical areas and then focus your efforts on those areas, it would be hundreds of times easier than simply trying to brute force the entire thing. Everyone, attack! Heartlord Soulwind barked. Swish! Ning struck out with his sword. The sword struck out without creating any sound, but in the instant that it stabbed against the divine runes, its might was fully unleashed along with a terrifyingly strong penetrative power. If Ning wished it, he would be able to tear space apart and enter a completely different spatial dimension. The runes were completely pierced through and ripped apart by Ning's strike, resulting in the formation covering the stone door to begin to tremble. In truth, a small part of such a large formation being destroyed normally wouldn't have much of an impact. Only a critical part of the formation being destroyed would. Good. Heartlord Soulwind revealed a look of delight. Ning's sword was indeed quite terrifying. Previously, as they had been breaching one sealed barrier after another within the estate, they had encountered a particularly nettlesome barrier that not even Prince Greatjoy had been able to break. In the end, it was Ning who had stepped up and used his sword to stab through a critical part of the formation. All of them had been stunned by how terrifyingly strong Ning's sword was. In terms of raw, overwhelming attack power, Prince Greatjoy was the strongest of the five. In terms of viciousness, Ning's sword was the deadliest. Attack! Skyfire Brightshore and Fire Surge simultaneously attacked, the former using fire and the latter using water. These two were diametrically different types of energy, and they were equal in power. As a result, when they joined forces they resulted in an absolutely explosive amount of energy being unleashed. Skyfire had truly grown much stronger in recent years, perhaps because the 12 scrolls of the Sutra of Eternity was indeed an incredible technique. By now, Skyfire was just as strong as Fire Surge, who had been the weakest member of the 4 elites of the 12 palaces. Break! Prince Greatjoy sent his enormous golden palms crashing downwards towards the two sides of the closed stone door. Rumble! The ceiling barrier twisted, no longer able to endure the surging power that had been brought to bear against it. With a rumbling sound, the closed stone door began to swing open as the barrier naturally broke apart. The two sides of the stone door were smashed open by the twin palms,
revealing an empty pavilion behind them.
So we have reached the end of this passageway?
Ning and the others were all stunned. They had encountered multiple barriers on the way over and had felt certain that there would be another passageway beyond the stone doors.
Who would have thought that it would instead be a pavilion?
Ning and the other four advanced with caution, surrounded by the Heart World projection and the Sword Intent domain.
They walked through the stone door and into the pavilion.
The empty pavilion was roughly 30,000 meters in size.
An extremely muscular form was seated within the pavilion.
The creature was completely crimson in color, and even its eyes were blazing with fire. It didn't look like an ordinary living creature at all.
A golem? Greatjoy frowned. What a powerful golem. Solwyn's face tightened as well.
The Tao Lord we killed was merely at the first step.
Why is there such a powerful golem here? Ning's heart sank.
They could all tell that this was nothing more than a powerful golem, but it was different from those weaker golems that had existed in the sacred immortal realm. Those golems were at the elder god level of strength at most. This one, it was at the Tao Lord level.
Its aura was so weighty and dense that there was no way an ordinary Tao Lord could match it in might.
Whoosh! There was another stone door on the other end of the palace. That tightly sealed stone door was covered with a layer of deep green energy that radiated hatred, with the hatred so dense that furiously roaring faces would constantly appear on its surface. Unfathomable amounts of dense elemental energy were being gathered from the surrounding areas, then channeled into and through the stone door.
The hatred and malice is all gathering here? What on earth is behind that stone door?
Ning realized that they were getting very close to uncovering some of the secrets behind the sacred immortal realm. The five of them exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking. They all knew that this would most likely be the most deadly battle yet in this alternate universe, and that it was possible they might die here. We have entered the Arceus region on the orders of our master. I'd like to ask for you to give way and release the five of us from this sacred immortal realm, Solwyn said.
If there is anything you want from us, just tell us.
The massive golem, seated in the lotus position, slowly raised his head and stared at Ning's group with his fiery eyes. His lips parted in a savage smile as he rose to his feet, then stretched out his left hand.
Instantly, an enormous black shield appeared within it.
He then stretched out his right hand, causing an enormous great axe to appear. A shield in one hand, a great axe in the other, and his aura completely exploded forth, sweeping through the entire palace and causing it to echo and thunder. I want, the massive golem's voice boomed forth, for you all to die.
Boom! The golem transformed into a streak of light as it charged straight towards Ning's group. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 28, Chapter 12, In Danger of Dying. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 12, In Danger of Dying. The entire pavilion was nearly 30,000 meters in size, and thus it was completely filled by the yin-yang sword domain. Torrents of electric light and watery light transformed into enormous swords that furiously hacked at everything near them.
The towering golem was assaulted by endless attacks, but it simply roared with fury as it charged towards Ning's group. The yin-yang sword domain wasn't able to do anything to it at all.
Whoosh! Heartlord Solwind rose high up into the air, his red robes fluttering.
He actually seemed to transform into a divine bird that was bathed in flames.
More and more of these flaming birds began to appear in the area around him, as well as enormous amounts of blazing lava.
Focus!
Solwind instantly manifested a total of 18 arms, and each arm represented a beak of a firebird as they all flew towards that golem.
Kill! Attack! Skyfire Brightshore and Waterlord Firesurge joined forces in a practiced manner.
They had long ago grown accustomed to combination attacks, and thus they sent intertwined attacks of water and fire straight towards the golems. As for Ning, he first used 3 heads, 6 arms, then drew out his 6 divine swords.
Prince Greatjoy actually manifested 6 arms as well, a rare sight to behold. The two of them had the most powerful attacks, and were the final ones to attack. Gwar! The massive golem roared furiously as it chopped horizontally with the massive black great axe in its hand. This chop seemed to sever the heavens from the earth itself. Ning and the others all instantly felt their hearts turn cold. Heartlord Soulwind had used his Heartworld projection to manifest 18 blazing firebirds, but they were all chopped into 2 pieces by this blow. Careful! Skyfire Brightshore was sent flying back by the chop as well, and he furiously cried out to warn the others. Whoosh! Waterlord Firesurge's body was cleaved apart at the waist. Blood flew everywhere, and a look of shock and rage was in his eyes. And then, his entire body transformed into a flow of water that tried to flee. Boom! 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 Dot! Prince Greatjoy's 6 enormous golden palms began to descend from the skies, striking against the edge of that great axe and preventing it from continuing its attacks. Thanks to him, Skyfire and Firesurge were saved. Brother Dark North. Prince Greatjoy vomited out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards, but he still managed to send an urgent mental call to Ning. 6 silent streaks of swordlight. As Prince Greatjoy tied down the great axe, the 6 streaks of swordlight scraped past it and stabbed directly towards the fingers of the golem's right hand. Ning knew very well that this was a golem which was as tough and resilient as a magical treasure. To actually destroy this golem? Not even a Dowlord of the 4th step would be able to do this, to say nothing of Ning. Ning's blood drop stance had penetrating power, true, but it wouldn't be able to pierce through the golem's body by even an inch. Thus, Ning had only one goal, to attack the finger joints on the golem's right hand, then seize its great axe. Ning had been able to tell quite quickly that this golem was at an extremely high level of skill in wielding a great axe. If Ning was able to disarm it and take the great axe, the golem would instantly lose the majority of its power. This was similar to how if Ning himself lost his 6 eternal swords he would only be able to unleash 10 to 20% of his true power. Crunch! Clang! The 6 streaks of swordlight simultaneously stabbed into different finger joints on the golem's right hand. The terrifying penetrative power of the blood drop stance caused the fingers of the mighty golem's right hand to involuntarily unclench just slightly, causing its grip over the great axe to grow weak. Ning was delighted to see this. Just as he was about to move forwards and seize the great axe. Dark North, careful! Soulwind's voice rang out in Ning's mind. Eh? Ning's face turned pale, because an enormous shield was crashing towards his head with an absolutely unstoppable amount of power. The golem smiled coldly as it sent its enormous shield spinning towards Ning. Its greatest proficiency lay in the art of using shields. It was created in order to serve as a guardian for its master in dangerous situations, so as to help buy its master some extra time. The only reason it was also quite skilled in wielding axes was because it had been assigned to work as a miner for countless years now. Still, comparatively speaking, its true expertise still lay in wielding shields. Rumble! When the shield came crashing down, it was as though the skies themselves were pressing down upon Ning. Even a Chaos Star would most likely be reduced to dust by a blow from this shield. As the shield moved closer and closer to Ning, layers of multicolored space generated by the terrifying pressure began to appear right in front of it. There was no way for Ning to seize the great axe. All he could do was to use his sword arts to defend as best as he could. Boom! The shield slammed directly onto Ning's 6 swords. Although Ning was skilled in using his long swords to defend, that meant very little when there was such an enormous disparity in power. The shield crushed through Ning's 6 arms and slammed into Ning's body. Ning felt his head grow dim as he was sent flying backwards with a boom. He almost instantly slammed into the walls of the pavilion, and blood immediately spewed out of his mouth. The faces of Prince Greatjoy, Heartlord Soulwind, Skyfire Brightshore, and Waterlord Firesurge all turned pale when they saw this. They were all completely stunned. The strike from that shield, it was far more powerful than the strikes from the great axe had been. You actually made me lose my grip over my great axe. What a formidable sword art! I'll make your death a cleaner one. The golem charged forwards, each step causing the pavilion to tremble. He continued to wield the shield in one hand and the great axe in the other as he pounced towards Ning. Clearly, the fact that Ning had caused him to temporarily lose his grip over his great axe had rather irritated him. Prince Greatjoy and the others felt their hearts turn cold when they saw this. Right now, they didn't really care about the great axe any longer. It was that shield which had them worried. Ning's mind was still woozy, and he was only slowly regaining full consciousness. Just now, he had been knocked completely unconscious for a brief moment. Thankfully, he had a suit of eternal armor protecting him, and had already completely mastered the golden idol technique. That was the only reason why he had been able to survive that terrifying strike. If he had a slightly inferior protective divine ability, such as one which only made his body comparable to the toughness of an ordinary Dao weapon, he probably would have died from that collision. Thankfully, Ning's body was as tough as a top-grade Dao weapon. It wasn't that easy to destroy. Dodge, brother Dark North. Prince Greatjoy once more struck out with his 6 golden palms towards the golem, and the golem once more bashed out with his shield, causing that immense level of power to once more descend upon the cultivators. Boom! The 6 golden palms collided head-on with the enormous shield. In truth, Prince Greatjoy's palm arts were actually quite similar in function and effect to the golem's shield. In fact, Prince Greatjoy's techniques actually evinced a much deeper understanding of the Dao. The problem was that the golem was simply too overwhelmingly powerful. Prince Greatjoy just barely qualified as having the physical power of a Dao Lord of the first step, but this golem had the power of an apex Dao Lord of the third step. Even though its technique was rather weak, perhaps comparable to just that of a supreme world god, it would still be able to completely dominate Prince Greatjoy. For a golem to be able to reach a level of mastery in using a shield which was comparable to that of a supreme world god was actually quite incredible. After all, golems were by nature far inferior to true cultivators in terms of being able to understand the Dao. Bang! Golden light radiated from every part of Prince Greatjoy's body, making him seem as though he was made out of gold. And yet, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of golden liquid as he was sent flying backwards. Still, his interception gave Ning the time he needed to fully regain consciousness. Die! The golem struck out with his great axe once more, this time chopping towards Skyfire Brightshore and Waterlord Firesurge. Kill him! Ning had come back to his senses, and a cold look was in his eyes. Whoosh! A slight ripple suddenly appeared with the pavilion. The ripple was very delicate, and even Ning's yin-yang sword domain found it difficult to detect it. However, once the ripple moved next to the golem revealed a look of shock. Swish! A vicious, insidious streak of swordlight suddenly appeared, avoiding both the great axe and shield as it slashed at the golem's head. Rumble! The golem couldn't help but be knocked backwards. As it was knocked backwards, that viper-like streak of swordlight appeared once more. This time, it actually began to twist as it quickly bound the golem up in rings of swordlight, completely trustling it up. Get in here! A figure wreathed in black mist suddenly appeared, causing the golem to disappear with a wave of the hand. The figure glanced at Ning. Per Master's orders, you are permitted to have me help you one time. Now that I have dealt with this golem, I have completed my promise. Ning was still slumped on the ground of the pavilion. He nodded. This figure wreathed in black mist was one of the 4 golems which Emperor Mirrors now had prepared for his personal disciples, the golem known as the Assassin. Whoosh! The assassin instantly disappeared, returning to the world of the Mirrors Now painting. Within that world, the assassin, the golden-robed emperor, the fisherman, and the swordsman were all together, staring at the shield-bearing and axe-wielding golem. You really moved quite quickly, the golden-robed emperor laughed. This guy isn't too bad.
He can be considered to be as physically strong as an apex downlord of the third step, the assassin said coldly. His shield-wielding techniques are weak, though, and his great axe-wielding abilities are even weaker. Overall, he can just barely be considered as strong as a weak downlord of the third step. I was the perfect counter for him in every respect. This was an easy win. The four of them were all comparable to apex downlords of the third step. In terms of speed and power, they had actually reached the threshold of downlords of the fourth step, and they all had exceedingly profound sword arts. Although Ning had defeated them, that was because Emperor Mirrors now had ordered them to only use a certain level of sword arts. But of course, their skills were slightly inferior to that of the sword arts of a true downlord of the third step. Thus, they averaged out to be as strong as an apex downlord of the third step. Strength? Speed? Comprehension? They surpassed this new golem in every way. Within the pavilion, Ning continued to sit there on the ground. Waterlord Firesurge slowly reformed his true body out of the currents of water, while Skyfire Brightshore turned to look towards Ning. Soulwind let out a long, relaxed sigh. As for Prince Greatjoy? He began to roar with laughter. That was close, Soulwind laughed. Brother Dark North, I owe you my life. Prince Greatjoy looked towards Ning. Ning let out a sigh of relief as well. That golem had brought them far too much pressure. In the end, they were still just a 5-man group of world-level cultivators. When faced with a golem that was comparable to a downlord of the third step, they were completely flattened with each class. If too much time passed, they probably would have lost their lives. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 13, The Black-Robed Downlord. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 13, The Black-Robed Downlord. Thanks, Dark North. Skyfire Brightshore and Waterlord Firesurge both looked towards Ning gratefully. Just now, had Ning been just one moment too slow, the two of them would have perished. Of the 5, the 2 of them were undoubtedly the weakest. Brother Dark North, just now I saw a dark figure appear, capture the golem, then say something about only helping you once? Prince Greatjoy frantically asked. We've disposed of the golem, but it was probably just equivalent to a downlord of the third step. There's no way its master was the downlord we slew earlier, which means that it is highly likely that a second downlord resides within the estate. If we can't even deal with his golem, we're probably going to be in grave danger once the downlord attacks. The others all understood this point as well. They had disposed of the golem and managed to stay alive, buying themselves some extra breathing time, but the danger was still there. Still, there was nothing that could be done. If there truly was an even more powerful downlord here, there was nothing they could do except face him. This was the Daelord's estate, after all. They were on enemy grounds. Yes, he can only help me once. Nin nodded. My master once said I can't rely on him to deal with every danger I encounter, which is why I'll only be assisted a single time. Greatjoy, Soulwind, and the others all nodded. They understood this principle. Ning didn't reveal the fact that he had 3 more golems. It was best for him to be able to leave a few more trump cards up his sleeve. Skyfire, you are a member of the Imperials. Don't you have any trump cards of your own? If Dark North had been just 1 second slower, you would have been finished. Greatjoy glanced at Skyfire. The 5 had completely severed this local region of spacetime from the rest of the estate, and Soulwind's Heartworld projection was keeping a close watch as well. There was no way any form of Godsense or Heart Force would be able to spy on them. Skyfire laughed awkwardly. So what if I'm a Brightshore Imperial? Shortly after I joined the kingdom, I was dragged off by the hegemon and sent here to the Arceus region. Since the entire point of this adventure is for me to learn and grow, he naturally refused to give me any protective treasures at all. Once you have too many trump cards, an excursion like this would no longer be an adventure, it would be tourism. So,
I really don't have any trump cards at all. Ning and the others were truly surprised to hear this. It was very hard for cultivators like them to acquire particularly powerful trump cards they could use. Ning himself had to become the personal disciple of Emperor Mirrors now before he learned that he would have 4 golems who could each assist him once. Most likely, the other disciples of Emperor Mirrors now wouldn't divulge this fact either. The more powerful a golem was, the more valuable it would be. A golem that was comparable to a Verge-level Dowlord would be an utterly priceless treasure. Even the Sword Palace itself had only been able to acquire a few such golems over the course of countless chaos cycles. Dowlord All-God was an incredible grandmaster of artificing, but even he was only able to create a single such golem in his lifetime, one which he would never even think about selling. After all, there was simply no way one could possibly find another such golem of tremendous power and unswerving loyalty. Emperor Mirrors now similarly had just a single golem of such power. In the end, he had traded it for 40 golems that were comparable to apex Dowlords of the 3rd step which he left behind to his personal disciples. Thus, it truly was quite rare and difficult for one to acquire truly powerful golems. Weaker golems, those which were comparable to Dowlords of the 1st step or 2nd step, were much more common. Every single one of the 12 Dowlord Cloudworlds of the 12 palaces had an enormous number of these golems. As Ning and the others saw it, the person in their group who was most likely to have a truly, ridiculously powerful trump card had to be Skyfire Brightshore. After all, his backer was the almighty Hegemon, someone who could truly be described as standing at the absolute apex of the endless territories. Even the most casual of trump cards bestowed by the almighty Hegemon would be terrifyingly powerful. Alas! Skyfire's response disappointed all 4 of them. Ugh! This is going to be tricky. That shield-bearer golem was roughly comparable to a Dowlord of the 3rd step. Those golems are very expensive. His master might very well be a Verge-level Dowlord. Prince Greatjoy was rather worried. Ning sent a divine power clone to descend upon the estate world of the Mirrors now painting. Gentlemen. Ning looked at the assassin, the fisherman, the golden-robed emperor, and the swordsman. Can you help me bind this golem? Ning glanced at the captured shield-bearer golem. Although it was much weaker than the golems which Emperor Mirrors now had left behind, it still had the power of a Dowlord of the 3rd step and was capable of dominating Ning's group and even killing them in a short period of time. Alas, Ning had cheated by releasing an even more terrifying golem, the assassin. Even if we helped you tie it down, you wouldn't be able to bind it. The golden-robed emperor shook his head. All we can do is keep it trapped here and make sure it can't fight back. In the end, it is still an extraordinary golem, while your immortal energy remains at the world level. If you wish to forcibly send your energy into the golem's body and wipe out its master's seal, there's no way you can do it. Ning nodded. He had simply hoped that the 4 golems might have some special tricks. A mighty golem comparable to a Dowlord of the 3rd step was right in front of him, helpless and bound, but there was no way for him to bind it. It was a pity that his Azure Flower Mist energy was unable to leave his body. Otherwise, he might have been able to use it to bind the golem instead. I have a question for you. Ning shifted his gaze to the golem. Humph! The towering golem let out a cold snort. Stop struggling, brat. The 5 of you are all going to die. You have no idea who you just pissed off. Oh? And who did we just piss off? Ning smirked. Humph! The towering golem swept the area with his gaze, his eyes blazing with fire. He let out a snicker. There are some things which I cannot speak about, but although these golems of yours are a bit stronger than me, they aren't that much stronger. Even if all of them helped you out, you still would have no chance at all of surviving this encounter. You won't even be able to fight back. Ning laughed coldly. Oh, so you were talking about the Dowlord behind you? You'll know soon enough. The towering golem shut his mouth, saying nothing further. There were some secrets which even he didn't dare to divulge.
He had received strict orders long ago regarding these matters, and as a golem he would never violate the orders he was given.
Ning couldn't help but begin to worry even more. Judging from the golem's behavior, the golem seemed to feel supremely confident in the outcome of this fight. Why? What gave it such confidence? Were the 5 of them really going to die here?
Ning wasn't that afraid, as he had a clone in the outside world which would allow him to rebuild his body. Although he would have lost 6 eternal weapons, 4 powerful golems, and the 7 streaks of Dao water and Dao lightning in his body, he would still be alive. The price he paid for dying here would be a heavy one, but so long as he remained alive there would always be more possibilities in the future. But Ning had no idea as to whether or not Greatjoy, Soulwind, Skyfire Brightshore, and Fire Surge had clones in the outside world. There were some secrets which you simply didn't ask or tell others. Within the pavilion. Although the 5 of them knew that the situation was dangerous, they had no way out.
They had to face it. Break! The 5 of them joined forces once more to slam open the stone doors on the other side of the pavilion.
Rumble, the stone doors began to slowly swing open. This, Ning and the others all took deep breaths. The aura of hatred and resentment here had to be 1,000 times greater than the aura had been in the air above the great prison. The hatred was so intense, it had liquefied into a deep green pool that was swirling in a vortex of more than 100 streams of hatred that circled an absolutely beautiful, enormous flower. This flower had many black leaves. Ning counted exactly 1,000 of those black leaves, and they were layered atop each other in a strange, evil, yet beautiful way. Atop the leaves there were the soul-stirringly beautiful petals. The flower petals were multicolored and emanated an aura of intoxicating fragrance. They were truly dazzling in their beauty, and they emanated faint streams of rainbow light. Was all that hatred meant to nourish this flower? Ning and the others felt their hearts tremble when they saw this sight. The deep green streams of hatred all centered around this pool, condensing into an actual liquid form which then split off in 100 streams which were used to nourish the flower in an extremely detail-oriented manner.
A prismatic kilo leaf flower?
Heartlord Soulwind murmured these words softly.
Aren't those flowers supposed to be impossible to cultivate? I thought they could only grow naturally in certain environments.
Prince Greatjoy was shocked as well. Ning and the others all had heard of the awe-inspiringly famous prismatic kilo leaf flowers, which were known throughout the endless territories. It was one of several precious ingredients that were needed to refine some truly powerful magic treasures, and it was incredibly precious.
A single flower would be worth roughly 1,000,000 cubes of chaos nectar.
However, based on what Ning and the others knew, these flowers could only grow in natural environments. But now, it seemed as though there was a major power who was capable of actually growing them.
Yes. This is a prismatic kilo leaf flower.
A voice suddenly rang out. Ning and the others simultaneously turned their heads to look. They saw a streak of dark light slowly manifest in the skies, revealing an ethereal figure which slowly began to materialize into a black-robed Dao Lord.
The black-robed Dao Lord landed, staring at the prismatic kilo leaf flower with a distant look in his eyes.
He then turned to sweep the 5 of them with his gaze. The 5 of you are able to match Dao Lords of the second step, despite merely being at the world level.
I imagine you all have incredible backgrounds.
Not even my master himself would be willing to offend the major power who undoubtedly stands behind you. Ning and the others all felt their hearts turn cold. The more casually this Dao Lord spoke, the more nervous they became.
Only someone who possessed an absolutely overwhelming advantage in power would act so casually.
If that's the case, then why don't you let us leave, Senior? We can immediately swear oaths to never divulge any information regarding the sacred immortal realm to anyone, Soulwind said.
Haven't you noticed?
Ever since you entered the sacred immortal realm, all your connections to the outside world have been completely cut off.
The black-robed Dao Lord looked curiously at them.
The reason we set up the formation which separated this realm from the rest of the universe was to prevent anyone from leaking information about it.
And now that you've seen the prismatic kilo leaf flower, Don't you know who you've just offended? Ning and the others blinked. They really had no idea, because they weren't from this universe. Given how monstrously talented you are, the sect behind you has to be an incredibly powerful one. I imagine that your sect would have told you about the most powerful members of the Church of Annihilation. The black-robed Dowlord was puzzled. The only person in the entire universe who can grow these prismatic kilo leaf flowers is my master, Emperor Trisilk? Don't you know anything? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 14, 2 options to choose. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 14, 2 options to choose. Ning and the others exchanged glances, their hearts quivering. Emperor Trisilk. They had naturally never heard of this Emperor Trisilk before, but even a fool could understand that he had to be an eternal emperor. And supposedly, he was the master of this black-robed Dowlord and was the only person in this entire alternate universe who could plant prismatic kilo leaf flowers. Clearly, he was not just an eternal emperor, he was an incredible one. The 5 of us just wanted to journey through the Arceus region. How the hell did we manage to run afoul of an eternal emperor? When the black-robed Dowlord saw how the faces of Ning and the others all turned pale, he couldn't help but laugh. It seems you now understand. So what if he is an eternal emperor? My master slays eternal emperors as easily as turning over his hand, Prince Greatjoy said coldly. You had best let us go. Otherwise, given my master's abilities, he'll definitely be able to find out who killed us, even if it ends up being a bit troublesome for him. It won't just be you who will be doomed, Emperor Trisilk himself won't be able to withstand master's wrath. No need to threaten me. The black-robed Dowlord smiled. The 5 of you are at the world level, but talented enough to match Dowlords of the second step. Not even my master himself has 5 such talented disciples under his tutelage. I find it highly likely that one of the 16 Star Kings of the Church of Annihilation stands behind the 5 of you. Am I right? Ning and the others were stunned. They knew a bit about the Church of Annihilation. The most exalted member of the Church of Annihilation was, without a doubt, its legendary leader. Their leader was the person who unified this entire alternate universe, and he was unspeakably powerful to the point of being virtually omnipotent. Most likely, not even the almighty Hegemon would be a match for him. Second to the leader were the 16 Star Kings. Below the Star Kings were the mighty Paladins. The 9 Godstar sect which Ning's group had originally encountered upon entering this alternate universe only had a single paladin in their organization. Generally speaking, ordinary Verge-level Dowlords were not qualified to be given the rank of paladin. Only breathtakingly powerful Dowlords, along with eternal emperors, were qualified to be called paladins. As I said a while ago, not even my master would wish to offend the person who stands behind the 5 of you. Alas, it was your own fault for barging into the sacred immortal realm. It no longer matters how powerful the person who stands behind you is. The black-robed Dowlord laughed. In order to prevent your school and master from tracking you down, as soon as you entered my estate, I sent my subordinates to destroy the space-time transfer arrays linking the mortal realm with this sacred immortal realm. Ning and the others were stunned. From this day forth, that mortal realm will no longer be connected to this world of ours. The black-robed Dowlord sighed. Because of the 5 of you, I had to sacrifice a large continent. Alas, I had to ensure that there would be no way for your school to trace you to this place and attack me here. I decided to remove all traces of your passing right away. If the space-time transfer array between the mortal realm and the sacred immortal realm was destroyed, then even if a major power managed to track Ning's group to the mortal realm, there would be no way for him to find out where the sacred immortal realm was located. In the outside world, the only person who even knows this sacred immortal realm exists is my master. The black-robed Dowlord smiled coldly. As for myself, I've been permanently assigned to this place. Without Master's permission, even I shall never be permitted to leave.
As for the formation which surrounds this realm, my master was the one who personally set it up. It ensures that this realm is completely separated from the rest of the world. Even if you have other clones outside, there will be no way you can sense where this realm is. Thus, no one knows that you are here, and no one will be able to find you. As for fighting back? Oof. My master personally set up this formation, and I'm the only person who can fully unleash its power. Not even a Verge-level Dowlord who stumbles into this place would be a match for me. The black-robed Dowlord swept the five with his gaze. However, I have decided to give you a way to survive. A way to survive? Ning and the others stared at the black-robed Dowlord. They had guessed long ago that the Dowlord had ulterior motives, which was why he had spoken to them for so long. If he truly wanted to kill them, he would have done so long ago. Why would he first let them view the prismatic kilo leaf flower and ensure they felt despair at knowing they had transgressed against Emperor Trisilk? If they truly were geniuses who belonged to this universe, they probably would have felt despair upon hearing Emperor Trisilk's name. Emperor Trisilk was a true demon who had committed towering sins, and it was his idea to use enormous amounts of hatred to nourish prismatic kilo leaf flowers. Just imagine how skilled he was in sin and how steeped he was in hate, for him to be able to manipulate it so effectively? As a man who had committed many sins, he had offended many major powers over the course of his life, and yet, he was still alive. Although he was merely a paladin of the Church of Annihilation, he truly was skilled in staying alive. Most importantly of all, Emperor Trisilk's true specialty lay in torture. He could torture even Dowlords to the brink of insanity, causing them to choose to commit suicide or to submit to him. All of his disciples were skilled in torture as well. Yes, a way to survive. If you are willing to swear lifeblood oaths to serve me forever and to obey my orders as my slaves, I'll spare you. The black-robed Dowlord stared at Ning's group, his eyes gleaming. The five of them were all monstrously talented cultivators who could become Dowlords whenever they chose. Once they became Dowlords, their future potential would be limitless. It was entirely possible that all five of them would become more powerful than the black-robed Dowlord himself. And, if he had them work for him as miners after they became Dowlords, they would definitely be far more effective than the shield-bearer golem. His master had given him strict orders, true, but that was to prevent any secrets from being released. If these five swore lifeblood oaths to become his slaves, then there was naturally no chance of anything going astray. Even better, with these extra subordinates helping him mine this place, he would be able to finish his task much faster and thus no longer need to remain here. Become slaves? The faces of all five tightened. Impossible, Soulwind roared angrily. Nothing is impossible. The black-robed Dowlord laughed. In the face of death, everything becomes possible. Change your conditions, Soulwind growled. We would die before becoming your slaves. We can carry out tasks for you and swear to divulge no information about this place to the outside world, but there's absolutely no way we will become your slaves. The smile disappeared from the black-robed Dowlord's face, only to be replaced by an icy coldness. You only have one choice: become slaves and live, or die. Let us think it over. Soulwind gritted his teeth. The black-robed Dowlord stared coldly at the five of them. Make it fast. As he spoke, a savage-looking serpent began to appear in the air around him. The giant serpent coiled around the black-robed Dowlord as it stared coldly at Ning's group with its emotionless reptilian eyes. Ning and the others couldn't help but shiver when they saw this. They knew that it could probably wipe them out in a single blow. What should we do? Soulwind, Ning, Greatjoy, Skyfire, and Firesurge traded glances. The power of this formation truly is incredible. He was telling the truth. Here in the sacred Immortal realm, not even Verge-level Dowlords would be able to defeat him. Prince Greatjoy said mentally, "What should we do? I have a few trump cards, but they would at most be able to deal with Dowlords of the third step."
They wouldn't even be enough to deal with that shield-bearer golem we just fought, much less this Dowlord.
Right.
Fire Surge had an ugly look on his face as well. As for Skyfire, he didn't say a word. He really didn't have any trump cards at all. The black-robed Dowlord sat there leisurely next to the prismatic kilo leaf flower, the enormous black serpent continuing to coil around him. He said softly, "Tell me your choice. Do you choose life, or death?"
Life.
A voice suddenly rang out. The black-robed Dowlord cracked a smile as he looked at the speaker. As for Ning, him and 3 others also stared at the speaker in astonishment. It was Heartlord Soulwind. Heartlord Soulwind had just crushed an odd-looking jade pendant in his hands, causing an arcane surge of terrifying power to descend. Whoosh! It was formless, colorless, shapeless. Ning and the others couldn't see it or sense it at all they could sense was that something utterly terrifying had just appeared as a wave of something washed over them. The black-robed Dowlord's smile turned stiff, and a look of utter terror appeared in his eyes. He opened his mouth as though he was about to say something, but then, all traces of life fled from his body. The only thing left was his seated corpse, and it no longer had any trace of life in it at all. As for the terrifying serpent that had been created by the power of the formation, it completely dissipated into nothingness. He died? Ning and the other 3 were boggled as they stared at Heartlord Soulwind. Ugh! Just like that, I was forced to use up the life-saving Dao Seal the Heartforce Palace bestowed up on me. Heartlord Soulwind sighed softly. Dao Seals like that aren't available for sale anywhere. The power of each seal is incredibly great, equivalent to the Palace Lord himself striking with 30% of his maximum power. It could easily kill even a Verge-level Dowlord. Ning and the others were speechless. Good heavens! A Dao Seal comparable to a 30% maximum power strike from the Palace Lord of the Palace of the Heart? The Heartforce Palace truly had very few Dowlords, but it was one of the most terrifying palaces of the 12 palaces precisely because each of them truly were incredibly powerful. As for the Palace Lord, if he was to personally intervene, even eternal emperors would turn pale with fright and scamper off. A strike which contained 30% of his full power, such a blow would threaten even eternal emperors to a certain extent, much less ordinary Dowlords. That Dao Seal is a bit ridiculous. Prince Greatjoy was stunned. Are you sure you are the Imperial, not him? Fire Surge glanced at Skyfire Brightshore. That's just, Skyfire Brightshore mumbled. Our Heartforce Palace is different from your palaces. We have very few members, and so we truly treat every member as we would family. I naturally was given a few protective measures for this adventure. Heartlord Soulwind smiled. A pity. I only was given 2 Dao Seals of this level of power. You have another one? All 4 of the others were starting to grow jealous. It seemed as though the old saying, less is more, really was true. The Heartforce Palace had very few members, which was why it was incredibly kind to those few members it had. Prince Greatjoy glanced sideways at the seated, lifeless corpse of the black-robed Dowlord. The black-robed Dowlord had a look of utter terror on his face, and his mouth was open. Clearly, death had descended upon him with incredible speed. He had died while still gripped by astonishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 15, The Secret of the Sacred Immortal Realm. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 15, The Secret of the Sacred Immortal Realm. Heartlord Soulwind stared at the black-robed Dowlord's corpse, then said, "This Dowlord was quite extraordinary. He was most likely the second and final Dowlord here in the Sacred Immortal Realm. Now that he's dead, we'll probably be able to leave this place soon. It is possible that his master, Emperor Trisilk, might have some unique methods which would alert him of his disciple's death. He might be heading towards this place right now. Once he arrives, we'll truly be doomed. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. Ning and the others all nodded.
The Palace of the Heart might have given Soulwind a powerful protective Dao seal, but it wouldn't be enough to kill an eternal emperor. At most, it would just tie him down for a period of time. Even if the Palace Lord was personally present, it would be quite difficult for him to actually slay an eternal emperor.
I'll collect the corpse for now.
After we escape from the sacred immortal realm, we can bind his storage treasures and split those things up, Soulwind said.
No.
Prince Greatjoy immediately argued, Soulwind, you used a life-saving Dao seal to kill him. All the treasures will naturally belong to you. You used up a Dao seal that represented 30% of a maximum power strike from the Palace Lord of the Heartforce Palace. I imagine we could sell off all of this Dao Lord's items, and it still wouldn't be worth as much as that Dao seal was.
Even if you took everything, you are still coming out behind.
Soulwind was speechless.
Right, Soulwind. Skyfire Brightshore said the same thing. We're certainly not going to take advantage of you like this. We can split up the treasures we earned from killing that weak Dao Lord of the first step, but that golem and this black-robed Dao Lord's treasures shall belong to Dark North and yourself, respectively. You used up an extremely powerful Dao seal, while Brother Dark North had to use up that favor from his helper. These two affairs aren't comparable. Brother Dark North captured that golem, but there's no way we could possibly split it up. The Dao Lord's treasures, however, are useful for everyone, Soulwind argued. Unnecessary. Stop quibbling. We're not taking it, and there's nothing you can do to convince us otherwise.
Ning and the others all laughed as they rejected Soulwind's suggestions. They had known each other for thousands of years by now, and all of them were quite friendly with each other. Of the find, Soulwind was the most logical and the most trustworthy. Soulwind shook his head, then said with resignation, Fine, then. I'll be shameless and accept it all.
Oh, right.
This prismatic kilo leaf flower is pretty much at full maturity as well.
Let's harvest it.
I'll take all of the black-robed Dao Lord's treasures, but we can split up the value of the flower later.
Agreed. Harvest it first.
Waterlord Firesurge waved his hand. Instantly, a stream of water surged out and formed a giant hand that gently cupped the distant, beautiful flower, then plucked it all at once.
Come, let us keep on exploring, Prince Greatjoy said.
We still have yet to find the core of this formation.
We have to breach the formation. Only then will we be able to leave this sacred immortal realm.
Ning and the other 5 quickly began to advance once more. There would be plenty of time for them to split up the treasures later. Right now, every extra second they spent in this sacred immortal realm was another second of danger for them.
Who knew when Emperor Trisilk would come back?
Although logically speaking the sacred immortal realm had that enormous formation which completely separated it from the outside world, which meant Emperor Trisilk shouldn't be aware of the black-robed Dao Lord's death, in the end it was the Eternal Emperor himself who had set up this formation. He might have put in certain mechanisms that would let him know about what was happening in the sacred immortal realm. He was an eternal emperor. Even if he was very far away, it probably wouldn't take him that long to hasten to the sacred immortal realm. If the 5 of them were caught here, they really would be finished.
Hurry up, Dot. Let's move. There were no further barriers in front of them.
The planting grounds for the flower had essentially been the most important place in the entire estate, after all. They pushed open the enormous stone door in front of them, only to see a circular hallway behind it. The hallway was filled with complicated formations made from divine runes, and immortal energy flowed through the runes with incredible power. More than 10,000 strange types of stones were present as well. Some of the stones were jewel-like, some were white and slick, some were dark and gloomy, while some emanated auras of incredible cold. All sorts of different, strange stones were scattered throughout this place.
We're rich.
Prince Greatjoy's eyes bulged out.
So many treasures?
Soulwind swept the room with his gaze. All combined, these stones have to be worth at least 10 million cubes.
Ning was shocked by the implications of this. Good heavens! 10 million cubes? This was an absolutely enormous sum of money, even for a Verge-level Downlord, but these stones were merely being used to power this formation. We'll split up these treasures into 5 portions. Each of us will get a portion, Solwind said. Aha, alright. We'll be shameless enough to accept that suggestion. Right. Greatjoy and Ning didn't decline either. In truth, all of them felt rather puzzled and suspicious. From what the Black-robed Downlord had said, this formation was personally set up by that Eternal Emperor, who had ordered the Black-robed Downlord to protect this place. What secrets did this place hold, for the Eternal Emperor to order such a powerful Downlord to stay here permanently? Why did he pay such an enormous price and personally set up such a complicated formation here? No one is in command of the formation, and the formation's core is the weakest part of any formation. It'll be easy to break it apart. Don't move, everyone. Let me deal with it, Solwind said. Although no one was in command of the formation, it still took someone at the Downlord level of power to break it. Solwind carefully picked up one precious stone after another. After carefully picking up a total of 12 stones, the power of the formation began to fade. Solwind grinned. Next, you can do whatever you like. This formation is no longer able to fight back against us. Right. Let's do this. Ning and the others all worked in concert, each of them collecting roughly a fifth of the total number of treasures present. With the treasures all collected, the formation naturally broke apart. The formation is done for. We can leave now. Prince Greatjoy revealed a look of delight. However, we still haven't discovered what secrets this place is holding, for an Eternal Emperor to set both formations and guards over this place. There are no other passageways from this estate, Solwind said. The mysteries don't matter. Let's leave first. Agreed. There really were no other passageways for them to take. They had gone as deep as they could into the estate, and they had already discovered the core of formation at the bottommost layer of the estate. Swoosh. 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 Ning and the others moved incredibly fast. In just a single breath's worth of time, they flew out of the estate. There were no longer any barriers here to slow them down. Ning and the others raised their heads to stare at the skies. Their faces all turned pale. Not good. All of them felt shocked. The formation barrier covering the entire sacred immortal realm had already broken down, revealing the world beyond. Outside this sacred immortal realm was an endless sea of blazing, roiling energy. There were also enormous blazing stones that was flying through the skies. In short, it was an absolutely apocalyptic hell of fire. The barrier had completely blocked off the outside world, but it had also protected the sacred immortal realm. Now that the formation had been cancelled out, the borders of the sacred immortal realm actually began to collapse as the blazing flames of the inferno surrounding it descended. The sacred immortal realm is about to break apart. Let us give those mortals a hand. Ning and the others could immediately tell that there was no way they could save the sacred immortal realm. They immediately began to teleport to the places where the cultivators were gathered. Just a short while ago, the cultivators had been released from their nightmare and regained their freedom. They were planning out how to establish a home for themselves when all of a sudden, something terrifying had appeared in the skies. Endless, flowing streams of blazing energy began to sweep downwards towards them. All of them knew that they were going to die. They could only watch as the fires of hell began to descend towards them. There was no way they could fight back at all. Get in here. Ning appeared out of nowhere, then waved his hand and caused more than 10 million cultivators to be drawn into his estate treasure. Come here. Heartlord Solwind appeared in another part of the world, rescuing the utterly terrified and despairing cultivators. In just 2 breaths worth of time, all of the cultivators and the entire continent had been rescued by Ning's group of 5. Rumble. The blazing streams of fire and the flaming boulders came crashing downwards. Each time they struck against the sacred immortal realm, the entire continent would tremble and shake. The entire continent began to break and crumble apart into multiple pieces. It was completely disintegrating. Ning and the others were all extraordinarily powerful. The power of the apocalyptic flames was enough to ruin this realm, but it wasn't enough to harm them. They just stood there in the air, surrounded by the yin-yang sword domain which stretched off 10,000 kilometers. The blazing streams of energy and the flaming boulders were immediately destroyed once they moved close to the group. The continent is finished. After rescuing the mortal cultivators, Ning and the others just watched and sighed. Quick, over there! Prince Greatjoy's face changed as he pointed towards part of the Daelord's estate. Now that the entire continent had broken apart, they were able to see something which had been hidden at the very bottom of the continent. There, they could see an enormous levitating mountain that was formed out of fiery rocks. The peak of the mountain was roughly 1,000,000 kilometers in size, and there were strange spatial ripples covering it. An entire mountain of dark space flamestone? Ning and the others were completely stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 16, Emperor Trisilk. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 16, Emperor Trisilk. Swoosh. 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 Ning and the rest of the 5 all immediately teleported closer towards that fiery red mountain. The entire place was filled with blazing streams of energy, but they weren't nearly as dangerous to Ning and the others as the spatial tempests around the mortal realm had been. Despite the harsh environment, Ning and the others were actually able to engage in spatial teleportation here. Am I seeing this? Is this actually an entire mountain of dark space flamestone? Prince Greatjoy raised his head to stare at the towering mountain, unable to maintain his usual calm. A stunned look was on his face. Am I asleep? Am I dreaming? An entire freaking mountain? Completely comprised of dark space flamestone? Soulwind was dazed as well. By my calculations, every 10,000 kilograms of that mountain can be refined into 1 kilogram of pure dark space flamestone. Ning mumbled to himself, the entire mountain stretches out to cover more than 1,000,000 kilometers. How much dark space flamestone is that? How much is it worth? I can't even calculate. Insane. Absolutely insane. Fire Surge and Skyfire were both stunned as well. This was an incalculably valuable treasury, one which eternal emperors go berserk over. Dark space flamestone was an extremely valuable type of mineral which could be used in many different ways. It could be used to forge golems and magic treasures, and there were even certain secret arts and divine abilities that made use of it. Generally speaking, it could be discovered in certain unique environments, but it was generally discovered in meter-sized amounts or even less. An entire mountain that was over 1,000,000 kilometers in size? This was a veritable quarry of dark space flamestone. In fact, Ning and the others suspected this of being the largest deposit of dark space flamestone in this entire alternate universe. But of course, the primordial chaos often gave birth to many types of unique treasures. In the Endless Territories, the Brightshore Kingdom had taken sole ownership over Hydragon Mountain. Although the quality of ore was inferior to the dark space flamestone here, the total amount of ore it possessed was 1,000,000 times greater, making Hydragon Mountain far more valuable than this one. Still, no matter what, this was an enormous mountain with more than 1,000,000 kilometers of dark space flamestone. Most likely, only hegemon-level figures would be qualified to own such a place without fearing that others would seek to seize it. Generally speaking, eternal emperors who discovered such a fortune would mine in secret. They simply weren't strong enough to openly claim sole ownership over such a fortune. No wonder.
No wonder Emperor Trisilk sent his disciple to stand guard over this place, Solwyn mumbled. No wonder he was willing to attack us, even though he knew that we all had extraordinary backgrounds. They really can't risk letting the secret of this mountain get out.
Bang! 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 A deep sound rang out.
Skyfire Brightshore had picked up an axe-shaped treasure and was using it to hack away at the mountain in front of him. Alas, he was only able to leave a few white marks behind on the fiery ore.
Can't hack it apart.
Skyfire blinked a few times as he muttered softly to himself.
Wake up, guys! Wake up!
When Ning heard Skyfire mumble those words, he shivered, then began to call out to them.
The other four stared at Ning. Stop daydreaming. This is an entire mountain of dark space flamestone. We can't even cut into it, much less mine it. Ning shook his head.
I'd imagine only Dowlords of the third step would be strong enough to just barely excavate some of the ore, and only at a very slow speed at that. This entire mountain is 1,000,000 kilometers in size, and there's no way for us to teleport it away.
There's nothing we can do at all.
They all understood. There was literally nothing they could do. Forget about them, not even eternal emperors or the almighty Hegemon would be able to do anything to such a vast mountain of precious minerals. Thus, Emperor Trisilk had elected to send a powerful Dowlord in golems here to slowly mine away at the ore. Every single piece of ore was a priceless treasure. A mountain of ore which was 1,000,000 kilometers in size naturally was filled with certain arcane powers.
In fact, it was being reinforced by some of the prime essences of this entire alternate universe.
If you wished to move it by just a few kilometers, most likely, there were incredibly few figures in this entire alternate universe who would be capable of such a thing.
To store it away into an estate world? Completely impossible.
Think about Hydragon Mountain. The almighty Hegemon was incredibly skilled in the Tao of spacetime, but even he was forced to resort to sending subordinates to slowly mine away at the ore.
What should we do? Skyfire Brightshore stared at Ning and the other three.
We can only look, not touch.
Ning shook his head. There really is nothing we can do.
Solwyn shook his head as well.
All we can do is stare. And drool.
Fire Surge licked his lips. At least we had the chance to see such a mountain of ore, Prince Greatjoy said. The five of them just stared at that mountain, their gazes blazing with lust. They were like five ordinary mortals who encountered an enormous mountain that was completely made out of gold. Although there was no way to move it, just staring at it was still a stunning experience. Let's go, Greatjoy said. If we waste too much time and end up being caught by Emperor Trisilk, we'll be in trouble.
Let's go.
In the end, this isn't something which we are qualified to own. Ning and the others were all men of talent. Although they were temporarily stunned by this sight for a time, they quickly came to the decision to leave. Whoosh! Prince Greatjoy took control over their flying vessel, and they left this place at high speed. If you wanted to take possession over such an inconceivably valuable place, you had to have the corresponding level of power. If you weren't strong enough, then you would have to do what Emperor Trisilk did, secretly mine away without anyone knowing about it.
The almighty Hegemon was a good example.
The first to discover Hydragon Mountain wasn't actually him, it was a group of adventuring world-level cultivators. In the end, there had been a grand battle, resulting in the almighty Hegemon taking sole ownership over Hydragon Mountain. The Church of Annihilation, in turn, had taken completely control over this entire alternate universe, becoming its paramount power. In the end, power was what mattered the most. Ning and the others advanced at maximum speed, relying on Prince Greatjoy's mastery over spacetime to flee as fast as they could. However, this time, their guess was wrong. Right now, Emperor Trisilk was in no mood to search for them. Deep within another part of the Arceus region.
Rumble! Space was in chaos here, and spacetime itself trembled. This was an extremely inhospitable environment.
Not even major powers would come here, but a translucent, virtually invisible drop of water was floating through this region of chaotic spacetime. Within that drop of water, there was an estate. Shit. A sinister-looking youth with 9 malignant tumors on the top of his head was seated in the lotus position, grinding his teeth. That old bastard Fubo really is like a ghost that just won't go away. It's been nearly 19 chaos cycles, but he's still chasing after me. Is he never going to get tired of this? Shit. I really regret pissing him off. Who would have imagined that the silent old fellow would be this powerful? If I knew, I would never have pissed him off. If it wasn't for the fact that I, Trisilk, am skilled at staying alive, I would have died by his hands long ago. He truly felt regret. Emperor Trisilk was consumed with regret. He was a lawless figure who had committed countless sins. He was willing to do anything if it meant growing more powerful. Emperor Fubo was an extremely low-key eternal emperor. He was known as a very good man who spent all his time training his disciples within his own territory. He was often taken advantage of by others in the Church of Annihilation, but he didn't really care too much. Emperor Trisilk had thought Emperor Fubo to be a complete pushover, and so when he heard that Emperor Fubo had bestowed an incredibly valuable treasure known as the Violet Bolt of Icy Flames to his second disciple, Trisilk had decided to take it. He had slain Emperor Fubo's beloved second disciple, then stolen the Violet Bolt of Icy Flames. This was a treasure that was used to meditate on the Tao. When you kept it by your side, your heart and mind would become extremely calm, making it much easier and faster for you to comprehend the Tao. One of the reasons why Emperor Fubo had been able to succeed in his Tao merge was because of this treasure. His second disciple was a Verge-level Tao Lord as well, and so he had chosen to give his disciple this treasure. Who would have thought that it would end up in that disciple being killed? He had been enraged. For the first time in many years, Emperor Fubo had been truly enraged. His second disciple was the disciple he loved the most. His eldest disciple had long ago perished while adventuring, which meant his second disciple had been by his side the longest. He treated this second disciple as he would a son. Emperor Fubo spared no expense to investigate the matter, in the end discovering that it had been Emperor Trisilk who had been the culprit. Emperor Trisilk had been too arrogant, feeling that Emperor Fubo would not pose any threat to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been discovered to be the culprit with such ease. Once Emperor Fubo discovered who the murderer was, he left his home and began to chase after Emperor Trisilk. This chase stunned this entire alternate universe. Only now did they understand how terrifyingly strong Emperor Fubo was. He was close to being on par with the 16 Star Kings. If he was just a tiny bit stronger, he probably would have been bestowed with the formal title of Star King by the Church of Annihilation. With such a powerful figure pursuing him, Emperor Trisilk was forced to use up 2 of his most valuable life-saving treasures. He had even tossed the Violet Bolt of Icy Flames over to Emperor Fubo and asked other major powers to intercede on his behalf, but it was all to no avail. The kindly, good-natured Emperor Fubo had been truly enraged. He had chased after Emperor Trisilk for 19 entire chaos cycles, and he still continued the chase without relenting in the slightest. 10 chaos cycles, 100 chaos cycles, or 1,000 chaos cycles, so long as I, Fubo, am still alive, I swear I shall one day slay Trisilk. These were the words which Emperor Fubo had said long ago. All Emperor Trisilk could do was hide as best he could. The universe was a vast place. If an eternal emperor wished to hide, it would be very difficult for anyone to find him. However, by the same principle, for a major power like Emperor Fubo to unrelentingly search for and chase after you was an utter nightmare. What horrible luck! Even my mountain of dark space flamestone was discovered? Emperor Trisilk muttered angrily to himself. He could sense his disciple's death, but he didn't dare to go and investigate what had happened. My disciple had the power of a peak Tao Lord of the 3rd step. With my formation supporting him, not even Verge-level Tao Lords would be a match for him. I wonder who killed him.
Maybe that old bastard Fubo knows about it as well.
Ning and the others, however, didn't know any of this. Terrified of being discovered, they quickly moved towards the core parts of the Arceus region.
Do you think Emperor Trisilk will be able to invert the flows of spacetime to find our tracks?
Don't worry. The Arceus region is huge.
It won't be that easy for him to find us.
Ning and the others didn't dare to relax in the slightest, but they had no idea that Emperor Trisilk was in no position to worry about anything besides keeping himself alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 28, Chapter 17, A Group of 8.
Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 17, A Group of 8. After leaving the sacred immortal realm, Ning and the others spent 300 years in flight. Only after they felt that it fled a sufficiently long distance did they begin to divide up their loot. A flying vessel was lazily drifting through the void of the Arceus region. Ning and the rest of the five were seated within the vessel, counting their earnings. That week Dowlord actually had quite a few treasures, including 2 prismatic kilo leaf flowers.
If we add those 2 to the one which we harvested, that means we have 3.
He also had an Arceus medallion as well as these other treasures. Heartlord Soulwind had placed the many treasures he had found across the deck of the vessel.
That's quite a lot.
Ah ha ha. That week Dowlord certainly had quite a lot of treasures. Ning and the others were all pleasantly surprised by this.
What they didn't realize was that the stooped, green-robed Dowlord had been assigned all of the more taxing tasks, such as tormenting the cultivators and taking care of the flowers. The actual planting and nurturing of a prismatic kiloleaf flower was an extremely exhausting job, and each time a flower grew to maturity he would head over and harvest it. Although the harvested flowers were temporarily left with him, once their group left the sacred immortal realm he would have had to hand it over to the black-robed Dowlord. How should we split these things up? Skyfire Brightshore asked hurriedly.
You are an honorable prince of the Brightshore Imperials. Why are you trying to haggle over treasures with commoners like us?
Fire Surge teased him.
How about this? Let's consider the 3 flowers as 3 portions of treasures, an Arceus medallion as 1 portion, and all of those other treasures as a 5th portion. Each of us will get 1 portion, and we can choose as we please, Heartlord Soulwind said.
Ning and the others all nodded. The stooped Dowlord truly did have quite a selection of treasures, including a bit of dark space flamestone.
Although he didn't have that much of the flamestone, the amount he did have was still worth close to 1,000,000 cubes of chaos nectar.
I want the Arceus medallion, Prince Greatjoy said.
Ning spoke out at the same time, then paused, slightly stunned.
He wanted the Arceus medallion as well.
Su Yuji had been a masterclass Chaos Immortal when she first acquired the legacy of Feishian the Exalted. Feishian the Exalted had been an extremely powerful Dowlord, and his legacy was very well suited for Su Yuji. As a result, she now had the power of a supreme Chaos Immortal. This opportunity in the Arceus region wasn't to be missed. If she was given an Arceus medallion, she would be able to journey alongside the 5. She might grow a bit more stronger, in which case she could very well be able to break through to become a Samsara Dowlord herself. A Samsara Dowlord who knew the secret arts of Feishian the Exalted would be a terrifyingly strong assistant, and Su Yuji herself was actually an extremely talented individual as well. She had relied on techniques she herself had come up with to reach the apex of the ancestral immortal level. She had needed only one further step to reach the world level, and after she joined Ning she had indeed broken through to that level during their adventures within the All-God Estate. She had been improving at an incredibly fast rate. Although she was inferior to Ning, she was still quite dazzling. Ning naturally was willing to spend time and effort on helping build her up.
Brother Dark North, you want it as well?
Prince Greatjoy was startled.
The 2 of you really are generous. We're valuing these medallions at around 1,000,000 cubes each.
Fire Surge chuckled as he picked up a prismatic kilo leaf flower. I'll simply choose this pretty little flower.
I have no retainers. I'll choose one of the flowers as well. Skyfire Brightshore also choose to acquire one of the flowers. Dark North, if you also want an Arceus medallion, the answer is simple. Give me your portion of the spoils and I'll give you one of my medallions. Solwind smiled. After the black-robed Dowlord died, I found 2 of the medallions on his corpse. The black-robed Dowlord himself had a medallion, and he had kept another one of them stored inside his storage treasure. All right. Ning nodded. Thank you. No need for thanks. I'm not giving it to you, I'm selling it to you for 1,000,000 cubes, Solwind said. Although I have quite a few retainers, there is only one worth me spending time on. Ning, Solwind, and Greatjoy each had a few retainers. Fire Surge actually did as well, but he didn't feel any of them had that much potential and so he wasn't willing to spend much effort on them. As for Skyfire Brightshore, he had originally been a lone wanderer before he was abducted to the Birdshore Kingdom. Even in the kingdom, he was a lonely and solitary figure who had no retainers at all. After splitting up the loot, Ning's group once more continued on their journey. Within Ning's estate world, Su Yuji and World God Pilsaint, along with the other world-level retainers, were sparring against each other. Whoosh! A pair of dazzlingly beautiful wings of fire suddenly appeared behind Su Yuji. Light shone from her eyes, causing the muscular world god facing her to grow rather dazed. An indecisive look of struggle appeared on his face, and quite some time passed before he was able to come back to his senses. The Flame Fairy's mastery over the arts of charm is growing more and more formidable. I, Xiang, am full of admiration for you. The muscular world god hurriedly spoke out in praise. You were dazed long enough for her to kill you 100 times over. The Flame Fairy really is incredible. The world-level retainers were the ones who Ning had captured during his invasion of their branch of the Blue-Grace sect. They all knew that Flame Fairy Su Yuji had gained the legacy of Fei Xin the Exalted, and ever since then she had only become more and more mesmerizing. The charm which she naturally extruded was now so dazzling that weaker world-level cultivators would be uncontrollably smitten by her. Even the stronger cultivators would be dazed for a while when they saw her. It must be understood that in a life-and-death battle, a single instant of befuddlement which came at a critical moment could result in immediate death. None of the other supreme world-level cultivators under Ning were a match for Su Yuji at all. This was how formidable a powerful legacy could be. But of course, it was also partially due to the fact that Su Yuji's Dao was quite a good match for the Dao of Fei Xin the Exalted, making it easy for Su Yuji to train in her skills. Because of her alluring charm, all of these world-level cultivators couldn't help but flock around her. In fact, some of them secretly fantasized about one day becoming Dao companions with her. Alas, Su Yuji was not interested in them at all. Yuji! A voice suddenly rang out. Master! A look of pleased surprise appeared on Su Yuji's face as she turned to look, only to see a white-robed Ning appear off in the distance. This was a divine power incarnation of Ning's. Master! The other world-level retainers all called out respectfully as well, looks of dread appearing on some of their faces. They had seen Ning attack before, and they knew that he was only a completely different level compared to them. Follow me, Ning instructed. Yes. The Flame Fairy immediately moved towards Ning, following right behind him. Soon, the two moved into a copse of trees. A great opportunity has come, Ning said, looking at Su Yuji. If you can grasp it, it could propel you to become a Samsara Dowlord. A Samsara Dowlord? Su Yuji was stunned. Although she had been improving rapidly in the arts of charm, illusion, and control, she wasn't even close to becoming a Dowlord just yet. This opportunity is something which people like us can only hope for, not count on. Ning waved his hand, causing a dark red circular disc to within it. This is an Arceus medallion. Bind it and carry it with you. If you don't keep it with you, you won't be able to leave this estate world. If you tried, you would be crushed to death by the power of the Arceus region. An Arceus medallion? Although Su Yuji was puzzled, she felt absolute faith in Ning. She obediently bound the Arceus medallion, then took it into her possession. She had no idea what an enormous opportunity this was. In this alternate universe or in their own universe, even the most talented of geniuses, the ones who could become samsara downlords whenever they chose, all dreamed of being able to acquire one of these medallions. All right. Now follow me out, Ning instructed. Ning's group of 5 had just become a group of 8. Ning, Greatjoy, and Soulwind had each arranged for one retainer to join their group. They were Su Yuji the Flame Fairy, World Goddess Skywolf, and Chaos Immortal Swallowback. World Goddess Skywolf was the retainer of Prince Greatjoy. Although her Taoist title was Skywolf, she was actually an icy, grim woman of incredible beauty who was surrounded by a strong aura of death. Chaos Immortal Swallowback was the retainer of Soulwind and looked like a young child. World Goddess Skywolf and Chaos Immortal Swallowback had both reached extremely high levels of insight into the Tao. Both of them could become Tao Lords whenever they chose, and both were formal members of the 12 palaces. Although they hadn't been acknowledged by their respective pagodas, they were still extraordinary figures. Su Yuji was the weakest of the 8, but just like Ning, she had only been training for a very brief period of time. She was also the personal disciple of Feitian the Exalted and had tremendous potential. After the 3 newcomers joined the squad of 5, they all swore oaths not to divulge any information regarding their own universe. The estate world within the mirrors now painting. Ning's divine power incarnation descended upon this world, then turned to stare at the muscular golem. The golem stared at Ning with its blazing eyes as it growled, "You killed Master?" The black-robed Tao Lord was its master. As soon as the Tao Lord had died, the golem had regained its freedom. It naturally understood what this meant. Yes. Ning nodded. Now, are you willing to submit? The towering golem gritted its teeth, then knelt down and said respectfully, "Moksha pays his respects to you, Master. Please don't wipe out my mind." The reason why he previously hadn't been willing to submit was because he felt certain that his master, the black-robed Tao Lord, would be able to defeat Ning and the others. Now, his original master had perished, and this white-robed youth before him was unquestionably an incredible genius who could easily become a Tao Lord in the future. By then, the youth could use his Tao Lord level energy to bind him by force. In fact, if Ning was irritated enough, he could wipe the golem's mind clean. Anything which possessed intelligence and sentience, be it a golem or a magic treasure, would not wish for its mind to be wiped clean. All right. Ning revealed a smile. Just like that, he had gained an obedient golem that was the equal of a Tao Lord of the 3rd step. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 18, The Genesis Lands. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 18, The Genesis Lands. Moksha acted very obediently, actively assisting Ning in binding him. Ning couldn't help but secretly sigh to himself. He certainly changed his attitude quite quickly. When he had been first captured, he had been boastful and held Ning in no regard at all, feeling certain that Ning's group was going to die soon. Now that he realized that his former master had died, he had immediately knelt down and begged, "Please do not kill me, Master." After being bound, Moksha immediately smiled ingratiatingly at Ning. "There is something I must tell you." "Speak," Ning said. "I was instructed by Emperor Trisilk to assist my master in mining ore," Moksha said smugly. "Dark space flamestone is extremely difficult to mine, but I am extremely strong. Over the course of 30 chaos cycles, I managed to mine quite a bit of ore. For convenience's sake, I stored it all within an estate treasure which I carried with me as I mined." Ning's eyes lit up. "Do you still have the dark space flamestone?" He had been mining for 30 chaos cycles. How much had he mined? "I do." Moksha nodded. "However, a good deal of it was taken away by my previous master." I only have on me the ore which I mined in the last 9 chaos cycles. Take a look, Master. As Moksha spoke, he waved his hand and caused fist-sized chunks of fiery red rocks to appear on the ground. Strange spatial ripples began to fill the surrounding area as well. He waved his hand 3 times in total, causing the fiery red rocks to pile up into a small mountain that was 3,000 meters tall. By this point in time, space had begun to completely twist and distort, causing shimmering curtains of folded space to appear in the surrounding area. Because the chunks of stone were all fist-sized, it wasn't too hard to store them away in that estate treasure. If this had been a single massive slab of dark space flamestone, most likely only an eternal emperor would have been able to store it away. You mind that much? Ning's eyes nearly popped out. Although golems that were as strong as Tao Lords of the third step were valuable, the amount of ore this particular golem was carrying was even more valuable. So much dark space flamestone, Ning swept it with his god sense, carefully calculating how much was present. This has to be worth nearly 10 million cubes of chaos nectar. My former master had roughly twice as much as this, Moksha said. Early on, I wasn't that skilled in using axes and so was rather slow in my mining. It took about 20 chaos cycles before I got better, and all of the ore I mined during that period of time I gave to my previous master. This pile here consists of the ore I mined during the past 9 chaos cycles. I'm more than satisfied with this. Ning grinned. This ore had to be worth nearly 10 million cubes of chaos nectar. As for the 20 million cubes which the black-robed Tao Lord had, that all belonged to Soulwind. In order to save them, Soulwind had used up a powerful Tao seal that was so valuable, it would be almost impossible to find on the open market. Ning naturally didn't feel any jealousy or envy whatsoever. For him to suddenly earn so much dark space flamestone was already a stroke of tremendous fortune. What do you know about Emperor Trisilk? Ning asked. The 5 of them still felt worried about this matter. Emperor Trisilk has an odd temper and is incredibly savage, Moksha said. You must be careful, Master. Based on what I know of the Emperor, he's the type to avenge every single slight, no matter how petty. Once he locates the 5 of you, I guarantee he won't let you off easily. Oh? A solemn look appeared on Ning's face as he nodded. But of course, the 2 of them had no idea that Emperor Trisilk was currently in a far more miserable situation than they were. What about the Genesis lands? What do you know about that place? Ning asked. The Genesis lands is where this entire universe sprang from. All combat is forbidden there, Moksha said. When I served the Emperor, I once spent a very long period of time in the Genesis lands. Ning asked, who issued the order forbidding all combat in that location? The order came from the Church of Annihilation, Moksha said. Tao Lords generally do not dare to violate the commands of the Church. But of course, if someone really does go crazy, they can still choose to break this law. I once saw it happen with my own eyes. A Tao Lord, for the sake of evading an enemy, chose to hide within the Genesis lands. However, his enemy was so enraged that he ignored the rules and chased the Tao Lord into the Genesis lands, then killed him there. But of course, later on, the killer was wiped out by the Church of Annihilation. Nin nodded. Still, the paladins of the Church of Annihilation aren't afraid to violate this law. They are members of the Church itself, after all. Even when they break this law, they will at most suffer some non-lethal punishments, Moksha said. I once heard Master say that if the 16 Starkings were to violate this law, no punishment would be given. Not even the ruler of the Church of Annihilation would choose to offend and act against his Starkings without a very good reason. Oh. Ning chuckled. This golem knew quite a bit. Actually, the almighty Hegemon had given them some information regarding this alternate universe before sending them into it, but the amount of information was pitifully small. All Ning knew was that the Arceus region was filled with danger, but once they reached the Genesis lands in the center they would be fairly safe. Although the Genesis lands held its own dangers, all violence was supposedly prohibited there. Supposedly,
there was no need to worry about any world-level cultivators or downlords you encountered within the Genesis lands.
Upon hearing the golem speak at length, Ning couldn't help but sigh. A prohibition against violence?
In the end, there was a limit to how far that prohibition would stretch. Suicidally fearless cultivators would violate that prohibition, as would the paladins and starkings of the Church of Annihilation, thanks to the extremely high positions they held within the church.
Still, paladins will be punished if they violate this prohibition.
They won't attack us without a good reason.
Nin nodded slowly. As for starkings, I imagine we aren't even qualified to attract the attention of a starking, much less offend one.
Our entire universe only holds 16 starkings, and almost none of them are in the Arceus region, Moksha said. I heard Emperor Trisilk once say that even he himself has only met 3 starkings in his lifetime.
Moksha had been Emperor Trisilk's golem for quite some time, and thus knew many of the Emperor's secrets.
He had even been in the Genesis lands, and thus he was able to give Ning a good deal of information regarding that place. Time slowly flowed on, and Ning's group of 8 continued their careful advance. The rest of their journey was fairly uneventful, and they did not encounter any more downlords.
In truth, the odds of encountering a downlord in the Arceus region were incredibly low to begin with.
By now, they had spent over 8,922 years in the Arceus region, and they had encountered many dangerous situations and locales. Still, in the end they were able to safely reach the Genesis lands.
All 8 of them survived this journey. The Genesis lands. A flying vessel was soaring through the emptiness of space.
Ning and the rest of the 8 were aboard the vessel, and their heads were raised as they stared at an utterly enormous floating world which was in front of them.
This was the Genesis lands.
This was the wellspring of this entire alternate universe, from which all things originally arose. That aura of power, Ning and the others were all quite shaken. An invisible field of power covered the entire Arceus region.
Without an Arceus medallion, even the likes of eternal emperors would be instantly crushed to death. The Arceus region was almost as large as their homeland, the Endless Territories.
It was incredibly vast, and that field of power stretched out to cover every inch of the region. And yet, the incredibly vast world in front of them was the source of that field of power. One could imagine how much might it contained. Not even someone as powerful as the almighty Hegemon could compare to the might of the Genesis lands of the Arceus region.
Come. Let us enter the Genesis lands, Ning said.
Brother Dark North, you told us earlier that the elementary trial we need to pass in order to enter the Genesis lands is a trial of resolve, correct?
Greatjoy asked.
That is what my golem told me.
I think he was telling the truth, Ning said. Not just anyone was permitted to enter the Genesis lands. For weaker cultivators, entering the Genesis lands was an almost impossible task. Any creature which sought to enter the Genesis lands would first have to pass a trial of resolve.
If they were able to endure it, they would be able to freely enter and wander the Genesis lands. If they failed, they would be knocked unconscious and be teleported away. They would not be qualified to enter this sacred place.
The trial isn't that tough.
Downlords in major schools often send their elite disciples to this place.
Almost all of the more talented ones are able to gain entry.
Ning could tell that Su Yuji, Chaos Immortal Swallowback, and World Goddess Skywolf all looked rather nervous. The 3 of them were just retainers, after all. Compared to the original 5, they were still quite a bit weaker.
As a result, they possessed less confidence in their own abilities as well.
All right. The Flame Fairy nodded. Whoosh. The flying vessel advanced at high speeds, flying towards that utterly massive levitating world. Finally, it began to slow down as it drew closer. A web of venerable, almost sacred power descended from on high, covering Ning and the other 8 within its grasp. This web of power was grim and unfeeling, and it possessed no intelligence whatsoever. It was a type of power which the Genesis lands itself naturally possessed.
This place was the Genesis lands. It was not a place for weak creatures to live in. Rumble. Ning could feel something furiously hammer at his soul. However, Ning's soul had been nurtured and strengthened by his azure flower mist energy, making it comparable to the soul of a downlord of the first step. He was able to resist the pressure with ease. Ning turned to glance at the others. Prince Greatjoy, Soul Wind, and Fire Surge all seemed to be handling the trial with ease, and they all glanced back at him as well, smiles on their faces. Ning and the others all noticed at the same time that Skyfire Brightshore had an ugly look on his face, and his body was trembling slightly. Although he was blessed with incredible natural gifts and had an extraordinary bloodline, he had experienced very few dangerous encounters in his early life. As a result, his soul and his willpower were all somewhat lacking when compared to that of Ning and the others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 19, Universe Treasure. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 19, Universe Treasure. Ning and the other three began to grow nervous. The entire point of this journey was for them to accompany Skyfire Brightshore in an adventure within the Arceus region. The journey wasn't going to come to a crashing halt because this Brightshore Imperial wasn't even able to enter the Genesis lands, right? That would be an absolute joke. Ning turned to glance at the other three retainers. Chaos Immortal Swallowback, World Goddess Skywolf, and Flame Fairy Su-Yuji all had fairly relaxed looks on their faces. It seemed as though Swallowback was the most relaxed, he even grinned at Ning and the others. Skywolf and Su-Yuji, the two women, had fairly unpleasant looks on their faces, and their bodies were shaking slightly. Still, it seemed as though they would be able to endure it. A long period of time passed. That exalted web of power continued to fill every inch of this world, but it no longer launched any attacks against them. Phew! Skyfire Brightshore let out a sigh of relief, and World Goddess Skywolf and Su-Yuji all looked slightly more relaxed as well. That was embarrassing. I was damn near flattened. Skyfire Brightshore shook his head and laughed. He was born at the world god level of power, and he had been a solitary figure for much of his early life. In fact, shortly after he was born he had been abducted by the almighty Hegemon. As a result, his soul and his willpower were both very weak compared to that of the other five. The only reason he had been able to survive this trial was because of his innate gifts. Every single member of his race was blessed with extraordinary powers from birth. His soul was already as strong as that of a Daelord's, and so although he possessed much weaker willpower than Ning and the others, he was still able to endure the trial and overcome it. All 8 of us will be granted entry. This is something to celebrate. Prince Greatjoy smiled. Not bad. Ning glanced at Su-Yuji and offered her a few words of praise. Master, I feel fortunate that I've spent these past few years meditating on the techniques of my master, Feishin the Exalted, within your estate world. I've improved quite a bit with regards to my willpower and my mental strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to survive that, Su-Yuji said mentally. Ning nodded. Su-Yuji's path was a path of charm and control. This was naturally a path that required an extremely powerful mind. The flying vessel flew deeper into the world of the Genesis lands. This was a world of truly incredible proportions. It was trillions of kilometers in size, and it seemed almost endless. How vast! Su-Yuji sighed in amazement as she stared at the world. This is the place which gave birth to this entire universe. Ning stared at their surroundings as well. He could sense that certain locations within this world were filled with auras of incredible power that only strengthened as they flew closer. Quick, look over there. Prince Greatjoy pointed off into the distance. Ning and the others looked towards the direction in which he was pointing, only to see a powerful expert seated in the lotus position atop a golden carpet. This expert had a single horn on his head and was covered with dark red scales, while the golden carpet was covered with many delicacies and wine. The man was drinking wine and devouring his food while casually glancing at his surroundings. "Hey there, kiddos!" The horned expert suddenly noticed Ning's group, and he immediately called out to them while flying towards them. Ning's group didn't try to avoid him, as they knew that all combat was forbidden within the Genesis lands. Many of the disciples of the mightiest major powers of this alternate universe had all gathered here within this place. It might be rare for them to encounter their peers in the other parts of the Arceus region, but that was because they were all gathered here within the Genesis lands. There were quite a few Downlords in seclusion here as well. As a result, the Genesis lands held many Downlords as well as quite a few world-level cultivators. If it wasn't for the law against combat, the world-level cultivators would have been wiped out long ago. New arrivals? The horned expert grinned merrily as he landed aboard their flying vessel. "Greetings, Senior." Ning and the others bowed respectfully. Able to enter the Genesis lands despite merely being at the world level. Not bad at all. The horned expert grinned as he praised them. "I was only able to come to this place after I became a Downlord. Come, come. Bring me your finest wine and your best food and let me have a taste. In exchange, I, Owlbath, shall impart unto you some of the rules and secrets regarding the Genesis lands. Please be welcome, Senior. Please have a taste, Senior." Ning and the others all hurriedly took out all sorts of fine food and wine. Not bad at all. Glug, glug. Hey, this wine is pretty good too. Can I have some more? The horned expert didn't just eat and drink, he even stashed some of the food away for later without seeming to feel the slightest bit embarrassed. The horned expert burped, then chortled merrily with half-lidded eyes. "Don't worry, I'm not going to eat all of your food for nothing. The Genesis lands is an enormous place. If you just run around randomly, you may very well end up dying here." Ning and the others listened silently, the very picture of innocent obedience. The Genesis lands can be roughly divided into two parts, the outer reaches and the inner reaches. The true name of the inner region is actually the prime reaches, and it holds the innermost core and prime essences of this entire universe. There are many deceased ancient powers located within the prime reaches, and it is the most important location in our entire universe. The horned expert said casually, every single cultivator would dream of being able to enter the prime reaches of the Genesis lands. The prime reaches are located at the very center, and you'll be able to recognize it as soon as you see it. Glug, glug, glug. He raised his head and drank several more mouthfuls of wine. Ning and the others all nodded. Actually, they knew all of this already. Mocha the Golem had told Ning long ago about this. Every single world-level cultivator capable of entering the Genesis lands is a genius, the horned expert said. But perhaps just 1 in 100 of them are capable of entering the inner reaches. Ning and the others were stunned. Just 1 in 100? This was their first time hearing this number. Generally speaking, the world-level cultivators who were able to enter this place were all capable of becoming Downlords whenever they chose. Who would have thought that entering the inner reaches would be this difficult? But the outer reaches aren't a bad place to be either. The outer reaches were formed when the universe itself was born, and it contains many mysterious places and many hidden fortunes, the horned expert said. I myself stay out here in the outer reaches. Alas, while 1 in 100 world-level cultivators are able to enter the inner reaches, things are much worse for us Downlords. Perhaps just 1 in 10,000 Downlords are able to enter the inner reaches. The outer reaches are filled with treasures, but the inner reaches are absolutely incredible. Almost all of the eternal emperors will venture into the inner reaches in search of treasures. A mysterious look suddenly flashed through the horned expert's eyes. Have you heard? Shortly after the master of the Church of Annihilation became an eternal emperor, he entered the inner reaches, and then, for some reason, he became terrifyingly strong enough to unify our entire universe and force all the major powers in it to submit to him. Oh? Ning and the others were growing increasingly curious. Almost all the Eternal Emperors would enter the place? It was the Prime Reaches which gave the Master of the Church of Annihilation his incredible power, allowing him to unify this universe. Everyone says that the Prime Reaches are filled with endless possibilities. Just 3 chaos cycles ago, a Tao Lord managed to acquire a universe treasure within the Prime Reaches, the horned expert said in a mysterious manner. A universe treasure? Soulwind and Skyfire were both shocked. As for Greatjoy and Ning, they revealed puzzled looks. What exactly was a universe treasure? Upon seeing this, the horned expert grinned. It seems as though some of you, my young friends, haven't heard this phrase before. Actually, even I only heard of these treasures after entering the Genesis lands. Eternal treasures are powerful, but above them, there is a legendary rank of supremely powerful treasures which are known as universe treasures. They are often also referred to as supreme treasures. These are truly incredible treasures which even eternal emperors would go wild over. They are incredibly powerful, and they are incredibly mysterious. Alas! The horned expert shook his head. Universe treasures are truly supreme treasures, there's no way you can bind them by force. You can only bind a universe treasure if the treasure itself acknowledges you. Ning, Greatjoy, and the others were all rather stunned. At this moment, Heartlord Soulwind sent mentally to them, Dark North, Greatjoy, Fire Surge. Universe treasures are legendary things that are filled with inconceivable amounts of power. They truly are the most supreme EOF treasures, and they are both incredibly rare and incredibly valuable. Even eternal emperors would drool over the chance to acquire such treasures. Treasures like them can only be hoped for, not actively sought out. Right. Dark North, your sword palace actually holds a universe treasure known as the Shardsword. Shardsword? Ning was stunned. He remembered now, the first time he entered the sword palace, when he entered the armaments gorge he had encountered a broken shard of a sword that had no price tag and which he couldn't even move towards. Ning still remembered how he had asked the overseers of the armaments gorge, Sword 5 and Sword 6, about that strange sword. Their response had been to tell them that it was clear the sword and Ning were not fated to be together, and that even the 2 previous palace lords of the sword palace had not been able to receive the acknowledgement of that sword. Ever since the Shardsword's original owner had died, the Shardsword had been silent and accepted no others. So that broken sword was actually a universe treasure. No wonder not even the 2 palace lords of the sword palace were able to receive its acknowledgement, Ning mused to himself. Senior, are there universe treasures within the Prime Reaches? Soulwind couldn't help but ask. There are. But the horned expert then shook his head. According to the history books, over the course of countless years there has been a total of 8 universe treasures who acknowledged the major powers who found them and were willing to follow them out of the Genesis lands. Supposedly, even more universe treasures are hidden within the Prime Reaches. To be honest, though, universe treasures don't really matter that much. The thing which really drives all the cultivators crazy is the mystery behind the process by which the Master of the Church of Annihilation gains such incredible power, but of course, those are the affairs of the most supreme cultivators of our universe. You world-level cultivators don't need to worry too much about those matters. You aren't strong enough to get involved just yet. Still, the Prime Reaches truly are a mysterious place. I've never been there before myself, and I imagine none of the 8 of you will be able to enter either, the horned expert said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 20, Emperor Manasil. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 20, Emperor Manasil. The 8 of you will probably stay in the outer reaches as well, the horned cultivator said. I'll tell you a bit about some of the taboos in the outer reaches. The danger in the outer reaches primarily comes from certain mysterious locations. The horned expert began to introduce various things they had to look out for as well as describe some of the more famous danger zones. Generally speaking,
the places with the most opportunities were also the places with the most danger. His narration went on for 2 full hours. Now, let's speak of cultivators, the horned expert said. In the outer reaches, there are many Tao Lords who reside in seclusion, as well as quite a few world-level cultivators like yourselves who are seeking great fortunes. There's no need for you to worry too much about these people, so long as you avoid offending the most powerful Tao Lords. Generally speaking, no one will dare to attack in this place. Ning and the others all nodded. The ones you really need to look out for are the 2 eternal emperors who live in seclusion in the outer reaches, the horned expert said. If you irritate them, you'll be in serious trouble. Even if they kill you, at most they will be given some light punishment by the Church of Annihilation. One of the 2 eternal emperors is named Emperor Northtree, the horned expert said. The other is named Emperor Manasil. Emperor Northtree isn't that worrisome. He probably won't attack for no reason. Emperor Manasil, though, you really don't want to piss him off. A look of worry could be seen in the horned expert's eyes. These days, Emperor Manasil might start a massacre at the drop of a hat, and even if he did, the Church of Annihilation wouldn't really do anything to him. I've heard that even the master of the church is trying to befriend him. Befriend him? Ning and the others were puzzled. Emperor Manasil used to be a very low-key eternal emperor, but that arrogant madman Emperor Tristle killed his beloved disciple. This truly enraged him, Hey. The horned expert shook his head and sighed. Ning, Greatjoy, Soulwind, Fire Surge, and Skyfire felt their hearts clench. Emperor Trisilk? They had been worrying about him attacking them for quite some time now. Enraged, Emperor Manasil began to chase after and hunt down Emperor Trisilk. The horned expert sighed in true amazement. The power he displayed was enough to shock everyone in this universe. He was far more powerful than most eternal emperors, while Emperor Trisilk had a terrible reputation and had offended many major powers but had been able to survive due to his top-notch survival skills. And yet, Emperor Manasil has been chasing after him relentlessly, forcing him to flee non-stop. Emperor Trisilk no longer dares to show his face anywhere. Ning and the others all secretly let out sighs of relief. Wonderful. Well done. The more difficult Emperor Trisilk's straits were, the safer they would be. Emperor Manasil is most skilled in the Tao of Seals, the horned expert is. Right now, a Tao Seal clone of his currently lives within the outer reaches. A Tao Seal clone? Ning and the others were puzzled. A clone created from a single Tao Seal, the horned expert said. Supposedly, it has 80% of the power of his true body. And he has 9 of these Tao Seal clones. What? Ning and the others could hardly believe it. How could Tao Seal clones be this strong? It must be understood that the likes of Tao Lord Badlands or Tao Lord Soulsky had to spend enormous amounts of treasure and effort in order to create a powerful avatar, and they could only really have one at a time. This was true in both the Endless Territories and in this universe. The Tao Seal clones which Emperor Manasil had created were simply ridiculous. This is a special secret art which only he possesses and only he can use. Not even his disciples have been taught this technique, the horned expert said. It is probably a secret art he came up with after he became an eternal emperor. He's reached an unfathomably deep level of skill in his Tao of Seals, and has been publicly acknowledged as the #1 master of this Tao in the Church of Annihilation. It is precisely due to his unfathomable mastery of this Tao that the master of the Church of Annihilation supposedly wants to befriend him. He's currently boiling with rage and the desire to kill right now, and the leaders of the Church of Annihilation are all trying to befriend him. Thus, even if he does kill a few world-level cultivators, no one will be willing to offend him over it. The horned expert pointed off into the distance. Look! That place over there? The tallest peak on that levitating mountain? That's where one of his Tao Seal bodies currently resides. Ning and the others all turned to stare. Roughly 10 billion kilometers away from them, there was indeed a levitating mountain peak that emanated ripples of tremendous power. Ning and the others all felt reverence towards this man. He had reached such a level of skill in his craft that he was acknowledged as being the ultimate expert in this entire universe in the Tao of Seals. Most likely, the reason he had been such a low-key figure in the past was precisely because he was completely focused on analyzing Tao Seals. Ning and the others felt gratitude towards him. His pursuit of Emperor Trisilk ensured that they would have nothing more to worry about. Within a floating mountain. Inside an ordinary estate. Hoof. Emperor Manasil was dressed in deep blue Taoist robes and wore a crown on his head. His face was thin and long, while his eyes were quite narrow. He looked very unpleasant right now. A youth was kneeling before him. "Master, I went to beg the White Emperor for assistance." The White Emperor said that if you were willing to hand over 8 of your lifeblood Tao Seals, he would guarantee that he would be able to convince the Master of the Church of Annihilation to bring our second apprentice brother back to life. 8 lifeblood Tao Seals? Hoof. These two, ugh. Emperor Manasil might have been a good-tempered man, but he was quaking with rage right now. The most highly ranked members in the Church of Annihilation were its master and the 16 Starkings, but there were differences amongst the Starkings as well. Of the 16, there were 3 known as the Primal Starkings who were very special. Supposedly, they had existed ever since this universe had been created. The White Emperor was one of the 3 Primal Starkings, and was the teacher of the leader of the Church of Annihilation. However, the leader of the Church of Annihilation had eventually become the most powerful figure in the entire universe, overtaking his master and unifying this entire universe. The leader of the Church of Annihilation asked for 9 lifeblood Tao Seals to revive my disciple. As for his master, he asked for just a bit less, just 8. Emperor Manasil ground his teeth. These two must have come to a private agreement to rob me blind, but lifeblood Tao Seals represented the highest level of expertise which Emperor Manasil had reached in the Tao of Seals. They possessed inconceivable amounts of power. If you were slain by a foe, you could rely on it to instantly come back to life. A single lifeblood Tao Seal represented an extra life. Over the course of countless years, Emperor Manasil had used up many treasures via many failed attempts to create these Tao Seals. After all that, he had still created just 2 of those lifeblood Tao Seals. Even someone like him, the inventor of these Tao Seals, had a very high chance of failure when creating them. The creation process was simply far too difficult. He had asked the Master of the Church of Annihilation to reverse the flow of spacetime and revive his beloved disciple. He had loved his second disciple as he would a son. He was willing to pay any price. Alas, the leader of the Church of Annihilation had rejected him outright. Reverse the flows of spacetime and revive a Verge-level Tao Lord? Impossible. I've never even revived one of my retainers or disciples. It had been a clear-cut refusal. However, Emperor Manasil had brought out a half-finished version of his lifeblood Tao Seal. The leader of the church had been stunned upon seeing it. Given his exalted status, he immediately recognized how valuable this seal was. He immediately changed his tone. Given how strong I am, only some of the most ancient powers in other universes might pose a threat, Otimi. If you can give me 9 of these lifeblood Tao Seals, I'll be willing to bear the price necessary to reverse spacetime and save your disciple. 9. Not only did the creation of these lifeblood Tao Seals require an enormous amount of treasure, they also took at least 3 full chaos cycles of time. And, once you made a single mistake, all of the time and wealth you had spent would have gone to waste. Worst of all, creating these Tao Seals required tremendous focus and was extremely tiresome. To stay in such a state for 3 full chaos cycle, with the results generally being failure, this was just a staggeringly exhausting process. It had been countless years since he had come up with this idea, but he had only been able to create 2 of these seals. My lifeblood Tao Seals are equivalent to an extra life. Poof. The leader of the church truly is greedy. Emperor Manasil ground his teeth. Let's wait and see. Sooner or later, he'll seek me out.
Emperor Manasil felt that his Dao seals were too difficult to create. As for the leader of the church, the leaders similarly felt that reversing spacetime to revive a Verge-level Dao Lord was far too difficult. As for simply killing Emperor Manasil, that never even came up as a possibility, as the Lifeblood Dao seal meant that Emperor Manasil was most likely the toughest person to kill in this universe. The flying vessel continued to advance. As for Dao Lord Owlbat, he continued to eat, drink, and boast. Ning's group simply listened. Any art, when improved to the ultimate level, will possess inconceivable power. Emperor Manasil has reached incredible heights in the Tao of Seals, Dao Lord Owlbat said. I heard that of the 16 Star Kings, the White Emperor has reached such heights in the Tao of Metal that you can't even comprehend it. Ning and the others were happy to hear him talk on, and the flying vessel continued to teleport forwards and advance towards the center of the Genesis lands. See that? Dao Lord Owlbat pointed off into the distance. Ning and the others were stunned by what they saw. An incredibly terrifying abyss was in the earth in front of them, and above that abyss hovered a world that was roughly 1 billion kilometers in size. This world radiated a towering pillar of light that was filled with countless terrifying auras, many of which were comparable to the auras of eternal emperors. Many chains were attached to that levitating world, and the chains themselves were rooted firmly into the land of the outer reaches. That right there is the inner reaches. The world which gave birth to the entire universe, and which holds all of its prime essences, Dao Lord Owlbat said. There are 8 prime essence chains which connect it to the outer reaches. What you need to do is walk onto those chains and stride into the inner reaches, but of course, if you aren't careful and end up falling into that abyss, even Dao Lords of the 4th step will be devoured and killed by the abyss, to say nothing of the likes of you. Dao Lord Owlbat said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 21, The Chains. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 21, The Chains. The flying vessel flew towards one of the Primessence chains. There were 12 world-level cultivators seated there in the lotus position. Clearly, they also wished to attempt to pass the Primessence chains. Whoosh! The flying vessel landed. 8 more have joined the fray. Looks like we're making new friends. The other 12 world-level cultivators who were already present grinned as they got up and moved forward to welcome Ning's group. Fuzhou greets you, fellow Taoists. Warp Flame greets you, fellow Taoists. The world-level cultivators all came over to greet Tem, and Ning's group exchanged a few words of pleasantries with them. It was quite common for people in the Genesis lands to chat up unfamiliar faces, as all world-level cultivators who were able to make it into the Genesis lands of this universe were extraordinary figures with limitless future prospects. In addition, all violence was forbidden here, making it so that they didn't have to worry about ambushes or sneak attacks. This encouraged people to befriend each other, as perhaps one of these new friends might one day become an unearthly Dao Lord or perhaps even an eternal emperor. Ning and his group all introduced themselves, making just slight alterations to their true story. Fellow Taoists, why haven't you passed through these chains and entered the prime reaches? Soul Wind laughed. You think we don't want to? It's that we aren't able to. A withered-looking world-level cultivator immediately shook his head. The only way to enter the inner reaches from the outer reaches is by passing through one of those primessence chains. If you try to fly over, you'll be swallowed up and devoured by the abyss. However, the chains themselves are also quite dangerous. There are special trials for world-level cultivators, and even more difficult trials for Samsara Dao Lords. Both trials are extremely dangerous, and the closer you get to the inner reaches the more dangerous it shall become. Oh? Ning and the other 7 were quite curious. I forgot to tell you. Dao Lord Owlbat was still seated next to them, drinking some wine. He let out a laugh and said, when you step onto the primessence chains, there will be some wraiths that will begin to attack you. The farther along you go,
the more powerful and numerous the wraiths shall be. Right, the primessence chains themselves are also capable of affecting your mind. If you aren't careful, you might go crazy. If that happens, you'll be dead for sure. Just so. This senior speaks the truth. Thus, fellow Taoists, once you attempt to traverse the primessence chains, you need to immediately retreat as soon as you feel as though you've reached your limit. If you retreat, you'll still alive. If you try to force your way through, you'll probably encounter a sudden danger that you can't handle, which will knock you off the chains. The abyss will swallow you, and your true soul will be wiped out. You'll definitely die. Better to retreat than to try and force things. The 12 all expressed similar sentiments, trying to dissuade the newcomers from rashness. Lord Owlbath nodded as well. If you move slowly and carefully gauge your chances, you'll have a shot of staying alive. If you try to force things, you'll be doomed. Thank you, everyone. We understand. Ning and the others all nodded. Ning's group exchanged a round of glances. It seemed they absolutely could not underestimate the deadliness of these primessence chains. Every world-level cultivator able to reach the Genesis lands was a figure of extraordinary ability, but less than 1 in 100 were able to enter the prime reaches. The difficulty of this trial spoke for itself. If you overestimated yourself, you would probably die. We'll give it a shot first. The 3 of you should wait for now, Soulwind sent mentally. Greatjoy, Dark North, Fire Surge, Skyfire. I recommend you let me be the first to give it a try. They said that these primessence chains can affect one's mind, and I feel quite confident in my abilities in this area. As for those so-called wraiths, I'll definitely move slowly and cautiously. All right. Ning, Greatjoy, and the others all nodded. Less than 1 in 100 world-level cultivators were able to succeed, but Heartlord Soulwind was a Heart Force cultivator who had been acknowledged by the ancient pagodas of the Palace of the Heart. He definitely stood far above the vast majority of cultivators with regards to the power of his mind and heart. Even proud figures like Ning and Greatjoy knew that they were significantly inferior to Soulwind in this respect. The 12 world-level cultivators, Lord Owlbath, and the other 7 all watched as Heartlord Soulwind advanced onto the primessence chains. The primessence chains were 1,000 kilometers long and 15 meters wide. Although they were described as chains, they were really more like bridges. Still, people like Ning could stably traverse even a minusculely thin steel wire without swaying in the slightest, to say nothing of a bridge. As Soulwind advanced through the enormous steel chains, he couldn't help but frown and say, "Everyone, these chains truly are rather bizarre. Make sure you don't let your mind and heart be swayed by it." Gra! Gra! 2 illusory figures suddenly swooped up from the infinitely deep abyss of darkness below the chains. The 2 moved incredibly fast, traversing 1,000 kilometers in a single flicker as they charged towards Heartlord Soulwind. One phantom was of a grim-faced man who wielded a warblade, while the other was of an ugly alien creature who wielded 9 whips in its 9 arms. Soulwind's gaze grew cold as he saw those 2 phantoms strike towards him. A series of magic treasures that looked like fiery lotuses began to bloom behind him, and as they bloomed they immediately began to transform into blazing firebirds. There was a total of 391 firebirds in the skies, and they all radiated with blazing auras that easily dissipated the attacks coming from those 2 phantoms. Ning and the others frowned upon seeing this. Were these the wraiths? Why did they seem like cultivators? Those are all cultivators who died long ago. Lord Owlbath explained, after they died their true souls were destroyed, but their power was transformed into these strange wraiths. Because you are at the world level wraiths shall be sent to attack you. If a Lord attempted to pass, things would be far more frightening. Ning and the others nodded. Many of them failed while attempting to pass through the primessence chains, and some of them were truly dazzling figures of their time. Later on, these wraiths will group together and attack en masse. Lord Owlbath sighed. To go through the primessence chains and reach the prime reaches. Oh, that's gonna be tough, tough, tough. Heartlord Soulwind continuously advanced while controlling his magic treasures, using it to break apart all impediments. Boom! 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 The primessence chains themselves were trembling slightly, sending out multiple strange ripples of power. Ning was able to physically see those ripples emanating out, each expanding to become 30 meters in size. Heartlord Soulwind had to rely on the power of the chains to fight back against the devouring power of the abyss, but by doing so he ended up being restricted by the power as well. Poof! Heartlord Soulwind advanced with cool calmness, using his magic treasures to slaughter all of the attacking wraiths. As he continued to advance, more and more wraiths of increasingly greater power began to charge out of the abyss below the prime reaches. As a Heartforce cultivator, he was naturally quite skilled in controlling magic treasures from afar. These wraiths, as of right now, were not able to force him into close combat. 500 kilometers. He's made it pretty far, pretty fast. Dowlord Owlbath stared in boggled amazement. This young fellow is way too powerful, and he has an incredibly strong mind and heart. He isn't even swaying a bit? He's completely ignoring the effects of the primessence chains? The 12 world-level cultivators who had already tried and failed in the past also stared in amazement. The mental influence of the primessence chains would grow increasingly strong, and at 500 kilometers the influence was now incredibly strong. Generally speaking, even those who were able to endure the mental attacks would feel quite miserable. Heartlord Soulwind, however, had an extremely calm look on his face. He looked as though he was simply strolling through the streets. He made it look easy. Ning and the others all revealed smiles. Only 1 in 100 can succeed? Oof. Let them compete with us, Prince Greatjoy said to Ning and the others in an extremely smug manner. Right. Brother Soulwind is making it look easy. Although Ning and the others weren't the arrogant type, they agreed with what Greatjoy said. In terms of all-around ability, the 5 of them truly did surpass the vast majority of the other world-level cultivators in the Genesis lands. These were the most elite geniuses of the Brightshore Kingdom, after all. Heartlord Soulwind continued to advance. 600 kilometers. 700. 8. 9. Dowlord Owlbath and the others watched with slack jaws as this happened. However, towards the end Heartlord Soulwind was also forced into close combat, and a look of seriousness appeared on his face for the first time as his movements noticeably slowed down. Still, he gritted his teeth and continued to advance. Whoosh! Over 1,000 wraiths were attacking him now. Heartlord Soulwind fought his way through them, then reached the end of this primessence chain and entered the prime reaches. Ah-ha-ha! Excellent! Congratulations, Brother Soulwind. We'll join you in a bit, Soulwind. Greatjoy, Ning, Skyfire, and Firesurge were in superb moods. For the first person from their side to challenge this trial and succeed naturally pleased them greatly. How is this possible? He succeeded, just like that? Dowlord Owlbath and the others couldn't even believe it. Passing through the primessence chains was supposed to be incredibly difficult, right? But just now, that bald red-robed kid seemed to have breezed right through it. Dark North, Greatjoy, Skyfire, Firesurge. Soulwind stood at the other end of the chains, staring at them from afar as he called out loudly, "The mental influence of the primessence chains is terrifyingly strong, far more so than the attacks of the wraiths. You must be careful." Understood. Ning and the others grinned back at him in response. Which of the 3 of us shall be the next to give it a try? Greatjoy turned his gaze towards Ning and Firesurge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 22, Heaven's Moat. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 22, Heaven's Moat. According to what Ning and the others had planned, the four protectors would first make their attempts, followed by Skyfire Brightshore. Only then would the retainers Su Yuji, World Goddess Skywolf, and Chaos Immortal Swallowback make their attempts. I'll go next. I'm still quite confident in my chances. Fire Surge revealed a smile. Because he had a cold and forbidding aura to begin with, his smile looked rather sinister. All right. Ning and Greatjoy nodded, then watched as Fire Surge walked over towards the chains, then stepped onto them. The gazes of Ning, Greatjoy, Skyfire, the retainers, Lord Owlbath, and the 12 other world-level cultivators were all focused on this youth dressed in deep blue robes as he advanced through the chains. The prime reaches. I have to enter them. A terrifying, baleful aura could be seen in Fire Surge's eyes. Nothing and no one will stop me. Fire Surge's path of cultivation had been a path filled with many setbacks and pitfalls. When he had been a weak mortal cultivator, he had lived in a world that had been controlled by 10 mighty demonic sects. The demonic sects were filled with guile, treachery, and internecine murder. Every single powerful expert rose to power by trampling across the corpses of others, and Fire Surge became the most powerful cultivator of this entire mortal world. He had continued his path without remorse, eventually entering the greater primordial chaos and then being recruited into the Palace of Kind Water of the 12 Palaces of Bright Shore. And now, he had been given the chance to join Ning and the others and adventure through the Genesis lands of this Arceus region in this alternate universe. I had to use every scrap of power I had, but was just barely able to claw my way into 4th place. Fire Surge strode forwards as waves buffeted the area around him. Soulwind, Greatjoy, Dark North, all three of them are somewhat stronger than me, to say nothing of the most dazzling figures of the Brightshore Kingdom, Birchaloo and Eastcult. I'm going to surpass them. I'm going to surpass all cultivators. Fire Surge felt a certain degree of urgency in this regard. Prince Greatjoy was the strongest of the four, Soulwind was the most unfathomable and mysterious, and Dark North's sword-intent domain was incredibly tough to deal with. Even worse, Dark North's offensive sword arts had become so powerful that even Fire Surge shivered when he saw them. Why had the gap between him and his colleagues grown so large? Kill. Break. Fire Surge advanced through the 1,000-kilometer-long Primescence chains, crushing his way through all of the wraiths that tried to oppose him. How dominating. Incredible. He's plowing through them in an even more brutal manner than Soulwind did. Ning, Greatjoy, and the others all smiled as they praised him. As for Lord Owlbath and the other 12, they just stared intently. 400 kilometers. 500. 600. Fire Surge had experienced numerous setbacks in life in order to reach his current level, and he thus possessed an incredible mind and heart. He was also very close to the others in combat power, and thus he was able to forcibly disperse the wraiths with his attacks. Just past the 700-kilometer mark, Fire Surge suddenly slowed down dramatically. The smiles quickly disappeared from the faces of Ning and Greatjoy. Not good. Ning was rather worried. The distant Water Lord Fire Surge was now moving slower and slower. He was still wiping out the attacking wraiths, but Ning and the others could clearly tell that something was hampering his combat performance. It seemed as though he was struggling to maintain focus. Arg! Waterlord Fire Surge let out a frustrated yell, then turned and left. He retreated at high speeds, needing only a few seconds to escape the chains. He had an ugly, savage look on his face, and his eyes were filled with rage and resentment. Brother Fire Surge, Ning called out. Fire Surge, if we fail the first time, we can try a second or a third time, Greatjoy said consolingly. Fire Surge took a deep breath, taking control of his emotions. He nodded towards Ning and the others. In truth, Ning and Greatjoy understand why Fire Surge was so unhappy right now. If you failed the first time, you would probably fail the next 100 times as well unless you made significant gains in power or in mental fortitude. Fire Surge hadn't even been able to make it to the 800-kilometer mark.
He had more than 200 kilometers to go if he wished to make it to the prime reaches. His chances were extremely low. Be careful, the two of you. The primessence chains are extremely difficult to deal with, Firesurge said. I'm amazed at how nettlesome they are. Ning and Greatjoy both felt a great sense of pressure. Firesurge was still the fourth strongest world-level cultivator of the 12 kingdoms of Brightshore. If one excluded Birchaloo and Eastcult, he definitely was a monstrously talented man. For him to have failed meant the primessence chains were far more difficult to deal with than any of them had expected. Your performance was incredible, my young friend Firesurge. Lord Owlbath was still eating and drinking in a leisurely fashion, and he grinned as he called out, to be able to make it nearly 800 kilometers on the primessence chains is an absolutely incredible feat. Although all of the world-level cultivators here in the Genesis lands are quite formidable, the vast majority are stymied at the 500-kilometer mark. Firesurge's failure worried not just Ning and Greatjoy, it worried Skyfire Brightshore even more. This prince of the Brightshore kingdom was comparable to Firesurge in power, but as for his heart and his willpower? He was probably a bit inferior to even those three retainers. Even the invisible willpower trial which was applied to all entrants into the Genesis lands had made him feel quite miserable. Dark North, let me give it a try next. Greatjoy's eyes were filled with a terrifying desire to do battle. He walked straight towards the primessence chains, then began to advance forwards. Ning and the others simply watched silently from behind. Soulwind had drifted through the chains like a calm, unflappable spring breeze. Firesurge had fought his way through the chains while radiating a powerful aura of murder. As for Greatjoy, he crushed his way through with absolute power as he advanced in a truly imposing fashion. These young fellows are all quite incredible. Lord Owlbath blinked. This Greatjoy guy has already made it past the 800-kilometer mark. And that's the 900-kilometer mark. Prince Greatjoy was clearly performing better than Firesurge had as he cruised through the first 900 kilometers. However, at this point he gradually began to slow down as well, and a solemn look appeared on his face. His entire body began to radiate with golden light as he continued to advance in a stable manner. Ning and the others began to grow nervous as they watched. Master! The armor-clad world goddess Skywolf normally had a perpetually icy look on her fair features, but now a look of worry had appeared. Although the wraiths were quite powerful, Prince Greatjoy still found it quite easy to deal with them. And yet, his movements were growing slower and slower. Finally, at the 920-kilometer mark, he came to a halt. He stood there, easily deflecting the wraiths but unable to advance any further. Ugh! A soft sigh, then Prince Greatjoy also turned and left, not hesitating in the slightest. Peerless geniuses like them knew when they had to go all out and when they had to be cautious. If you try to force yourself past your limits in a place like this, you would most likely fall into that abyss and be destroyed in body and true soul alike. Prince Greatjoy walked back with a slight frown on his forehead, as though he was lost in thought. Ha! Prince Greatjoy glanced at the cultivators in front of him, then began to chuckle. When Soulwind made it across, I figured that the primessence chains couldn't be that tough. Who would have thought that the next two would both fail, myself included? Brother Greatjoy, you made it much farther than I did, Firesurge said. A failure is still just a failure. Prince Greatjoy shook his head, then looked at Ning. Dark North, these primessence chains are incredibly strange. You have to be careful not to let yourself be ensnared in those illusions. The reason why I didn't dare to advance any further was because I realized that I had already reached my limits. If I advanced any further, I would have been ensnared by those illusions and would have been completely unable to deal with the other dangers facing me. Ning nodded. Soulwind was a Heartforce cultivator and thus was the best equipped to deal with this issue. That was why he had been able to cruise through with ease. Alas, Firesurge and Greatjoy had both failed despite being incredibly talented figures. As for Lord Owlbath and the other 12 world-level cultivators, they sighed with amazement. Although Greatjoy and Fire Surge had both failed, they had both made it incredibly far. Fire Surge and I will probably wander through the various places in the outer reaches of the Genesis lands. We'll only come back here if we are able to grow significantly more powerful. Greatjoy looked at Ning. Dark North, I wouldn't mind having you by my side as we wander through the outer reaches. You might not mind, but I sure as hell would. Ning laughed. I still want to wander the prime reaches alongside Soulwind. The poor guy will be lonely if he has to go through that place by himself. Laughing, Ning strode confidently towards the Primessence chains. Be careful, Master. The Flame Fairy Tsuyuji was quite worried. She knew her own limits and knew that she probably stood no chance of making it into the inner reaches, but she truly hoped that Ning would. The Prime Reaches was a place which even the eternal emperors of this universe wished to enter, and it was also the place which had completely transformed the Master of the Church of Annihilation. Rumble. Ning advanced through the Primessence chains as electric light and watery light surged out of his body. The 7 types of Dao Lightning and Dao Water formed an awe-inspiring yin-yang sword domain around him which furiously repelled and slew all enemies in range of him. The attacking wraiths were all ground to dust before even getting close to him. The way in which Ning was advancing through the chains was even more lofty and imposing than Soulwind's. His yin-yang sword domain truly was the perfect weapon for dealing with group attacks. The prime reaches, Ning stared forwards at the other end of the chains, where the inner reaches lay. He had fought so hard for this chance, and in the end he had been able to make it into the Genesis lands of this alternate universe. Was he going to fail now, at the very last moment? There was a huge difference between the outer reaches and the inner reaches. Brother Soulwind, just wait a moment for me, Ning called out, his eyes brimming with the intent to do battle. His yin-yang sword domain swirled around him as he continuously advanced through the long Primessence chains. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 23, The Inner Reaches. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 23, The Inner Reaches. As soon as Ning stepped onto the Primessence chains, he could sense an invisible web of power wash over him. He felt as though a strange melody was playing non-stop within his sea of consciousness. Still, Ning was no ordinary world-level cultivator. He was able to easily ignore a disruptive influence on this level. He walked forward through the chains, moving tremendously fast, and as he did the various ghosts began to flicker towards him from afar, throwing themselves at Ning. Alas, Ning's yin-yang sword domain stretched out to encompass an area of 800 kilometers. As soon as the wraiths charged into his domain, they were instantly ground into nothingness. Ning's yin-yang sword domain was capable of slaying even Dao Lords of the first step, much less mere wraiths. The invisible power covering the Primessence chains seems to be growing stronger and stronger. Ning continuously advanced towards the inner reaches, and the sound of the melody grew increasingly loud as well. The melody was constantly distracting him, despite his best efforts. It sang of a peerlessly beautiful maiden, of endless treasures, of the ineffable hegemon, of the warmth of family, of the undying ardor of love, of the deep, warm-blooded feelings which friends and brothers shared with each other. It was an absolute delight. It told him that if he truly fell into the song and allowed himself to be intoxicated by it, that he would have all of these things and more. The alluring power of the song grew stronger and stronger. 800 kilometers. 900 kilometers. He's hit the 900-kilometer mark. Dark North is way too strong. Lord Owlbat stared wide-eyed in shock. He's merely using a domain, but he's still able to crush all of those wraiths. He hasn't even used any actual techniques at all. Tsuyuji and the others watched nervously as well. He hit the 900 mark? Fire Surge watched quietly. Of the 4 geniuses of the 12 palaces, both Ning and Greatjoy had made it past the 900-kilometer mark. Fire Surge, however, hadn't even made it to the 800 mark. Brother Dark North's sword intent domain truly is formidable.
Prince Greatjoy smiled. His domain alone is enough for him to defeat all of the attacking wraiths. The Yin-Yang Sword domain was a supreme Dao, after all, and this one in particular was terrifyingly strong due to it having been formed by 7 types of Dao lightning and Dao water. In terms of raw power, it was only slightly weaker than the killer attacks of Greatjoy and Soul Wind, but in addition, the wraiths focused on attacking en masse. The Yin-Yang Sword domain was literally developed for the express purpose of defeating massed attackers. In addition, it had been easy for all 4 of them to deal with the wraiths. None of them had been forced to show their true power. All 4 of them were comparable to Dao Lords of the second step. Clearing, the trial of the Primessence chains didn't place too heavy an emphasis on raw power. So long as you were comparable to a strong Dao Lord of the first step, you'd be able to handle the wraiths. 920. 930. 940. 950, Su Yuji counted softly to herself. Everyone was watching with bated breath. Was yet another member of the group about to pass through the Primessence chains? Prince Greatjoy fell silent. He simply watched as Ning advanced farther than he did. The invisible power covering the Primessence chains weren't completely focused on Ning in specific. It would be more accurate to say that the Primessence chains were innately filled with a mysterious power which naturally emanated outwards, resulting in them affecting Ning. The closer Ning moved to the inner reaches, the stronger the power released by the Primessence chains became. The melody grew more and more drifting and abstruse as it sought to seduce Ning into its flows. In fact, Ning could almost see a series of illusory worlds appear before him. If he stopped fighting back against them for just a single instant, he would instantly be drawn into those illusory worlds and lose himself within them. 980. 990. Ning continued to advance. Although the illusory melody was taking a firmer and firmer grip over his mind and soul, he still continued to steadfastly defend against its intrusions. He had just a single thought in his mind: he wanted to keep focused on his goal of making it to the end of the Primessence chains. Is he really going to make it into the inner reaches? So close. So close. Dao Lord Owlbath and the others stared in astonishment, as did Prince Greatjoy and Fire Surge. As for Su Yuji, she was the most nervous of them all as she stared unblinkingly at the domain-ensconced white-robed youth. Finally, Ning took one final step and broke past the bewildering force covering the Primessence chains. The furious wraiths did their best to try to stop him, but they were completely unable to go through the Yin-Yang Sword domain and touch Ning in the slightest. Phew! Ning couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he took that final step and entered the inner reaches. He then dismissed his Yin-Yang Sword domain. The prime reaches, as soon as Ning stepped onto the other side, he could sense a surge of invisible power rush towards him from the ground. The surge of power warmed him, feeling almost like the embrace of a mother. Ning was secretly speechless. Then again, the prime reaches was the most central location of the Genesis lands. Even the prime essences of this universe were located here. Even the strangest of phenomena were to be expected of here. Congratulations, Dark North. Heartlord Soul Wind had stepped backwards to avoid the Yin-Yang Sword domain, but he now grinned as he advanced to move next to Ning. That was far too close for comfort. But I made it. Ning smiled. It is incredible that you were able to make it this far, Brother Dark North. The Primessence chains truly do have an incredibly strong mental alluring effect, Soul Wind sighed. Ning nodded. The effect was indeed quite strong. Still, Ning knew that he had one particular advantage over all 3 of the others. Greatjoy, Soul Wind, and Fire Surge were fairly normal world-level cultivators. In battle, they could instantly unleash a level of power comparable to that of Dao Lords of the second step, but it was all thanks to their secret arts, divine abilities, and insights into the Dao. In the end, their power was built off of world-level divine power and immortal energy. Ning, however, was different. He had the power of the Azure Flower Mist energy, which was equivalent to Dao Lord level energy.
It had nourished his soul, making it comparable to the soul of a downlord of the first step. As a result, it was incredibly difficult to shake Ning's soul and cause him to be trapped within an illusion. Ning's mental fortitude was actually merely on par with Prince Greatjoy's, but his soul was far stronger. As a result, he was naturally able to do what Greatjoy could not. Skyfire Brightshore was a prince of the Brightshore Kingdom, a living being on the same level of power as the ancient cultivators, Birchelu, or Waterwalker. They were amongst the most elite races of living creatures, giving them souls that were incredibly strong and essentially on par with Ning's Azure Flower reinforced soul. Kilostar was another example. He had trained in the Thousand Bodies Sutra, and so his divine body was comparable to a Daelord's, as was his soul. It was incredibly rare for a world-level cultivator to have a Daelord-level soul. Soulwind was a Heartforce cultivator, and so he had certain special techniques which could be used to strengthen the soul, but in the end he was still not nearly as strong in this regard as Ning and Birchelu were. As for Greatjoy and Firesurge, they were somewhat weaker in this regard as well. The only reason I made it through was because I have the Azure Flower Mist energy sustaining and strengthening my soul. Heartlord Soulwind, however, made it through with ease. He really lives up to his reputation as the one and only Heartlord of the Heartforce Palace, Ning mused to himself in praise. Ning's gaze shifted towards the inner reaches. Previously, when he had been in the outer reaches, he could see that there was an enormous world here but was unable to make out any details at all. Now, however... Ning frowned. It was a scene of chaos and decay. The ground was littered with enormous gouges, holes, and craters. Clearly, they had been left behind ancient powers who had battled against each other. These were marks that had been left behind by swords and sabers. Far off in the distance, he saw a series of badly damaged mountain ranges, as well as a series of towering, massive corpses that emanated ripples of terrifying power. These corpses. Ning stared at them. Every single corpse emanated ripples of incredible power that were just as strong as the aura which Lord Woodflower had emanated. Are these all eternal emperors? Ning mused. It seems this place, the birthplace of the universe, is actually a battlefield. But why the hell are there so many eternal emperors here? Eternal emperors were incredibly rare and few in number. Based on what Ning and the others had learned, this was true even here in this alternate universe. In the Endless Territories, the Brightshore Kingdom only had a few eternal emperors total. But here in the Prime Reaches, Ning was able to see at least 12 of these corpses which emanated auras of terrifying power. All of them had to be Eternal Emperor-level corpses. And these were only the ones he could see right now. Most likely, the Prime Reaches held far more corpses within it. No wonder so many Eternal Emperors of the Church of Annihilation had come here. No wonder the Master of the Church of Annihilation had been able to skyrocket in power after entering this place. Ning, am blessed to be able to enter a place like this. Ning felt a great surge of joy swell in his heart. Those 10,000 years of arduous travel and those multiple scrapes with death, right now, Ning felt as though everything was worth it. Skyfire is starting as well, Soulwind said. Ning calmed himself down, turning to stare at the other end of the Primessence chains. Skyfire Brightshore had moved onto the Primessence chains as well. Although his soul was comparable to Ning's in strength, his mental fortitude was incredibly weak. In the end, he simply hadn't experienced enough. Most likely, even an average world-level cultivator who had risen to power in the mortal world and experienced all of its trials and tribulations would have a far stronger mind and heart than he did. In the end, Skyfire Brightshore was brought to a quick halt. He managed to move close to the 500-kilometer mark, but in the end was forced to retreat. A look of disappointment was on his face. He hadn't even been able to make it to the 500-kilometer mark. Even if he was able to somehow become much mentally tougher, he probably still would have very little chance of traversing these Primessence chains. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 24, 35 Corpses. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 24, 35 Corpses. I have zero chance. I'm not even close to meeting the mark. Skyfire Brightshore left the Prim Essence chains, then shook his head ruefully. Don't let yourself feel too depressed about this. At least the two of us will keep you company, right? Prince Greatjoy laughed. Soulwind is a Heartforce cultivator, remember? Fire Surge sent him a mental message of consolation. As for Dark North, he joined the 12 Palaces just a short while ago but quickly rose to become the second-ranked expert in our trials. His rate of improvement is absolutely ridiculous. It's not surprising that the two of them were able to make it into the inner reaches. Skyfire nodded. Moments later, Prince Greatjoy nodded as well. Although he was an incredibly proud man, he had to admit that Ning's rate of improvement really was fast. If I fall one step behind, I'll always be behind. Fire Surge frowned. Let's not get depressed. Prince Greatjoy was in a fine mood. In the end, lucky encounters and karmic blessings might be useful, but cultivation is ultimately up to yourself and your own efforts. They are in the inner reaches while we are in the outer reaches, but we won't necessarily fall behind them. Right. In fact, we might actually overtake them. Fire Surge nodded as well. However, they all knew that they were just pumping themselves up and encouraging themselves. They all understood that the inner reaches had far more opportunities hidden within them than the outer reaches did, and both Soulwind and Dark North were just as talented as the three of them. There was no way they wouldn't improve even further. Prince Greatjoy's retainer, World Goddess Skywolf, also gave the Prim Essence chains a try. In the end, she was forced to come to a halt at around 500 kilometers. Flame Fairy Suyuji actually managed to make it close to the 600-kilometer mark. Clearly, she was quite skilled at defending against illusions, as that was her own path as well. Alas, in the end she simply hadn't reached a high enough level of skill in this Tao. Soulwind's retainer, Chaos Immortal Swallowback, actually managed to make it all the way to the 910-kilometer mark. This badly shocked Ning and all the other spectators. Who would have thought that he would be able to make it this far? This was almost as far as Prince Greatjoy himself had made it, and was a far stronger performance than Waterlord Fire Surge's. Of course, in an actual battle he was far from being a match for Prince Greatjoy, Fire Surge, or Skyfire. In the field of resisting illusions, however, he was clearly a very strong contender. Soulwind and Dark North, the two of you can stay in the inner reaches. We'll wander the outer reaches. Don't end up weaker than us by the next time we meet. Prince Greatjoy laughed from afar, his voice rippling through space and making it to the other side of the chains. We'll part ways here. The two of you better not disappoint me. A stubborn, intense light gleamed in Fire Surge's eyes. As for Suyuji, she stared at Ning from afar. Chaos Immortal Swallowback did the same towards his own master, Heartlord Soulwind. The two parties separated, heading off in different directions. Prince Greatjoy and the others depart, beginning their journey through the various mysterious regions of the outer reaches. There, they would search for their own karmic blessings and opportunities. As for Ning and Soulwind, they began their true journey into the prime reaches. Incredible. Crazy strong. Where the hell did these world-level cultivators come from? The 12 spectators and Dowlord Owlbath were all utterly amazed. They had been wandering the outer reaches for many years now, and dreamed of being able to make it past the Prim Essence chains. They knew exactly how hard it was for one to be able to actually overcome the chains, but just now, 2 of the 8 world-level cultivators in that group, the ones named Soulwind and Dark North, had actually succeeded. 2 others had made it past the 900-kilometer mark. Absolutely amazing. Given how extraordinarily strong their hearts and souls are, they must be under the tutelage of a truly extraordinary power. No ordinary school could possibly hand over 8 Arceus medallions at once. They couldn't help but continue to chatter in amazement,
having firmly engraved the names and faces of Ning and the others in their minds.
Ning and Soul Wind gave the Primessence chains a final glance. Prince Greatjoy and the others had already flown away.
"Let's go," Soulwind said. "Once we leave the prime reaches, we'll meet with them again."
"Right." Ning nodded. He had left a message talisman with Su Yuji. Once they left the inner reaches, he would be able to locate her with ease, thanks to his connection to that talisman. Most likely, Soulwind had left behind something similar with his own retainer, Chaos Immortal Swallowback. The world of the inner reaches was a world that was roughly 1 billion kilometers in size. This wasn't exactly small, but for cultivators of their power it wasn't exactly large either. This place was filled with an aura of utterly immense power. All flight was impossible here, and it was impossible for one to scan the area using Godsense or Chowsense, much less engage in spatial teleportation. The only option was to rely on one's 2 feet. Thankfully, the two of them were able to walk quite quickly, moving far faster than the limits of the heavenly dais. This place is an ancient battlefield. As Ning and Soulwind advanced through this world, they moved towards the peak of a mountain, then came to a halt and surveyed the entirety of the inner reaches. As far as the eye could see, the earth was littered with trenches, gouges, canyons, crater, and rubble. This was a ruined, destroyed world. Look at that terrifying gorge over there, filled with an utterly terrifying sword intent that was so strong that Ning could hardly breathe. The strength and intensity of that sword intent was so great that it was definitely the most powerful sword intent Ning had ever encountered. Even the most powerful sword strike of Emperor Mirrors now was significantly weaker compared to the sword intent radiating from that great gorge. Awe-inspiring sword intent. Bounding saber intent. Billowing plumes of watery light. Chaotic fields of spacetime. The entire world of the inner reaches was filled with the scars of battle. If you could recognize a leopard's spots, you'd know you were looking at a leopard. Just by looking at the remaining scars, Ning was able to imagine how incredibly powerful the major powers who left the scars behind were. So many corpses, and almost all of them are 540,000 meters tall, Soulwind said in amazement. From our position atop this mountain, I can see at least 26 corpses. Ning stared from afar as well. Due to the nearby mountains blocking off his vision as well as the tremendous power throbbing within this world, Ning wasn't able to bend light and see far beyond the surrounding mountains. In a normal place, he would be able to see everything for countless kilometers around him, even if he was inside a completely sealed-off edifice. Alas, this place was different. They look like cultivators, but all of their corpses are 540,000 meters tall. Some of them are even larger. Those are probably the special life forms, Ning said. All of them should be at the Eternal Emperor level, Soulwind evaluated. A divinity's height was one way to measure their power. Ning and the others had reached the limits of power possible for world gods, with a total of 36,000 god gems in their bodies. As for the Daotri within their Jindan Chaos regions, the trees were 108,000 meters tall. Their true personal height was also roughly 108,000 meters tall. Many of the great powers were born as ordinary mortals who were merely a few meters tall, and thus they were accustomed to using those heights in their normal form. As a result, in both the endless territories as well as this alternate universe, most people stayed at a normal height of just a few meters. Even the princes of the Brightshore Kingdom whose true bodies were the size of chaos stars would generally stay in a form where they were roughly on par with Ning in size. The absolute hard limit for world-level cultivators was 108,000 meters. The absolute limit for Downlords was 540,000 meters. Reaching this height meant that you had reached the verge of the downmerge. When you succeeded in your downmerge, your divine body would remain 540,000 meters tall and be comprised of 540,000 god gems. The difference was, upon succeeding in the downmerge, the Tao within those god gems would gain true eternity, making your divine body both perfect and eternal as well. Ning and Soulwind continued to advance through the primetes, carefully analyzing everything.
The two of them quickly discovered 2 downlords and 3 world-level cultivators in the inner reaches. The world was just 1 billion kilometers in size, after all. They were able to quickly scan through the entire place, and they discovered a total of 35 corpses of incredible antiquity. Each corpse emanated an aura of tremendous power that carried a scent of eternity. 35 eternal emperors died here? Soulwind and Ning both felt breathless. It must be understood that even the Brightshore Kingdom only had a few eternal emperors, and the number of eternal emperors belonging to the Ionian Kingdom could be counted on one hand. In general, eternal emperors were incredibly rare. 35 eternal emperors, this was an incredible, terrifying figure. And yet, such a powerful force of cultivators had silently died in this place, leaving behind few traces of their passing. Eternal emperors are truly eternal existences. If they die because others killed them. But in normal battles, a fatal end should result in their divine bodies being destroyed. Their bodies are in perfect shape, and all of them seem quite peaceful. Some were standing, some were sitting, it seems as though they welcomed death peacefully. Soulwind had a solemn look on his face as he sent, I can't even imagine what level of power is needed to cause 35 eternal emperors to silently, peacefully pass away into death. Ning nodded. This truly was a terrifying thought. This place gave birth to the entire universe, after all, Ning sent mentally. There will always be secrets which we will never know the answers to. We are still too weak and know too little. Soulwind nodded. We've gone through this entire world. It really is filled with many opportunities, but all of them were left behind by these 35 ancient powers. We haven't found the prime essences of this universe at all, Ning sent. We are too weak. We probably aren't able to find or locate them, Soulwind sent. Let us do the same as those 2 downlords and world-level cultivators are doing. Let us search for the legacies left behind by those 35 major powers. All right. Ning nodded. The 35 ancient corpses had prepared for and welcomed death in a very calm manner, and they had left behind all of their treasures. Those who were bound to them by destiny would gain access to those treasures. Every single one of the deceased major powers was terrifyingly strong. 3 of them were particularly terrifying, and the aura emanating from their corpses was so strong that Ning felt certain that they were comparable to that of the almighty Hegemon, who Ning had met in person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 25, 3 Great Leaders. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 25, 3 Great Leaders. Both Ning and Soulwind kept a cautious watch as they advanced through the world of the inner reaches. Brother Dark North, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Heartlord Soulwind suddenly stared at one of the corpses in front of them, a corpse that was seated in the lotus position and emanating an aura of faint golden light. The awesome aura emanating from that corpse was boundlessly majestic, and it would forever be an aura of true eternity. A total of 16 treasures had been placed before that corpse, and each of the 16 radiated extraordinary power. Are you talking about how the corpses are divided up into 3 groups? Ning asked. Right. Heartlord Soulwind nodded. The 35 corpses here seemed to be divided up into 3 groups, each of which had a leader. This corpse before us, the one radiating golden light, it is one of the leaders. I have the feeling that he was a heart force cultivator who gained eternity through that path. Ning revealed a shocked look. A heart force cultivator? Are you sure about this? I'm absolutely sure. Soulwind's eyes were flickering with excitement as he stared at the glowing golden corpse. Ning couldn't help but feel truly stunned, because Heart Force cultivators truly were incredibly rare. The entire Heart Force palace only had a few downlords. For a Heart Force cultivator to become an eternal emperor, Ning had never even heard of such a figure. And yet, seated right before him was the corpse of an eternal emperor who was a Heart Force cultivator. Rumble.
Ning and Soulwind couldn't help but walk towards that seated corpse. Suddenly, a series of invisible ripples swept outwards and brushed past the two of them. Eh? Ning suddenly sensed a powerful force push back at him, making it impossible for him to move forward by a single step. It seems as though there are no ties of destiny between this ancient power and myself. Ning smiled. Soulwind, however, suffered no impediments at all. He glanced at Ning. Brother Dark North, although there are 35 other corpses here, I've already decided that I'm going to choose this one and give it a try. If you've made up your mind, all I can say is, be careful. Ning nodded. All 35 of these ancient powers had peacefully welcomed death, leaving behind all of their treasures and legacies. If you wanted to acquire them, you would have to overcome the trials and challenges they had laid out. These trials were extremely dangerous, and some were even lethal. Lord Owlbath had long ago warned them that many entered the inner reaches and then died there, never to return. He is one of the 3 leaders within the inner reaches, and the only eternal emperor who was also a heart force cultivator. Heartlord Soulwind stared at the towering, seated figure with a blazing look in his eyes. No one in the Heart Force Palace has ever been able to become an eternal emperor through Heart Force. Now that I've finally found someone who was able to do this, I'll risk everything I have. If I can learn some of the techniques this ancient power used, I might have a shot at gaining eternity in the future as well. Ning nodded. Heart Force cultivators had the most difficult path of all. The Sword Palace, Spacetime Palace, and other palaces all had cultivators who were able to become eternal emperors. The Heart Force Palace was the only palace which had never produced a single one. In fact, the entire concept was unheard of. And yet, here in the inner reaches of the Genesis lands of this alternate universe, they had discovered the corpse of a deceased Heart Force cultivator who had reached that level. I'm heading over there. Soulwind looked at Ning. Be careful. Ning nodded. Heartlord Soulwind began to move forwards once more. Whoosh! A rippling wave of spacetime swept past Soulwind, causing him to completely disappear. Ning stood there for a brief moment. Sensing that the powerful barrier in front of him was not going to disappear, he chose to turn and leave. He was still very weak in terms of heart force. Clearly, he didn't meet the minimum threshold this deceased figure had left behind for those who wished to acquire his treasures. Ning advanced by himself through the inner reaches. The more he inspected those 35 corpses, the more he got the feeling that they did indeed belong to 3 different factions. As for the 3 most powerful corpses, they had auras of incredible might that were absolutely on par with the almighty hegemons. The second leader. Ning stared at an enormous 4-legged beast that had a pair of curved horns on its head. Its aura was filled with the intent of endless annihilation, and just looking at the beast made Ning's heart clench. Even in death, its eyes seemed cold, lofty, and proud. This was a creature who was unwilling to bow its head to anyone. Behind it were 5 eternal emperors that looked like its retainers. The third leader. After walking forwards for a long period of time, Ning raised his head and stared at the third leader. What he saw caused his eyes to light up. This third leader was a sword wielder. He saw a towering man standing there, both hands clenched around an enormous greatsword that was a deep blue color. The hilt of the sword was pressed against his chest while the tip leaned against ground. The man himself stood there like the pillar which could hold up an entire world. He had a distant gaze in his dead, peaceful eyes. Anyone who looked at him would get the feeling that he would probably be able to survive even the annihilation of the universe itself. And yet, this Grandmaster of the Tao of the Sword, a man who emanated an incredibly dense and heavy aura of sword intent, had died here as well. Behind him stood 2 other men. One was a white-robed man with a smile on his face who carried 3 swords on his back, a violet sword, a golden sword, and a white sword. He stood there, emanating an aura of ephemeral grace, and his invisible aura of sword intent seemed similarly ephemeral. The other man was dressed in azure armor and had a mask on his face, revealing only a pair of eyes that were filled with hatred. Behind him there were 9 enormous blood-colored swords that had been plunged into the earth, and every single sword carried an incredibly powerful aura of murder. The greatsword-wielding leader was able to convince 2 other eternal emperors of the Tao of the Sword to stand behind him as they died. The 3 of them had to be incredibly close friends or family, Ning mused. An absolutely overwhelming amount of power could be used to cause other major powers to serve you, much as how the eternal emperors of the Brightshore Kingdom all served the almighty hegemon. But when everyone knew that death was certain, continued servitude was no longer contingent on mere power alone. If you knew you were going to die but still chose to stand behind someone, it most likely meant that you felt tremendous amounts of affection for that person. Ning's gaze suddenly shifted to a nearby mountain range, located quite close to the 3 towering masters of the Tao of the Sword. The entire side of the mountain range had been completely carved flat, and the surface was filled with multiple paintings of that greatsword-wielding man. There were paintings of him in battle, paintings of him smiling, and even paintings of him drinking wine in a leisurely manner. There were a total of 19 of these paintings, and Ning could sense the deep emotions that had been infused into every stroke. There was an intense sense of longing and wistfulness in those paintings which hadn't lessened at all despite the passage of countless years. Clearly, the artist truly missed the greatsword-wielding expert very much. Who painted this? Ning mused. It seems as though the artist had an extremely close relationship to the deceased. Later, I'll definitely have to go take a closer look at him. Ning glanced at the greatsword-wielding expert. It must be understood that the greatsword-wielding expert was one of the 3 dead leaders. When Ning looked at him, Ning could sense an aura that was not one whit inferior to that of the almighty hegemons. The 2 other eternal emperors stood directly behind the greatsword wielder, and the trials the 3 had left behind were actually linked as well. If Ning moved just a little bit closer, he would be drawn into a danger-filled trial grounds. Ning had tested things out already. When he moved closer to the corpses, he hadn't been pushed back by any invisible surges of power, but he knew that if moved any further in that direction, he would immediately be drawn into a world of trials. They really did leave behind quite a few treasures. Ning couldn't help but sigh. For one, the greatsword which the leader was leaning on emanated an aura of incredible density and ponderance. Ning felt certain that this sword had to be a universe treasure. The weapons which the 2 experts behind him were wielding were comparatively weaker, but they also had other treasures which had been placed next to their corpses. As for the leader himself, there was a total of 12 treasures which had been placed in front of him. 35 corpses, 3 of which belonged to experts of the Tao of the Sword. Still, Ning was in no rush. He continued his explorations, moving to investigate the other corpses. He even spent a bit of time inspecting the scars of battle, because he was already gaining some insights from what he had seen thus far. Whoosh! The canyon wind howled through the mountains, carrying with it a mysterious, ancient aura. The wind. Ning stood there in the center of the canyon, eyes shut as he focused on everything around him. The world here was distorted and shattered, and space-time itself was in disarray. Ning had entered this world, which was nothing more than something created accidentally due to the battles between those major powers. It wasn't an actual trial world, and so it wasn't that dangerous. Ning strode through the distorted fields of spacetime, avoiding the most dangerous places as he continuously meditated on everything he saw. Is this the nature of spacetime? Ning murmured softly. Fire blazed throughout this area. There was the corpse of a major power seated in the lotus position, and everything around him for 1,000,000 kilometers was bathed in endless flames. This major power had died long ago, but his Tao was eternal. As a result, it continuously attracted and drew in flames from the surrounding world, causing the conflagration to burn perpetually. Ning stepped into the flames. The closer he moved towards that major power, the hotter the flames burned. As Ning walked through the flames, he could sense a hint of an eternal Tao of fire which whispered through the tendrils of fire. Ning was able to learn much as he carefully attuned himself to each flickering flame. Fire, Ning murmured to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 26, Shadowless Sword Intent. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 26, Shadowless Sword Intent. Time flowed on. Ning continued his journey through the world of the Prime Reaches, going through the various battlefields and scars that had been left upon the land. While doing so, Ning came to realize that there were actually 39 different types of scars. It must be understood that even eternal emperors who had gained eternity through the Tao of the Sword would all have followed different paths and interpreted their Taos in unique, special ways. Thus, there were differences in the Tao vestiges they left behind through their attacks, making it fairly simple to differentiate the scars and markings into multiple types. 39? There are 35 deceased major powers, and they match up to 35 of the Tao vestiges left behind. But there are 4 types of scars which don't match up to anyone. Ning was rather amazed by this, as he had discovered something else as well. The Taos of those 3 leaders are all awesome and overwhelming, filled with inconceivable force. But one of the 4 types of Tao vestiges can be found everywhere, even though it seems plain and unremarkable. I spent more than 300 years inspecting this place before I realized how terrifying it is. Most likely, that particular Tao vestige belonged to the Tao of primordial chaos. It seemed very ordinary, but when you truly delved deep into it you would realize that it had surpassed the level which those 3 leaders were at. In the battle that was fought, there was someone who was even more powerful than those 3 leaders. Ning was truly stunned. He could sense that those 3 leaders should have been on par with the almighty hegemon himself. Even if they were weaker, they wouldn't have been weaker by much. But this 4th figure. Ning had the feeling that he had actually surpassed the almighty hegemon. There's always a mountain taller than the tallest you've seen. Ning shook his head. But what in the world happened here, within the Genesis lands of this universe? Ning couldn't help but sigh. Moments later, his eyes lit up. Still, as far as I'm concerned, this is an enormous present for me. Ning had spent quite a bit of his time and energy on attuning to the various different Tao vestiges that had been left behind, especially the strongest vestige of a Tao of primordial chaos. Every so often, he would nap at the top of a mountain. At other times, he would sit down in the lotus position next to a river, listening to its waters gurgle. He would walk through an icy land of snow, then occasionally drift within the waters of a lake, and just like that, 6,913 years went past. There's a certain type of a sword in this world. It is unfathomable and inscrutable, traceless and untrackable. The moment it appears is the moment when the enemy shall perish. Ning revealed a smile as he drew out Violet Jewel, then struck out with it. Whoosh! Both Ning and his sword both completely vanished, becoming truly traceless and untrackable. It wasn't a spatial teleportation. It wasn't a secret art of some sort. Just like that, Ning vanished. Pop! 3,000 meters away, Ning suddenly reappeared as his sword chopped downwards towards a mental target. What type of a sword can truly be described as traceless and untrackable? An invisible sword, a sword you cannot see or sense at all. This type of sword is the most difficult sword to defend against. A smile was on Ning's face as he turned his gaze towards the corpses of the ancient powers that were off in the distance, then bowed deeply in gratitude and respect. Thank you, seniors. I have finally developed the sword intent of my shadowless stance. Bright Moon, Sword Art, Shadowless Stance. In the past, when Ning used this stance, he would use various omnipresent Taos to greatly enhance the speed of his strikes. For example, if he was in a windy area he would borrow the power of the wind itself, while if he was in a sunny area he would borrow the power of light. He could even borrow the power of the spatial ripples which filled almost every place. Because this was a technique which borrowed the power of various different Taos, Ning's shadowless stance was truly ghostly and inscrutable, allowing it to fluctuate and speed up in odd ways, giving it tremendous power. However, his stance had never been able to improve to reach the same level which his yin-yang sword intent and his blood drop sword intent were at.
Only after coming to the inner reaches and seeing all the Tao vestiges left behind by many eternal emperors, especially the vestiges related to the deceptively simple and yet overwhelmingly powerful Tao of primordial chaos, had Ning suddenly realized the truth. What does shadowless even mean? It isn't about borrowing from the power of all things around it, it means to truly become one with all things. There's no way a sword can truly vanish, but when it becomes one with all things around it will become completely indetectable to any enemies. When the weather is windy, it can transform into a gust of wind. When it is bright, it can transform into a streak of light. When it is in space, it can transform into a spatial ripple. Every single part of a universe, no matter where, is subject to the influence and power of the prime essences of that universe. If my sword can completely merge into those things, it'll naturally become truly shadowless and invisible. Ning finally realized what his true goal for his shadowless stance should be. And so, after having spent 6,913 years in the inner reaches meditating on the various different Tao vestiges, he was finally able to develop a completely new shadowless stance. Ning's body was as tough as a magic treasure. Just like his sword, it could also merge into all things. After both he and his sword did so, his attacks became even faster and even more ghostly than before. At present, I can just barely merge my sword into its surroundings. Although it cannot be seen, it can still be detected through God sense, Ning mused to himself. As my skill in this stance improves, I'll be able to truly make it one with all things, making it so that not even God sense will be able to detect it. Only then will this stance be truly deadly. The Tao was present in all places. One day, his shadowless stance would also be in all places. A sword which not even God sense could detect, a sword which you would only see when it suddenly plunged into your skull, how terrifying such a sword would be. But of course, actually reaching this level would be very difficult. If I can train this technique to the apex, it will become truly shadowless and formless, capable of appearing anywhere. Alas! I'm still far, far away from that stage. Ning knew how far he still had to go. In fact, he had actually witnessed someone else who had succeeded in this goal, the major power who wielded the Tao of primordial chaos. The primordial chaos encompassed all Taos. The reason why it had taken Ning so long to discover that this major power was even stronger than those three leaders was precisely because this power's Tao of primordial Tao was nigh invisible, having seamlessly integrated all the other Tao vestiges into it. Only after carefully inspecting the inner reaches for many years did he come to this shocking realization. As for that major power, he had infused all things into his Tao, making it almost indetectable by even God sense or heart force. One could only discover it through other means. Of the Bright Moon sword art, Ning now had 3 complete sword intents: the Blood Drop sword intent, the Yin-Yang sword intent, and the new Shadowless sword intent. Although the Shadowless sword intent had a weakness in that it could be detectable through God sense, strictly speaking this wasn't really a weakness. How many Tao Lords could make themselves undetectable to God sense, after all? Because the Shadowless sword intent could be merged into all things and all Taos, it was now even faster and even more inscrutable than before. This made it far more powerful, and it had been fundamentally transformed, allowing it to skyrocket to the same level as that of the Blood Drop sword intent. Phew! As Ning walked through the world of the inner reaches, he'd occasionally disappear without a single sound, then reappear a few 100,000 kilometers away. This was how he walked. He had incorporated his training in the shadowless stance into his way of walking. If I didn't have the chance to meditate on the Tao vestiges left behind by so many eternal emperors, it would have taken me at least 100 million years to master this stance, Ning mused. The other 4 of the 5 stances of Bright Moon required meditation and sudden epiphanies, while the shadowless stance required Ning to broaden his horizons and gain many new experiences. Thanks to the many Tao vestiges left behind by the eternal emperors in this world, Ning managed to comprehend his enhanced stance far more quickly than before. Every single Tao which Ning possessed would become a supreme Tao. For instance, his attacking Taos included the Blood Drop sword intent and the Shadowless sword intent. The Blood Drop sword intent, at its peak, would allow Ning to annihilate all obstacles in his path.
space, time, nothing would be able to par his sword, which would reach incalculable levels of power. The shadowless sword intent, at its peak, would make it so that the enemy would be completely incapable of locating Ning before dying. I've now developed 3 of the 5 true stances of Bright Moon. The Soul Heart stance and the Heavenbreaker stance are left, Ning mused. The Soul Heart stance would be a defensive Dao, whereas the Heavenbreaker stance would be another offensive Dao. Each of the stances would be fundamentally different from the 3 which had come before. Here I am. Ning continuously disappearing and reappeared as he advanced at high speeds. He was now moving even faster than his previous maximum speed. This movement skill of his could be described as the shadowless evasion skill. Most likely, the large majority of Dao Lords would be unable to catch up to Ning in pure speed. This was why Supreme Daos were so terrifying. Each and every Supreme Dao was utterly unearthly in power. Even if you only came up with one of them, you would definitely become a truly terrifying Dao Lord in the future. The leaders? Ning stood there, head upraised as he stared at the 3 sword-wielding figures off in the distance. In front was the muscular man who was gripping that enormous deep blue greatsword. Behind him was the white-robed man who was carrying a violet sword, a golden sword, and a white sword on his back, and to the side of the white-robed man was the terrifying man who had plunged 9 blood-colored swords into the ground before him. These were the only 3 experts of the Tao of the Sword who were within the inner reaches. 3 seniors. Ning bowed respectfully. He felt tremendous veneration towards these experts who had reached such heights in the Tao of the Sword. Ning began to move forwards. Soon, he could sense a series of invisible ripples spread over his body. If he advanced any further, he would be swept away and taken to the trial grounds. Many dazzling geniuses and Dao Lords had perished within these trials. My opportunity is right before me. How can I possibly shrink back from it? Ning didn't hesitate at all as he took one more step forwards. Whoosh! He was completely enveloped by those invisible ripples. This time, Ning didn't use his shadowless evasion art. Instead, he truly disappeared into thin air, having been teleported into the trial world which had been left behind by these 3 powers. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 27, The Abyss of Fiends. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 27, The Abyss of Fiends. At the same time as Ning was entering the trial world left behind by the 3 grandmasters of the Tao of the Sword, something else was happening in the outer reaches of the Genesis lands. This was region of complete darkness. Only a single source of light could be seen, a solitary figure who stood there, emanating an aura of golden light. This was Prince Greatjoy. A series of ripples emanated outwards from him, causing space-time to continuously fluctuate. Even though he had yet to strike, it was evident that the aura of power surrounding him was significantly greater than it had been in the past. He had reached a brand new level. True freedom and free will. From this day forth, I, Greatjoy, have truly reached the peak. I am no longer any weaker than Birchelu or Eastcult. Prince Greatjoy revealed a smile. When he had journeyed with the others to the Primessence Chains, Ning and Soul Wind had managed to pass while he had failed. Prince Greatjoy was an incredibly proud figure. He accepted his loss with seemingly good grace, but in reality a seed of resentment had been buried deep within his heart that day. Now, he had finally managed to perfectly merge his offensive Dao and his defensive Dao together, resulting in him growing more powerful yet again. Prior to this, only 2 members of the world-level cultivators of the 12 palaces of the Brightshore Kingdom had been able to reach this level, Birchelu and Eastcult. Now, Greatjoy had joined their ranks. The level I have reached is the true apex of power for any world-level cultivator. Prince Greatjoy nodded slowly. Now, it no longer matters what mysteries or marvels the prime reaches contain. There is nothing that can result in me improving much more. However, I still want to pay a visit to that place.
Perhaps I might acquire a few special treasures that will be of use to me once I become a Dowlord in the future, but if he was back home in the Brightshore Kingdom, he probably would have made some simple preparations then immediately broke through to become a Dowlord. However, if he did so here in the alternate universe, he would never be able to go back home again. Prince Greatjoy had two supreme Daos. He had now merged them together in a perfect fashion, resulting in him reaching the apex of power. Heartlord Soulwind continued to experience many life and death trials within the trial world left behind by the Heartforce cultivator leader. As for Ning, he had just entered the trial world of those three grandmasters of the Tao of the Sword. Ning could sense an invisible surge of power spread out and cover him, instantly warping him away. When he could once again make out his surroundings, he was rather startled. The area around him was filled with living creatures, as far as the eye could see. He could even make out a giant citadel off in the distance, a citadel that emanated an aura of utterly breathtaking power. Although it didn't affect Ning too much, normal world-level cultivators wouldn't be able to resist the aura at all. What's this? Ning's gaze suddenly fell upon a seemingly ordinary rock nearby. This rock was a very ordinary one, but all of a sudden, a series of golden characters began to fly out from within it, as well as a map. The Abyss of Fiends has a 36-layered world. It was created as a trial ground by three grandmasters of the Tao of the Sword. The 12th layer, the 24th layer, and the 36th layer all have exit tunnels. These are the only ways out, the only ways by which you can leave and return to the Genesis lands. Remember this. Only the strong will win what they desire. The golden words and the map levitated there in the air for a moment, then quickly disappeared. Ning turned his gaze while sweeping out with his godsense to scan the area for 1 billion kilometers around him. The only building in this area was that towering citadel, and the citadel was filled with 10 million cultivators, with the three strongest being a trio of world-level cultivators. Those three world-level cultivators were bold, heroic figures, but when they sensed Ning's godsense lock onto them they were horribly frightened. What powerful godsense! It must be understood that many years ago, when Ning had visited the East Smoke branch of the Blue-Grace sect, he had been able to use his godsense to simultaneously crush the godsenses of more than 300 other world-level cultivators. The three grandmasters died countless years ago, but there are still so many living creatures here within the world they left behind to test their would-be heirs, Ning mused. The reason why he had scanned the area was because he could tell that the restrictive spells covering the citadel didn't seem to be all that powerful. Whoosh! Ning took a step forward, then completely disappeared. Who did that godsense belong to? It was ridiculously strong. This world is 1 trillion kilometers in size, but there aren't many with godsense on that level. A golden-robed elder was seated in the lotus position, a frown on his face. Whoosh! A white-robed youth suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the seat located next to him. The youth sat there calmly as he stared at the golden-robed expert. The golden-robed elder was horrified as he stared at the white-robed youth. Why you? He was a world-level cultivator. He was someone who stood at the very peak of power within this world. And yet, this youth was powerful enough to appear next to him without him even noticing? I have a few questions, Ning said. Please ask them, Senior. The golden-robed elder's heart was quivering in fear. I hope you will not try to lie to me. If you lie, you should be able to guess what will happen, Ning said. The golden-robed elder hurriedly smiled. Senior, if you wished to kill me you could probably do so with a flick of your fingers. This junior would never dare to deceive you or hide anything from you. Ning nodded. I ask you this, have you heard of the Abyss of Fiends? The Abyss of Fiends? I have, of course I have. The golden-robed elder gave Ning a curious look. Logically speaking, every top-level expert in this world should know about the Abyss of Fiends. Ning's gaze hardened. The golden-robed elder said hurriedly, this world of ours is 1 trillion kilometers in size, and powerful experts are as common as the clouds. Many experts have been born over the course of countless years, but the most powerful figures have always been the terrifying devils of the Abyss of Fiends. According to the stories, there are a total of 36 levels to the Abyss of Fiends. Countless devils live in that place, and some of them are so incredibly strong that they are honored with the title of Fiendlord. Every single chaos cycle, a large number of devils will charge forth from the Abyss of Fiends under the guidance of a Fiendlord and sweep through this world. When this happens, all of the experts within this world must join together if they wish to withstand the assault. But of course, sometimes we will fail. In any case, the devils will have to retreat back into the Abyss of Fiends after a brief period of time.
Ning frowned. Fiendlord? Know thy enemy and know thyself, only then would you be the victor in every battle.
The reason why Ning had come to interrogate this local expert was because he wanted to learn more regarding this Abyss of Fiends. This was a trial world established by 3 eternal emperors, after all, and one of them was on the same level of power as the almighty Hegemon himself. There was no such thing as being too cautious. According to the legends, the first 12 layers of the Abyss only hold a single Fiendlord. Starting from the 13th level, each level shall have many Fiendlords within them. The Fiendlords are extremely powerful, and it is easy for them to kill us.
The golden-robed elder sighed.
As for what the final 12 levels hold, that is a mystery to us all.
Ning nodded slowly, as if enlightened.
This world was merely 1 trillion kilometers in size. After some detailed questioning, Ning came to understand that the strongest experts here were merely the world level.
Those who reached the Downlord level would all vanish without a trace. The Abyss of Fiends?
Ning stood at the peak of a mountain, staring off into the distance towards the Great Black Abyss, a circular hole in the earth that was 1,000,000 kilometers in circumference. The abyss was so deep that there was no way one could see to its bottom. The only thing one could sense was the terrifyingly baleful aura emanating from it.
So this is the trial which the Grandmasters left behind?
Ning revealed a hint of a smile.
These so-called trials were actually processes of elimination.
Major powers were all incredibly proud figures, and thus ordinary cultivators were not qualified to even attempt to peek at their treasures. It must be understood that any of the treasures left behind by Hegemon-level figures would assuredly be valuable beyond price. I wonder if Ning, will be found worth by the 3 Grandmasters. Ning transformed into a streak of swordlight, then flew out while using a hint of the blood drop sword intent. The streak of swordlight instantly charged into the Abyss of Fiends. Whoosh! 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 A black mist wafted outwards from this place, carrying strange spatial ripples with it. Ning soon arrived at the first level of the Abyss of Fiends.
This first level was a world of volcanoes, lava, and endless amounts of blazing light.
Ning swept out with his god sense but wasn't too worried. The first 12 levels only held a single Fiendlord, after all. Even the local world-level cultivators would often come adventuring through the first level. This leve is roughly 10 billion kilometers in size and constitutes a world unto itself. It has more than 300 devils, each of which has the aura of an ordinary world-level cultivator.
Ning's hands tightened around his sword, Violet Jewel.
Someone has come from the world above.
He actually dares to intrude into our world, the Abyss of Fiends? Kill him.
When Ning stretched out with his god sense, it instantly attracted the attention of some of the nearby devils, causing them to charge towards Ning. These fiends all belonged to the same race, a race with grayish-black skin, veiny wings, and a pair of sharp claws that glimmered with metallic light. These devils were able to easily surpass the limits of the heavenly Daos when flying, and the invisible aura of power surrounding them was quite great. Ning swept the area with his gaze, and his gaze transformed into swords. A series of sword intents burst forth, transforming into an enormous yin-yang sword domain that was like a terrifying grindstone that easily ground away all of the attacking devils. The attacking devils were utterly terrified,
this foe was actually able to kill them with just his sword intent alone?
Ning, however, was quite calm. These little devils weren't even worthy of him using his Dao lightning or Dao water. Using his intent alone to form the yin-yang sword domain resulted in a domain which had perhaps only 10% to 20% of his full power, but it was enough to effortlessly wipe through these opponents.
Rumble.
The terrifying sword intent washed out wantonly, easily annihilating all invading devils. Ning continued to fly downwards, passing through the ground in another layer of black mist before arriving at the second level of the Abyss of Fiends.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 28, Death Approaches. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 28, Death Approaches. Ning charged through one level after another, easily battling his way all the way down to the 12th level. Thus far, he hadn't even needed to draw his sword. His yin-yang sword domain was enough to sweep through all obstacles. Level 12. Ning stood atop a hill and was staring off into the distance. The 12th level of the Abyss of Fiends was a world of dark red earth and dark red mountains. Even the rivers were dark red in color. The only thing that was different was a pitch-black whirlpool that could be seen off in the distance. The whirlpool was enormous in size and emanated powerful spatial ripples. Is that a teleportation tunnel? Ning recognized it right away.
This was a spatial corridor that would allow the user to safely pass through it and leave this place.
However, was he supposed to leave before he even encountered any fortunes or opportunities?
Ning certainly wasn't willing to resign himself to such a thing. Ning knew very well that someone making it to the 12th level meant nothing to those three grandmasters of the sword. Forget about Ning, even some of the local world-level cultivators were able to make it to this level. As Ning had traveled downwards, he had discovered quite a few magic treasures left behind by the locals who had challenged this place.
This is the 12th level.
There should be a fiend lord here. Supposedly, large groups of fiend lords roam the deeper depths of the Abyss of Fiends, and every chaos cycle there will be a fiend lord who will lead the devils out of the abyss to assault the world outside.
However, since they are often defeated, I imagine that the so-called fiend lords aren't that powerful either.
Ning revealed a smile.
He really didn't hold these fiend lords in any regard.
He spread out his god sense once more, using it to instantly encompass the entire 12th level. Once his god sense spread out, it immediately startled awake the devils on this level as well as an extremely powerful devil, the so-called fiend lord. A short period of time passed, enough for a kettle of tea to be boiled.
Boom!
Ning's sword stabbed through the dark red skin of a gigantic devil. Previously, the devils all had grayish-black skins. This particular devil was much larger and had dark red skin. It was a fiend lord.
Grash gra, the fiend lord's throat had been pierced through, but it continued to make those strange yelping sounds as it swiped its sharp claws towards Ning, seeking to dismember him.
Swish! 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 The divine sword in Ning's hand sliced out in a series of bizarre arcs of swordlight, splitting the fiend lord with 3 strikes. However, the fiend lord's body then quickly reformed and healed, and it let out a furious roar as it once more charged towards Ning. Every single punch and kick it unleashed was filled with incredible power that caused its own body to tremble. Clearly, it didn't have extremely fine, minute control over its power. Ning, for example, was capable of easily crushing and annihilating the power contained within entire chaos worlds. He was completely surrounded by his swordlight, and none of the power was able to escape at all.
Slash! Swordlight flashed out, resulting in the fiend lord being bisected at the waist once more.
And so, just like that, Ning first used his yin-yang sword domain, then his blood drop stance, then the shadowless stance, then his other techniques to repeatedly dominate and clobber the fiend lord for nearly a full hour. Although this was a creature which was born for battle, it had been dominated so effortlessly and ruthlessly that after a full hour, it finally knew fear and chose to flee.
It wasn't too hard to kill a fiend lord, but to frighten it so much that it would flee for its life? This wasn't easy. This Fiend Lord's body is fairly tough, probably comparable to that of a Dao Lord of the second step. Nin nodded slightly. However, it has an incredibly low level of insight into the Dao. Any random world-level cultivator would be far superior to him in this regard. After testing out the Fiend Lord several times, Ning realized that although a single Fiend Lord would pose no threat to other monstrously talented world-level cultivators like Prince Greatjoy, in sufficient numbers they would still be dangerous. This was because they had bodies comparable to Dao Lords of the second step, which meant their attack power was dangerously high. Their weakness lay in the fact that their attacks were a bit clumsy and easy to dodge, but with enough attacks they could bury you in a storm of strikes which would be very difficult to deal with. Still, since Ning had his yin-yang sword domain as well as 7 types of Dao lightning and Dao water, it would be much easier for him to deal with masked Fiend Lords. Time to go. Bathed in sword light, Ning began to fly downwards. Boom! He easily traversed the ground beneath him, passing through yet another world membrane and reaching the 13th level of the Abyss of Fiends. This was a blood-red world which emanated an endless stench of blood and an alluring aura which sought to guide the hearts of any cultivators herein descending into madness. Ning's god sense quickly spread out to cover this world. This world only had 8 living creatures, all of which were Fiend Lords. Guar! Kill! Kill him! The 8 Fiend Lords were all located in separate regions of this world, but they all now flew straight towards Ning. In his previous battle against a single Fiend Lord, Ning had thoroughly dominated it for nearly a full hour before it chose to flee. This was a testament to how ferocious and savage these creatures truly were. How weak! Ning held them in no regard at all, easily defeating one of the nearest Fiend Lords as he flew down towards the 14th level. He continued to fly down one level at a time. His yin-yang sword domain ensured that these Fiend Lords were unable to pose any threat to him whatsoever. Soon, Ning reached the 19th level. Ning had thought that he would go through this level quite easily as well, but when he noticed that this level had an eternal weapon within it, he immediately knew that things wouldn't be that easy. The first 13 levels held quite a few treasures left behind by deceased cultivators, but those cultivators were probably all locals. At best, their weapons were mostly Dao weapons. From the 14th level to the 18th level, I saw no treasures at all. Ning had a solemn look on his face. But the 19th level actually has an eternal weapon. There was no way these locals could possibly forge an eternal weapon. Ning scanned the level warily with his god sense. This level merely had 19 of this Fiend Lords. It didn't seem to be all that different from the 17th level. Whoosh! Suddenly, an aura of power burst forth from deep within the ground, so powerful as to cause even Ning to be slightly shaken. He saw the ground split apart, far off in the distance, as a figure suddenly sprang out. This figure was dressed in azure armor and had a mask on, with only his cold eyes being visible behind them. On his back, he was carrying a total of 9 blood-colored swords. Ning's face turned pale. He had seen those 3 grandmasters of the sword in the outside world. The strongest had been comparable to the almighty Hegemon, the towering man who had been wielding the deep blue greatsword. The other 2 had been his friends or retainers, and one of them looked exactly identical to the man who had just appeared, except the original version had plunged those 9 blood-colored swords into the ground. If you can slay me, you will win the 9 treasures which Master left behind. Those 9 swords accompanied Master for countless years and possess such extraordinary power that they are incredibly close to universe treasures in power. Even if you do not wish to use them and choose to sell them off, every single sword will fetch you at least 50 million cubes of chaos nectar. If you sell them off as a set, they will be of incalculable value, the azure-armored figure said coldly. Those 9 swords were indeed incredibly valuable, but Ning didn't feel the slightest bit of avarice at all. The entire time, he stared unblinkingly at the azure-armored figure in an incredibly serious manner. Although the figure spoke of his master, the terrifying aura of the sword intent residing within his body was absolutely identical to that of the deceased grandmaster outside.
Their auras were auras of murder and slaughter, but exalted to a level that surpassed Ning's current level by unfathomable amounts. In fact, Ning felt certain that this was what the sword intent of a true eternal emperor would feel like. I'm just at the world level. To be able to beat the Fiend Lords is one thing, but this guy seems to have a terrifyingly high level of insight into the Tao. Ning had already manifested his 3 heads, 6 arms, and he gripped his 6 eternal swords as he waited solemnly. Do not be afraid. These 9 swords on my back are not the actual swords which Master used, they are nothing more than 9 Tao weapons which Master casually forged before his death. The azure-armored figure walked towards Ning, every step echoing with his killing intent. His every movement felt like the crash of armies and chariots, filled with murder and such despair that even Ning felt breathless. Ning understood how deadly this would be. Anyone capable of passing the Prim Essence chains and entering the Prime reaches would be a genius amongst geniuses, but judging from the 19 eternal weapons and various storage treasures, more than one person had perished here. And no wonder, this opponent was absolutely terrifying. If you slay me, you'll learn those 9 swords which Master used, the azure-armored figure urged. Ning's eyes grew colder and colder. When he had arrived in this world, he had seen that those 9 blood-colored swords had been plunged deep into the ground. No one was able to take those swords away. In other words, there had never been any world-level cultivator capable of killing this azure-armored figure. Rumble. Ning's eyes were like ice. Ignoring all else, he instantly unleashed his dazzling Tao lightning and Tao water, transforming them into enormous swords that furiously swept out, instantly turning a region of 10,000 kilometers around him into a terrifying, desolate wasteland of the Tao of the sword. As for the azure-armored figures, he didn't seem to see or hear any of this at all as he continued to walk towards Ning's direction, towards that wasteland filled with nothing but swords. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 29, A Fortune. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 29, A Fortune. My yin-yang sword domain is one of my best killing techniques. Let's see how it does first. Ning wanted to use his domain to test his opponent out first. Clang. 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 The azure-armored figure suddenly manifested a total of 9 arms that reached out and drew those 9 blood-colored swords. The 9 swords suddenly began to vibrate slightly, in doing so somehow coming together to naturally form a layer of strange swordlight which served as a rippling barrier around him. He slowly strode forwards, delving deeper and deeper into the area of effect of Ning's domain. The swordlight barrier formed by those 9 swords were able to easily pierce through Ning's yin-yang sword domain, almost as if they were fish moving through water. Ning was in control of the domain, but he felt as though his opponent was as slippery as an eel, making it impossible for him to land a true attack against him. He isn't all that strong, most likely, he's not even at the world level of power. The problem is that he has a ridiculously high level of insight. Ning was able to clearly make out every movement the opponent made, but Ning truly found it difficult to understand how those 9 swords resonated together to form a rippling barrier of swordlight. This was a sword Tao of the Eternal Emperor level. It must be understood that in the Brightshore Kingdom, the Sword Palace didn't have a single living Eternal Emperor. What should I do? How should I deal with him? Ning was growing rather nervous. He could sense his opponent wasn't all that strong, which was what he had expected. If his opponent had the insights of an Eternal Emperor and the strength of a Tao Lord, there was no way Ning would be able to stand a chance against him. And yet, while Ning was as fast and as stronger as a Tao Lord of the first step, he still felt as though he was completely unable to land any blows against this weaker opponent. This was the most frustrating part of battling someone who had a higher level of insight than yourself. You might be strong, but you'd have no way of making use of that strength. As for your opponent, he would be able to make his attacks 1,000 times more effective than they had any right to be. Your sword Tao domain is actually able to slow me down a bit.
The azure-armored figure continued to advance calmly as he spoke. It isn't bad, actually. However, if this is all you have, you aren't even close to being qualified to win Master's treasures. Better for you to die instead. He clearly could have advanced quite quickly, but he instead chose to advance at a steady gait. A flash of light went off inside Ning's head as he stared at the rippling barrier of sword light, but a moment later, the insight vanished. They were 10,000 kilometers apart. Although the azure-armored figure walked rather slowly, he reached Ning in just 10 short seconds. Kill! The killing intent in his eyes exploded as all 9 of his blood-colored swords began to move. Whoosh! 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 The 9 swords struck out in a consecutive, orderly fashion, carrying a beautiful but strange rhythm. As the 9 swords simultaneously struck out towards Ning, they suddenly transformed into a single enormous blood-colored greatsword. Clearly, the 9 had joined together to become one, resulting in them becoming dramatically more powerful as well. Clang! Ning emptied his mind of all other thoughts as he used his 6 violet jewels to execute the soul heart stance, transforming the 6 swords into 6 black holes which he used to defend against the attack. Bang! Ning's defenses were instantly splintered and destroyed by the clash. He was immediately blown backwards and sent flying, a deep gouge appearing in the earth. This gouge was tens of thousands of kilometers long and many dozens of meters deep. Ning's face was rather ashen. Not even Greatjoy, Soul Wind, or any of the others would be able to crush him in such a manner. Unacceptable. I have to counterattack. If I just let him hammer away at me, I'll definitely lose this battle. With a swoosh, Ning transformed into a streak of light and charged forwards, his yin-yang sword domain once more covering the area. Faced with the yin-yang sword domain, the azure-armored figure once more used the 9 blood-colored swords he was wielding to form a protective barrier of sword light that easily protected him from the domain. He raised his head, giving Ning a cold look. Ning's eyes actually lit up. Although he's able to resist my domain, he's now moving much slower than before. I, however, am still moving at my normal speed. Ning immediately transformed into a streak of light that once more shot out towards the azure-armored figure. Swish! When Ning had charged to within just 90 meters of the azure-armored figure, he suddenly vanished without a trace. Even his sword had completely vanished. Bright Moon, Sword Art, Shadowless Stance. TCH, streaks of sword light appeared, hidden within the yin-yang sword domain and completely undetectable. They flew out as chops, slashes, and hacks as they struck out towards the azure-armored figure. The azure-armored figure raised an eyebrow as the 9 swords in his hands trembled slightly. The protective barrier of swordlight surrounding him began to oscillate, whittling away at the power of Ning's strikes before completely dispersing them. Whoosh! While defending against Ning's attack, the azure-armored figure immediately launched an attack of his own as he once more struck out towards Ning. Time to run. Ning did his best to defend while retreating. This time, he was able to retreat with ease. Ning revealed a look of delight. If I seize the initiative to attack him, he'll have to focus his efforts on defending against me. When he switches to attacks, he'll be just a hair too slow and I'll be able to withdraw. I can't let a foe like this seize the initiative in a battle. Ning began to attack furiously. Shadowless Sword Intent. It was incredibly ghostly and unpredictable, but the rippling layers of swordlight surrounding the man were still able to block all of Ning's attacks, even though they shook while doing so. Blood Drop Sword Intent. These attacks possessed incredible penetrative power, but it was a straightforward and above-board attack that the opponent could prepare for. Attack! Dodge! Ning clashed against this expert repeatedly. A chance to duel someone who had an Eternal Emperor level of insight in the Tao of the sword was incredibly valuable. For some strange reason, Ning continued to feel as though a spark of inspiration was floating deep within his mind, but alas, he remained unable to locate it no matter what he did. Now, the more he battled against the opponent, the more he felt as though he was vaguely touching upon it. "Are these all the techniques you have?" the azure-armored man suddenly said. Ning was slightly startled. "How boring. You haven't even been able to truly merge your offensive Tao into your defensive Tao." The azure-armored figure let out a sigh. Whoosh! He finally made his move. This was the first time the azure-armored figure's speed suddenly and dramatically increased. The 9 blood-colored swords surrounding him transformed into a curtain of swordlight, and the man himself transformed into an enormous sword. If he previously moved through Ning's domain like a fish moving through water, he was now like a sword that simply smashed through the domain with terrifying speed. He pounced at Ning, moving far faster than Ning himself could. There was no way Ning could dodge at all. Only now did he realize that his opponent hadn't used anything close to his real power earlier. Chop! The azure-armored man and his 9 swords, in the form of an enormous greatsword, sliced downwards through the air and chopped directly towards Ning. Ning had no other choices. All he could do was do his best to block the attack. Bang! The world seemed to break apart. Ning was completely blown backwards. His 6 eternal weapons were completely unable to defend against this attack, and all of his stances collapsed at first contact. In fact, 2 of his violet jewels were actually knocked out of his grip and sent flying. Rumble! The ground beneath him shuddered as everything within a region of several 100,000 kilometers was reduced to dust by the shockwave ripples. Ning lay there in the giant crater, his fingers twitching numbly. He had been able to just barely keep a hold over 4 of his eternal weapons. The other 2 had been knocked flying. "Receive my second chop," the azure-armored figure said coldly. But Ning actually had a look of delight on his face, because he had finally realized what that elusive flash of inspiration was. The sword, in the end, you can't hold up a house on a single pillar of wood. It needs to be part of a whole. So that's how it is. I'm most skilled in defense, but my soul heart stance has been trapped in a bottleneck for some time now. I've come up with 2 offensive supreme Daos, but I haven't been able to truly upgrade my soul heart stance. Haha, Ning laughed. His talent for defensive techniques was extremely high, and so he had reached a bottleneck a long time ago during his journeys through the alternate universe. His offensive techniques had improved non-stop, to the point where he had developed 2 supreme Daos for them. And yet, his soul heart stance had come to a screeching halt. When Ning first saw his opponent utilize that barrier of swordlight, he had the vague feeling that he had stumbled into a tremendous stroke of luck. Alas, he wasn't able to truly grasp what he was seeing. As the battle progressed, Ning finally was able to do so. A single chopstick can be easily snapped in half. An entire bundle of chopsticks is almost impossible to chop. Ning couldn't help but laugh at himself. Sometimes, this was how things worked. Once you were able to see through to the true nature of things, you couldn't help but marvel at how simple the principle was. The reason why Ning's soul heart stance wasn't truly able to evolve into a supreme Tao was because his soul heart stance was a single target defensive technique. Ning would use each of his swords to defend, and was able to use a maximum of 6 swords in this manner at the 6th time. Each of the 6 swords worked independently. Of course, there was a limit to how much power they could unleash. True, they were cooperating to a certain extent, and in the past, Ning had thought that they were working as one, but now he realized he was wrong. When he saw his opponent use that defensive sword art, he realized what it truly meant to be working as one. He had to do the same thing, to truly fuse everything together. His opponent's 9 blood-colored swords were able to easily merge together to form that barrier of swordlight. When his opponent chose to attack, they were able to easily merge together into an enormous greatsword. That was what working as one truly meant. Soul heart stance. Ning's hand swept out, causing the 2 eternal swords that had been knocked out of his hands to come flying back to him at high speed. The 6 eternal swords moved simultaneously, each of them exerting the soul heart stance and beginning to link together.
Slowly, the 6 eternal swords began to transform and harmonize little by little. Ning had personally watched his opponent use a similar technique and had clashed against him multiple times, allowing Ning to learn some of the key elements. To truly merge the stances together wasn't as simple as to have all 6 swords use the exact same stance. Rather, they had to be responsible for different parts of it. This was much like how a complete man would have a nose, a mouth, 2 eyes, and other body parts. Ning furiously pulled backwards, doing his best to stay away from his opponent as he tested this new idea out. Boom! Ning's 6 swords suddenly transformed into a single black hole that completely surrounded Ning, and at the edges of the black hole there was something that looked like a rippling barrier. This is the true soul heart stance. This is finally something worth of being described as a supreme Tao of defense. Ning revealed a smile. His yin-yang sword domain was superb at dealing with groups of attackers, but the soul heart stance was much better for dealing with a single foe of tremendous power. Ning had finally comprehended and mastered his soul heart sword intent, the 4th sword intent of his 5 stances of Bright Moon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 30, Stop Him. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 30, Stop Him. Chop! The azure-armored youth transformed into an enormous streak of swordlight, forcibly shattering a path through Ning's yin-yang sword domain. Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of despair when he gazed upon the swordlight. This was what happened when there was a tremendous disparity in insight and comprehension. The sword intent of an eternal emperor, this really was completely unfair. Although Ning was mentally shaken, he was still able to stay calm and alert as he unleashed his 6 swords into the soul heart sword intent he had just developed. Whoosh! It was like a peacock spreading its feathers, or like leaves swirling in the wind. The 6 swords moved in unison like a perfect whole, naturally coming together to form a terrifying black hole, with each of the swords playing a specific role in the black hole's creation. Boom! The azure-armored figure's terrifying swordlight chopped directly against that black hole. TCH. Ning poured all of his power, comparable to that of a Tao Lord of the first step, into his new soul heart sword intent, allowing it to unleash a simply terrifying level of force that furiously ground away at his opponent's stance. Bang! His opponent's swordlight began to shudder and twist as it immediately began to fall in power, causing the azure-armored figure to become visible once more. At this moment, the azure-armored figure didn't hesitate at all, immediately choosing to retreat at high speeds. The figure stood there in the distance, staring at Ning with some surprise. I succeeded. This is the true soul heart stance. Ning's heart was filled with joy. This was the true soul heart stance he had wanted all along. 6 swords striking out in unison, as if they were a part of a single, indivisible whole. If he fought anyone on the same level of power as him, he would be able to completely shut down their attacks. Even those who were stronger than him and who had a higher level of insight into the Tao would see their attacks dramatically weakened by this defensive technique. Humph! The distant azure-armored figure let out a cold snort. Don't get too smug. You were only able to block me once thus far. Now, take a look at my 3rd chop. Although the azure-armored figure was quite physically weak, his sword arts were at a terrifyingly high level. Ning had to use all of his power to deal with every single strike, and as a result he was able to increasingly perfect his soul heart stance. The two battled for the amount of time needed to boil a kettle of tea, but the azure-armored figure was still unable to do anything to Ning. Hey kid! Tell me your name. The distant azure-armored figure suddenly spoke out in an icy voice. I am Dark North. Ning smiled as he spoke. He was naturally in a wonderful mood, now that he had developed a new sword intent. Dark North? You've reached the apex of perfection when it comes to defensive prowess, the azure-armored figure said. When you have that sword intent domain active and spread out, I have to first endure its power if I wish to attack you. This distracts me, resulting in me only being able to unleash 60% to 70% of my full power."
Ning laughed. His yin-yang sword domain was highly suited for dealing with group attacks.
However, if Ning was dealing with just a single opponent, it would also be highly effective in entrapping and slowing that opponent down, making it so that the opponent's power lessened. The azure armored figure needed to constantly ward off the domain via his sword arts, and so in battle he was completely unable to unleash his full, peak power. And your close combat defensive skills are also quite formidable.
When you combine the two, even I am not able to defeat you."
The azure armored figure nodded.
"I can't kill you. You may leave now."
"Leave?" Ning was startled. The azure armored figure glanced sideways at Ning, his cold eyes the only thing visible behind that mask he wore. "I can't stop you, which means you can proceed to the next level."
"Then what about the 9 swords which your master left behind, senior?" Ning couldn't help but ask this question.
These were the swords left behind by an eternal emperor. Ning had witnessed for himself the terrible power which each sword contained. There was no way any ordinary eternal weapon could possibly be a match for them. Moreover, when used together they would probably gain certain other special powers as well.
"You actually plan on taking my master's 9 swords?
The azure armored figure smirked. "I certainly wouldn't decline them if you were willing to give them to me," Ning said with a laugh. "As I said, if you kill me you will win the 9 swords which master left behind." The azure armored figure continued coldly, "Although I can't kill you, you can't kill me either.
This naturally means you are not worthy of acquiring master's 9 swords."
After speaking, the azure armored figure dove into the ground, disappearing without a trace.
That was fast. Ning couldn't help but laugh. Was it really necessary for him to run away that fast? It's not like I'm able to take those swords away from him by force.
The azure armored figure had truly been quite terrifying. His attacks were much stronger than Ning's, and he was significantly faster as well. Thankfully, Ning had the yin-yang sword domain and his soul heart stance, 2 exceedingly strong defensive techniques, which he was able to use to ward off this tough foe. This was the reason why Ning had survived this trial.
Time to go.
Ning drilled the ground as well, passing through it to the next, deeper level and the abyss world it contained. Ning continued to go downwards through the levels of the abyss of fiends. The next few levels were quite simple, as he only had to deal with a few fiend lords. And so, just like that, he made it to the 24th level. On the 24th level, he saw a prominently placed blood-colored estate. Before the estate stood the azure armored figure, and there was an entire group of fiend lords which surrounded the estate, all of whom appeared to revere the azure armored figure greatly.
"Greetings again, senior."
Ning flew over then bowed towards the azure armored figure.
"Mm."
The azure armored figure nodded, then pointed to an enormous vortex off in the distance.
"That over there is the exit tunnel. You can pass through it to reach the outside world.
For you to have made it to the 24th level is already quite impressive. If you choose to leave now, you'll earn one of my master's treasures as well as one of his sword art legacies."
"A treasure?" Ning asked, "Is it one of the swords?" "It is not."
The azure armored figure glanced sideways at Ning. "Those 9 swords were my master's most important treasures, and they will be given to his true successor.
You?
I suppose you could just barely qualify as an honorary disciple. I'll give you one of the various random treasures which master had on him, but..."
Ning asked, "Senior, isn't it true that the Abyss of Fiends has a total of 36 levels? I'm only at the 24th level. What, you want to keep going downwards?"
The azure armored figure smiled coldly. "The lower levels are far more dangerous. Be satisfied with one of my master's treasures and a sword art legacy."
Ning shook his head.
He had experienced many hardships in order to travel to this alternate universe, including 10,000 years of wandering before even reaching the Genocide lands.
Was he supposed to just leave after merely becoming an honorary disciple of an eternal emperor? Ning would have agreed if the man had been willing to give him those 9 swords, as a bird in the hand was worth 2 in the bush, but for one of the random treasures the Eternal Emperor had been carrying? Ning had acquired an enormous amount of dark space flamestones. He really didn't care about other treasures. In addition, Emperor Mirrors now had given Ning 4 incredibly valuable golems. The random treasures of this deceased Eternal Emperor probably wouldn't be worth that much. I choose to continue, Ning said. I'll head downwards now, senior. Whoosh. Ning transformed into a streak of light and disappeared without a trace. His shadowless evasion skill allowed him to easily pass downwards to the next level. This kid, the azure-armored figure, frowned as he watched Ning drill downwards. He's too self-confident. He insists on going down a path of no return, and I can't even stop him. Swoosh. The azure-armored figure immediately disappeared as well, moving far faster than Ning had. The 31st level of the Abyss of Fiends. This place was a place of incredible beauty, filled with singing birds and fragrant flowers. There were no devils here. A white-robed man was seated at the peak of a towering mountain, a triad of gold-hilted, white-hilted, and violet-hilted swords on his back. He sat there in the lotus position, gazing upon this vast, beautiful world. Second brother. A voice rang out. Moments later, the azure-armored figure appeared out of nowhere. Third brother. Long time no see. The white-robed man smiled. Why have you suddenly come to visit me? I met this kid. He really is quite talented in the Tao of the Sword, and I did exactly as Master instructed. I held nothing back, but I still wasn't able to kill him. The azure-armored figure shook his head. I had a good opinion of him. I felt the kid had a lot of potential, and was good enough to become one of my master's honorary disciples. Not even you could kill him? The white-robed man revealed a smile. Not bad. It is rare for us to encounter such a talented figure, But he insists on going deeper, the azure-armored man said impatiently. He obviously doesn't care about becoming my master's honorary disciple. I bet he'd listen to you if you were willing to give him those 9 swords, the white-robed man teased. The azure-armored figure said angrily, all Master really had were those 9 swords. I absolutely won't give them to anyone until I find the perfect successor for him. This kid isn't bad, but he's not even close to being the ideal candidate I'd been hoping for. The white-robed man shook his head. Well, if he insists on going downwards, what am I supposed to do? Stop him, second brother. Stop him and make him go back, the azure-armored figure said immediately. The 36th level was left behind by the hegemon personally, just before he died. You know how terrifyingly dangerous it is. Over the course of countless years, there have been a number of self-confident geniuses who refused to listen to me and insisted on going all the way down, and all of them died there. When the white-robed man thought of the 36th level, he couldn't help but frown. Their hegemon had personally created that place. It was the most mysterious and most terrifying place in the entire abyss. Their hegemon was such an incredibly strong figure that even their masters, those 2 eternal emperors of the Tao of the Sword, were willing to serve as his retainers. Ugh. I'll do my best to stop him, but if I fail, there'll be nothing else I can do, the white-robed man said. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 31, Void Sword Realm. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 31, Void Sword Realm. Ning quickly fought his way to the 31st floor of the Abyss of Fiends. Thus far, the Abyss had been a place filled with baleful auras and negative energy. Ning couldn't help but feel somewhat flabbergasted upon suddenly encountering a level that was filled with flowers and birds, a level which was almost like an otherworldly paradise. Whoosh! A white-robed man drifted towards Ning from afar, bearing 3 swords on his back, 1 violet-hilted, 1 gold-hilted, and 1 white-hilted. He emanated an ephemeral,
drifting aura which was similar to that of the clouds in the sky. A serious look immediately appeared on Ning's face. Him? 3 grandmasters of the Tao of the Sword had perished outside. The muscular man who wielded the deep blue greatsword was the leader, while the other 2 eternal emperors were his retainers. One was dressed in azure armor, while the other looked just like this white-robed man before Ning. Appearance, bearing, sword aura, everything was identical. Dark North? The white-robed man said. Greetings, senior. Ning bowed. The white-robed man had a warm look in his eyes as he carefully scrutinized Ning, then smiled. For you to be able to make it past my second brother means that you are probably quite strong. Unfortunately for you, I'm not my second brother. As he spoke, he drew forth the violet sword and the golden sword from his back. As for the white sword, it automatically unsheathed itself and transformed into a streak of white light that floated next to him. Be careful, senior. Ning's body blurred as he manifested his 3 heads, 6 arms, then drew his 6 violet jewels. Boom! A fierce light flashed through Ning's eyes as his Tao lightning and Tao water immediately burst forth, roaring through the skies and covering an area of 10,000 kilometers around them. The white-robed man was standing fairly close to Ning and was naturally wrapped up within this as well. The lightning water yin-yang sword domain possessed truly remarkable amounts of power, and it constantly launched attacks against that white-robed man. The white-robed man just stood there, not moving at all. And yet, the blurry swordlight emanating from around his body was like a cloud or a mist that easily absorbed and repelled all oncoming attacks. Not good. Ning's heart sank. The azure-armored man had needed to use those physical 9 swords to form a barrier of swordlight to protect him from my domain, but this white-robed man, the light from his sword intent alone is enough for him to easily defend against me. Clearly, his defensive prowess is far superior to the azure-armored man's. Ning's guess was correct. The azure-armored man's specialty lay in attack, in slaughter. Ning had 2 supreme Daos of defense, the yin-yang sword domain and soul heart sword intent, and only by combining them was he able to withstand the onslaught. This was a testament to how ferocious the azure-armored man's attacks were. By contrast, the white-robed man seemed much calmer and gentler. The Emperor's Sword. The white-robed man instantly transformed into a streak of light as he chopped out towards Ning with the violet sword. This was an ephemeral, unpredictable chop, but it was so fast that it caused Ning's heart to be gripped in ice. It was simply too fast. His opponent wasn't even as strong as an ordinary world god was, but his sword was simply incredibly fast. Clang! Ning hurriedly executed his soul heart sword intent, manifesting a black hole which had flickers of swordlight swiveling inside of it. He used this stance to defend against the opponent's chop. It was a good decision. The power contained within the black hole was simply too enormous, allowing it to block the opponent's lethal attack head-on. The kills word. The white-robed man spoke out once more. Whoosh! This time, he struck out with the golden sword which he wielded in his left hands. The sword carried an aura of incredible sharpness as it pierced straight towards Ning. This stab was actually somewhat similar to Ning's own blood drop stance. However, it was a strike formed from the sword intent of an eternal emperor. When the golden sword struck out, it carried an aura of such terrifying sharpness and destructive power that Ning couldn't help but shudder. However, Ning knew that although the sword intent itself caused him to uncontrollably shake in fear, the person using it was so incredibly weak that he probably wasn't even at the world level in strength. This enormous disparity in physical power was enough to let Ning make a fight out of it. Whoosh! He once more used the soul heart stance to form that black hole. Swordlight once more swiveled and circled within that black hole, allowing him to once more forcibly block his opponent's terrifying attack. Your defensive techniques truly are incredible. The white-robed man shook his head and smiled. As I expected, for you to be able to withstand my third brother means that my own attacks stand even less of a chance. Although he was superior to his third brother in overall power, his third brother was still stronger in raw attack power.
If you are able to defeat my third sword, I won't try to stop you, the white-robed man said. The violet sword and golden sword in his hands began to move at the same time, and as for the most important sword of all, that streak of white light that had been hovering around him, it instantly vanished without a trace. Whoosh! The violet sword and the golden sword emanated dazzling amounts of light, putting the sun and the skies to shame with their omnipresent radiance. It was like an enormous gauzy cloak of light had covered the entire world, completely covering Ning within its perimeter. Break! The Tao lightning and Tao water continued to rage around Ning, but himself disappeared without a trace as well. He had just used the shadowless stance. When he next appeared, he was directly in front of that violet golden gauze of light, and he furiously struck out with his 6 violet jewels against the gauze. Whoosh! 6 streaks of white light suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of the gauze, easily blocking Ning's attacks. Ning felt as though he had just chopped down upon a cloud or a layer of mist. There was nothing for him to exert his power against. I refuse to believe it. Ning once more struck out with his shadowless stance, launching another silent sneak attack at another area. Alas, as soon as his attack was about to collide against the violet golden canopy, streaks of white light once again appeared from the surface of the gauze. The white light was ethereal and ephemeral, giving Ning no way to exert his full force upon it, causing his attacks to fail repeatedly. Ning was completely covered by that gauze canopy of violet gold light, and the streaks of white light hidden within the canopy rendered Ning's attacks completely fruitless. Well done, second brother. You were able to easily trap that young fellow. The azure-armored figure appeared off in the distance. If Master knew that I was using his most powerful killing technique, the Void Sword Realm, to simply trap a foe, he'd probably be so insulted that he'd wipe me out. The white-robed man's figure appeared within the violet golden canopy. When he used this technique, he completely merged himself into the canopy of light itself. This was the Void Sword Realm, an extremely terrifying sword technique. It was definitely on par with Emperor Mirrorsnow's most powerful strike, the Heartseal stance. Alas, the white-robed figure was merely using it with Elder God-level power, making it much weaker. It was just barely capable of trapping a genius like Ning, who was comparable to a Tao Lord of the second step. If an Eternal Emperor used this technique, the entire violet gold canopy would become completely ethereal, and it would be simplicity itself to use this technique to cover an entire territory. Swish! Suddenly, an incomparably sharp streak of swordlight pierced out from within the violet gold canopy. What? A hint of shock could be heard in the white-robed man's voice. How could he be able to pierce through my void sword realm? Third brother, why does he have such a terrifyingly strong sword art? The white-robed man roared. He does have an extremely strong sword art that carries tremendous destructive, penetrative power, the azure-armored man said hurriedly. Even I have to face that attack head-on in order to block it. Damn! The white-robed man grew furious and frantic. The Void Sword Realm created an ethereal world which was unmoved by raw power. It could completely absorb even the most savage of strikes. Although the shadowless stance of Ning's Bright Moon sword arts was rather strange, it simply wasn't strong enough to overcome the world's defenses. As for the Soul Heart stance or the Yin-Yang sword domain, they were defensive techniques. But the Blood Drop stance, this was Ning's most penetrating attack of all. Even if Ning did come up with a Heavenbreaker sword intent in the future, his Blood Drop stance would still have the greatest penetrative power. It was an attack which destroyed everything in its path, which pierced through all things which sought to bar its way. The Void Sword Realm wasn't truly perfect and flawless. Perhaps only someone on the level of a hegemon would be able to make it truly perfect, and its one weakness was to attacks that had tremendous penetrative power. Whoosh! After Ning discovered that his Blood Drop stance was the perfect counter to the violet gold gauze before him, he struck out 3 times in a row. His stabs blasted a hole through the canopy before him, and he immediately transformed into a streak of light and flew out of that hole. The enormous violet gold canopy instantly disappeared, transforming back into that white-robed man. The 3 swords the man had been using all flew back into the sheaths he was carrying on his back. The white-robed man stared at Ning, a complicated look in his gaze. The blood drop stance truly was the perfect counter to the void sword realm. But of course, at present Ning's blood drop stance was still rather raw and unpolished. The only reason it had succeeded was because the white-robed man's level of power was limited to the Elder God level. Still, if Ning ever reached the Eternal Emperor level and was able to upgrade his blood drop stance to that level as well, he would be able to use it to defeat the Void Sword realm as used by the Eternal Emperor who had created it. There is a counter and a complement for every sword art. The white-robed man sighed. You were actually able to come up with a sword art that perfectly countered mine. I truly don't know if this was a blessing or a curse for you. Dark North. The distant azure-armored figure spoke out as well. Both my second brother and I wish for you to stop here. You truly are quite talented. We really don't want to see you throwing your life away on the 36th floor. Throwing my life away? Ning frowned. The azure-armored man said, just listen to me. My sword arts and my second brother's sword arts all come from our respective masters. Although our masters were eternal emperors, they weren't at the hegemon level. Master's sword arts were never truly perfected, but the hegemon's, his sword arts were truly perfect and without flaw. You are skilled in defense, making it so that I can do nothing against you. Your sword arts possess tremendous penetrative power, allowing you to defeat the Void Sword realm. But if you were to go to the 36th level, you will realize that your sword arts are all completely useless. The azure-armored man shook his head. You'll die in despair. Over the course of countless ages, there have been quite a few monstrously talented world-level geniuses who were able to make it past myself and my second brother, but all of them died on the 36th floor. Ning was stunned. What? There had been multiple individuals who had made it past the azure-armored man and the white-robed man, only to die on the 36th level? I urge you to give up, the white-robed man said. If you go back now, you can return to the exit tunnel on the 24th floor. I'll give you one of my own master's treasures as well. I'll also transmit my master's sword arts legacy to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 32, The 36th Level of the Abyss of Fiends. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 32, The 36th Level of the Abyss of Fiends. The white-robed man also viewed Ji Ning with great favor. Although there had been other geniuses who had been able to make their way deep into the Abyss of Fiends, he could count on one hand the number of geniuses who had been able to force their way past both himself and his third brother. Both he and his third brother wished for Ji Ning to become honorary disciples of their two masters. A treasure? And just honorary disciple? Ning asked. Yes. The white-robed man nodded. According to master's instructions, he will accept one personal disciple and 6 honorary disciples. Although I like you, you aren't even close to meeting the standard necessary to become master's personal disciple. Ning felt rather disappointed. Still, he understood that because these 3 eternal emperors were already deceased, they would be extremely careful in selecting their legacy disciples. Emperor Mirrors now was still alive. Even though he was taking on a total of 10 personal disciples, every single disciple would only be given a set of 4 Downlord Golems. These 3 eternal emperors, however, were giving all of their most important treasures to a single personal disciple. Can you at least tell me what the 36th level holds? Ning asked. Our masters once followed and served our hegemon, the azure-armored figure growled. Do you know what the exalted title of hegemon means? It means that they are able to rule over all other things. Ning nodded. Of course he knew. The Brightshore Kingdom had a hegemon. His entire homeland of the Endless Territories only had 3 hegemons in total. To inherit everything a hegemon left behind, I once encountered someone who was even more talented than you in the Tao of the Sword.
He had perfectly merged his offenses and his defenses into a truly perfect whole. The azure-armored figure sighed. I was willing to let him become my master's personal disciple, but he was too proud. He chose to go the 36th level instead. Ning was stunned. Apparently, that genius of the Tao of the Sword was on the same level as Berchulu and Eastcult. But he still died on that level. The azure-armored figure shook his head. Give up. The white-robed man looked at Ning. Ning stood there silently. Should he give up? Even those more talented Tamhim had perished on the 36th level. A hegemon's legacy lies there, the legacy of someone who was on the same level as the almighty hegemon of the Brightshore Kingdom. Ning's eyes slowly began to blaze with resolve and a desire to fight. Why have I left the three realms and braved the dangers of the endless territories? Why have I chosen to go on so many deadly adventures? It is all for the sake of being able to bring her back to life. I dream of the day when the three of us, her, me, and Brightmoon, will once more be able to live together as a family. Ning's deepest desire was to bring his entire family back again. It was this stubborn desire which kept him going, which made him strive so hard. To reverse the flows of spacetime and bring her back to life will be incredibly difficult. If I let myself be filled with fear, I probably won't be able to make it to the apex of power and won't be able to convince someone like the hegemon to bring her back to life. What's more, even if I fail my attempt at the 36th level, I'll merely lose one of my clones. I can rebuild it eventually. All hesitation vanished from Ning's gaze. He was going to charge straight down his path. No one would be able to stop him. Dark North? The white-robed man and the azure-armored figure both looked at Ning, awaiting his decision. Forgive me, seniors. Ning murmured softly, I still wish to continue. What if you die? You won't regret it? The white-robed man asked. No regrets, Ning replied. He then transformed into a streak of light and tore through the ground, diving through to the next level. The azure-armored man and the white-robed man both let out long sighs as they watched Ning leave. I knew he would choose this path. Every single person who has developed their own supreme Tao is filled with terrifyingly strong resolve, the white-robed man said. In the end, fortuitous occurrences were external sources of power. When the strong rose to power, it was the stubborn will and resolve in their heart which drove them to continue forwards. If you didn't have an almost insanely stubborn desire to accomplish a certain something, it was virtually impossible for you to be able to stand at the apex of power in this vast universe. Even if you were incredibly talented and had many tremendous strokes of luck, if you didn't have a terrifyingly amount of determination, there was no way you'd be able to make it to the top. An infatuation. A desire. A regret. A longing. All sorts of emotions could be transformed into a determined will. Ugh. He'll probably die on this path he has chosen. But if he doesn't die, he'll definitely become one of the most dazzlingly talented figures in this vast universe, someone who countless other cultivators will willingly submit to, the azure-armored figure said. Boom. 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 Ning continued downwards through the various levels. These levels in the abyss only contained fiend lords. In the end, Ning managed to make it all the way to the 36th level, the deepest level of the abyss of fiends. Whoosh! Ning stood there gracefully in midair, staring at this bottommost level of the abyss of fiends. Goo goo goo. This was a world of volcanoes, and Ning was able to see 3 towering volcanoes located in 3 different parts of this world. Each of the volcanoes continuously belched out plumes of fire and lava which flowed out throughout this world. Due to the terrifying degree of heat, the bubbling lava would continue to bubble and hiss for a very long period of time before slowly solidifying into volcanic rock. Where's the exit tunnel? Why isn't there an exit tunnel on this level? Ning was searching for the exit tunnel for this level, but was able to find nothing. Suddenly, the earth began to tremble. Ning immediately turned his gaze off into the distance. The vast earth, covered with flowing streams of lava, was shaking. Slowly, the earth began to split apart as an ancient, towering shrine began to gradually emerge from underground. The shrine was a deep blue color, and it was covered with strange diagrams. In front of the shrine stood a towering figure. The towering figure stood there silently, hands clasped around a deep blue greatsword. He stared at Ning from afar, and his gaze alone made Ning feel as though an entire world was crashing down upon him. That stare alone made Ning feel as though this man was absolutely invincible. Him? His aura is absolutely identical to that hegemon's aura. Ning remained very calm and composed. Another challenger has come? The muscular man standing in front of the shrine glanced at Ning, his eyes extremely cold and calm. He said in a flat voice, "Kill him, children. Kill him, children." His deep voice boomed throughout every inch of this world, echoing again and again. Ning was stunned upon hearing this. Children? But it didn't seem as though the 36th level had any other living beings within it. Yes. 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 3 booming voices instantly burst forth from within the 3 towering volcanoes. Those massive volcanoes actually began to move, and as they moved they quickly began to transform into similarly towering volcano titans. All 3 volcanoes had transformed into 3 enormous volcano titans. The 3 volcano titans had pitch-black forms, but Ning could sense the blazing, flaming power which filled their bodies. Their eyes were flowing pools of lava, and every single one of them seemed to possess the power of an enormous world. Just looking at them, Ning felt certain that they were far physically stronger than he was. After the 3 volcano titans appeared, they first turned towards the distant, muscular, grim-faced man who stood in front of the shrine. All 3 went down to one knee. The muscular man nodded. Kill. Only then did the 3 volcano titans rise to their feet and charge towards Ning. Their galloping paces caused the earth to tremble. They left enormous footsteps in the ground, and their glares made Ning feel rather startled. But so what if they are strong? From the looks of them, they are special life forms that were formed from or out of volcanoes, Ning mused. They are probably much weaker than me in terms of insights into the Tao. Ning manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, then drew his 6 eternal swords. Rumble. The 7 streams of Tao water and Tao lightning all surged forth, filling an area of 10,000 kilometers with swordlight formed from lightning and water. Boom! The volcano titan closest to Ning charged into Ning's yin-yang sword domain. Although swordlight repeatedly hacked down upon his volcanic form, the attacks were only able to leave behind a few white marks on its rocky skin. It barely paused at all, not slowed in the slightest as it continued to charge forwards with heavy steps. Ning wanted to see exactly how physically strong these volcano titans were, and so he first chose to fight it in a head-on clash through using his most penetratively powerful attack, the blood drop stance. 6 streaks of swordlight shot out like an enormous meteor shower that shot out towards the terrifying stone hand. Boom! The giant stone hand howled as it flew through the air. It crushed the 6 streaks of swordlight, then slammed directly onto Ning. This time, it was Ning who was knocked flying backwards like a meteor. As Ning flew backwards, he forcibly twisted himself upright and landed on the ground. The earth shuddered from the collision, caving in for an area of 1,000,000 kilometers as an enormous basis suddenly appeared. Ning rose to his feet, his face rather ashen. A single volcano titan is already this much stronger than me, and there are 3? And these are just the children? Ning finally could sense that death was approaching. Finally, he realized why no one had ever been able to survive the 36th level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 33, The 5-Sword Intensive, Bright Moon. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 33, The 5-Sword Intensive, Bright Moon. Kill. The other 2 volcano titans howled as they charged forwards,
each seeming just as valiant and mighty as the first. Their thunderous steps were as heavy as the mountains, but they moved faster than the limits of the heavenly dais. Although each of their punches and strikes seemed rather ungainly to Ning, they carried enough power to truly overmatch him. I refuse to believe I can't even take care of the 3 children. Ning's body constantly blurred, disappearing and reappearing thanks to the shadowless stance, and every so often he would rely on his superior agility to throw out rope treasures and other treasures to slow down his foes. Using your strengths to attack your opponent's weaknesses. This was the way of combat. The muscular, greatsword-wielding man continued to stand there in front of the distant shrine, a cold look in his eyes as he watched all this happen. Right at this moment, 2 new figures suddenly descended, the white-robed man and the azure-armored man. Big brother. The white-robed man and the azure-armored man both spoke out. The muscular man acknowledged them calmly. The kid's able to hold his own against the combined attacks of 3 volcano titans. He really isn't bad. The azure-armored figure glanced at the distant Ning, then smiled. Big brother, would you agree that this kid is worth us spending some effort teaching? The muscular man said coldly, far from it. He's merely relying on a few defensive tricks to stay alive. Once my children unleash their ultimate attacks, he'll definitely die. Are you just going to watch him die? The white-robed man asked hurriedly. He might have developed 2 offensive Supreme Daos and 2 defensive Supreme Daos, but so what? The muscular man said coldly, he hasn't been able to truly join them together, he's not even worth me giving advice to. The azure-armored man and the white-robed man exchanged a glance, then shook their heads helplessly. Big brother, you really have set your expectations too high. Remember that guy, all those years ago, who had perfectly fused his offensive Dao and his defensive Dao? You ended up personally kill him. The azure-armored man muttered. Oof. That's because he was too stupid. I personally gave him pointers on what to do, but he still wasn't able to improve at all. He deserved to die. The muscular man continued, and even if he did have a so-called flawless union of an offensive Supreme Dao and defensive Supreme Dao, what of it? It must be understood that advancing forwards on such a path is incredibly difficult. Each step will be taxing, and the final step of completing the Dao merge and gaining eternity will be unspeakably arduous. Over the course of countless years I've seen many dazzlingly talented figures who, as Dao Lords of the 4th step, were capable of killing weaker eternal emperors. Almost none of them, however, are capable of succeeding in their Dao merge and gaining the power of a hegemon. The muscular man shook his head. Master is already dead. He can only accept a single personal disciple and 2 honorary disciples. There's only 3 slots total. I have to be incredibly cautious when doling them out. Even an honorary disciple has to be both a perfect candidate as well as have a Dao which is very similar to my master's Dao. As for becoming a personal disciple? Only someone who can receive the acknowledgement of my master's eternal weapon and make it voluntarily wish to serve him is qualified be given that position. You really do have high expectations. Excessively high expectations. The white-robed man and the azure-armored man both shook their heads. After their masters had perished, they had only met a single genius who had been able to truly and perfectly merge an offensive Supreme Dao and a defensive Supreme Dao, and in the end, the muscular man had personally killed him. He hadn't even been willing to hand over a position of honorary disciple. Master decided to only accept 2 honorary disciples. I'm willing to bet that the personal disciples of the leader of the Church of Annihilation are given less than my master has prepared for his 2 honorary disciples, the muscular man said coldly. In the end, the term disciple was just a titular one. What really mattered was what the teacher and master had prepared. There was only so much a living hegemon would give, there was no way he would bestow his most important treasures to someone else. Only a dead hegemon would be so truly selfless as to hand over all of his treasures. The 3 volcano titans stood in 3 different directions as they surrounded and attacked Ning. Ning no longer dared to face them head-on, as the volcano titans possessed overwhelming levels of brute strength.
Worse, he was completely incapable of damaging their volcanic bodies. Not even his blood drop stance could punch through them. For now, he could only rely on his soul heart sword intent to buy himself some time. Ning also used his rope-type magic treasures to try and tie down one of the volcano titans. Ning believed this to be his only method for capturing and subduing them. Kill. Kill. They used the most elementary, simple of attacks. Sometimes, they would swing their giant rocky hands. Other times, they would raise their fists high in the air, then smash downwards towards the ground. Every so often, they would bring both arms to their chests, then make a sudden pushing motion towards Ning. The attacks were simple but filled with speed and savagery, causing Ning to be at a complete disadvantage in this fight. Although they use similar techniques, it seems as though there are some differences. Ning realized that there was something off with these three volcano titans. One of them was faster and more explosive, while the second always attacked with both hands. As for the third, he was the slowest of the three. He would spend quite a bit of time building up power before each attack, but the attacks he unleashed were incomparably devastating. Although their attacks aren't exactly the same, they seem to share certain similarities. Ning was slowly mesmerized by the possibilities. From their attacks, he was able to see some of the things he himself had been searching for but unable to truly master. Slowly, as the battle continued, Ning began to gain a few insights into the various battle stances that the three volcano titans used. But of course, he was only able to gain a few. The three volcano titans were very crude in using these techniques, after all. The Heavenbreaker stance. Right now, the only stance remaining was the Heavenbreaker stance. The 5 stances of Bright Moon. He had already developed Supreme Daos based on the other 4 stances. Only the Heavenbreaker stance was left. The Heavenbreaker stance was the most ferocious of stances, containing truly wild and berserk levels of power. It used overwhelming power to crush all foes and was Ning's most physically powerful attack. It was the perfect solution for dealing with foes whose defenses simply couldn't be pierced through or penetrated. The Shadowless stance focused on being fluctuating and unpredictable. This naturally caused the power of the actual attacks to be somewhat weaker. The Blood Drop stance destroyed everything in its path, letting it pierce through all which would oppose it. These two stances had both reached the apex in their respective fields, but both had made sacrifices in terms of total, raw power. Only by focusing in one area could one reach the apex in that area, after all. The Heavenbreaker stance didn't have a terrifying penetrative ability, nor was it unpredictable in the slightest. It was simply an awesome, direct attack that contained the strongest levels of power possible. Is that how it is? Ning's battle against the three volcano titans grew increasingly frenzied, and he continued to secretly learn from their striking techniques. This furious battle persisted for roughly the amount of time needed to boil a kettle of tea. Time for the final attack. The distant azure-armored figure and white-robed figure both let out soft sighs. They had grown accustomed to seeing this long ago. The strongest attack which these three volcano titans had was actually a single attack that was combined from 3 different attacks. Once they joined together to form the final attack, they would be able to unleash the most powerful killing strike they were capable of. The power of that attack was terrifyingly great. If you did not have a truly perfect Tao, it was all but guaranteed that you would perish from it. And even if you did have a perfect Tao, it was likely that their big brother would personally attack and kill you. After battling furiously for the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, the movements of the three volcano titans suddenly changed. Ning's face tightened slightly. Whoosh! One of the volcano titans suddenly lifted up his enormous stone hands, preparing to slam downwards towards Ning. The second volcano titan slowly advanced, both hands in front of his chest as he prepared to make a shoving motion. The final volcano titan began to prepare to swing his arms towards Ning. The rhythm of the battle had changed. The attacks of the three volcano titans had joined together to form a whole,
and the power of their attacks actually began to rise. Ning instantly understood what he was seeing. This was much like how he perfectly merged his 6 eternal swords together when using the Soul Heart Sword intent. In this moment, the 3 volcano titans had truly merged together, and the power of this attack would definitely be 10 times greater than their previous ones. Ning had already been at a complete disadvantage. For their attack power to increase tenfold, he was going to get crushed. Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. This is how the Heavenbreaker stance should be. A look of wild joy suddenly appeared within his eyes as he stared at the 3 volcano titans. In truth, the 3 volcano titans were using one of the techniques which the hegemon had developed. This technique was 70% to 80% similar to Ning's Heavenbreaker stance. When Ning had watched and sparred with the volcano titans, he had gained a number of new insights. Given that his Heavenbreaker stance had already reached a bottleneck and only needed one final push to break through to a new level, once the 3 volcano titans joined forces, Ning suddenly understood it all. A warhorse needed enough space to gallop before it could reach its maximum velocity. A bow needed to be drawn to a full arc before it would reach maximum power. Hints of the truth to this Tao could be seen throughout the mortal world. The Heavenbreaker stance, if you wanted to release the full, terrifying level of power it contained, you would need to first build up power. For example, in archery you would build up power by drawing your bow, and then let it explode forth with its full might, like a volcano erupting. Only by building up enough might would you be able to unleash the full power of your attack. But just as importantly, the moment you unleashed your power had to be fast, fierce, and compressed into a short instant. This was what a Heavenbreaker stance should look like. Heavenbreaker. Ning made his move. He raised all 6 of his arms high into the air, filling his violet jewels with his divine power and causing them to instantly skyrocket in weight. 10 times. 10,000 times. 1,000,000,000,000 times. The 6 violet jewels each became as heavy as a chaos star. This was approaching the maximum level of weight which Ning was currently able to control. The Heavenbreaker stance was ideally executed with extremely heavy weapons, such as the deep blue greatsword of the deceased hegemon. That was actually an incredibly dense and unique weapon which was perfect for using the Heavenbreaker stance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 34, Sword Dao Samsara. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 34, Sword Dao Samsara. Ning's 6 violet jewels all chopped towards his opponents at the same time, and as they moved forwards they crushed everything in their path, causing space itself to tremble and distort. They moved forwards in seemingly slow arcs, but their power only continued to grow until they reached a crescendo of might, then slammed head-on into the giant stone fists of a volcano titan. The power now contained with every single one of Ning's 6 swords was stronger than when he previously used all 6 swords combined to execute the blood drop stance. This was the difference between the Heavenbreaker stance and the blood drop stance. In terms of penetrative power, the blood drop stance was far superior to the Heavenbreaker stance, but it was still useless against these volcano titans, who had bodies that were comparable to precious treasures. But in terms of raw power, the Heavenbreaker stance was similarly far superior to the blood drop stance. It was perfect for head-on clashes. Boom! The enormous volcanic body of the volcano titan shuddered violently, and he couldn't help but stumble back quite a few steps. Even his giant stone hands were visibly trembling. Kill! Kill! Ning was clearly much faster and more agile than the volcano titans. He only had to deal with one of them each time. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out as the towering volcano titans were knocked stumbling backwards one by one, thanks to Ning's overwhelming power. Although the volcano titans bellowed furiously and charged forwards repeatedly, Ning was able to beat them back each time. Ning was physically much smaller than them, but the power of his Heavenbreaker stance allowed him to completely outstrip them and shut them down. An odd, surprised look appeared on the formerly emotionless face of the muscular, greatsword-wielding man who stood in front of the distant shrine.
Is that?
The white-robed man and the azure-armored man next to him both revealed looks of joy.
Big brother, that sword Dao, isn't that just like the Dao of the hegemon, a Dao that overwhelms and crushes all foes in a straightforward manner?
The azure-armored man said hurriedly, Dark North is a perfect fit for learning the hegemon's Dao of the sword.
The muscular man calmly shook his head.
Although he's developed 5 supreme Daos, he hasn't been able to link them together in a perfect manner.
He's not even qualified to become my master's honorary disciple.
The deceased hegemon would only accept 1 personal disciple and 2 honorary disciples.
Not even that now deceased world-level genius who had perfectly fused an offensive supreme Dao with a defensive supreme Dao had been able to qualify as an honorary disciple.
In fact, the muscular man had personally slaughtered him.
Big brother, your requirements are too stringent.
The sword Dao this kid has come up with is extremely similar to that of the hegemons, the azure-armored man said frantically.
There are incredibly few such geniuses of the Dao of the sword. If you kill him, who knows how long it will be before we encounter another one.
I'd rather have no successors at all than poor ones.
The muscular man shook his head. If I am to choose a successor, I will only choose a perfect one.
A perfect one?
Big brother, you, ugh.
The white-robed man and the azure-armored man both shook their heads. But right then, both their bodies trembled. Even the muscular man was somewhat astonished as he stared at what was happening.
What?
The white-robed man and the azure-armored man called out this word at the same time.
How could he have made yet another breakthrough so quickly?
A look of true astonishment was on the muscular man's cold features as well. After Ning developed the Heavenbreaker stance, he immediately found the battle against the 3 volcano titans was now much easier than before.
Thanks to the shadowless evasive skill and the blood drop evasive skill, he was far more agile than his opponents.
Defending was inherently easier than attacking, but now his attacks carried crushing power as well.
It was an absolutely delightful feeling.
But just as Ning was battling to his heart's content, he suddenly had the vague feeling that his 5 sword intents could actually be linked together in some manner.
Is this?
Ning suddenly realized that there were certain aspects of his 5 sword intents that resonated with each other and attracted each other. They made up for each other's weaknesses, and in fact it could be said they all stemmed from the same source.
The Dao of the sword. Although it was awesomely vast, different aspects of it could lead to different directions of development.
Ning's starting point was the essence of the sword itself, and he had divided it up into 5 different aspects that he believed included all types of sword arts the Dao of the sword could contain. His 5 aspects were the blood drop sword intent, the shadowless sword intent, the heavenbreaker sword intent, the yin-yang sword intent, and the soul heart sword intent. These 5 types of sword intent, when separated thusly, truly did encompass all possible elements and aspects of all sword arts. These 5 types of sword intents were, in truth, 5 parts of the complete Dao of the sword. When Ning had developed his first, second, third, and fourth sword intents, he hadn't realized this. But now that he had developed his 5th sword intent, this battle instantly caused him to realize that there were deep, inextricable connections between his 5 sword intents.
The 5 sword intents can be completely joined together.
And so, Ning naturally began to do just that.
He was unlike all other geniuses.
Berchelu, Eastcult, Prince Greatjoy, they hadn't actually truly understood or mastered all aspects of their chosen paths.
Eastcult had merely come up with a single offensive Dao and a single defensive Dao.
When he managed to join them together in a perfect manner, his power increased dramatically.
But of course, joining together 2 supreme Daos was incredibly difficult.
The same was true for Prince Greatjoy. He too had only comprehended a pair of supreme Daos, eventually joining them together here in the Genesis lands of this alternate universe. As for Berchelu, he was a bit stronger than the other 2, having mastered and joined together a trio of supreme Daos.
But
imagine a porcelain plate which had been shattered into 5 bizarrely shaped pieces. East Cult and Greatjoy had merely mastered 2 of those pieces. Thanks to their tremendous intelligence and wisdom, they had managed to find a way to jam these 2 pieces together into a complete whole, albeit with great difficulty, and used the joined pieces to form their das. Birchaloo had been able to take control over 3 pieces, and had also had to work incredibly hard to join them together. But Ning? He had mastered all 5 pieces, allowing him a degree of understanding of every single aspect of the Tao of the sword. It was as though he had acquired all 5 pieces of that shattered porcelain plate. He didn't need to waste time and effort finding out a way to make them fit together. They fit together in a natural manner, because they represented the 5 parts of the full Tao of the sword. Boom! 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 Ning's sword began to change. It was no longer limited to any specific stance. Whoosh! He unleashed a sword that was almost invisible to the naked eye, a traceless and shadowless sword. And yet, when it appeared before the volcano titan, it suddenly transformed into a swirling black hole of swordlight that dragged the volcano titan sideways. This had all happened too suddenly, and the volcano titan couldn't help but stumble off balance. It was like he was toying with a child. Boom! Whoosh! Boom! Ning strode amidst the 3 volcano titans, his 5 mighty sword intents having joined together to form a cyclical sword intent, a samsara sword intent. His 5 mighty sword intents were like 5 wooden spokes that now came together to naturally form a perfect wheel. This naturally forming cycle allowed the different types of sword intent to mutually reinforce and strengthen each other. For example, Ning could first initiate the Heavenbreaker sword intent. Once he built up enough power, he could suddenly transform it all into his Blood Drop sword intent, giving it an even more terrifying degree of penetrative power. The Blood Drop sword intent's incredible speed, in turn, could be transferred into the Heavenbreaker sword intent, giving its ponderous strike a terrifying level of speed that only made it even more powerful than before. Ning's 5 mighty sword intents flowed in a perfect cycle. As the saying goes, where water flows a canal shall naturally form. Just like that, the 5 mighty sword intents easily came together to form a perfect cycle, the samsara sword intent. 5 supreme das? Just like that, he merged them together? The azure-armored man muttered to himself, "Don't you dare fight with me over him. Please, oh please, don't fight with me over him. He's going to be my master's personal disciple." Third brother, Dark North didn't choose to leave when he reached the 24th floor. Clearly, he gave up the right to become your master's disciple. As per the rules that were set down, you are responsible for the first 24 floors while our big brother and I are responsible for the final 12 floors, the white-robed man said immediately. Our big brother is incredibly strict when it comes to choosing a successor. So what if this kid has perfectly joined his supreme das together? There's no way our big brother will be interested in him. So, I think the best solution is to have him become my master's personal disciple. Countless eons ago, those 3 grandmasters of the Tao of the Sword had perished. For endless years, the 3 of them had abided by the orders of their master and had waited here in the hopes of finding successors. However, finding suitable successors was simply far too difficult. Although Ning had displayed a certain degree of talent, none of the 3 had been truly impressed by him. He hadn't even been able to perfectly join any of his supreme das together. Give him the treasures left behind by their eternal emperor's masters? Preposterous. But now, Ning had perfectly joined together 5 different types of supreme das. Looks of blazing desire instantly filled the eyes of the white-robed man and the azure-armored man. If looks could release energy, their gazes were so heated that Ning would have instantly melted into a puddle. Hoof! The muscular man let out a cold snort. Big brother, I'm certain that there's no way someone as strict as you would be interested in him, the white-robed man said hurriedly. So what if he has 5 supreme das? So what if he's perfectly joined them together? In the end, he's still nothing more than a world-level cultivator. The muscular man continued coldly, the more difficult a Tao one chooses, the more difficult the path a samsara Tao Lord shall have. With each step, a samsara Tao Lord must straddle the line between life and death. This is especially true with regards to the Tao merge. Every era has given birth to monstrously powerful Tao Lords, but how many of them have been able to gain eternity and become hegemons? Don't be fooled by how talented this Dark North kid seems to be. I'm afraid that he has almost no chance of succeeding in his Tao merge in the future. There were many monstrously powerful Tao Lords, every single generation would give birth to a few. But even the endless territories had only given birth to 3 hegemons over the course of its entire history. The muscular man's words were spot on. To succeed in the Tao merge and gain true eternity was simply far too difficult for these monstrously talented geniuses. So, don't be overly infatuated with him, the muscular man said coldly. In other words, big brother, you aren't interested in him, right? The azure-armored man said. If that's the case, then he'll definitely become my master's personal disciple, the white-robed man said hurriedly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 35, A Clash. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 35, A Clash. I'm not finished talking. The muscular man was rather irritated. The azure-armored man and the white-robed man exchanged a glance, then the azure-armored man said, Big brother, what are you saying? I thought you didn't care about this Dark North kid. Are you seriously going to fight with us over him? Big brother, I've memorized every single word you said just now, the white-robed man said. It had been far too long. They had been waiting here per the orders of their respective masters for far, far too long. Ning was the first one to truly drive them wild with excitement. Although there had been one person who had perfectly joined an offensive Supreme Tao with a defensive one, that was just 2 Taos. Moreover, that man's path wasn't really a good fit for the path their masters had chosen. Ning's Tao of the Sword, however, was a path which literally included everything. It included techniques meant for slaughter, such as the techniques of the azure-armored man's master. It included ephemeral and inscrutable techniques, such as those of the white-robed man's master. And it even included straightforward attacks of overwhelming power, such as the ones used by the muscular man's master, the greatsword-wielding hegemon. Ning's Tao included everything and joined it all together perfectly. He was able to study any of their Taos. All I said was, don't be overly infatuated with him. The muscular man said coldly, in addition, I'm not the one who will decide whether or not he'll be allowed to become my master's personal disciple. In the end, it will be up to the greatsword as to whether or not it accepts him as its master. The azure-armored man and the white-robed man were both stunned. The greatsword, it held truly incalculable amounts of might within it. It was a universe treasure. Even eternal emperors dreamed of acquiring such treasures, but alas, universe treasures chose their wielders, not the other way around. If the treasure refused to acknowledge you, there was no way for you to bind it by force whatsoever. The only decision I can make is whether or not he qualifies to become my master's honorary disciple, the muscular man said. The decision of who qualifies to become a personal disciple is up to the greatsword. What? You are planning to let him become an honorary disciple? The azure-armored man and the white-robed man both ground their teeth in frustration. Big brother, weren't you saying how unworthy he, the azure-armored man, couldn't help but start muttering under his breath. Whether or not he can become an honorary disciple will depend on if he can survive my sword or not. As soon as the muscular man spoke these words, boom! He manifested a total of 6 arms, all 6 of which assumed a titan grip over that single deep blue greatsword. But of course, this greatsword wasn't actually a universe treasure, just a Tao weapon facsimile. Swish! The muscular man transformed into a streak of swordlight that tore through the skies, moving at an incredible pace of nearly 5 times the speed of light. It must be understood that normally speaking, only Tao Lords of the 4th step were able to attain such incredible speeds. But of course, different people with different Taos would have different areas of specialty.
Ning's blood drop sword art also allowed him to move at incredible speeds by using himself as a sword while using the blood drop sword intent. This was the so-called blood drop evasion skill. The blood drop evasion skill was Ning's fastest evasion skill. The shadowless evasion skill was more unpredictable, but it was slightly slower. Ever since Ning had perfectly joined together his 5 supreme das, his blood drop evasion skill had undergone a fundamental transformation, making it even faster and more explosive. In the past, he was roughly able to move at 3 times the speed of light. Now, he would be able to force his speed to a new limit of 4 times the speed of light. The 5 sword intents of my Tao of the Sword have been joined together in a perfect manner, but my evasion skill is still inferior to his? Ning had been utterly dominating those 3 volcano titans, but when he saw the muscular man fly towards him from afar, he no longer dared to act complacently. He immediately used rope-type magic treasures to separately tie up all 3 volcano titans, ensuring that they wouldn't be able to disturb him. Receive a blow from my sword. The muscular man's voice thundered through the skies, as did his distant swordlight. It transformed into a straight line that chopped downwards towards Ning with furious power. The entire world seemed to turn dark, leaving behind only that single terrifying sword strike as it chopped downwards. Ning was actually completely unable to dodge this attack. His only choice was to defend against it. Whoosh! A black hole of swordlight spun out like a lotus flower in the darkness. It swiveled outwards and unleashed layers of power. For an instant, its swiveling movements became as explosively powerful as the Heavenbreaker stance. In the next instant, it would become as soft and ephemeral as the Shadowless stance. Boom! 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 The deep blue greatsword chopped straight down upon the black hole of swordlight, and the layers of swiveling petals sought to transform into other sword arts while furiously ablating the power of the oncoming attack. What a formidable defensive technique! The muscular man could sense that the offensive power of his deep blue greatsword was being slowly ablated, ground away, and deflected. It was as though it had been trapped within the cycle of samsara, never to escape again. Break! 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 The muscular man remained quite calm. He held absolute faith in his master's Tao of the Sword. No matter how tough you are, I'll break through with overwhelming power. This was a Tao of overwhelming force. Boom! Ning was knocked flying backwards. Even when he landed, he had to stumble 5 steps back before recovering his footing. He stared rather cautiously at the distant, muscular man. He blocked it. Ha! Just like that, he blocked our big brother's attack in a head-on collision. Absolutely incredible. That other poor bastard, he might have had a perfect fusion of his 2 supreme das, but our big brother's sword smashed him straight into the ground. The distant azure-armored man couldn't help but sigh in amazement when he saw this. The white-robed man said, Dark North has mastered 5 supreme das, and he's joined them together in a samsara-like cycle. His sword arts have absolutely no flaws at all, and he's reached an incredibly high level in all 5 of his supreme das. In terms of tenacity and toughness, Dark North's sword Tao is definitely the most tenacious and toughest sword Tao there is. There are other geniuses whose sword das involve the perfect fusions of supreme das, but they all have flaws. Dark North, however, is skilled in every area. If he was to battle against one of them, he would be able to attack their weaknesses. The azure-armored man sighed in approval. Incredibly, absolutely incredible. He actually came up with 5 supreme sword das. If in the future he can become a Verge-level Tao Lord, he'll definitely stand a good chance of becoming the most powerful Tao Lord there is. There was actually a ranking of monstrously powerful Tao Lords. In the Endless Territories, Palace Lord Dawnstar of the 12 Palaces was one such Tao Lord. The major powers of the Brightshore Kingdom all believed that if Birchalu became a Verge-level Tao Lord, he would probably be comparable to Lord Dawnstar in power. Lord Dawnstar had once slain an eternal emperor with just 3 strikes of his saber, but despite that, he was only ranked as the second most powerful Downlord of the Endless Territories. All of the most monstrously powerful Downlords had fused Supreme Daos together, but despite that, there were still differences in power amongst them. The white-robed man let out an approving sigh. Very true. Unfortunately, we won't live to see that day. The azure-armored man suddenly fell silent as well. Strictly speaking, they weren't really living creatures. They also had to stay here perpetually for the sake of choosing suitable disciples for their masters. Although they were very willing to do this, they couldn't help but feel at least a little bit of yearning towards the vast world outside. The muscular man's 6 hands were clenched around the hilt of that single greatsword. When he attacked, his savagery filled the skies. When he defended, he was as unshakable as a mountain. Facing him in battle was like facing an enormous boulder that was crashing towards you. As it rolled down towards you, it would only increase in power. If you wanted to survive, you'd have to disrupt and shatter the terrifying momentum of his attacks. Fortunately, Ning had many varied techniques, and his ghostly, inscrutable shadowless stance was able to repeatedly tie down the muscular man's movements. Enough! The muscular man suddenly came to a halt. Startled, Ning did the same thing. This lengthy battle had been quite beneficial for him. The terrifying amount of pressure the muscular man had placed upon Ning had helped him learn how to use his sword arts in a more effective and natural manner. The muscular man eclipsed Ning in both speed and strength. Although Ning's Tao of the sword had many different techniques hidden within it, he was only just barely able to fight the man to a standstill. When my master was at the world level, he was probably slightly weaker than you are right now. The muscular man looked at Ning, then nodded slightly. You are qualified to become my master's honorary disciple. Shut your mouth. Big brother. 2 furious howls rent the air. The explosive howl of shut your mouth had come from the azure-armored figure, while the one who had called out Big Brother had come from the graceful, refined-looking white-robed man. The two immediately transformed into streaks of light that flew towards Ning. They had been keeping a close watch on this fight and had kept themselves carefully attuned to every little ripple. As soon as they heard their big brother speak to Ning, they became instantly enraged. Big brother, you go too far. The white-robed man was a bit faster and as such was the first to arrive. After descending, he said angrily, "Didn't you say you weren't interested in Dark North?" Dark North. When the azure-armored figure landed, he stared intently at Ning. Don't go be someone else's honorary disciple. What's the point of being an honorary disciple? The 9 swords which my master left behind are all incredibly powerful. When they join together, they are all but invincible. Aside from the 9 swords, I also have many other treasures which my master left behind for his personal disciple. As I see it, you are perfectly suited for becoming my master's personal disciple. Oh yeah? In terms of treasures, my master has even more treasures than yours. The white-robed man said, Dark North, why don't you become my master's personal disciple instead? Our respective masters loved each other as brothers. The reason my master was ranked as the second brother was because he was second only to the hegemon in power. You? The azure-armored figure was infuriated. Who would have thought that at a critical moment like this, when they were supposed to be working together against their elder brother, the white-robed man would have suddenly backstabbed him? Don't blame me. I've waited far too long to help my master find a suitable disciple, the white-robed man said in an innocent, helpless manner. Shut your faces. The muscular man had an icy look on his face as he finally snapped out at them, unable to keep silent any longer. He then turned to look at Ning. It'll be Dark North's decision as to who he chooses. To become the hegemon's honorary disciple, or to become the personal disciple of one of the other 2 eternal emperors of the sword? Who should he choose? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 36, The Hegemon's Treasures.
Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 36, The Hegemon's Treasures. Ning couldn't help but feel his chest tighten as the three stared at him. When both the white-robed man and the azure-armored man had attempted to stop him from progressing any further, Ning had already decided that he would need to be extremely careful in the 36th level of the Abyss of Fiends. Even those more powerful than him had perished here, after all. However, Ning was very confident in his defensive skills, and it wasn't like him to back down without a fight. He was willing to use this main clone of his to take on the risk of challenging the final level. If he won, he would gain a tremendous fortune. And in the end, things had been much simpler than he had anticipated. Not only had he mastered his Heavenbreaker stance, he had almost automatically joined together the 5 sword intents into a Samsara sword intent. In truth, it all made perfect sense. Ning had reached the bottleneck in all 5 stances of Bright Moon long ago. He had first broke through in the Yin-Yang stance back in the Sword Palace of the Brightshore Kingdom, then had broken through in the other 4 stances with increasing fluidity. The more he trained, the faster the breakthroughs came until finally, they all came together in a perfect whole: the Yin-Yang stance, the Blood Drop stance, the Shadowless stance, the Soul Heart stance, and the Heavenbreaker stance. Senior. Ning looked at the muscular man. I wonder if this junior qualifies to become the Hegemon's personal disciple. If he was going to choose, he would choose the best. Personal disciple? The muscular man was startled, then let out a rare chuckle. Quite ambitious, aren't we? However, if you wish to become the Hegemon's personal disciple, you have to be acknowledged by his universe treasure. Has it refused to acknowledge me? Ning asked. It hasn't said anything yet. How about this? I'll help you ask. The muscular man suddenly shut his eyes. Back in the outside world of the inner reaches, the 540,000-meter tall corpse of the Hegemon had been silently standing there for countless years without moving. His 2 hands remained perpetually clenched around the hilt of that deep blue greatsword. Suddenly, a flicker of light appeared on the surface of the greatsword as the sword let out a keening sound. Swoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of the 3 corpses of the Grandmasters of the Tao of the Sword. What's going on? I'm sure I wasn't just imagining things. I'm sure I felt a ripple just now. A white-robed, silver-eyed man stared at the 3 corpses with a solemn look on his face. Did something strange just happen? The 36th level of the Abyss of Fiends. The 3 volcano titans had been released by Ning long ago and had returned to their respective positions, transforming into a trio of towering volcanoes once more. Ning, the white-robed man, and the azure-armored man stood there upon the devastated earth, staring at the muscular man. All 3 of them were rather nervous. If the universe treasure was willing to accept Ning as its master, then there was no question what Ning's choice would be. I've asked it. The muscular man opened his eyes. And? How'd it go? Ning asked. However, he had a bad feeling about what the answer would be. If the universe treasure had truly accepted him as its master, there would probably be some certain, special signs that would appear. The muscular man sighed. Your understanding of the Tao of the Sword truly is perfect, and it does indeed include the path of cultivation which the Hegemon had walked. You have the most perfect Tao of the Sword that I have ever encountered. But, that sword told me that it doesn't like you. Doesn't like me? Ning was flabbergasted. Right. It just doesn't like you, the muscular man said. It followed our master for countless years, and it likes people like Master himself, as vast and bold as the seas, and as deep and steady as the mountains. It doesn't like your type. Ning was speechless. So this was the reason the sword had no interest in him. Much like how a man might fall for a woman or vice versa, the universe sword was only willing to accompany someone who it took a fancy towards. Clearly, the Hegemon had left a tremendous impact on it, making it strongly prefer cultivators who had the same type of personality as the Hegemon had. It seems that there are no ties of destiny between myself and that sword. Ning smiled and shook his head. If it didn't like him, there was nothing he could do. Although he was rather disappointed, he wasn't crushed by the refusal. It was extremely difficult to convince a universe treasure to submit to you, after all. Even eternal emperors dreamed of acquiring universe treasures. Ning had mentally prepared himself to be rejected by it. Still, despite his mental preparations, deep within his heart he couldn't help but feel a sense of strong disappointment. You don't like my type, eh? Don't like my type? I don't like you either. Still, Ning himself knew that these were nothing more than words of self-consolement. This was the closest he had ever gotten to acquiring an universe treasure, after all. Don't be too disappointed, Dark North, the white-robed man consoled. It's just a universe treasure. Our big brother is very exacting, but that universe treasure is even more exacting. It also has a weird temper, the azure-armored man said hurriedly. I really think you should be my master's personal disciple instead, but... Dark North, have you decided yet? The muscular man asked. Ning pondered for a moment. It seemed as though he would have to choose between being the hegemon's honorary disciple or a personal disciple of one of the two retainer eternal emperors. Seniors, can you explain to me as to which treasures I'll be able to acquire if I become the hegemon's honorary disciple or a personal disciple of your respective masters? What techniques I'll gain? If you can tell me a bit more, I'll be better equipped to make the right decision, Ning said. Makes sense. Alright, let me explain. Take a look first. All three waved their hands. Whoosh! 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 The formerly empty and devastated ground before them became filled with images of magic treasures, all of which looked to be quite extraordinarily. I'll go first. The azure-armored figure pointed at the levitating images of the 9 blood-colored swords. First of all, you'll gain these 9 precious swords. They are incomparably mighty, and it is almost impossible to buy them under normal circumstances. You'll also gain this suit of armor, this gourd, and this banner. And of course, you'll also gain Master's sword arts legacy as well as his secret arts, divine abilities, etc. The majority of an eternal emperor's treasure trove lay before Ning. Ning couldn't help but be filled with many thoughts as he stared at them. My turn. The white-robed man began to narrate the treasures he had to offer as he pointed at the illusions of the violet-hilted, gold-hilted, and white-hilted swords, as well as the many other treasures he had. The muscular man stood silently there in the rubble. Only after his second brother and third brother finished speaking did he say calmly, I have 2 sets of treasures here for the 2 honorary disciples which Master is willing to accept. You can choose one of your liking. The first set includes 50 million cubes of chaos nectar. It also includes 2 Dao seals which the hegemon personally forged. It also has the sword which the hegemon used prior to him acquiring his universe treasure. This sword alone is worth just as much as the armaments which my second brother and my third brother have offered you. In addition, you'll also gain access to the complete sword arts legacy which Master left behind, as well as his divine abilities and secret arts. The second set also includes 50 million cubes of chaos nectar, 2 Dao seals which the hegemon personally forged, and the suit of armor which the hegemon wore when he was alive. This suit of armor has many marvelous properties, and it too is worth just as much as the armaments of his 2 retainers. In addition, you'll also gain access to the complete sword arts legacy which Master left behind, as well as his divine abilities and secret arts. After finishing his explanation, the muscular man fell silent. The white-robed man and the azure-armored man both looked at Ning expectantly. As for Ning, he carefully examined each of the levitating illusions. The white-robed man and the azure-armored man had treated him very well, but this involved a tremendous fortune for him. He absolutely could not treat this decision lightly. The other 2 eternal emperors had left virtually all of their treasures to their personal disciples. The treasures were staggering in both number and value. In terms of valuable treasures, the 2 eternal emperors had more. But What the hegemon had left behind would be more of use to him. It was highly likely that no one in all the endless territories was a match for the deceased hegemon with regards to the Tao of the Sword. His sword art's legacy was something which Ning would never have a chance to learn again. The hegemon had successfully completed his Tao merge. His sword arts would definitely be of enormous assistance to Ning as a valuable reference. The best treasures are the ones which suit you the best. In addition, I'd have to find a way to sell off the treasures of the other two eternal emperors. The Tao seals and chaos nectar which the hegemon left behind are of more immediate use to me. Ning nodded. Forgive me, seniors, Ning said apologetically. The white-robed man and the azure-armored man both let out sighs, looking rather forlorn. The white-robed man shook his head and smiled. The two of us suspected that this would be your answer. The complete sword art's legacy of a hegemon. Both of us know exactly how alluring such a thing is to a cultivator of the Tao of the Sword. The complete sword art's legacy of a hegemon of the Tao of the Sword was absolutely priceless. You might be able to find a few grandmasters of the Tao of the Sword who were on the general level of Emperor Mirrors now, but where would you even begin to start a search for a hegemon-level figure? Even after Ning became a Verge-level Tao Lord, no sum of money would be enough for him to locate such a complete sword art's legacy. Congratulations, Big Brother. Big Brother, you finally found an honorary disciple for your master. The other two both expressed congratulations. They couldn't help but secretly sigh to themselves. The two of them and their big brother had waited for far too long for a successor. The only difference was that their big brother was even more exacting than they were. It had been countless years, but their big brother had finally chosen an honorary disciple for the hegemon. The hegemon would only accept a total of 2 honorary disciples, which meant that his honorary disciples would be treated many times better than the personal disciples of Emperor Mirrors now were. The sword which the hegemon had once wielded, the suit of armor he had once worn, both were truly priceless. Dark North. The muscular man's lips parted as he finally revealed a rare smile. Follow me. He transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the distant shrine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 37, The Paragon of Pills. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 37, The Paragon of Pills. Swoosh. Swoosh. The muscular man and Ji Ning advanced together into the shrine. Inside the shrine, Ning saw lakes of flowing lava, next to which were strange trees that seemed to be made out of fine jade. Ning couldn't recognize where these trees came from. Next to the lava lakes there was an ordinary-looking stone house, and there was a figure seated in the lotus position within the house. The figure sat there without moving, and from the looks of it had been there for countless chaos cycles already. Master. The muscular man walked over, then said respectfully, I've chosen an honorary disciple for you. Ning instantly realized that the figure seated in the lotus position within the stone house was most likely a fragment of the hegemon's will and memories which the hegemon had left behind prior to passing. The seated figure suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes shone in the darkness of the stone house like a pair of 2 vast transversal conduits. Ning was instantly lost within his gaze. My disciple, if in the future you succeed in the Tao merge and gain eternity, it is my wish that you repay the grace I shall show you today you unto the paragon of pills. A voice filled with complex emotions and frustration rang out from within the stone room. Whoosh! A streak of light instantly shot out of the seated figure and flew straight towards Ning. As soon as it touched Ning, it was instantly drawn straight into his body. As for the seated figure, it now seemed a bit dimmer and paler. Moments later, the door to the stone house rumbled shut. Ning stood there, a series of images playing within his mind. These images were of a muscular man who was training in sword arts in his youth. It also included images of him becoming an elder god, then a world god, then a Tao lord, and finally an eternal emperor, as well as the many sword arts involved. The sword arts started off weak, became stronger, and then completely surpassed Ning's imagination. This hegemon had reached his level after perfectly joining together two supreme Daos. Although this wasn't quite as impressive as what Ning had done, it wasn't that far off either. He became a dazzling figure that gained true eternity, and was then given the respectful title of hegemon. Not even the most monstrously powerful of Dao Lords would dare to challenge an eternal emperor of such power. This was because he himself was already one of the most monstrously powerful of Dao Lords in his era. Now that he was an eternal emperor, he only became even more powerful than before. What a powerful sword! Ning's eyes were unfocused and intoxicated, and his thoughts were completely filled with images of inconceivably powerful sword arts. Some possessed such incredible magic power that they seemed to surpass the limitations of the Dao itself. A single strike of that sword could pass through the boundaries of spacetime and slay a foe who was 100 territories away. A single strike of that sword could cause spacetime itself to flow backwards, allowing the wielder to go back in time. Alas, it wasn't able to allow individuals who had perished in the past to be brought back to life. The prime reaches of the Genesis lands of the Arceus region of the alternate universe. This was an incredibly mysterious place, and the 35 eternal emperors who had perished here weren't even the most important or most mysterious aspects to it. The living eternal emperors didn't care too much about the deceased ones. At most, they'd display a bit of interest in the universe treasures. What the living eternal emperors truly cared about were certain mysteries that were hidden within the prime essences of the universe. They were what had allowed the master of the Church of Annihilation to rise to power, becoming the #1 expert of this entire universe and unifying it under his banner. Whoosh! A black gauzy figure flew through the skies, moving past the prim essence chains that led from the outer reaches, then flying directly into the world of the inner reaches. What? How is that even possible? Isn't the only way into the inner reaches through traversing the prim essence chains on foot? There were 18 world-level cultivators and 3 Dao Lords standing at the outer reaches end of the prim essence chains. One of those world-level cultivators was Waterlord Firesurge. Firesurge had also spent quite a bit of time wandering the outer reaches, and had also benefited greatly as a result of it. He felt that he had improved significantly, and so he wanted to once more test himself against the prim essence chains. Alas, although this time he made it to the 900-kilometer mark, he still ended up failing. How can someone just fly across? Waterlord Firesurge stared in disbelief at the gauze-clad figure that had just flown past them. When the black, gauzy figure flew past them, it was as though spacetime itself had no hold over her whatsoever. She seemed to be drifting slowly, but in reality she moved so quickly that she almost instantly disappeared from the field of vision of the Dao Lords and the world-level cultivators. World-level cultivators and Dao Lords must tread the prim essence chains. If not, they will be drawn into the abyss below and devoured. Only eternal emperors would dare to ignore the prim essence chains and fly straight into the world of the inner reaches. Right. That had to have been an eternal emperor. Who was that eternal emperor? The Dao Lords and world-level cultivators quickly were able to guess at the status of that person. Eternal emperors were incredibly rare and few in number. It must be understood that only 2 of them resided within the Genesis lands, with one being Emperor Manasil and the other being Emperor Northtree. That lithe figure that had flown past clearly belonged to neither of them. Which eternal emperor is it, then? I've seen many people and many things, but I truly have no idea who that was. Could it be that a Dao Lord has recently completed his Dao merge and become a new eternal emperor? But once that happens, the news would quickly spread to the entirety of the Church of Annihilation. The Dao Lords and world-level cultivators continued to make their guesses, puzzled at what had just happened, but they all memorized the appearance of that black figure. They wanted to make sure that they remembered this was a person for them to never, ever offend. The inner reaches. The 35 ancient corpses still lay scattered around this world. The white-robed, silver-eyed man continued to stand there, silently inspecting the corpses of the 3 grandmasters of the sword. I'm sure I sensed a special ripple just now, Could it be that some of the legendary secrets of the prime essences are hidden here? The white-robed man carefully searched through every inch of the region. Anything involving the secrets of the prime essences was enough to drive any major power wild with lust. The Church of Annihilation was the perfect example of what it could bring. Who wouldn't go crazy for something like that? Whoosh! A gentle wind blew, and a figure appeared. What? The white-robed man was so badly shocked that even his face turned pale. How could someone have appeared right next to me without me sensing anything at all? He was a Tao Lord of the fourth step, and an extremely famous one. He had once battled an eternal emperor for an extremely long period of time before fleeing. He was definitely strong enough to cause many other Tao Lords to sigh in amazement. He slowly turned his head to stare at the nearby figure. Roughly 30 meters away stood a slender figure who was dressed in black gauzy clothes. She emanated an aura of endless coldness and purity, and she stood there as though she herself was the genesis source of this world. Everything around her seemed to naturally submit to her will. Here, she reigned supreme. Primordial Star Queen, the paragon of pills? The white-robed man was so horrified that his heart shuddered with fear. He hurriedly fell to his knees with respect. This junior greets you, Star Queen. The highest-ranking member in the Church of Annihilation was its leader and master, the one who had unified this entire universe. Second to him were the 16 Star Kings. The 16 Star Kings were all unfathomably profound individuals, but the most powerful and mysterious members amongst their ranks were the ones known as the 3 primordial Star Kings. The reason why they were different from the other 13 and were titled as primordial was because they had been alive since the very birth of this universe. The White Emperor was the teacher of the leader of the Church of Annihilation, and he was one of the 3 primordial Star Kings. As for the paragon of pills, she was also one of the 3. She was an extremely mysterious figure who moved in mysterious ways and rarely revealed herself. It was very difficult for even eternal emperors to have a chance to meet with her. However, most of the high-status members of this universe all knew what she looked like. She always dressed in black gauze and had a look of perpetual iciness about her. As for her features, they were forever be masked by a formless barrier of fog. There was no way to see her true features at all. What just happened here? The black-garbed figure stared at the distant corpse of the greatsword-wielding man, complex emotions in her eyes. Why did I suddenly feel as though something momentous happened? Big brother, don't grow too impatient. Big brother, second brother, third brother. I'll reverse the flows of spacetime and bring all of you back to life, the black-garbed figure murmured softly to herself. She had said these words far, far too many times. Her gaze was completely focused upon the muscular, greatsword-wielding man. Suddenly, the look on her face changed. The aura around her began to ripple and rumble as well. It must be understood that this place was the prime reaches of the Genesis lands. This was no ordinary place. Ning and the various Tao Lords weren't even able to fly about here, a testament to how powerful the various restrictive forces here were. And yet, just the slightest hint of startlement from the black-garbed figure was enough to cause the aura of the surrounding area to shake and rumble. All Taos were shaking, as though wishing to retreat from her. Where I stand, all other Taos must bend the knee. The white-robed man's heart shook with cold fear as he saw this. She lived up to her reputation as one of the 3 primordial Star Kings. In fact, according to the legends, the only reason why the leader of the Church of Annihilation was able to rise to power was because the 3 primordial Star Kings had no interest in battle or power. The legends said that in reality, the 3 primordial Star Kings were just as powerful as their leader. Of course, those were just legends. The 3 primordial Star Kings, however, had indeed existed since the birth of this universe. This was why everyone believed that they knew the secrets held within it. What's going on? Everything was fine earlier. Nothing like this was happening. The white-robed man was puzzled. As for the black-garbed figure, the paragon of pills, she stared at the treasures placed in front of the muscular man. Others, such as Tao Lords, might not be able to see anything, but her gaze easily pierced through the restrictive spells and allowed her to realize that a treasure was now missing from the pile. A treasure has disappeared? Who took it? The paragon turned to scan her surroundings, causing everything within the inner reaches to fall under her gaze. Tell me, what happened here? The paragon of pills stared intently at the white-robed man. The white-robed man truly had no idea as to what he should say. Whoosh! A handsome, white-robed youth who had a long sword on his back suddenly appeared out of nowhere. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 38, The Tri-Leaf Realm. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 38, The Tri-Leaf Realm. Ning had left the Abyss of Fiends and returned to the inner reaches in a wonderful mood. But then... Ning stared at the two figures in front of him. Although the white-robed, silver-eyed man had an extraordinary demeanor, Ning wasn't too surprised by his presence. The inner reaches of the Genesis lands held quite a few Tao Lords of renown and power. But when he saw that slender, black-garbed figure, Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of shock in his heart. He wasn't too far away from her, but Ning felt like a blind man groping for a flower within the mists. He couldn't see what she looked like, all he could sense was an aura of incredible coldness radiating from her, so cold that it burrowed deep into his soul and caused him to quiver. Who is this person? Ning was shocked. Not even Lord Woodflower of our Sword Palace is a match for her. The black-garbed figure was staring at Ning as well, weighing him with a judging gaze. Her eyes seemed to see right through him and all of his secrets. Ning could sense that she was staring at him. It was a strange feeling, she was staring at him, but he couldn't see her at all. So it was you. The black-garbed figure suddenly spoke out, and her voice was just as cold and crisp as he had imagined it to be. Suddenly, she waved her sleeve. Whoosh! Ning disappeared into thin air. According to the rules of the Church of Annihilation, all violence was forbidden within the Genesis lands. To forcibly abduct or teleport someone away was similarly forbidden. The nearby Tao Lord just stared blankly, not daring to make a sound. Even if the leader of the Church of Annihilation found out about this, he probably wouldn't say anything. The Paragon of Pills, one of the three primordial Starkings, even if she chose to massacre everyone in the Genesis lands, what of it? After making Ning disappear, the Paragon of Pills said calmly, "You may leave now." Yes. The silver-eyed man immediately assented respectfully, then fled at high speeds. The Paragon of Pills raised her head, staring at the corpse of the muscular, greatsword-wielding man with an almost dazed look in her eyes. She seemed to forget about time itself as she just stared at him silently. He had died. Died a long, long time ago. But his corpse looked just like it did when he was alive. Paragon of Pills. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "M.M.?" The black-garbed paragon turned gracefully, sweeping the area behind her with her dazzling, bewitchingly beautiful eyes. Off in the distance stood a Taoist dressed in deep blue robes and a high crown. He was walking straight towards her. "Mana Seal." The paragon's voice remained as cool as ever. "I hear you are quite talented. You've even managed to devise something known as a lifeblood Tao Seal?" Emperor Mana Seal was startled. Indeed, his greatest accomplishment in the Tao of Seals was the lifeblood Tao Seal, but very few people knew of this. In the Church of Annihilation, the only eternal emperors who knew of this should have been the Church's leader and the White Emperor. How was it that another one of the three primordial Starkings, the Paragon of Pills, had found out as well? "It seems you keep a close watch on things, Paragon." Emperor Mana Seal nodded. "Then I imagine you also know why I have come here? You wish to reverse the flows of spacetime to resurrect that disciple of yours?" The paragon said. "In terms of mastery over reversing spacetime, you are probably more skilled than anyone else in our universe," Emperor Mana Seal said.
The leader of the church and the White Emperor have made excessive demands of me. I have no other options, which is why I have come to speak to you and ask if you can consider reviving my disciple. I cannot save your disciple, but the leader of the church can, the paragon said coolly. Cannot save him? Emperor Manasil was stunned. To reverse the flows of spacetime and to bring back to life a being whose true soul was extinguished, this is a violation of one of the grand Taoists that sustains the entire universe, the paragon said slowly. The universe continues to advance towards the future, and so to reverse the flows of spacetime is to go against the will and destiny of the universe. The Lord of the Church of Annihilation can borrow some of the power of the prime essences of our universe and so would be able to resist the backlash from the universe. I, however, cannot, the paragon said. A look of disappointment appeared on Emperor Manasil's face. Didn't you say long ago that it was much easier to reverse spacetime and bring back to life those who were below the eternal emperor level? Emperor Manasil felt both impatient and heartbroken. The paragon of pills gave him a cold glance. Emperor Manasil's heart shook. Long ago, the paragon of pills had already risen to stand at the very apex of this universe. Back then, the leader of the Church of Annihilation had yet to rise to power, and the mightiest figures in the universe were the three primordial Starkings. Back then, the paragon of pills had done everything she could, paid every price she could pay, to try and reverse the flows of spacetime so as to bring back her big brother. Alas, in the end, she had failed. She had suffered such an incredible backlash from the universe that she herself had nearly perished as well. Gripped by despair, she had said to the other two primordial Starkings, "It would be much simpler if I was trying to reverse the flows of spacetime for someone below the eternal emperor level. But to revive someone who has gained eternity, it is far too hard." After that, the paragon of pills had left by herself and disappeared for a long period of time. Later on, when the Lord of the Church of Annihilation had risen to power and unified the universe, he had invited the 16 Starkings to join his organization. It was only then that the paragon of pills had appeared once more. Do not try to reverse the flows of spacetime to revive your disciple. Aside from the Lord of the Church of Annihilation, no one can accomplish this task. The paragon's voice was chilly. I cannot bring anyone back at all. Emperor Fubo knew that he could no longer ask any more questions. This was the only female member of the three primordial Starkings, and she was unfathomably strong. All three of the primordial Starkings were on very good terms with each other. When the paragon of pills had sought to revive her brothers, the other two had sacrificed quite a bit in their attempts to help her succeed. As a matter of face, reversing spacetime to revive someone was something of a taboo topic for the paragon of pills. The only reason she had been willing to tell Emperor Manasil so much was because pitted him as someone who shared the same desires as her, due to his wish to bring his disciple back to life. Just now, I sensed that after you came here you abducted a young fellow, Emperor Manasil said with a smile. Is that young fellow your big brother's successor? Manasil. The paragon gave Emperor Manasil a hard glance. I'm warning you right now that you are not to get involved in the affairs of juniors, but I know that, of course. If there's anything you need, Paragon, you can just let me know. I'll do everything I can to assist. Emperor Manasil smiled as he produced a strange jade seal that was a mixture of bulk and white colors. Consider this Tao seal as my gift to that young fellow. The paragon glanced at it, the corners of her lips curving upward slightly. She waved her hand, accepting the talisman. No need to send me off. The paragon of pills turned and gracefully departed. Emperor Manasil watched as the paragon disappeared off into the distance, then revealed a hint of a smile. The hegemon of the Tao of the Sword, it has been countless years since he passed away. This should be his very first successor, but when the hegemon had perished, he had set down certain restrictive spells around himself. No one from the outside would be able to see any changes, but those who were able to see through the restrictive spells would be able to see just how many treasures lay hidden behind them. Long ago, The paragon of pills had first risen to fame due to her mastery over alchemy. This was why she was respectfully titled the paragon of pills. In this universe, she was publicly acclaimed as the #1 alchemist, and no one had ever surpassed her in this regard. She was naturally far superior to her big brother in terms of restrictive spells, and so she was able to see through it with ease. As for Emperor Manaseal, he was the undisputed #1 master of the Tao of Seals. As a result, in mastery over restrictive spells at least, he was somewhat superior to the deceased hegemon. Both of them were able to see through the restrictive spells and note the number of remaining treasures. However, neither of them dared to take the treasures by force. If they did, they would suffer an attack from the power of the entire Prime Reaches, and the Prime Reaches was where the prime essences of the entire universe lay. This would represent a strike from the entire universe, a strike of incalculable power. Ning was now within an estate world. This world was merely a few hundred kilometers in size, and there was no way out of it. Why was I captured and brought to this place? That woman, did she act with malice in mind, or was she motivated by good intentions? This had been completely unexpected. He hadn't even had the chance to celebrate the fact that he had become the hegemon's honorary disciple and gained his treasures. Instead, he had almost instantly been abducted by this new power. Someone actually dared to attack him within the inner reaches? That had to mean she was at least at the Eternal Emperor level. What will be, will be. Not like there's any way for me to avoid it. Ning understood that given how this major power had been able to abduct him without him being able to put up any resistance at all, there was no way he could fight back against her. Whoosh! Ning could sense himself being surrounded by an enormous surge of power. Moments later, the world around him changed. Where am I? Ning stared up ahead. He was in an area of endless darkness. The only thing within this region was a strange, five-colored space bridge. Aside from this five-colored space bridge, there was nothing but darkness. As for Ning himself, he was standing atop the bridge. Next to him was that slender, black-garbed figure. We've already left the Arceus region. Soon, we'll reach the Tri-Leaf realm. The black-garbed figure spoke out, and the five-colored space bridge beneath their feet was advancing through the darkness at incredible speeds. They were traveling countless trillions of kilometers with every moment. They were moving far faster than Prince Greatjoy's teleporting abilities could handle. Left the Arceus region? Ning was flabbergasted. Weren't they in the Genesis lands just now? He spent nearly 10,000 freaking years traveling through the Arceus region and into the Genesis lands. How the hell did this suddenly leave it in an instant? He felt as though it hadn't even been enough time to boil a kettle of tea. This level of speed was ridiculous. Senior, dare I ask, what exactly is this Tri-Leaf realm? Ning asked. My place. The paragon of pills gave a calm response. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 39, A Half-Month Loan. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 39, A Half-Month Loan. The five-colored space bridge continued to stretch off into the distance, easily traversing the boundaries of both space and time. Just a short while later, a world that looked like an immortal's abode appeared before them, vast and beautiful. This place is the Tri-Leaf realm. Long ago, I chose a location within the sea of bitter darkness and established a world within it. Ever since then, I have been living here. The paragon of pills said in a cold voice, the Tri-Leaf realm is a fairly well-hidden place. You probably have never heard of it before today. In the future, you may visit whenever you so desire. Ning relaxed slightly. It seemed as though this mysterious major power was treating him quite well. Senior, are you planning to let me leave this place? Of course. Do you think you'll be able to succeed in your Tao merge and gain eternity just by sitting here instead of going out adventuring? The paragon glanced sideways at Ning.
Don't worry. I've brought you here for certain reasons. Once I'm finished, I'll naturally let you go on your way. In the future, you can enter and exit this place freely. Although it's quite difficult for outsiders to enter my tri-leaf realm, things are different for you. You are the disciple of my old friend, and you can thus be considered one of the juniors in my lineage. Ning said, "Thank you, senior." Only then was Ning in the mood to spend some time inspecting this tri-leaf realm. From the outside, it looked like an enormous world that was being held up by a trio of blooming leaves. This world was so vast that it was countless times greater than most of the landmasses Ning had encountered thus far. Do you know why it is named the Tri-Leaf Realm? The Paragon of Pills suddenly asked. Is it because of those 3 enormous leaves that are holding up the world? Is that why it is named the Tri-Leaf Realm? Ning guessed. The Paragon slowly shook her head, but she didn't explain. Swoosh! The Paragon led Ning to fly downwards into the beautiful fairyland world below them. The Arceus region. The Genesis lands. The outer reaches. A streak of fire suddenly flew out of a secret region. Su Yuji was dressed in her usual fiery red robes, and her entire body was bathed in flames that were shaped like a bird of some sort. I can't sense Master's aura any longer. Why can't I sense his aura? I could sense that he was in the inner reaches just a short while ago. Su Yuji stared towards the inner reaches, a look of restless unease in her eyes. In the moment that the Paragon pulled Ning away, Su Yuji had lost her ability to sense Ning's location. Ning had given her a message talisman, and she had given him one of hers. Theoretically speaking, the two would be able to constantly sense where the other was located and could meet up whenever they chose. Why have I suddenly lost all contact with him? What should I do? What should I do? Su Yuji felt extremely uneasy. This uneasy feeling had actually caused her to give up adventuring through the secret region she had been in, and give up on her chances to acquire the treasures within that region. Su Yuji transformed into a streak of light, repeatedly teleporting forwards as she moved towards the inner reaches at high speeds. A short while later. Fire surge. A group of cultivators was clustered together at the outer reaches end of the Primessence chains, and Waterlord Fire Surge was with them. Fellow Daoist Fire Surge. Su Yuji immediately landed, then called out to him respectfully. Flame Fairy? Seeing her, Fire Surge immediately rose to his feet and asked curiously, Flame Fairy, why have you come here? Judging from the worried look on your face, what exactly has happened? It's my master. Su Yuji said worriedly, I can sense that master vanished. I feel very uneasy, which is why I immediately came over here. Have you seen my master, fellow Daoist Fire Surge? Fire Surge shook his head. I haven't seen Dark North since he entered the inner reaches. Did you just say that you lost contact with him, all of a sudden? Right. Su Yuji nodded hurriedly. But his message talisman is still with me, and it's completely undamaged. If Ning had died, then the message talisman should have sensed it and then shattered apart. So the talisman isn't damaged, right? Fire Surge asked. It did not. Su Yuji nodded. The world of the inner reaches is filled with many different dangers, Fire Surge said. This is, after all, the place where this entire universe was birthed. It is highly possible that Dark North might have found himself trapped in some location which prevents anyone outside of it from contacting him. It is highly likely that your master is still alive. But of course, for it to be able to sever all contact means it is definitely an extraordinary location. It's also possible that your master... Su Yuji's heart trembled. This was exactly what she was afraid of. Ning had been in the inner reaches for many years now, and she had been able to sense his presence this entire time. The same was true for Heartlord Soulwind and his own retainer, Chaos Immortal Swallowback. Now, even Prince Greatjoy had gone into the inner reaches, with his retainer World Goddess Skywolf able to sense his presence. But now, all of a sudden, she could no longer sense where Ning was. Something must have gone wrong. Wait a bit longer. From what I've heard, world-level cultivators generally won't spend too much time in the inner reaches, Firesurge said. Let's just wait a few thousand more years and see if he ends up coming out. All right. Su Yuji nodded slowly. There was nothing else she could do. Thank you, fellow Taoist Firesurge. Su Yuji immediately chose a quiet corner and then sat down in the lotus position. Her mind was now restless, and she was in no mood to continue adventuring. Still, she had already made shockingly great gains during her previous adventures in the outer reaches. Master, you have to live. Su Yuji's feelings towards Ning were very complex. Ning was extremely powerful, and he had also saved her on numerous occasions. She couldn't help but feel a sense of love and admiration for him, but she could also sense that he had someone else in his heart. As a result, Su Yuji had always been hesitant and unable to voice her feelings for him. Deep within the sea of bitter darkness, there lay the Tri-Leaf realm. A few ripples appeared in front of an ancient, pitch-black building. From the ripples emerged a pair of figures, the Paragon of Pills and Ning. This is my estate. The Paragon of Pills spoke calmly as she advanced. Ning followed her from behind. Rather curious, he asked, Senior, why is it that I don't see any other cultivators within this estate? There wasn't even so much as a gate guard. This truly was quite odd. I prefer the peace and quiet. I dislike being disturbed by others, the Paragon said coolly. Oh. Ning nodded. If any of the other major powers of the Tri-Leaf realm saw how their exalted, transcendent leader, the Paragon of Pills, was casually carrying on a conversation with a mere world-level cultivator, they would almost certainly be stupefied by this. The Paragon of Pills was famous for her cold indifference. She generally wouldn't even pay any attention to most eternal emperors. The reason she chatted a bit with Emperor Manasil was because he was very powerful as well as a person who was struggling hard to revive his beloved disciple. This was why the Paragon of Pills treated him differently. Whoosh! 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 In front of them was an enormous pill cauldron. Next to the pill cauldron there was a vast lake that was 100 kilometers in size, and above the lake there was a waterfall that thundered downwards towards it. Is that? Ning stared at the lakes in utter astonishment. Is that all chaos nectar? 100-kilometer lake that was completely composed of chaos nectar? Ning was rather dazed. How much chaos nectar was that? Do you understand alchemy? The Paragon of Pills looked at Ning. I do not. Ning shook his head. If you did, you would understand. Chaos nectar is incredibly important to the creation of pills, and it is chaos nectar which gives our pills their various magical properties. Chaos nectar can give birth to life itself, in fact, it can give birth to all things. It is an indispensable part of alchemy, the Paragon said. An exceedingly vast amount of chaos nectar is used up with the creation of every highly valuable pill. That's why I just went ahead and set up an entire lake of it here. It makes it easier for me to withdraw as much as I need when I engage in my alchemy. Ning was secretly speechless. Although the deceased hegemon had prepared 50 million cubes of chaos nectar for his honorary disciples, that some couldn't even come close to the amount of chaos nectar in this 100-kilometer lake. The Paragon of Pills continued to walk forwards. They quickly arrived at a stone dais before the enormous pill cauldron, whereupon she sat down in the lotus position and turned her gaze towards Ning. There's something I would ask of you, the Paragon of Pills said. Pray tell, Senior. Ning nodded respectfully. I know that you have gained a legacy from the hegemon. The hegemon's suit of armor should be with you, the Paragon said. Ning felt a great sense of shock. Even this was known to her? Yes. Ning didn't try to play any games with her at all. He immediately nodded. That suit of armor, the Paragon hesitated for a moment,
then continued, "Loan it to me for a month."
Loan? Ning was secretly speechless.
If she wanted to take it from him, there would have been nothing he could do. Ning willed it, and a streak of light immediately flew out from his body and coalesced within his hands into the form of an ancient, unadorned suit of armor. This suit of armor had an aura that was as deep and profound as that of a fathomless abyss. It was as though an enormous mountain was lying within Ning's palms. When the paragon of pills saw that ancient suit of armor appear within Ning's palms, she couldn't help but tremble.
"Senior."
Ning stretched his hand out, causing the ancient suit of armor to fly out towards her. The paragon of pills slowly accepted the armor, placing it across her lap. She gently stroked it with her hands, her fingers shaking uncontrollably. She murmured something softly to herself, but Ning wasn't able to hear what she was saying at all.
"Can you tell me if the hegemon told you anything when he transferred this legacy to you? Did he mention anyone?"
The paragon of pills asked softly.
"The hegemon did not say much to me. He only said a single thing." Ning didn't try to hide it at all. "He said, 'My disciple, if in the future you succeed in the Tao merge and gain eternity, it is my wish that you repay the grace I shall show you today you unto the paragon of pills.'"
Ning still had no idea that this black-garbed woman was the paragon of pills.
The paragon's heart shook. 2 crystalline tears suddenly dripped down from her face.
They landed on the suit of armor, then broke apart into many tiny fragments. However, the mist surrounding her made it impossible for Ning to see this at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 28, Chapter 40, 7 Leaf Pill Chapters.
Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 40, 7 Leaf Pill Chapters.
The paragon of pills was silent for a long moment.
She then said, "I'm borrowing this suit of armor for half a month, but I will compensate you for it. I can agree to one request of yours, so long as it isn't too excessive."
"Think it over.
Even if you ask for a golem as strong as a Tao Lord of the 4th step, I can make it happen.
Once you decide, simply tell me what you desire."
Ning felt a surge of joy in his heart.
Loaning out the suit of armor brought with it such a high interest? "Senior, why don't you borrow it for 9 or 10 years instead?"
But of course, he didn't say that aloud.
"You'll only have a single opportunity to make such a request of me. Choose wisely," the paragon said.
"Right."
Ning nodded, lost in thought. What should he ask for? Treasures?
But he already had the hegemon's armor, 50 million cubes of chaos nectar, and the hegemon's Tao seals. Asking for more treasure really wouldn't make that much of a difference to him. The only thing which really mattered would be something which would have a significant effect on his future growth.
"Senior." Ning's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at the enormous nearby cauldron. "Given the enormous cauldron and this enormous custom-made lake of chaos nectar, I imagine you are highly skilled in the art of alchemy, right?"
"Right."
The paragon nodded. "In terms of alchemy, there is no one in this entire universe who is a match for me. Even in the art of creating golems, I would definitely rank in the top 3. Ning was badly startled by this. What a tremendous claim to make.
Only someone who felt completely confident in their skills would dare to claim that no one else in the entire universe would be a match for them.
"Senior, if you are skilled in alchemy," Ning nodded. "Can you transmit some alchemy techniques to me?" "Alchemy techniques?" The paragon looked at Ning.
In the world of alchemy, such techniques are generally considered secret and are never taught to outsiders.
"You wish to study alchemy?"
Ning shook his head, willing his Tao lightning and his Tao water to fly out from his body.
"Please take a look at them, senior."
This junior has learned a certain secret art that can allow Tao lightning to join together in a marvelous fashion, almost like the formation of a new pill. When mastered, it will allow me to perfectly merge together 9 types of Tao lightning into my Novescence thunder.
It'll be so incredibly strong that I will be able to slay even Tao Lords of the fourth step with it. However, actually training in this secret art is incredibly difficult, and my understanding of the art of alchemy is too lacking. To use divine lightning as the ingredients for this secret art, the person who created this secret art can be considered as having gained a basic level of insight into the true art of alchemy. The paragon of pills nodded. Ning was speechless. Tao Lord All-God had only gained a basic level of insight into alchemy? And the scary thing was, compared to this woman, who proclaimed herself to be the most talented alchemist in this entire universe, Tao Lord All-God probably truly had indeed only gained a basic understanding of alchemy. I almost never teach my alchemy techniques to others. The paragon of pills hesitated momentarily. She once more gently brushed her fingers against the armor in her lap, then said, "And to date, I've only taught it to my 3 disciples. Today, you shall be the 4th to receive my alchemy techniques. Remember, without my permission, you are not to teach it to outsiders. Anyone who spends even a little bit of time training in this technique will become an expert in alchemy, and will be at least as skilled as the person who created this secret art of yours. If you were to spend a bit of time and effort on my technique, you would be able to easily surpass him." Ning was speechless once again. Surpass Tao Lord All-God in the Tao of alchemy? Memorize this. The paragon of pills waved her hand. Instantly, a deep green rune that was shaped almost like a bamboo leaf flew out of her and towards Ning. As soon as it touched Ning, it instantly began to burrow its way into Ning's memories. A long time later, the process finally came to an end. Everything was memorized. A new technique was now present within Ning's mind. Its name was the 7-Leaf Pill Chapters, and when Ning looked at it he felt as though he had been enlightened with perfect wisdom. The purest truths and the greatest of Taos could be described very simply. Just by reading through the technique once, Ning's insights into the Tao of alchemy began to skyrocket. Most likely, he was now already comparable to World God Pilsaint in alchemy, but the reason for this was mainly because the 7-Leaf Pill Chapters were simply incredible. But of course, it was also because Ning himself had reached a high level of comprehension in his own Taos. But Ning stared at the paragon of pills, somewhat at a loss for words. All this junior wished for was a few pill-making techniques. "Just accept what you have been given," the paragon instructed. "If you wish, you can spend the free time you have training in alchemy. It might help inspire you with regards to your swordplay as well." "Understood," Ning said respectfully. The 7-Leaf Pill Chapters constituted a very complete and perfect alchemy system. It included detailed explanations regarding countless marvelous objects, as well as many different ways by which one could concoct alchemical medicines. Pills like the pseudo-samsara pill were actually considered fairly common, low-level pills. The types of pill-making techniques which Ning had wanted for his Novescence Thunder technique merely constituted a small portion of what the 7-Leaf Pill Chapters contained. The paragon of pills continued, "Now that you have accepted my techniques, in the future, if you meet people who are extremely skilled in alchemy, if you so choose you may transmit the very first chapter of the 7-Leaf Pill Chapters to them on my behalf. If they are able to completely master the first chapter, you may then transmit the second chapter. If this person is able to master all 3 of the first chapters, send that person here to me. Remember, when you help me choose future disciples, you are only permitted to teach them the first 3 chapters. Although the first 3 chapters are profound and abstruse, they aren't as valuable as the other 4. I have to meet any potential disciple in person and be the one to decide whether or not I will teach them those chapters." "Understood," Ning said respectfully. "This junior has already sworn a lifeblood oath on it." The paragon of pills slowly shook her head. Due to her connection to the deceased hegemon, she treated Ning very differently from the way she treated anyone else. She didn't want to force Ning to swear any lifeblood oaths. However, although she hadn't requested it of him, Ning knew what was the proper way to act. This was a truly shocking, earth-shaking technique. If he one day was to encounter a powerful foe who was able to forcibly soul-scour him and steal this technique,
then Ning truly would have done wrong by her. But of course, Ning also believed that there weren't many who would be capable of soul-scouring him, especially since he would quickly break through to become a Dao Lord once he returned to the Endless Territories. By then, he would become even more powerful than he was now. Take this Dao Seal. This seal was gifted to you by Emperor Mana Seal. The Paragon of Pills tossed a black-white seal made from jade over to him. Ning accepted it, rather startled. Emperor Mana Seal asked you to give it to me? But I don't even know him. Ning was so startled that he forgot to respectfully address her as senior. He doesn't know you, but he does know me, the Paragon of Pills said calmly. This Dao Seal is fairly valuable. It is of no use to me, but it will be of great use to you. By giving you this Dao Seal, he has sown the seeds of good karma with me. Ning felt even more puzzled. If he wanted to sow the seeds of good karma with you, why would he give a Dao Seal to me? What exactly was the connection between himself and this mysterious alchemist? Still, for even this woman to refer to this Dao Seal as fairly valuable meant that it had to be truly extraordinary. Once you send your senses into this Dao Seal, you will know how it is used, the Paragon said. Oh. This, Ning was shocked by what he uncovered. What a terrifying Dao Seal. This Dao Seal was named the Lifeblood Dao Seal. All one had to do was store a drop of blood within it, then hide it in a safe place. Once you perished, you would instantly be reborn from the Dao Seal and the drop of blood within it, no matter how far away you had died. This was equivalent to an extra life. Right now, Ning had multiple clones of his true body, true, but once he became a Dao Lord, all of his true body's clones would have to merge together. By then, he would only have his true body and his primal twin. If his true body died after that, it would truly be dead. There would be no way to bring it back at all. This Dao Seal represented a second life for a Dao Lord. If you died, you would be able to immediately come back to life. However, the inconceivable power hidden within this Dao Seal would be completely consumed after a single usage. This Dao Seal is simply incredible. It can actually offer a Dao Lord a second life. Ning couldn't help but sigh in amazement. What he didn't realize was that this was merely one of the early prototypes which Emperor Mana Seal had created. Emperor Mana Seal himself had lifeblood Dao Seals which could give even eternal emperors a second chance at life. However, those Dao Seals were incredibly valuable. There was no way Emperor Mana Seal would simply hand them out as gifts. All he wanted to do this time was to give Ning a gift and thus befriend the Paragon of Pills. In the future, if he needed to ask her for help, it would be a bit easier for him. It must be understood that the Paragon of Pills truly had poured tremendous amounts of effort into learning the intricacies of reversing spacetime. In this respect, she truly was one of the most skilled experts of all. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden-robed figure flew over towards them. Master! The golden-robed figure called out respectfully. This is my retainer. The Paragon glanced at Ning, then instructed Yuhong, lead Dark North in finding a residence for himself. Also, you are not to reveal to anyone the relationship between the two of us. Understood, the golden-robed elder said respectfully. Dark North. The Paragon looked at Ning. The Tri-Leaf Realm has a total of 5 eternal emperors within it, and all 5 of them are my retainers. Spend some time exploring this realm. I trust it will be of some benefit to you. When you wish to leave, simply let Yuhong know and he will escort you away from here. As for the armor, I'll return it to you within half a month. Understood, Ning said, but he couldn't help but feel secretly stunned. 5 eternal emperor retainers? Even the almighty hegemon of the Brightshore Kingdom only had a few eternal emperors under his command, right? Was this person before him someone who was on the same level of power as the almighty hegemon himself? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 28, Chapter 41, Rapid Improvements. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 41, Rapid Improvements. Go, the Paragon of Pills instructed. The golden-robed elder and Ning both bowed respectfully, then departed. As for the paragon, she simply sat there in the lotus position, head lowered as she stared at the ancient armor. She murmured softly to herself, "Big brother." Long, long ago, the Paragon of Pills had personally fashioned this suit of armor, then given it to the person whom she loved the most, her big brother. The hegemon had worn it his entire life. Now, as she gently caressed the armor, she felt as though she could sense his presence. The paragon shut her eyes, then casually lay down on the ground and nestled her head against the ancient armor. Just like that, she fell asleep. She was the only person in that entire ancient estate. It was deathly silent here. Without her permission, not even her retainers would dare to enter this place. Long, long ago, she had lived here alongside the hegemon. Back then, their second brother and third brother had often teased the two of them for being such a pair of lovebird companions. And now, she was the only one left. After departing from the Paragon's estate, Ning was led away by Yuhong and the two teleported to an estate that was at the top of a mountain. "This is my own residence." Tao Lord Yuhong smiled. "There are quite a few empty manors around here. Choose whichever one you like, Dark North. Those 3 over there, the 5 over there, and also those 2 over there, all of them are empty." Ning swept the area with his gaze, then pointed at a distant manor which was located halfway up a mountain. "That one. I'll arrange for some servants to go there. Just let me know if there's anything you need." Tao Lord Yuhong smiled. "I'm quite familiar with the Tri-Leaf realm." "Dare I ask," Ning suddenly asked something which had been puzzling him. "Who was that lady who brought me here to this place? You don't even know what my master is named?" Tao Lord Yuhong was quite shocked. His master was an incredibly exalted figure. For her to personally bring a world-level cultivator like Dark North to her residence meant that she viewed him in a very special way. How was it that this kid didn't even know what her name was? No idea. "I didn't dare ask," Ning said. "If you stay here in the Tri-Leaf realm long enough, you'll find out. It's not really a secret. Master was the one who created the entire Tri-Leaf realm," Tao Lord Yuhong said. "My master is one of the 3 primordial Star Kings of the Church of Annihilation, the Paragon of Pills." Ning's eyes instantly bulged out. PP Paragon of Pills. When the deceased hegemon had transmitted his legacy to Ning, he had said, "My disciple, if in the future you succeed in the Tao merge and gain eternity, it is my wish that you repay the grace I shall show you today you unto the Paragon of Pills." So the mysterious, powerful woman was actually the Paragon of Pills. No wonder she treated me in such a special manner, Ning mused. The dead hegemon and the Paragon of Pills clearly had a very special relationship. Both he and the other 35 eternal emperors all perished in the prime reaches of the Genesis lands. I imagine the Paragon of Pills knows all the secrets behind their deaths. My master is extremely skilled in alchemy. In the Tao of alchemy, she is the undisputed #1 expert of our entire universe. The second-ranked figure has perhaps a tenth of master's skills in alchemy. The 10 most dazzlingly famous pills and medicines in this entire universe were all forged by master, Tao Lord Yuhong said smugly. You can imagine for yourself how incredibly talented my master is in the Tao of alchemy. And that's not her only skill. Although she hasn't spent as much effort in artificing and golem making, she still ranks as one of the top 3 experts in this universe. Tao Lord Yuhong suddenly added smugly, her retainer, Emperor Gonflame, once studied the art of artificing under her. He has now surpassed her in this regard, and is considered the #1 expert in artificing within our universe. When Master told you to go explore the Tri-Leaf realm, I'm sure that her true goal was for you to go pay a visit to Emperor Gonflame. Cultivators need to be able to acquire suitable weapons, after all. The weapons of others will never be a perfect fit for you, only a custom-forged weapon that was made for you personally will be an ideal fit." Ning was secretly speechless. Clearly, the Tri-Leaf realm had a truly transcendent status within this universe. The Paragon of Pills was this universe's foremost expert in alchemy. Her retainer, Emperor Gonflame, was its foremost expert in artificing. But of course, although it had a transcendent status, what really mattered in the world of major powers was power itself. The Lord of the Church of Annihilation had been able to unify his universe thanks to his overwhelmingly great power. Emperor Gonflame might be the #1 artificer and weaponsmith, but he was still just a retainer. The reason why he and the other 4 eternal emperors were all willing to be retainers to the Paragon was because of her incredible strength. Similarly, the reason why Emperor Manaseal had gifted Ning a Dao Seal via the Paragon in order to befriend her was because of how strong she was. "Where does Emperor Gonflame live?" Ning asked. "Take a look over there." Dao Lord Yuhong pointed towards a distant inferno that towered through the heavens. The skies themselves were bathed of fiery red color. "That right there is Emperor Gonflame's residence. Go pay a visit when you have some free time." Ning nodded. "Then I'll go back to my own residence for now. Come find me if there's anything you need." Dao Lord Yuhong smiled warmly. He certainly wouldn't dare to treat Ning in a negligent manner. Ning immediately transformed into a streak of light as he flew towards his own estate. The estate already had a number of servants within it. When they saw Ning descend from the skies, they all bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Master." Ning nodded and smiled at them. "Carry on with your normal tasks. Do not disturb me unless I call for you." "Yes, Master," they all acknowledged. Ning immediately entered the estate. As he had descended, he had instantly sent out a stream of immortal energy and bound the estate to him. Cultivators would only feel at ease if they were in complete control of the estate they were residing in. But of course, when Ning left, he would naturally disperse the binding seal he had laid upon the estate. Ning strode forwards through his estate. Rumble, a stone door within the estate swung open. Ning entered the room. Past the stone door was a circular stone disc that was covered with many divine runes. Ning immediately walked forwards, then sat down in the lotus position atop the stone disc. He could sense ripples of power emanate out from the disc to cover him and his heart, causing him to completely calm down. Moments later, the giant stone door swung shut once more. This was the estate's meditation room. "Let's take another look." Ning closed his eyes as he once more began to mentally read through the contents of the 7 leaf pill chapters. He spent 5 full days in the careful reading process. The 7 leaf pill chapters provided a slow, systemized guide to the art of alchemy. However, Ning didn't need to actually concoct pills, as he mainly needed to learn certain alchemical methods to help him work on his Novescence Thunder. Although the alchemical techniques in the first 3 chapters were fairly formidable, they were nothing compared to what the final 4 chapters held. This was especially true for the alchemical techniques held within the 7th chapter. Those were truly incredible, and were most likely the techniques which the Paragon of Pills herself used. Now that Ning had been able to develop 5 Supreme Daos and then join them together, he was able to learn technical skills like these quite quickly. Still, he was far from being at the level which the Paragon was at. He had to spend another 5 full days before he was able to just barely learn and understand the alchemy techniques contained within the 7th chapter. Although I've only learned half of it, if I used it to actually concoct pills, I would be far more effective than if I used all the techniques of the first 3 chapters. Ning was in an excellent mood. Time to test out the Novescence Thunder and the Novescence Water, I suppose. Ning could sense that he now had much more control over his lightning and water. The alchemical techniques which the Paragon of Pills had given him had improved his finesse more 1,000 times over. No wonder the Paragon had said that if he spent some time and effort on it, it would be easy for him to surpass the creator of the Novescence Thunder in alchemical skill. This alchemical system, the 7 leaf pill chapters,
truly was the most supremely sacred sutra of the Tao of alchemy. Ning shut his eyes and began to visualize his body. Within his Jindan chaos region, a towering Tao tree that was 108,000 meters high was here. This tree symbolized Ning's insights into the Tao of the sword. In truth, he could break through to the Tao Lord level whenever he wanted, allowing his Tao tree to surpass that limit. Ning had actually already reached the world level in many different Taos, such as wind, fire, lightning, and space, but he hadn't been able to cause new Tao trees to form for them within his Jindan chaos region. Crackle! Boom! The region was filled with flickering lightning essences and gushing water essences that bubbled with power. Arise! The azure flower mist energy spread out, easily taking control over 2 streaks of Tao lightning. These were the 2 easiest types of Tao lightning to control: water smoke lightning and fire cloud lightning. The 7 leaf pill chapters, Ning immediately began to use the leaf pill techniques. Slender threads of slender golden light began to appear, each thread filled with countless divine runes. The threads slowly manifested into a pair of enormous golden hands that gently grasped the 2 types of Tao lightning, then began to almost pinch them together with ease, continuously harmonizing them. Slowly, the 2 streaks of Tao lightning began to transform. The fire and the water merged together, producing a single stream of deep azure lightning. He had succeeded in merging 2 types of Tao lightning.